Chapter 331. At this moment, Fanta was no longer pretending to be friendly. His face was full of sick and malicious expressions. Elder Kevin also smiled sinisterly, looking at him as if he was looking at a beast in a cage. You are so cruel. You actually used the ability to practice the 4th level meditation method as bait. Locke saw everything and cursed that they were not normal people. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up, Elder Kevin said in a low voice. This attitude of scolding made Locke even more angry. He just wrote it down for the time being and waited to figure out the situation. He also had to find Randall, and it would be best to solve it before the boss arrived. After a while, the three returned to the previous office. Remember, you can't leave the Black God Abyss now, and your silkworms are the same. You'd better not try to play any tricks, otherwise you will be uncomfortable, Kevin warned in a low voice, and then ordered, take him down to where the low-level insects should be. What are you standing there for? Come quickly, Fanta urged impatiently. You are so arrogant, aren't you afraid that I will slap you to death? Locke was speechless, but after a few minutes of adaptation, he was relieved a lot. It's really not worth it to argue with such a madman. Afterwards, Fanta took him to the residence of the low-level insect master. It was a simple cave, dark and damp, and it bred many worms. The only advantage was that the concentration of energy particles was not low, which was also beneficial for raising insects and practicing the Blackbeard music. After Fanta left, the silkworm queen shook her body, and all kinds of insects avoided her and ran away quickly. Tell me, how dare they turn against each other without waiting for a second? Especially that Fanta, isn't he afraid of forcing us to make a big fuss? Locke didn't understand the problem and transmitted the message. To be honest, he was confident that he could beat Fanta into a pulp before he was severely punished. Maybe they thought you were completely controlled by the compulsory contract and had lost any ability to resist. In fact, it is not the case. You still have room to fight to the death. The Queen Silkworm analyzed a possibility. Well, it is indeed possible. Locke thought about it, and suddenly felt a little amused. First of all, he is not a wizard. Secondly, his situation is relatively special. He has not completely practiced the Blackbeard music. The compulsory contract is clearly based on the Blackbeard music, which leads to a discount in the effect of the contract. Queen Silkworm, how do you feel? The same constraints as you, the specifics need to be tested. Anyway, we have obtained the complete version of the Blackbeard movement for the boss. This time it is worth it. Yeah, at worst, we can wait for someone to come to rescue us. This place will definitely not stop Ginny. After hearing the words of the Queen Silkworm, Locke felt a little unhappy, but he did not refute it. The woman's strength is indeed extraordinary, and she will not be affected by the special environment around her. There is no doubt that there is a big secret hidden in the depths of the Black God Abyss, which has caused the entire environment to change, and it is filled with a special force field that will clamp down on creatures that have been contaminated by the breath of the Blackbeard movement, whether they are human or insect. It can be seen that Ivan's presence would also be affected, and it is far less convenient than Ginny's. The two of them tested it a little, and found that the communication was strongly interfered. The next day, Locke tried to walk out of the residence and prepared to go somewhere else, but found that there were two people guarding outside, two unfamiliar first-level wizards, both wearing black robes and veils on their heads, wrapped tightly. We are all colleagues of the Black God Society. What do you mean by this? Locke asked with a bad look. We are middle-level insect envoys, and the higher-ups have told you to stay here for the time being. One of them answered coldly, with a hint of condescension. What is a medium-level insect user? What is a low-level insect user? Locke didn't bother to think too much, and took the opportunity to ask. You will know. The man clearly didn't want to say more. Locke had no choice but to wait a little longer, because it was not appropriate to fight now. A few hours later, Fanta appeared again and warned him to practice the complete version of the Blackbeard music and adapt to the environment of the Black God Society. He would arrange for him to meet Randall after a while. For Locke, this was like a reassurance, so he agreed. As time went by, Locke just casually comprehended the Blackbeard movement. As for cultivation, he knew that he was not good at it at all, and comprehending was just to understand the Black God Society better. During this period, he played a lot of tricks, including letting the Silkworm Queen send other swift with silkworms to escape, but none of them returned. This made him warned by the Black God Society many times. Knowing that things could not be done, Locke became more obedient and waited for the opportunity to come. Low-level insect master Ivan, you can come out now. Don't you want to see Randall? Early in the morning of that day, Fanta's voice rang out. You are still a little trustworthy. Locke flashed outside the residence. This was the first time he was allowed to go out after living in the simple cave for more than 20 days, but he was bored. Watch your words. Yes, yes, yes. Seeing that he was still a little unruly, Fanta was unhappy. Thinking that time was running out, Fanta didn't bother with him. At the edge of the cliff, the two of them sat on the flying insect beast and continued to go deeper along the Black God Abyss. After turning 3 corners, they came to the mountain wall at the end of the Black God Abyss. There is a square here, which is only about 1 meter higher than the range of the black fog. At this time, the square was steaming, making the stones below unusually smooth. Many figures sat on the stones, and there were many strange people. Sacrificed to the evil god? Following Fanta to the square, Locke was immediately attracted by the statue on the mountain wall. This is a round creature with a pair of broad wings. The body and wings are covered with black whiskers, and the black whiskers have dense spikes, which makes people's scalps numb slightly. There are many tentacles under the creature. Locke looked at these dark tentacles and felt familiar. They were the ones he had seen in the illusion when he received the inheritance. He thought to himself that this might be an evil god from another world. If so, the Black God Society is really bold. This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed in the wizard's territory, otherwise there would not be an abnormal biological monitoring and investigation station. Look, Randall is there. The voice transmission of the Silkworm Queen interrupted his thoughts. Where? Following the Silkworm Queen's pointing, he saw a burly figure who was seriously insectized. Locke took a few steps forward and found that Randall had changed drastically. His hair had all turned into insect whiskers, and his face, neck, and hands were covered with keratinous insect patterns, making it hard to tell whether he was a human or an insect. His aura was also different from before, so the Silkworm Queen was more familiar with Randall and could easily identify him. Hey Randall, open your eyes and look, your disciple Ivan is here. Fanta smiled jokingly and followed him to the side. Ivan? Hearing his voice, Randall opened his eyes. What kind of eyes are these? The eyeballs have been distorted, 1 into 3, with beads connected to beads, and they are completely different from human eyes. The voice has a metallic friction feeling, which is different from human voice. In addition, he looks dull, and even a little unconscious, which is not the state a wizard should be in. Chapter 332. Asshole, what did you do to Randall? Locke glared at Fanta. No, we didn't do anything to him. This was Randall's own choice. Didn't you notice that his aura was approaching that of a level 2 wizard? I said he was going to be promoted to level 2, and it wasn't a lie. Fanta smiled faintly and shook his head, unmoved by his anger. But he has changed from a normal wizard to this weird look. Locke said in a deep voice, showing the indignation that a student should have. This is just normal insect transformation. No insect controller can avoid it. Fanta gestured to him to look at the other people in the square. Without exception, they were all seriously insectized. He continued, you are lucky. You will soon witness Randall's promotion to a 2nd-level wizard and is becoming a medium-level insect master. You bastards, you better not do anything bad to Randall, otherwise I will never forgive you in the future. Locke stared at him coldly. Watch your words, low-level insect master Ivan. I am kind enough to give you good news, not to let you come here and act recklessly. Seeing him being rude again and again, Fanta couldn't help but pull a long face. While the two were arguing, more people arrived at the square, including many 2nd-level wizards and 3 3rd-level wizards. The background of the Black God Society was finally revealed, perhaps not all, but enough for Locke to temporarily avoid the edge. He looked at Randall with an inexplicable expression, and followed Fanta's instructions to sit down on the other side of the square. Of course, Fanta's ridicule and scolding were inevitable. Hold on. The more information we get, the more beneficial it will be for future rescue. The Queen of Silkworms was afraid that Locke would not be able to hold back, so she kept whispering in his ear. Listen, I will kill this guy. Locke only emphasized this sentence. Soon, everyone sat down in the square. Outside the square, the black fog of the Black God Abyss was changing constantly. As time went by, the black fog expanded upwards little by little, and soon enveloped the square. The atmosphere in the square became strange. Low-level insect master Ivan, remember to pray with us. Fanta reminded again, and as soon as the voice fell, the people of the Black God Society began to chant ancient lyrics. Uniform and enthusiastic. Locke recognized that this was the content of the first layer of the Blackbeard movement, the breath of insects. After these people sang with emotion, it became a strange prayer. The power in his body began to play tricks again, so he had to sing along reluctantly, and there were inevitably some cut corners and many mistakes. He wanted to see what tricks the Black God Society had. Be careful, something is coming. I know. About half a minute later, Locke and the Queen of Silkworm sensed that there was a big movement in the Black God Abyss. A different breath was approaching the square, which made them feel nervous. In the dim square, the strange and passionate chanting continued, almost resounding throughout the Black God Abyss. Along with the chanting, groups of inky black mist floated out of the Black God Abyss and swept towards the square, covering the square in an instant. Locke's eyes widened. This was not black mist, but extremely tiny insects. There were countless insects, and they looked like tiny versions of the statues on the mountain wall, with wings, black whiskers and tentacles. What puzzled him was that the breath of these tiny insects was integrated and inseparable. It felt more like a part of a creature to him, and the overall momentum was strange and terrifying. Based on this discovery, many ideas emerged in his mind, such as summoning the evil god, reviving the evil god, etc. Don't act rashly. Well, I have the support of the entire Shuanmu Silkworm clan. There will be no problem, but you. What can I do? Locke and the Silkworm Queen comforted each other for a few words, and the insects came closer, drowning them in it, and also drowning the others in the square. The surrounding atmosphere was even more strange, and Locke felt like he had entered the body of a certain creature. As the creatures began to digest, his strength and vitality slowly faded away, and so did the Silkworm Queen. The Blackbird music became a medium again. Locke had the characteristics of a spirit, and was always sensitive to all kinds of emotions. At this moment, there were members of the Black God Society around him, and they naturally became his subjects of observation. In the darkness, something unexpected was revealed. He observed the different expressions of these people, some of whom had their strength and vitality drained away in the struggle, some of whom were flattering and actively contributing, some of whom turned from enthusiasm to fear, and some of whom had twisted expressions of unwillingness. The emotions were extremely rich and varied. He could also sense that Fanta's aura was weakening at a clearly visible speed, the magnitude of which was jaw-dropping, and the look of horror made people wonder how to evaluate it. It turned out that all the enthusiasm was fake. I originally thought they were believers, but from the expressions of these people, it is not difficult to find that they are more like slaves, who can be taken away at will. Could the Blackbeard music be used by alien creatures to cultivate slaves? Combined with the content of the complete version of the Blackbeard music, Locke suddenly realized this, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. Insects are the master, and humans are the servants. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sweat for his boss. It seems that the Black God Society is very deep, so deep that there may be a force beyond the 4th level. No, I have to find a way to pass the information to the boss, and I can't let the boss come to take risks. Locke didn't care about the power he was stripped of. He realized that the Black God Society was a big pit, and he had to send out what he saw and heard. Before he could think of a way, he found that the restraining power in his body was increasing, and he was even more worried. After about a quarter of an hour, the tiny black mist-like insect swarm finally retreated. Many people secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and the chanting became louder, as if to bid farewell to the insect swarm. When the insect swarm completely retreated like a tide, the chanting slowly ended. High-level insect master Fanta, are you okay? Locke greeted in a low voice. Don't mind your own business right now, come back with me to where you should be, understand? Low-level insect master Ivan. Fanta's face was pale, and his eyes glared at him fiercely. It is not difficult to find that the so-called high-level insect masters were deprived of the most power, and Fanta almost returned to the apprenticeship period. On the other hand, Locke himself only lost less than 10% of his power, and a small amount of vitality, which made him feel more and more that the so-called high-level insect masters were real insect slaves, who were wholeheartedly submissive to their insect masters. I have to ask clearly, how often do such gatherings take place? Half a year. At Fanta's urging, Locke looked back at Randall, who was confused about the situation, and left the square and returned to the narrow residence again. On the other side, Ivan and his party were hurrying on their journey, and they had entered the southern part of China continent after working day and night. How long will it take to reach the Blood Ring Mountains? On the back of the swamp ant, Ivan came back to his senses from his contemplation. 1 week. Jenny answered his question. Remind me when you are almost there. Ivan nodded slightly, and immediately fell into thought again. These days, he was not only hurrying on his journey, but also trying his best to explore the meditation method to fulfill his long-cherished wish. However, the exploration of meditation is not a simple matter. He must continue the characteristics of the Blackbird movement and deduce a meditation method that can carry his own power. The more he explores, the more he can discover the profoundness of the Blackbird movement. Fortunately, he has a lot of reference materials, including the Sacred Heart of the Silk, the Pure White Star, the Trinity Meditation Method, the Ode to Spring and Summer, and other fragmentary elemental meditation methods. He has been thinking about these meditation methods for a long time, and many of them have been deeply comprehended. He also has many lights of wisdom, and great wisdom to support him. Along the way, he consumed 2 wisdom lights, and 2 great wisdom lights, and the new meditation method finally had preliminary results. But there is an obvious drawback, which is that it is too biased towards the Sacred Heart of Pulling Threads. There is no way, because the Sacred Heart of Pulling Threads is complete, and can bring the richest insights, and his thoughts are unconsciously led astray by the Sacred Heart of Pulling Threads. Thinking that the distance to the Black God Society is not far away, Ivan can't care too much at this time, and replaces the original meditation method first, and slowly adjusts and improves the others later. Chapter 333. Blood Ring Mountains, deep in the Black Mist Rift Valley. Locke has been looking for an opportunity to send out intelligence, but the Black God Abyss is extremely strange. On the one hand, he has to be monitored, and on the other hand, he has to be careful not to be discovered. As time goes by, he still hasn't found the right time and method. These guys in the Black God Society keep people in hiding all day long. No wonder they are not well known outside, and few people know the inside story of the Black God Society. Locke was convinced. The Black God Society was really too cowardly. This is the territory of wizards. They are colluding with powerful people from other worlds, so of course they dare not show their heads. The Queen of Silkworm said, "If it really doesn't work, we can only force our way in." Locke said helplessly, "Don't act rashly. Ivan will definitely contact us when he arrives. Let's find out where Randall is so that it will be easier for everyone to rescue him." The Queen of Silkworms did not agree to force their way in. Their target was Randall. If they acted rashly, it would inevitably bring greater difficulties to the rescue. In this way, it would go against the purpose and ruin Ivan's business. The Silkworm Queen knew Ivan's attitude. No matter what, he would not abandon his mentor Randall. "Okay, I think of other ways." After listening to the Silkworm Queen's explanation, Locke followed suit and slowly walked to the outside of the residence. "Brothers, what are your names?" "Don't try to make connections, you low-level insect master." There were still 2 guards outside, wrapped tightly in black robes and face towels, revealing only a pair of eyes, which should be used to cover up the serious insect transformation, but they were not the 2 before, but the ones who were just replaced today. However, the guard's attitude was still unfriendly. Locke's mouth twitched slightly, and he forced a smile on his face. "Look at what you said. When I stay here for a long time, I will definitely become a mid-level insect master like you. Then we will be colleagues." He showed a hint of superiority, similar to a second-level wizard. Strength is respected, and it applies everywhere, except for Fanta's mallet. "Say whatever you want to say quickly, we don't have time to chat with you." As expected, one of the guards softened his attitude a little. "I want to ask you about a wizard named Thomas," Locke said hurriedly. "Hey Thomas, did you know each other before?" The guard looked at the other person on the side in surprise. "You low-level insect master, don't talk nonsense, who knows you?" Thomas denied it hastily. The other party was still under control, and he didn't want to cause trouble. What greeted him was a heavy punch, which hit his stomach heavily. "Thomas, you bastard, I was badly cheated by your sister Lilith in Shauna City. My sister owes me a debt, and my brother has to pay it back." Locke gritted his teeth and threw another punch. The 2 punches were so fast that the 2 guards didn't react, and Thomas spat out a mouthful of blood foam. "Stop it, you dare to offend your superiors." "I'm just venting my anger. Who let his sister give me the wrong directions? Aren't you afraid of backlash? I think it's worth it to vent my anger." As soon as he finished speaking, Locke's face suddenly changed, and he turned around and returned to the cave. The imprisoning force was at work again, tearing at his body and will, causing him intense pain, but his expression was not as gloomy as he had imagined. He had finally found a breakthrough by accident. He knew some of Thomas's handles, and as long as he guided him properly and promised some conditions, he might be able to win Thomas over and determine Randall's specific location. A few days later, Locke secretly implemented his plan, and as he expected, everything went in an orderly manner. "Everything is ready, just waiting for the boss to arrive." Ivan didn't let him wait for long. That night, when everything was quiet, Locke lost control of his body. "Locke, how is it?" "Boss? It's me. I'm in the Blood Ring Mountains, not far from the Black Mist Rift Valley." At this time, Ivan had arrived nearby. He tried to use the Trinity's secret method to descend with consciousness. After several attempts, the result was successful. The conversation took place at the level of Locke's consciousness. Great, I'm trying to find a way to send the information out. Boss, listen to me, I got the complete version of the Blackbeard meditation method, and found the exact location of Randall the Wizard. After meeting Ivan, Locke couldn't wait to share his gains, his discoveries, and his guesses with him. Ivan then realized that his experience in the Black God Society was so complicated, and he also knew the true face of the Black God Society and the hidden dangers of the Blackbeard movement. Boss, when are we going to turn it upside down? Finally, Locke couldn't help asking. You did a good job this time. I will inform you in advance when and how to act. You and the Queen Silkworm will also need to cooperate. Ivan did not rush to make a decision. That Thomas and Lilith. Your decision is my decision. In order to win over Thomas, Locke had promised some conditions before. Hearing Ivan say this, he smiled instantly. After a while, Ivan's consciousness returned to the outside of the Black Mist Rift. Jenny, Zhe, and Xiangjie were all there, guarding closely around, alert to possible accidents. Thanks to the high-end magic of the Trinity's secret method, the communication was smooth and did not alarm anyone else. Ivan waved his hand and signaled everyone to leave first. They moved away for a distance to avoid the possible eyes and ears of the Black God Society. What's going on? Jenny asked. The Black God Society is a bit tricky, but fortunately Locke is well prepared, and he and Randall will not have any problems in the short term. This time, we must go all out and fight quickly. After saving people, we must withdraw. Ivan did not hide anything and stated Locke's intelligence, especially about the strength of the Black God Society. When Jenny heard that there were multiple level 3 wizards, and that there might be alien creatures above level 4 involved, she immediately felt something was wrong. The Black God Society was really a dangerous place. Level 4 was a big threshold, and it was not comparable to level 3 power. Jenny wanted to go to the Black God Society alone and bring Randall out, but she knew that Wizard Ivan would not agree. How about reporting it directly to the Abnormal Biological Monitoring and Investigation Institute? Without any evidence, the people in the Investigation Institute may not believe it, and even if they do, they will definitely take it seriously. But your suggestion is good. After we rescue the people and get the relevant evidence, we can report the Black God Society. After all, this is not Dongdu, and he is unfamiliar with the place. Ivan thought again and felt that it was not appropriate to cause trouble, so as not to affect the rescue of Randall. Then, he and Jenny had a long-term plan for the rescue. Everything was ready, and Ivan decided to take action in the evening of 5 days later. By then, the power of the Blackbeard music he practiced would have been completely transformed into the power of the new meditation method. The new meditation method was derived from the Blackbeard music, but there was a big difference. Compared with Locke, it was less affected by the aura there. Chapter 334. A Full Moon Night. The residents of the low-level insect master, Fonta, came here with a stinky face, stood outside and questioned directly inside. What do you, a low-level insect master, want to do with a high-level insect master? Of course, it's something that will benefit the Black God Society. I want to introduce you to someone, my fellow disciple, who is also Randall's disciple. He should be in this area soon. Locke walked out from the inside. Who? Mean. An apprentice? Fonta looked contemptuous, and he obviously knew Randall better. No, he has become a formal wizard not long ago. The meditation method he practices is also the Blackbeard movement. I can bring him here. Locke then told his purpose. Don't bother. A stubborn person like you will never step out of the Black God Abyss before you become a high-level insect master. Fonta sneered at the words. Before, Locke made a lot of small moves, making himself a key target of supervision. Fonta knew this very well, and would never let him take advantage of any loopholes. You deserve to be killed, you fellow. When he sneered, Locke attacked without warning. At this time, the two stood facing each other, less than 2 steps apart. This distance was not worth mentioning for Locke. With the space acceleration ability, he reached the target in the blink of an eye. Lu already had a scimitar in his hand. He raised the scimitar upwards, piercing through everything in front with a white light, and pierced Fonta's heart. Fonta never expected that he would attack by surprise. He died suddenly with his eyes wide open, before he could react. You, Thomas. One of the guards did react, but he noticed the movement around him, and his companion Thomas was attacking him, so he ignored Locke. Locke didn't ignore him. He moved closer, and swung the scimitar again. Another heart was pierced by the sharp edge, and the blood froze. Locke looked at the two with disdain. According to the boss, these two people were no longer orthodox wizards. Their powers were alienated, and their means were reduced instead of increased. Thomas, well done. He was generous in his praise of Thomas. You are too kind. Thomas wiped the sweat off his forehead. He was actually fainting. As a medium-level insect master, if he really killed his companions, the backlash he would have to bear would be immeasurable. He dared not act as recklessly as Locke. Get ready, we are leaving soon. Locke picked up a corpse with one hand and turned back to his residence. In less than a minute, Fanta and another guard came out. At the signal of another guard, who was wrapped tightly, the three of them walked out. Fanta was naturally disguised as the Silkworm Queen, while Locke pretended to be the second guard. The Swiftwood Silkworm clan has the ability to mimic shape and breath, and with Thomas as an insider, the flying beast can also be disguised. After arriving at the edge of the cliff, the three of them flew out on the flying beast. Wizard Ivan, the success rate of escaping like this is very low. Thomas reminded him cryptically, saying that he was willing to take a chance with Locke, but didn't want to die directly. I know that it's better to conceal it for a while. Now there are people outside to support us, and there will be no such opportunity in the future. On the other hand, Locke seemed to have confidence written on his face. Seeing this, Thomas had no doubts, and could only follow him to the end. The current strategy was undoubtedly correct. They flew over the Black God Abyss, and came to the underground cracks that were accessible, and no one else noticed the clues. After entering the underground cracks, the Silkworm Queen took out the real body of Fanta and held him in front of the group. With his breath, they opened the way and moved forward along the route in their memory. Perhaps the Black God Society has been peaceful for a long time, and there have been no such rebellious people for too long, so the precautions have been relaxed. Halfway through the journey, they still didn't encounter any obstacles, and it was as smooth as a dream. This won't do, the boss said that we should make some noise to attract the attention of the Black God Wizards, so that Ginny can rescue Randall. Seeing that the journey was halfway through, Locke thought of a problem. Although it was going smoothly, the tactical goal was not achieved, and another solution had to be found. Come on, we will reach the exit in 2 or 3 minutes. Thomas was really happy. Once he got out of the Black Mist Rift, he would be free to fly. Something is wrong. According to the time we came in last time, we should have reached the exit. Fanta, who was transformed from the Silkworm Queen, said. What? Shouldn't it be halfway? No, we should be at the exit soon. According to the time calculation, I think we should be out of the Black Mist Rift Valley. When the three of them discussed it, they realized the difference in their cognition. This was the real problem. Something interfered with their cognition. The three of them looked at each other, and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. At the same time, their forward speed slowed down a lot. Don't think too much. We have no way out now. We just have to move forward. Locke was a little amused. He was worried that he would go out too quickly, and not make any noise. Now, he doesn't have to think of another way. As for how to get out, he believes that the boss has a way, just wait. Okay. Thomas could only suppress his worries. After a pause, he said in a deep voice, If I encounter misfortune, don't forget your promise and help Lilith become a formal wizard. She should be in a safe place now. As for becoming a formal wizard, it's just a small matter. Besides, you won't be so prone to misfortune. Locke comforted him. He would not break his promise. They wandered around in the dark underground cracks for a long time, as if they were forgotten. What? Is that so? I know where you are. Wait. Thomas's mood became more and more depressed. At this time, he heard the voice of the person next to him talking to himself. After the voice fell, the expressions of the two people became excited, which made him a little confused. At the same time, at a certain location in the Blood Ring Mountains, Ivan brought the marsh ant and the fragrant butterfly to the ground. It's here. Fragrant butterfly will be on guard, and marsh ant will follow me to dig down. He stomped lightly on the hillside under his feet, and the rocks and soil began to wriggle. With the addition of the marsh ant, the ground was further churning under its rock manipulation ability. The rocks and soil continued to move outward, and a huge deep pit was dug out in an instant. The man and the insect were busy, and the deep pit continued to expand downwards. After a while, it became a deep empty pool, nearly 20 meters high, and Fragrant Butterfly was guarding the mouth of the pool. At this time, Ivan noticed something and raised his hand to signal the ants to stop. Swoosh! Accompanied by a slight sound from his sleeve, a yellow tree root popped out and pierced into the ground under his feet, breaking through the ground and continuing to go deeper until it probed into a certain void and entangled something. This was of course a pan-tai root, which Ginny carefully cultivated. It was equivalent to a high-quality high-level magic item with two characteristics, hard and tough, and armor-breaking. Ginny gave it to him casually. Get up. Ivan stamped his foot hard, and with a rebound force, he jumped up with Pan-Tegan. Seeing this, the ant flapped its wings and flew to his feet, carrying him upwards, flying towards the top of the empty pool. After Ivan's kick, the bottom of the deep pool directly cracked, and wisps of black mist floated out. As Pan-Tegan continued to shrink, several figures rushed out of the thick black mist. Ha ha ha, boss, we're out. The figures were Locke and his party. They were rolled up by Pan-Tegan, and finally broke through the barrier brought by the black mist, and came under the clear moonlight. Not far behind them, a black fog that looked like a living thing was chasing them, and entwining them. The black fog was swirling around, constantly submerging the deep pool that had just been dug. Locke seemed to have noticed it, and when he turned around and saw this scene, the smile on his face froze, because he felt the breath of the black god abyss was approaching quickly, and he would inevitably be controlled by it, and the situation was a bit bad. Chapter 335. Locke could sense that something was wrong, and so could Ivan. It must be said that this black god abyss was very strange, with a sense of subspace and a self-contained entity. The black fog inside had an unusual activity. Locke, you guys leave first. Boss, go! After taking Locke and the others out of the empty pool, Ivan immediately told them to leave first. After all, they were subject to the black god abyss, and staying here would easily cause problems. Locke was reluctant, but seeing his boss's solemn expression, he had to call the Silkworm Queen and Thomas to fly towards the Blood Ring Mountains. Ivan buried 2 fist-sized beads deep in the rocky soil of the empty pool, one on each side, and then he slowly rose a distance. The black fog seemed to be angry at their actions. A large amount of black fog rolled out from the deep pool, and soon it exploded. The black fog covered a nearby area, including Ivan and others. In the distance, Locke saw this scene and was a little worried. Not good, the boss was submerged in the black fog. Locke, Ivan must have his own plan, we can't go back and cause trouble. The Queen Silkworm noticed something strange in her body, and hurriedly warned them. Damn the backlash of power, let's go, we have to listen to the boss. Based on the compulsory contract, if they disobeyed, a force would be at work in their bodies, and it has already begun to act. The situation was obviously within Ivan's expectations, so he asked them to stay away. Locke could only fly further away helplessly. Not far from the empty pool, Ivan had already landed in the area surrounded by black fog. Sure enough, this place has a clamping effect on the power cultivated by the Blackbeard music chapter. Fortunately, my power has been converted into the power of the new meditation method, which can suppress the remaining clamping effect and will not interfere with the performance of strength. Faced with such a situation, his expression remained unchanged, and he had been secretly sensing the changes around him. The current situation was not bad. Now the noise was loud enough, he had to wait here for the enemy to arrive, and by some time for Ginny, who had sneaked into the Black God Society to rescue her mentor. Roar! The black fog changed and condensed into a beast. Before Ivan could make any move, many ant guards flashed out from the swamp ants, rushed forward, and instantly dispersed the fog beast that had not yet fully formed. Under their encirclement, the black fog could only be black fog. On the other side, at the cliff, the fog in the Black God Abyss became particularly turbulent, and this movement immediately attracted the attention of the wizards. Someone was killed. Someone defected. Someone is attacking the Black God Society. Once the cause of the incident was figured out through secret methods, the top leaders of the Black God Society seemed to be in an uproar, and everyone's face was very unhappy, especially when they heard that someone had successfully escaped from the Black God Abyss after killing someone. This is simply a shame. Now is not the time to review gains and losses. The enemy is still outside, and we must not let it go. As one of the senior leaders, Wizard Murray said in a deep voice. He is a third-level wizard. The enemy dares to attack us, so their strength must not be underestimated. Now that everyone has not recovered, why don't we go together to crush them to ashes? Another senior leader, Sandro, echoed. Not right, not right. The enemy is cunning and must be guarded. Someone needs to be in charge here. Wizard Murray is overthinking. There is only one entrance and exit, and there are many defenses. No matter how cunning the enemy is, they can't sneak into my Black God Society. There were 4 level 3 wizards in the Black God Society. After discussing and arguing for a while, they finally decided to have 3 of them lead the team to meet the enemy, leaving only one senior wizard, Budrun, to sit on the cliff and patrol the Black God Abyss with a few wizards. Let's go! When Murray and others led the team to attack, the dark shadow in the depths of the Black God Abyss slowly flowed out, and the breath was like a prison. As the person who stayed on the cliff, Budrun saw the huge shadow flowing, shuddered, and couldn't help but mourn for his enemy in his heart. If you anger that lord, once the wrath of thunder descends, you will definitely not have a good ending. How dare you? Wizard Murray guessed right, someone actually sneaked in. After a while, Budrun suddenly realized something, and his face turned livid. He found that the enemy had sneaked into the hinterland, right in this cliff. If the other party had not moved the people of the Black God Society, he would not have noticed it. Not only did the other party sneak in, but he also walked in and out of the uninhabited area, which made him shocked and angry, and he hurried over there. Budwuluin was familiar with the area at the second bend of the cliff. He arrived in time and ran into the enemy head-on. He heard a swoosh, and a large number of strange roots attacked him. The enemy was a woman, and behind her was a man who was unconscious, a wizard who was about to become a mid-level insect master. How dare you? They dared to rob the people of the Black God Society. Budwuluin certainly could not tolerate such a thing. He immediately cast a spell to fight back, and spit out a mouthful of black and purple poisonous fire. The poisonous fire surged. The woman opposite was naturally Jenny, and the one behind her was Randall, who was knocked unconscious by her. Randall was now in a daze, and he could not be brought out without being knocked unconscious. Jenny was helpless about this, and unfortunately exposed herself after a series of operations. Facing a third-level wizard, Jenny looked solemn, and chose to go all out from the beginning, summoning a large number of Pan-Tegan to attack. Pan-Tegan collided with poisonous fire, and the poisonous fire was annihilated wherever it passed. Soon, she found that the third-level wizard opposite was very weak, and seemed to be completely different from those third-level wizards in Dongdu, and was forced to retreat again and again by Pan-Tegan. I spare your life for now. Jenny took the opportunity to cross over and continued to evacuate on the mountain wall. She was carrying Randall at this time, and there was no way to escape directly from the mud, so she could only take this way to escape. She was also very clear that at this time, Ivan had to face enemies that were several times more than hers, and was under great pressure. She could not delay any time, and had to leave here every second. Damn woman, don't leave. Being despised by the enemy, Budrun screamed in anger, and his body changed, and instantly turned into a weird giant insect. The strange insects were like gods in places, like the Black God Abyss. A cloud of black fog filled up and gathered around the strange insects, causing them to continue to speed up and chase forward. Unfortunately, Jenny could control the power of the earth and move hundreds of meters in one step, so the distance between the two people did not get closer as time went by, but got farther and farther away. Stop her! Stop this woman who offended the Black God Society. Budulin still refused to give up, and called on other wizards in front to intercept. Most of the wizards of the Black God Society had already gone out to meet the enemy. There were not many people left. They were patrolling in various places before, and their positions were very scattered. The incident happened suddenly, so they did not gather together at this time. They attacked rashly, but they didn't know that they were facing someone who was much stronger than them. Swoosh, swoosh. Accompanied by the sound of Pan-Tegan slaughter, corpses fell one after another and sank into the black fog. Jenny hardly paused along the way. In this way, one escaped and the other chased, and the man and the insect came to the underground crack that was accessible and flew in. Chapter 336. Locke's intelligence was not bad. These wizards had been deprived of a lot of vitality and power not long ago, and they looked much weaker than normal wizards. Outside the Black Mist Rift, Ivan had to face a large number of enemies and bear great pressure. He led Zai and Xiang Dai to use the empty pool as a barrier to stubbornly block the large forces of the Black God Society, with a momentum of one man blocking the pass and 10,000 men unable to open it. But Ivan understood that there was more than one third-level wizard on the opposite side, and there were other exits below, so this situation could not last long. Wizard Murray, why don't you lead some people around to the exit, and then we can work together inside and outside to kill these lunatics in one fell swoop. They were actually suppressed under the passage, and Sandro and others were undoubtedly frustrated. What was even more speechless was that there was only one level 2 wizard and 2 level 3 insect beasts on the opposite side, and this formation disturbed the Black God Society and prevented them from going out. At this moment, the face and pride of the level 3 wizard were swept to pieces. There is no need to do this, I have a way. In Murray's opinion, it would be more aggrieved if he went around. There is only a second level wizard on the other side. Why not let the 3 of us lead the way, and the others follow behind? With our great power, we can kill them directly. Okay, let's do as you say. Sandro thought so. I seconded. No matter how they were promoted, the dignity of third-level wizards should not be trampled on. Under the frustration and anger, the three chose to break the situation with force and crush them with their magnificent momentum. In the empty pool, many space threads were dancing non-stop, making people afraid to enter easily. However, Murray and the other two held high-level magic shields and chose to go against the trend. The third-level wizards are indeed third-level wizards. With their cooperation, the space threads that have always been invincible can no longer make achievements, and can only let Murray and the other two break through the obstacles and fly up one by one. Ginny came to the entrance and exit passage. Before she gets close, play a big one first. The situation is obviously not favorable to Ivan. He also sensed that Ginny was running out. It's time to hit her hard, otherwise he is afraid that Ginny will be attacked from both sides and can't get out with Randall. In any case, Randall's safety is the top priority. After Ivan made the decision, the two space threads under his control broke directly into the deep rock and soil on both sides, connecting to the chaotic sky beads buried there in advance. The chaotic sky beads were activated. A trace of terrifying aura spread. Retreat! Ivan didn't even look at the result, and signaled Zae and Xiangye to move away quickly, leaving only a few backs. Seeing this scene, Murray and his group's eyes became brighter. Not good, retreat quickly. Before they could be happy for a second, an extremely terrifying aura emerged from the side and front, which was difficult to resist. Murray and his men were so scared that they hurriedly turned back while shouting a warning. In an instant, the space networks on both sides were disorderly moved, and chaos began, from small to large, and finally turned into two small and terrifying space turbulences. The space turbulence broke out in the empty pool. The area in the empty pool was originally narrow, and Murray and his men reminded them in time, but the people of the Black God Society could not get away in time, and could only be exposed to the space turbulence alone. The invisible blade raged, screams rang out, and the surrounding soil was also affected. After the chaos bead exploded, there was only chaos. What a terrible space turbulence! Ivan and others retreated in time. When they reached a safe position to watch, the chaos still did not stop. Xiangye looked down at the place, and couldn't help but sigh. It's still a long way to go. This is just a small-scale space turbulence. It has such power, with the help of narrow terrain. If it encounters a large-scale space turbulence, everything will be involved and there will be no place to escape. Ivan shook his head slightly. Compared with the turbulence that could easily destroy the tower, the scene in front of him was just a small one. However, even if it was a small-scale spatial turbulence, the two waves of turbulence affected each other, and the ground below had changed. The width of the empty pool expanded several times, and many deep cracks were added around it, extending to all directions. In terms of personnel, the Black God Society suffered heavy casualties. Even a third-level wizard like Murray was injured, some seriously. Zae, go there to meet Ginny. Xiangye, goes separately. A pair of fighting wings emerged from behind Ivan. He pointed to a certain place on the ground and was about to tell Xiangye something, but he felt an unusual movement below. He was locked in by something. At this moment, there seemed to be only a sound of insects between heaven and earth. Something below was completely enraged by Ivan. The black fog was extremely dark at this time. If someone looked closely, they would find that there were countless tiny insects with wings, black whiskers, and tentacles. The insect swarm was affected by some force, and a large number of insects were squeezed to one point. In the squeezing and twisting, a seemingly ordinary but actually terrifying black insect tendril was formed. With a sound of squeak, the insect tendril continued to lengthen and pointed directly at Ivan, so fast that it seemed to have crossed many spaces. Ivan's face changed drastically. His intuition told him that this was a force that reached or even exceeded the fourth level. There was no doubt that this was a fatal force, and it locked him through the breath of the Blackbeard movement, leaving him no time to escape. At this critical moment, he stopped his body, turned out a black long-handled sickle in his hand, and poured the power into the long-handled sickle like a flood, leaving almost no spare strength. Break it for me. Facing the approaching Blackbeard, Ivan raised the black long-handled sickle and chopped it down accurately. The black long-handled sickle flickered with a faint light, which was the domain power that the Black Sickle Lord was proud of. The ever-changing black poison was also a frightening poison in ancient times. I don't know what kind of breath it sensed, but the black long-handled sickle took the initiative to increase some of its blade light. The confrontation between the two strong men, even if they were less than one-tenth of their peak state, caused a huge and powerful impact, like a scavenger, leaving the surroundings empty. Ivan was the first to be hit, and he was directly bounced out by the aftermath. During the process of being bounced out, He noticed that the 100 changes black poison had the upper hand when Blackbeard was caught off guard, and the blade light chopped down to the bottom of the empty pool, causing Blackbeard to be reduced to ashes. As expected of the Black Side Lord, who was the king in ancient times, it was easy for him to suppress the strong men in the other world. I wonder how Jenny is? With Jenny's strength, she should be able to bring out the Mentor safely. At this moment, Ivan couldn't control his body. There were two reasons. One was that he had used too much force before, and the other was that the aftermath of the collision of the domain force was really terrifying. At the same time, Zai and Xiang Dai were also unable to avoid it, and were passively dispersed in multiple directions. In the aftermath, the Black Mist Rift below was severely damaged, and the members of the Black God Society were severely injured again, and the number of deaths was difficult to estimate. After the aftermath, Jenny took light steps to get out of the enlarged gap, past the original empty pool, and took Randall to chase in the direction where Ivan flew. Chapter 337. A stream of light passed through the air and landed in front of a figure sitting cross-legged on the ground. Jenny kept looking at Ivan on the ground. "I'm fine. I just used up all my strength." Ivan opened his eyes and met Jenny's worried gaze. The enemy was so fierce before that he could die tragically under the black beard if he was not careful. Naturally, he dared not try his best, not to mention that the black long-handled sickle was not so easy to drive. As for the aftermath of the battle, his body was not weak at the top of the Flying Knight, and he had extraordinary recovery ability. After enduring the aftermath, there would be no big problem. "How is Randall?" He stood up and looked at Randall, who was wrapped by the Pantegan. "Not very optimistic, a little confused, I knocked him out." Jenny then put him on the ground. Looking at Randall, who was so seriously transformed into an insect and looked like a non-human, Ivan couldn't help but frown. This was equivalent to a deep blood transformation, and the disadvantages were not shallow. Randall still had other problems, and needed a more detailed examination. In fact, Randall was not only knocked out, but also had his power sealed by her. "How are the people from the Black God Society?" "They suffered heavy damage. If I hadn't been afraid of attracting the attention of the previous force, I would have prepared to deal with them. You don't have to worry now. They are scared and won't act rashly." Ivan nodded slightly after hearing this. The previous strong confrontation could indeed shock many people. Now is not the time to say more. Not long after, Ivan, Zai, Locke and others gathered together, as well as two outsiders, Thomas and Lilith. Under Ivan's instructions, the group rushed to the Southwest Pass in Cart City. On the China continent, apart from the capitals of the four major regions, the two fortresses in the southwest and northwest are the most important. It is said that there are fourth-level wizards stationed there to guard against foreign forces outside the China continent. Such important places, the strong from other worlds would never dare to make trouble. The Black God Society has a power beyond the fourth level. This time, they were offended badly. Ivan had to be on guard, and dared not stay outside for too long. In just over 4 days, they arrived in front of Inkart City. This city is just stuck between the towering mountains of the two tribes. The city walls are magnificent. There is a wizard tower at every distance on the city wall. The wizard towers are connected by chi, making the wind and thunder power above the city interweave into a network, and the scenery is particularly magnificent. Compared with Dongdu, Inkart City is more majestic and heavy, but its area is much smaller than Dongdu. When entering the city, Ivan took out the credentials of the Elder of the Enchanting Guild, and was able to bring the unconscious Randall into Inkart City. "Boss, are you going to report it?" "Of course, otherwise why would I let Xiangdia record those pictures? Go now." Colluding with powerful people from other worlds, and offering insects with human bodies, the Black God Society is obviously not in the limelight. Ivan is happy to cause them some trouble, so that the other party has no time to find trouble with him. As a direct subordinate of the China Tower United Council, the Abnormal Biology Monitoring and Investigation Institute has high power and status. The Inkart City branch is built around a 7-story black wizard tower, and the aura of killing can be sensed from afar. This makes people unconsciously remain solemn when approaching. There are basically no people coming and going in front of the Investigation Institute. Ivan asked a few people to wait outside for a while, and walked into the hall in front of him. "I want to report a force that colludes with the other world," he said to a first-level wizard on duty. The other party should have just become a wizard not long ago, and his breath was still a little unstable. "Are you sure?" Brown looked at him in surprise. Although the investigation office accepts reports from other wizards, there are only a handful of people who actually come to report, because such things can easily ruin one's reputation and easily lead to retaliation. "I am Ivan Marichatin, the elder of the Dongdu Enchanting Guild." I am sure what I am saying, and this matter involves a lord from another world. Ivan said in a certain tone. Are you the Lord Marichatnan who created the black magic wind and fire array? Brown's eyes lit up, and he put away some of his carelessness. Yes, I'm here to report a force. Is there any problem? Of course there is no problem. Please come this way, but the matter is too big. I can't make the decision. I have to let the elders. Please wait a moment. After hearing his affirmative answer, Brown's attitude immediately became enthusiastic, and he welcomed him into a small hall next door, and served him all kinds of snacks, which was completely different. This overly enthusiastic attitude made Ivan somewhat uncomfortable. Sir, you are my great benefactor. If it weren't for the black magic wind and fire formation you created, I, Brown Bailey, would never have become a formal wizard in my life, let alone entertain you here. Brown explained the reason with gratitude. This is your own good fortune. Ivan suddenly realized. The black magic wind and fire formation came out of nowhere, and really benefited a large number of apprentices who were in desperate situations. It can be said that it can be found everywhere. He has encountered it before, and now it is not surprising, but no one openly entertains him in the place where he performs his duties. It seems that Brown's identity in Inkart City is a bit unusual. As the two were talking, someone walked in. Ivan, you're here. I knew it was you by the sound. Solomon greeted with a smile. Wizard Solomon, are you working here? Ivan looked at him with some confusion. Aren't you here to see me? Solomon finally realized. No, I'm here to report the Black God Society. The things behind the Black God Society are extraordinary. This wizard almost couldn't get here. Ivan waved his hand. He didn't know that the other party was from the Investigation Institute before. Oh, tell me about it. Hearing him say this, Solomon became interested. Ivan glanced at Brown next to him, with a questioning look on his face. He couldn't just leave the old person aside when an acquaintance came. Solomon is an elder of the Investigation Institute. Tell him that it is indeed the same. I will report to Elder Henry and tell him not to come. Brown's eyes flickered with fear, and he explained carefully and then ran away. He looked frightened. He is a very useless young man in the clan. If it weren't for your black magic wind and fire formation, he wouldn't know where to drink and have fun now. Seeing that he was a little strange, Solomon said unhappily. It turned out that they were from the same family. The Belitsi were indeed an important family in Inkart City. Ivan would come to the southwest fortress soon, so he naturally inquired about the news here, including the general distribution of forces. As far as he knew, the Belitsi family had once produced a fourth-level wizard, who had been in charge of Inkart City for hundreds of years. There is no doubt that the Bailiki family is the local boss here. Ivan then told the story of the Black God Society in detail, and took out the crystal ball that recorded some of the on-site scenes. TSK, it seems that I have found the right person this time. The strength he showed from the side made Solomon marvel, and then solemnly assured, these bugs in the dark are getting more and more presumptuous. Don't worry, I will urge people to go there as soon as possible. Our investigation will be good at dealing with such things. Okay, I still have a lot of things to do. When we set off for the high-energy battlefield, we will find a chance to talk in detail. Ivan just wanted to cause some trouble for the Black God Society, and he was ready to leave when his goal was achieved. He hadn't found a place to stay in Inkart City yet. I don't have time to entertain you for now, but since you're in my territory, I can't let you rent a hotel. Solomon nodded and threw him a token. Ivan was not polite about this. After leaving the Abnormal Biological Monitoring and Investigation Institute, Ivan went straight to the residence provided by Solomon, a 3-story tower not far from the center of the city, with an element pool inside, which showed the other party's wealth. After Ivan moved in, he temporarily took over the 3-story tower. He carefully checked Randall at the first time, and gathered the tower's protective power around the room, sealing it tightly, and then used means to wake Randall up. Ivan, why are you here? Randall woke up from a dream, looking around in astonishment, looking at his disciples in astonishment. Teacher, this is Inkart City, hundreds of miles away from the Black God Abyss. Ivan briefly explained what happened. If he hadn't left the Black God Abyss, and was no longer under the control of the special aura, Randall might not have woken up so easily. I'm sorry for the trouble you guys have caused me. I trusted Fanta this time. If I meet him again, I will definitely twist his head off next time. Randall looked ashamed. Thinking of something, his expression became depressed and indignant. When he arrived at a place like the Black God Abyss, it was not only him who was affected, but also his 9-colored glass worm. Before he became a medium-level worm master, he was stripped of little power and vitality, But the 9-colored glassworm clan was miserable. With the power reduction, the tribe declined again and again, and the loss was heavy. Even the golden beetle general fell a level of strength, and had to fall into insect sleep. For Randall, who loves insects like his life, this kind of experience is what he least wants to see. Teacher, you have no chance. Fonta has been killed and died in Locke's hands, Ivan said. Good death. Randall was stunned for a moment, then cursed, and then he said with an apologetic face, I'm sorry, I never knew that the Blackbeard movement had such a disadvantage, and it implicated you. Teacher, please don't say such things. You don't have to worry about the Blackbeard movement. Just let me handle it. Ivan interrupted him, and made a promise. In fact, whether it was Randall, the 9-colored glassworm clan, Locke, the Silkworm Queen, or even Ivan himself, they all had to face the problems hidden in the Blackbeard movement. Thinking of the Blackbeard that emerged in the Black Mist Rift Valley and locked him without any room for resistance, he felt a little uneasy. If something like this happens again next time, he is not sure whether he can use the black long-handled sickle in time to completely suppress the enemy. Regardless of the reasons, it is urgent to delve into the issue of the Blackbeard movement. Okay. Randall knows his own situation, and can only rely on his disciples for now. Teacher, take a good rest here. I will send the others over later. Ivan then comforted him with a few words, and turned to walk out of the room. In Randall's current condition, it is best for him to stay in this room to avoid other accidents. Randall himself understood, and had no objection to his arrangement. Chapter 338. A 3-story tower, in a meditation room on the 2nd floor. Ivan called Locke, and Ginny followed him. Boss, are you ready to accept the Blackbeard movement? Locke understood what he meant. Yes, you all have that special restraining power in your body, and the issue of the Blackbeard movement cannot be delayed. Ivan nodded slightly. Due to the terror of the alien lord behind the scenes, he did not dare to act rashly before arriving in Inkart City, and he never asked Locke for the complete version of the Blackbeard movement. That's great. I also want to get rid of this disgusting power as soon as possible. I always feel something is wrong with this power in my body. Locke said happily. Wizard Ivan, I have your trophy here. Do you need it? Ginny on the side suddenly spoke. In the doubtful eyes of the two, she took out a black thing, and made it float in the air. Seeing this, Locke's pupil shrank, and he stepped back several steps in fear. You are crazy. You dare to pick up this thing. Aren't you afraid that the other party will suddenly come to your door? Locke pointed at the black thing with a trembling finger. Ivan's reaction was not as big as his, and he looked at the thing with vigilance and fear. The reason why the two of them were like this was that Ginny's thing was special. A black beard as long as a palm. It impressed everyone who had seen it or heard about it. It was already severely damaged. I have sealed it with the power of the earth. Isn't Wizard Ivan going to explore the Blackbeard movement? There is no material more suitable than this thing, Ginny explained calmly. This is still a little inappropriate. Locke hesitated. It's okay, I believe Ginny's judgment. Ivan waved his hand. As Ginny said, this section of Blackbeard came from the Lord of Another World, which is beneficial to the study of Blackbeard music. It's nothing to let him take a risk. This is a pleasant surprise. Then, he shared the complete version of Blackbeard music from Locke. The breath of insects, the breath of fragrant flowers, the breath of candle sun, the breath of spring, and the breath of king insects. Compared with the Blackbeard movement in the Mona Ant Hut, the complete version is clearer, more detailed, and more directional. It is not difficult for Ivan to tell from it that this meditation method was created to worship the alien lord. After practicing it, one will either become the other party's insect slave, or the other party's food. In terms of the malice contained in the meditation method, the Blackbeard movement and the silk-pulling Sacred Heart are on par. He sighed with a wry smile. In fact, there is a fundamental reason for this situation. The root cause lies in the entire wizard world. The wizards have only risen for a short time and lack a foundation. Without sufficient foundation, these meditation methods with hidden malicious intent can be popular. Huh? Can't practice at all? Locke said disappointedly. Of course not. This Blackbeard movement came at the right time. Ivan was not disappointed either. On the contrary, he was quite satisfied. Facing such a situation in the wizarding world, you either have no advanced meditation method to practice, or accept the meditation method with malicious intent and then break out a grand road from it. Of course, his choice is the latter. The new meditation method derived previously was too biased towards the Sacred Heart of the Silk, and it was top-heavy. I thought it was a bit inappropriate. Now that I have the complete version of the Blackbeard movement, plus this black beard, it can just balance this point. Not only many meditation methods, but also the memory of the transformation of Lord Black Scythe, the Black Magic Wind and Fire Formation, the Ant King Nirvana Cocoon Formation, the Ant-Man Altar, and other knowledge can be combined to deduce the meditation method that best suits you. Thinking deeply, Ivan's expression gradually became solemn. Thinking of the fourth-level creatures he encountered in recent years, including the terrifying spirit, Lord Black Scythe, and Lord Blackbeard, he felt helpless and a ball of ignited flame in his heart. This ball of flame is the uncontrollable ambition that gradually grew after experiencing difficulties. His ambition was to derive the meditation method. This time, he not only wanted to obtain a new meditation method that could be cultivated to the level of a third-level wizard, but also wanted to take into account the fourth-level promotion and lay the foundation for achieving a fourth-level wizard as soon as possible, so as to avoid having to go through a long promotion period. Another point is that the aura of the Blackbeard movement may not be completely washed away, and this point must be taken into consideration. He did not expect the Abnormal Biological Monitoring and Investigation Institute to completely solve the big trouble for him. In this way, he might have to face the Blackbeard Lord one day, and he must take this factor into consideration. After Ivan had a clear idea in his mind, he began to study the complete version of the Blackbeard movement and the sealed Blackbeard without stopping. Sometimes he would ask Ginny for advice on the power of the Earth system. Meditation experience plus 150. Meditation, LV8, September 4000. In a few days, meditation, which was on the verge of upgrading, was upgraded to a level 8 subject. Not long ago, when he was deriving a new meditation method, his meditation experience value rose rapidly, from a level 6 subject to a level 7 subject, and finally the level 7 subject experience value exceeded half. At this time, he got the complete version of the Blackbeard movement. After some research, he finally pushed meditation to the 8th level, and gained a small wisdom light, and a wisdom light. The academic master panel appeared in his eyes, and he still kept the wisdom light, 1 level 8, 1 level 11, and the great wisdom light, 1 level 7, 2 level 10. It looked like a lot. To be honest, it was very difficult to deduce a meditation method that suited him. Ivan didn't know if it was enough. However, he had made up his mind. No matter whether it was enough, he would go all out, even if it consumed all the wisdom light, and the great wisdom light was not a waste. On this day, the tranquility of the tower was broken by someone who came to visit. Ivan, I have to tell you some bad news. Solomon chose to get straight to the point. To be precise, it was the secret magic clone Pinder who came to the tower. Did the people of the Black God Society hide? Ivan asked. Yes, when the people from the investigation office arrived, there was nothing there. The Black God Society ran away with the Black God Abyss you mentioned, leaving only a pile of rocks. Our people tried every means to track them, but they were still a step too late. The other party had no trace. Solomon said with regret. If such a cunning alien lord could be caught by the investigation committee, they would gain a lot of merits. There is nothing we can do about it. Such a strong man has many ways and means. How can he be caught so easily? Ivan had expected it, but he didn't think it was a big deal. In addition, there is good news. Solomon said again. Tell me about it. According to our investigation committee, the guy should be seriously injured, and may even be in a dying state. His real body is probably sleeping in a secret space. After listening to his statement, Ivan nodded. This is indeed good news. If the other party is seriously injured, he can't act recklessly. It's not so easy to cause trouble in the world of Danala. This undoubtedly gives him the opportunity to grow and plan. Chapter 339. This is a strange space. The sky is gray, and the earth can be seen at a glance. It looks like a small world with a small area. On the flat land, there is only a low mountain on the outer side. On the top of the mountain stands a battle flag that has been through gunpowder. The battle flag is blood red, and a long black worm covered with spikes is embroidered in the middle. The battle flag flutters in the wind, but it cannot hide its old and broken appearance, as if it will be torn into powder by the wind in the next second. If someone recognizes this battle flag, they will be unable to help but shout Crimson Legion. As a powerful Zerg Legion, it is also a notorious existence in the worlds. However, with the fall of the Zerg mighty Scarlet Supreme, the once dreaded Scarlet Legion has become like the battle flag, with only a few afterglows left. Yike! An extremely angry voice sounded in the small world, causing the surrounding sky to change color. In the empty midair, a figure appeared that was so big that it almost broke through the sky. This figure looked round, and had a pair of broad wings. The body and wings were covered with black whiskers, and the black whiskers were covered with dense spikes. This creature exudes a terrifying aura, and the sound of insects clearly comes from its mouth. If Ivan could see the scene, he would recognize it at a glance. Isn't this the Lord Blackbeard that he is extremely afraid of? Hey! I think I, Blackbeard Queller, am the Commander-in-Chief of the Scarlet Legion and the Master of the Blackbeard Legion. I have fought in countless worlds with the Scarlet Supreme, and I am so proud and happy. Now, I am humiliated by a small human. It is a great shame. It is unreasonable. I, Blackbeard Queller, cannot swallow this breath. I want to swallow that human and chew that human wizard into pieces bit by bit, so that I can eliminate the shame in my heart. The figure of Lord Blackbeard changed from nothingness to reality, and his voice changed from ethereal to resounding throughout the small world, causing the wind and thunder to tremble in all directions. In anger, Lord Blackbeard unconsciously waved his black beard and tentacles. Due to excessive force, he tore open the old wounds, and strings of dark green blood splashed out, scattered in the air, and merged into the air before landing and disappeared. Lord Blackbeard became even more angry about this embarrassing situation. The glory of the Scarlet Legion cannot be lost, and that human must die. Wait, human wizard, my Blackbeard Queller's things are not so easy to get. Thinking that he was now on the verge of death, Lord Blackbeard forced himself to calm down, but the anger in his heart did not disappear at all. Those rubbish can't be relied on. Then, he thought of his group of stupid insect slaves, and suddenly he was furious. Now it seems that those rubbish can only be used as blood food, and they are definitely not enough to deal with the human wizard. Human wizard, I will keep an eye on you, always and always. That human wizard practiced the technique that he passed down specially, and he was destined to be unable to get rid of him in this life. As long as he found the right opportunity, he would become his food sooner or later. There were several forbidden space gates around the small world. Lord Blackbeard stared at one of them for a long time without letting it go. Time is like a knife, and every knife cuts through the years. In a 3-story tower in Encart City, Ivan, with his ambition, immersed himself in the exploration of meditation for a long time, and more than 2 months passed in a flash. The light of wisdom is exhausted, and this meditation method that suits me has finally been derived. I never thought that the memory of the transformation of Lord Black Scythe would help me the most. The essence of meditation is to make practitioners get closer to powerful creatures, so it is not a bad idea to learn from and simulate the transformation of Lord Black Scythe. In the meditation room of the high tower, Ivan was the only one sitting cross-legged on the couch. At a certain moment, he finally opened his eyes after being motionless for a long time, and his eyes were full of divine light filled with wisdom. He sighed a little with a sense of regret. This derivation actually has a core demand, that is, for promotion, including the promotion of 3rd-level wizards and 4th-level wizards. For this reason, he gave up the pursuit of greater power, and the new meditation method was established only for promotion. As a result, what gave him the most and deepest insights was the transformation experience of the Black-Scythe Lord. In addition to the transformation experience, he also combined the Ant-Man Altar, the Ant-King Nirvana Cocoon Array, etc. Based on these factors, the main body of the new meditation method focuses on using insects to transform into witches. The second demand of this derivation is to fight against the Lord Blackbeard and not fall into the meditation trap of the Blackbeard movement. You don't know until you comprehend it. Only after comprehending the complete version of the Blackbeard movement do you know how deeply rooted the Blackbeard movement is in me. Fortunately, I changed my mind in time. As long as the effect goes against the Blackbeard movement, I can even turn the tables. Thinking back to the twists and turns in the derivation process, Ivan smiled with some relief. After investing a lot of wisdom light and great wisdom light, he combined the meditation methods such as the Blackbeard movement, the Sacred Heart of the Silk, and the Ode of Spring and Summer, and also referred to the Black Magic Wind and Fire formation, the Ant-King Barrier, the Power of the Earth, the Half-Lord Blackbeard, etc., and even borrowed from the Knight's Breathing method. He used all his skills to create this meditation method that suits him. This is also the path to advancement that he tailored for himself. After spending so much effort, it has to be given a resounding name, so it is called the Black Magic Sacrifice Meditation Method. As for the matching promotion rune wizard formation, the intermediate rune wizard formation with 30 rune bundles can be called the Black Magic Sacrifice Cocoon Formation. With this formation, one can practice wizardry by transforming into an insect, and use the planned metamorphosis to replace the wizard's promotion. After a moment of sighing, Ivan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he named his own achievements. He certainly had reason to be excited. From then on, he had opened up the road to promotion to the 3rd-level wizard. If there were no other accidents, he could cultivate to the 3rd-level limit in one fell swoop. Moreover, He also had a preliminary idea of the 4th level promotion, and he just needed to follow this path steadily. In this regard, he undoubtedly surpassed a large number of 3rd level wizards. However, it was not an easy thing to follow the set path. Take the next step of the 3rd level wizard promotion. For example, this promotion required a more difficult transformation. For Ivan, it was like a small nirvana. Only after this small nirvana, and adjusting the 1st level solidified witchcraft and the 2nd level solidified witchcraft together, can he really embark on the path of black magic ritual and truly lay the foundation for the 4th level promotion. Promotion materials are the key. You have to find a fresh material with earth power as the main force, wood power and fire power as the secondary force. It must be at the top level of the 3rd level. There are many other small requirements. This is not a simple thing. When Ivan was thinking about the 3rd level main particles, he considered water, earth, and space. The power of the space system was too heavy and profound, and it was too difficult to smoothly integrate it into the black magic ritual. After repeated consideration, he was the first to give up. Between the water system and the earth system, based on his own affinity and Ginny's in-depth understanding of the power of the earth, he finally chose earth particles as the 3rd level main power. When he stood up and prepared to leave the meditation room, he habitually glanced at the academic panel. It turns out that the light of wisdom is not completely exhausted, and there is a newly obtained 9th level light of wisdom. Ivan's eyes lit up, and he saw a lonely light of wisdom. After comprehending the new meditation method was upgraded again, from level 8 to level 9. Chapter 340. 1. Respected Wizard Ivan. Boss, your research is over. This time, the harvest should be great. That day, in an empty test field on the 2nd floor of the tower, Ivan called Thomas, Locke, Lilith and others over, and carved a rune magic array not far behind him. The array is the black magic sacrifice cocoon array, but it is only a small part of it. Locke, stand up. I will help you pull out the imprisonment power. Ivan pointed to the center of the rune magic array and said, "Haha, I knew you had a way, boss." Locke stepped to the center of the array, and the expectation on his face was beyond words. Thomas was even more excited when he saw the scene. In the Black God Society, he was a medium-level insect master, and the power of confinement in his body was much higher than Locke. Even if he was not restricted in these days, he did not dare to step out of the tower. Now, he finally saw the hope of unlocking the shackles. While Thomas was thinking wildly, Ivan activated the rune magic array, and a black flame mixed with blood appeared, and then condensed into 3 flame tentacles. "Boss, you're not going to stab me with this, are you?" "Keep quiet." Under Locke's slightly puzzled gaze, the 3 flame tentacles further subdivided into many tiny long tentacles as long as silk, accurately and evenly piercing into Locke's body. A hot and heart-burning touch was generated. Locke's eyes widened and then turned white, and he grimaced with sourness. Due to Ivan's instructions, he couldn't shout out. The feeling was so rare that he didn't even notice that the restraining force in his body was slowly decreasing. After a long while, Ivan withdrew the flame beard and stopped running the rune magic array. "Okay, quickly get out of the way, and don't take up my space." He looked at Locke, who hadn't come back to his senses for a long time, with amusement. This guy was numb from all the torment. This is the same as curing a disease. The disease is like a thread, so of course there is some pain. He shortened the whole process to more than 10 minutes, so the pain of pulling out the thread was superimposed. What's more, the imprisoning power penetrated into the bone marrow and soul, and when it was pulled out, it was not much different from tearing the bone marrow and soul. Hearing this, Locke shuddered unconsciously, and finally came to his senses. "Boss, you tricked me. You didn't tell me in advance that it hurt so much. I felt like I was torn into small pieces just now, one after another, and I couldn't count how many times. It makes no difference whether I tell you or not. If you want to get rid of that disgusting power, you have to endure such a test." Seeing that he was still lying there motionless, Ivan waved his hand and summoned a gust of wind to send Locke to the side, and then rolled the hesitant silkworm over. The queen silkworm rolled on the ground and turned into a green fatworm with a crystal-clear appearance. "Evan, be gentle. Queen silkworm, you've gained weight recently. I like it this way." During the casual chat, the queen silkworm was buried in the black blood-colored flame beard, and her crystal-clear body couldn't help shaking slightly, but compared to Locke, the queen silkworm's tolerance was obviously better. After a while, the queen silkworm's body adapted to this change, and she felt that it had many similarities with the previous transformations. "Ivan, this it seems." The flame stopped, and the silkworm queen seemed to have discovered something. She excitedly told Ivan something, but she couldn't explain it clearly. Does it seem to help your evolution? Ivan knew what she wanted to say. Yes, yes, I feel that way. The Silkworm Queen nodded continuously. That's your illusion. This formation may help your evolution, but it will involve many other factors. It's not as simple as you think. Ivan shook his head slightly, and didn't explain too much. As the saying goes, those who resemble me live, those who imitate me die. Although the black magic sacrifice and the black magic sacrifice cocoon formation involve insect metamorphosis, they are the most suitable for him. Especially at the critical stage of promotion to the 4th level, the possibility of other creatures copying is very small. With the potential and understanding of the Silkworm Queen, it is absolutely impossible. Okay. The Silkworm Queen was a little disappointed, but she was not a stubborn insect. The next one to take the turn was of course Thomas. Are you ready? Come on, Sir Ivan. I, Thomas, will never say a word or move a muscle. Thomas took off the black robe and mask that wrapped him tightly. It can be seen that the skin on his face and neck has become insect wrinkles, and his facial features are completely insect-like. Except for the sound of his voice, he no longer looks like a human. Brother. Lilith, who was standing by, saw this scene and couldn't stop crying. She could imagine how much suffering her brother had endured. Thinking of something, she quickly covered her mouth tightly, fearing that her sound would disturb her brother's treatment. Ivan ignored these and skillfully activated the rune magic array again. More and denser flames pierced Thomas's body, making him seem to be wrapped in a silk cocoon. In just a moment, Thomas's strange eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets, and his body was shaking uncontrollably. No, I help you. Ivan was not surprised by this. People always have a limit to their endurance, even wizards are no exception. He hooked his fingers a few times, and long green whiskers formed, and then pierced into Thomas's body. With the addition of the strong intoxicating power of the wood element, even the instinct to tremble was suppressed. TSK, is the boss a born evil? Even Thomas's last little instinct to relieve pain was taken away. How much suffering he must have endured. At this moment, Locke was still leaning on the ground. He saw everything, and his body couldn't help shivering again. However, he didn't dare to say this out loud. His boss was very black-bellied, and never said a word when he cheated people, just like this unconventional treatment. After a while, Locke saw Thomas fainted gorgeously, and then he heard his boss announce in a calm tone that he would wait for Thomas to wake up before treating him again. If it didn't work once, he would treat him twice. If it didn't work twice, he would treat him 3 times, until he recovered. The boss is really ruthless. Thomas is lucky this time. Locke thought secretly, but when he looked up, he found that the boss was looking at him. His expression suddenly froze. He would not come again. Queen Silkworm, go and invite Wizard Randall. Ivan's eyes passed Locke and came to the Queen Silkworm. While instructing the Queen Silkworm, he rolled Thomas to the side. 10 seconds later, the Queen Silkworm brought the strong Randall, and his eyes were immediately attracted by the strange formation in front of him. Teacher, do you go first or the 9-colored glass worm? The treatment process will be accompanied by some stinging pain. I go first. Please trouble you, Ivan. Hearing Ivan's question, Randall took off his insect nest and handed it to the silkworm, and sat on the rune magic array. He didn't care about the stinging pain at all. Randall the wizard is really brave. Under Locke's sharp eyes, after a while, Randall also fainted gorgeously, and his eyes couldn't close. Locke subconsciously glanced at his boss, and saw that his indifferent expression was a little thoughtful, and his expression was very much like a researcher who had just finished an experiment. Locke, if you still dare to slander me in your heart, don't blame this wizard for sending you to the black magic sacrifice cocoon formation again. Hearing the faint voice, Locke realized that the boss was staring at him. His heart jumped, and he almost forgot that he was closely connected with the boss, and some strong emotions could not be hidden from the boss. Hee, there is no slander. How could it be, boss? Locke waved his hands hurriedly, and explained with a smirk, which looked a little guilty. The treatment lasted for several days. Both Randall and Thomas finally released the imprisoned power in their bodies. In contrast, the degree of insect transformation was undoubtedly alleviated by more than half. During this period, according to Locke's previous promise, Ivan helped Lilith become a formal wizard with the black magic wind and fire formation. After the treatment was completed, the brother and sister left the tower with many thanks. As for their whereabouts, Ivan did not ask too much about them. Chapter 341. Jenny, I just go with the boss. Besides, there are Zae, Silkworm Queen, and Fragrant Butterfly here. We promise that no one will hurt the boss. In the living room, outside the 3-story tower, before leaving, Locke whispered to advise. Jenny's expressionless face replied to him, and Locke had to smile awkwardly. After a while, Ivan came down from upstairs, and Ginny turned into a stream of light and drilled into his sleeves, turning into a section of iron root that looked like jade but was not jade, tightly wrapped around his wrist. "Let's go!" Ivan had no objection to this, and with a big wave of his hand, he led Locke, Zae, and the Queen Silkworm out of the tower. Today was the time agreed with Solomon. Since they had to meet up with Solomon and Doug, everyone knew that there was only one secret clone, and it was more appropriate to let Locke accompany him as a clone than Ginny. However, Ginny had always been meticulous in protecting his safety, and today was no exception. Ivan knew Ginny's character very well, and did not refuse this kind of close protection. On the main road of Encart City, the flying horses transformed by the marsh ant and the silkworm queen flew close to the ground, not too fast or too slow. After a while, they carried Ivan and Locke to the heavy city wall facing the outside. Sealed Thunder Pass. The area outside this pass does not belong to the human race. A distance beyond it is the territory of the Thunder Clan. Because the Thunder Clan often come to the pass to cause trouble, over time, this place has been called the Sealed Thunder Pass. At the Sealed Thunder Pass, there are many witch towers, and the unique atmosphere is so strong that the air around it is almost frozen. Standing at the foot of the pass, one can also get goosebumps. "Ivan, long time no see, how are you these days?" From a distance, Doug greeted him. Doug was accompanied by a two-headed man, whose skin was particularly fair, and whose facial features were somewhat similar to Doug's. "Not bad, eating well and sleeping well." "I'm afraid it's more than that. Your reputation has become more and more famous recently, and there are few wizards who don't know your name." "Not worth mentioning, just a false reputation. This is Locke." "Come, you've seen him before." Come is actually Shadow Tiger Lion, Doug's secret clone. Due to the characteristics of the multi-in-one secret method, he can already transform into a human form. The two exchanged a few pleasantries, and Doug talked about business. "Ivan, what do you think about going to the Nine-Color Tinking this time? Try your best to help Solomon pick the Frost Flame flower. As for other matters related to the Byliki family, it has nothing to do with us," Ivan said calmly. Both of them owed Solomon a favor, so they naturally had to try their best to meet his requests. However, this matter involves the internal struggle of the Byliki family, and there may be foreign races interfering, so people have to be more cautious. The reason why Doug brought it up at this time was just a hope that the two of them could form a temporary alliance and take care of each other in the unclear situation of the Nine-Color Tinking. Ivan readily agreed to his proposal. "Here we come." At this time, a medium-sized airship came from afar and slowly arrived not far from Fongley Pass. The hull had the family emblem of the Byliki family. Like Dongdu, Encart City prohibits flying in the sky. There are exceptions to everything, and there are individuals and groups that are allowed. The Byliki family has a lot of power in Encart City, so it is not surprising that several airships are allowed. Solomon appeared at the bow and waved to the two people on the ground. Ivan and Doug signaled to each other, soared into the sky in their own way, quickly came to the side of the airship, and landed lightly on the deck. "Thank you for bothering you this time. No need to say polite words. Just tell me how many competitors you have." The closer you look, the more you can see that this airship is unusual. There are 3 decks on the deck, and the layout of each floor is very exquisite. The airship is not driven by a hot air balloon, but a special compound rune magic array, and there are elemental creatures derived from it. Some elemental creatures are pulling the airship forward. Of course, there are many servants on the ship, and there are also second-level wizards, who are specially guarding the airship. Solomon welcomed the two into a spacious room on the 2nd floor, and then answered Doug's question. "It's hard to say who is stronger among the 3 of them. Which one should we pay special attention to?" Doug asked again. "Dyla, my cousin, has a fiancé who is hard to estimate, and she also has a fiancé from Berta Blood Plain," Solomon said without hesitation. "Aren't the resources in Berta Blood Plain more abundant? Why bother to compete for resources here?" Ivan said with a little surprise. "We wizards all know the principles of action. Everything has a price. There are matching resources here, and they have been verified by the family countless times. Why would she go far away?" Solomon smiled bitterly. "Big families have their own troubles. The children of the Byliki family practice the same advanced meditation method, so the resources they need are naturally similar, especially some key resources. The resources suitable for the 3rd level promotion are extremely limited, so they need to compete for them. In order not to hurt the relationship and to show the children's strength in all aspects, the Byliki family has made strict regulations. In such a resource competition, Solomon and others cannot ask wizards familiar with the family for help. Therefore, Solomon invited Ivan and Doug. His cousin Dyla invited 2 wizards from Berta blood plane through her fiancé. In addition, there were 2 competitors, Kadaf and Yule. In the same period, there were 4 young wizards who were about to be promoted to the 2nd level, which also reflected the strong foundation of the Belizzi family, which was not comparable to wizards like Ivan and Doug. We all need a secret magic clone, which is better than others, Doug said. The secret method of the multi-in-oneness discovered by the 5-leaf spear has its own unique features. The 3 people present are all beneficiaries, and have a deep understanding of it. Hearing this, Ivan nodded continuously. Just do your best. If there is really an irresistible reason, the frost flame flower is not that important, and the previous favor is still written off, Solomon said. While the 3 were talking, the airship had passed the inspection of the pass and slowly sailed towards the outside of Inkart City. Through the window on one side, you can see that there is a strange black thunder ring outside the Thunder Pass, like the moat of Inkart City, wantonly devouring the surrounding thunder power. Solomon was very familiar with this, and introduced it to the 2 of them concisely. The Black Thunder River was actually designed for the Thunder Clan. After leaving the sealed Thunder Pass, the airship began to speed up and left Inkart City far behind. In terms of flying speed, Ivan secretly compared it and found that it was not as fast as the marsh ant. However, the airship can sail day and night without interruption, which is more suitable for long-distance travel with heavy loads. The 9-color Tinking is a distance away from Inkart City. At the normal speed of the airship, it takes a day and a night to sail. The place where the airship passes is a real wilderness, far less peaceful than the interior of China continent. Our Belizzi family's airship has extraordinary protection. You don't have to worry about the safety of the airship. You can relax and rest at night. Hearing Solomon's words, Ivan and Doug nodded slightly. The Belizzi family's airship is indeed reassuring. It sails like walking on flat ground, and has good sound insulation. Then, Solomon arranged a separate rest room for the 2. There was no conversation that night. The sky was just beginning to light up at dawn. Ivan was disturbed by the sudden harsh bird calls. He opened the window, and saw that the airship was surrounded by a large group of flamingos with black smoke. All he could see were the flamingos. Flamingos are semi-elemental creatures that can be up to 10 or 20 meters long. They fly with flames and black smoke. Under the siege of the flamingos, the airship's protective layer was shaken, causing the harsh sound to be transmitted to the room without a single leak. What's going on? Why are these flamingo birds targeting our airship? It should be related to what happened before. The family harvested a large number of flamingo eggs last time. We thought it was over, but we didn't expect these flamingo birds to hold a grudge and recognize the family's airship. Find a way to solve it as soon as possible. There are still many guests on the ship. Someone immediately went up to the 3rd floor to ask the reason. The wizard guarding the airship did not hide it, and answered her question truthfully. This may have been said deliberately for others to hear, and it was clearly heard by most people. Like many others, Ivan walked slowly outside the house to check the specific situation. You don't have to do anything, let the people on the ship deal with it. If it doesn't work, there are a few of us. Solomon and Doug also came out, and it was Solomon who spoke. The competitors should have exchanged opinions, and didn't bother to invite the people to take action, in order to save the face of the Belizzi family. Ivan and others had no objection, and were happy to watch the fun from the side. Facing the fierce attack of the smoke birds, the airship did not choose to fight head-on. In an instant, a large amount of purple mist emerged from the ship, covering the surrounding area and obstructing the view of the smoke birds. Solomon, Dyla, and others took action, and the power of frost, flames, thunder, and other forces raged, causing the smoke bird to scream outside the protective layer. The smoke bird's siege collapsed immediately. When the smoke bird was in a dilemma, the airship seized the opportunity, suddenly accelerated exponentially, crashed out of the smoke bird's encirclement, and flew away. It is unknown how many smoke birds were killed in the process. With the help of the wizards of the Belizzi family, a crisis was resolved. Ivan saw everything. Not only Solomon, but these people's methods were really amazing. Hello, you must be the Lord Marikaden, right? I heard from Brown that you were invited by Solomon. When Ivan turned around and prepared to go back to the house, a heroic young witch came to him. Hello, Wizard Dyla. I heard Solomon talk about you. Ivan stopped. What? I beat him when I was an apprentice. Dyla laughed. That's not true. Ivan subconsciously glanced at Solomon not far away, but saw that his face was a little black. This should be an embarrassing thing, that he couldn't bear to look back on. Let's not talk about him. Let's talk about yourself. I have seen the black magic wind and fire formation, and the pure white eyes you created. I have to admit that you are the best among our group of second-level wizards. You are admirable. It's a rare opportunity to be on the same boat. I have to come over to get to know you. Do you mind? Dyla continued. Of course I don't mind. It's also a very happy thing to get to know another genius from the Belizzi family. Ivan replied calmly. He knew that the other party came forward rashly just to make himself more noticeable, so that more people would pay attention to him, or even target him. He didn't really believe in admiration and acquaintance. This kind of benefit without cost, I think Dyla would be happy to do it. Ivan was helpless about this. Who made his fame indeed overshadow others, including several geniuses from the Belizzi family, and this kind of thing was unavoidable. Chapter 342. For the people on the airship, the attack of the Smoky Bird was just a minor incident. After getting out of trouble, the airship continued to fly steadily towards its destination. My cousin is like this. She never forgets to play some tricks. Don't take it to heart. You don't mind. I'm just an assistant. Why should I mind? And she didn't say anything unpleasant to me. Haha, I'm glad you think so. There are still 2 hours to reach the 9-color Tinkin. At Solomon's invitation, Ivan and Doug came to the spacious room where they discussed things yesterday. Solomon first comforted Ivan a few words to prevent him from having any grudges about Dilla's matter. It is not difficult to see that although the people in the Belizzi family compete with each other, their relationship is not very bad. Ivan secretly thought that this competition was probably not as fierce as expected, which was a good thing. The airship shuttled through the sky, and after nearly 2 hours of sailing, a colorful and strange place appeared on the Earth, which could be clearly seen from thousands of meters away. High-energy battlefield, the 9-color Tinking has arrived. In fact, the 9-color Tinking, like the Watching Cloud Cliff and the Bloody Corridor, is a place where the force field is distorted by the aftermath of the fierce battle between some supreme masters, and it is also a place of chaotic rules. Usually, such a place is regarded as a forbidden place. From a distance, you can see that the 9-color Tinking emits various halos, and the overall appearance is very magnificent. As a forbidden place, the 9-color Tinking is of course full of things that make people afraid. In the Vernon Millennium Archives, Ivan specifically looked up information on this aspect and had a certain understanding of such forbidden places. Later, he personally experienced the transformation of the Black Side Lord and witnessed the Black Abyss after the war, and understood the horror of such places even more. Due to the chaos of the rules, some creatures were small insects 1 second, and turned into terrifying giant monsters the next second, climbing multiple levels of strength. This is the chaos and horror of the Forbidden Land. Of course, the actual situation is definitely not so exaggerated, and the changes are not between seconds. Before the airship arrived at the 9-color Tinking, 2 third-level wizards came out from the 3rd floor. They were the elders of the Belizzi family, and had never shown their faces before. Everyone greeted them. No need to be polite. My fellow wizards, you have come from afar to help my Belizzi family, which shows how deep your friendship is. You are all friends of my Belizzi family. There is no need to be bound by etiquette between friends. I have a small gift here. I hope it can make you happy and relieve your fatigue from the journey. The 2 elders did not put on airs and gave everyone a gift. Ivan took a glance and saw 10 medium magic crystal cards. Medium magic crystals are not naturally produced, but are refined from the essence of medium magic stones, and then molded into magic crystal cards. This is equivalent to 10,000 medium magic stones, and 1 million low-grade magic stones. Although it is not a precious thing, it is quite practical. Giving it to everyone as travel expenses is a good match, and is enough to reflect the friendship of the Belizzi family. After the 2 elders finished their polite words, they gave a few more instructions, such as not to fight against each other, and then stepped forward to open a shortcut to the inside of the 9-color Tinking for everyone. Be careful of the Thunder tribe. I've detected the presence of those Thunder barbarians. Elder, rest assured. Once we encounter those Thunder barbarians, I will make sure they never return. Dyla was skilled and courageous. He took his 2 companions into the passage in the halo first, and in the blink of an eye, his figure was submerged in the halo. Let's go! Solomon gestured to Ivan and the other 2, and flew into the passage in midair. The so-called Tinking, as the name suggests, is a large pit on the ground formed by the aftermath of a battle. The area inside the pit can be described as wide, no less than a medium-sized city. Due to the disorder of the aftermath of the battle, the terrain in the Tinking was extremely complex. The shortcut opened by the 2 elders was winding, but it was not difficult for these wizards, who were about to be promoted to level 3. After a while, they fell into the Tianking. The shortcut was destroyed. The retreat was cut off, and everyone couldn't help but be more vigilant and observe the surroundings. There is no doubt that this is a strange place. The ground was charred, with clusters of flames in some places, hot magma in some places, and sparks in some places, with crackling sounds. This scorched earth looked like nothing else, but everyone knew that no matter which piece of land, there might be dangerous creatures hidden. They were creatures created by the chaotic and distorted force field of the cenote, and they were naturally compatible with the chaotic force field around them. They were like fish in water here, and they might jump out and attack everyone at any time. Solomon, in order to ensure fairness and justice, the family can only invite 2 wizards per person, not counting pets, but you brought 5 people, which is too overbearing. Before everyone started to act, Ketefu accused Solomon. Many people were stunned by the name-calling. Humph, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. The 2 elders have no objection. If you have any ideas, Ketefu, keep them to yourself. Otherwise, I don't mind fighting you before I find the thing. Solomon didn't indulge the other party, and retorted in a tough attitude. I'm not afraid of you. Then come on, 1-on-1 or 3-on-3, I'm happy to accompany you. Looking at the scene that suddenly became heated, Ivan and Doug looked at each other and felt a little puzzled. While the 2 were puzzled, Solomon and Kadaf actually started fighting. The others had to step back a distance, and the rumble of fighting continued. Is there a hidden force field that affects emotional changes? No. Ivan whispered to Locke, but Locke gave a negative answer. Looking at the 2 people fighting hard, his eyes became strange. Is it because there are elders on the airship that these guys pretend to be so harmonious, but their relationship is actually incompatible? Come to think of it, the resources that made these big family children fight for seriously, and made Solomon start planning early, are probably not ordinary promotion resources. It is very likely that they are also laying a foundation for promotion to level 4. The Byliki family definitely has this foundation. Level 4 is the threshold. Once you achieve it, you can become a high-ranking wizard and take charge of the entire Byliki family. In this way, the few people are equivalent to fighting for the foundation of Taoism. How can there be harmony? 2 boring guys, let's go first. Dila watched coldly for a while, and took his companions to choose a path, and walk deeper into the Tianking. Let's go! Yulei also left, choosing another path, but the direction was the same. The fight between the other 2 was still going on, and the sound of the fight shook the 4 directions, making the sparks, flames, magma, etc. on the ground all become active. The air around them became hotter and hotter. Solomon, wait and see. Kadav, I won't let you off next time. The 2 men noticed that the surroundings were becoming weird, so they chose to stop fighting at the same time. It can be seen that both of them were unwilling to give up. Chapter 343. The entrance point chosen by the 2 elders of the Byliki family is naturally not a dangerous place, but due to the battle between Solomon and the other 2, the surrounding environment began to change, and it was not suitable to stay for long. Don't hold back when you meet those people. This is not a place to consider the feelings of fellow tribesmen. I will take care of anything. Solomon led a few people away and whispered. Since entering the 9-colored Tianking, his attitude has obviously changed, and the other 3 people of the Byliki family are the same. Understood. Ivan and Doug didn't say anything, and followed him quietly. At this moment, Ivan was more and more certain of his guess that the real relationship between these 4 people was indeed incompatible. He also thought that the frost flame flower must not be an ordinary thing, but was given a simple name by the Byliki family, and there might be only 1 or 2 of them. It can be imagined that this battle should be very fierce. The surrounding area was completely made up of scorched earth. When a group of people stepped on it, sparks would splash from time to time at their feet. If it weren't for the good quality of the clothes they wore, they would have been ignited long ago. I think you have sensed it. In the 9-colored Tianking, if it is not necessary, remember not to fly high. After a pause, Solomon gave another instruction. Above the Tianking is a chaotic and powerful elemental energy. After a long period of evolution, it has turned into a distorted force field with order and chaos. If you fly into the sky recklessly, you will be in danger, and may be torn into pieces by the force field. On the contrary, the ground is relatively stable. Ivan realized this and jumped off the back of the swamp ant, and walked forward on the scorched earth. Solomon, are you sure the frost flame flower is in this direction? Not sure. Hearing Solomon's answer, the others looked at him in surprise. If you are not sure, why are you going this way? You should know the origin of the 9-colored Tianking. It was formed by the aftermath of the battle. There is no pattern to the aftermath of the battle. The flames that fall to the ground turn into fire territories, the frost that falls to the ground turns into frost territories, and the thunder that falls to the ground turns into thunder territories. There is one fire territories under our feet, and there is a frost territories in front of us. Where the two meet, frost flame flowers may be born. We need to try our luck there. Solomon explained the reason carefully. The others then realized that the Bailiki family did not know the exact location of the frost flame flower. They probably used some secret method to determine that the frost flame flower was born here, and they saw that it would mature in the near future, so they sent family disciples to pick it. The group kept moving forward. Although they chose the same direction, the paths were different, and the encounters were also different. Bang, bang, bang. Ivan and his friends walked very slowly along the way. They didn't know how many flame creatures that suddenly appeared were sent away on the way. Finally, they encountered something that blocked their way. In a deep gully, the ground in front of them suddenly opened up, revealing a pool of magma springs, and hot bubbles emerged from the magma. The hot bubbles rose up and gathered quickly, and something was forming. Don't act rashly. Seeing the two people looking at him, Solomon shook his head slightly. Although these things blocked the way, he didn't plan to take a detour or take the initiative. He just happened to observe the changes in the nine-colored tinking through these creatures, and maybe he could gain something. In less than half a minute, the hot bubbles combined with a few wisps of flame to form strange elemental creatures. These elemental creatures are in anthropomorphic form, but their parts are made up of bubbles of different sizes. There are wisps of flames flying in the bubbles, and there are flame patterns on the outside of the bubbles. The facial features are also condensed by flames. What kind of elemental creature is this? I have never seen it before. The 3 second-level wizards did not recognize it, let alone the others, who could only regard it as a specialty of the nine-colored tinking. Kong Mang stepped forward and volunteered to fight. As a shadow tiger lion with the bloodline of the Son of Shadow, he waved his hand to summon a large number of shadow energy balls, which attacked the bubble man evenly and accurately. Facing the attack, the bubble man certainly would not sit and wait for death, and blew out a mouthful of hot air waves. The hot air waves were mixed with the essence of fire. Shadow balls hit the air waves one by one. 2 by 2. The air waves were dispersed by the shadow energy. The shadow ball hit the bubble man behind him, and half of the bubble man's body was smashed. In front of Kong Mang, who was at the top of level 3, the strength of these bubble people was obviously not enough. However, things were not over yet. The lava spring below was bubbling, faster and more numerous, and clustered towards the broken body. In the blink of an eye, the bubble people were resurrected from the dead, and their height changed from more than 2 meters to more than 3 meters, and their bodies became more and more burly. Immortality? Doug frowned slightly. I come too. Locke glanced at Ivan, and seeing that he didn't say anything to stop him, he took a few steps forward and walked not far from Kong Mang's side. When Kong Mang launched another attack, Locke slashed forward with his scimitar, and a large number of space blades less than the size of a palm condensed and flew towards the bubble man, who was blocking the road with a shadow ball. The area on the left was a heavy shadow ball, and the area on the right was a sharp short space blade. The bubble men used the same trick again. The hot air waves blown out of their mouths contained more flame essence, and a strong air explosion occurred when they collided, almost overturning the shadow ball and the space blade. In the end, Kong Mang and Locke's methods were even more powerful. The two of them took advantage of the situation and launched another wave of attacks, completely smashing the bubble man to pieces. Hey boss, my skills are okay, right? Locke said in a voice transmission. I have improved, but not much. The space blade is only the first stage of space cutting. It is not difficult to see that Locke is actually just getting started, and he is not even proficient in using the space blade. To be honest, it is a bit of a waste of his own space affinity talent. Fortunately, he is indeed making progress. Hearing Ivan's evaluation, Locke smiled awkwardly. When the two communicated, the scene of bubbles bubbling in the lava spring on the ground could only be described as a rush. A large number of bubbles rose into the air, covering the entire gully. It can be predicted that more bubble people will be generated. Something is wrong, let's take a detour. Ivan stared at the bottom of the lava spring with a serious look. Detour? Yes, take a detour. Oh, okay. Seeing his solemn expression, Solomon was stunned for a moment, and decisively chose to believe his judgment, even though he didn't sense anything. The group turned and left. This action seemed to have touched something, and the ground behind them suddenly shook violently. The ground was lifted up as a whole, and a bubble wider than the big gully violently crashed out. The big bubble contained a huge amount of fire essence. Once the big bubble emerged, even the mountain walls on both sides of the gully were squeezed and destroyed. At the same time, the big bubble was still expanding. Go! Seeing this scene, several people sweated for themselves. They were obviously a group of bubble people who could be easily dealt with. But how could they become like this in an instant? The land of chaos is indeed a land of chaos. Fortunately, they didn't rush in, otherwise it would probably be a tough battle waiting for them. Of course, this time it was thanks to Ivan's timely reminder. In fact, Ivan himself didn't sense anything, but Ginny reminded him that something was wrong, so he strongly suggested taking a detour. The few people put away their previous carelessness and moved away from the gully as fast as possible. At this time, there was a loud bang behind them, and the big bubble burst. A bubble giant appeared in the smoke and dust, more than 100 meters tall, with its head directly inserted into the 9-color light above. The giant roared around and strode towards the fleeing people, and every step of the heavy and broad steps made a sound of air explosion. Chapter 344. The group hurried on, and the noise behind them was deafening. The bubble giant was very fast, and Ivan and his group had various means of acceleration, so their speed was not slow either. Do you want to test the strength of this giant? After a while, the group walked out of the ravine, and Doug looked back at the bubble giant who was chasing them, and suggested eagerly. Although the bubble giant was big, its strength could only be known after a fight. Besides, the other party had been taken out of his territory. As long as it's not a level 4 creature, Doug is confident that he won't suffer any loss. The situation in the Tianking is not very clear. Don't make trouble. Solomon refused without thinking. He didn't come here to fight. It would easily lead to other changes. Seeing that he didn't want to, Doug didn't force it. Then, several people turned to the side and left the bubble giant's sight. When the bubble giant strode forward, he didn't see the figures of several people anymore. Several people have disappeared. The bubble giant roared and smashed around, and then retreated back to the big ravine with anger, returning to his previous hiding place. Let's go! This high-level magic item is pretty good. Solomon the wizard has a solution. Not long after the giant left, Ivan and his companions reappeared. In fact, they didn't go far at all. They hid under a convex bottom, and their tracks and breath were covered by a high-quality mirror. It's just a small thing, not worth mentioning. Solomon stretched out his hand, and the 3-color mirror floating in front of them fell into his palm. There was a bubble giant guarding the big ravine, so they had to change a path to move forward. Seeing is believing. After seeing the true face of the 9-color Tianking, the group was more cautious on the road this time. When they encountered unusual creatures and places, they would avoid them if possible, and only resort to thundering means if they could not avoid them. Everything was centered on finding the frost flame flower. As the group continued to go deeper, the scorched earth under their feet gradually turned into a mountain of flames. The ground was full of flames coming out of the soil, and the flames were connected together to form a thin layer of flame carpet. The group was not ordinary people. When they stepped on it, the flames automatically avoided them. The air was even hotter at this time, and every time you breathe in and out, sparks will appear. This broken place has finally come to an end. After walking a long distance, a lava river appeared in front of us. Looking along the direction of the lava river, at the end is a lake of more than 1,000 acres. On the other side of the lake, white light reflected the sky, which was the color revealed by the frost. Just looking at the lava lake, this is undoubtedly the place with the highest concentration of fire particles nearby. Several people soon came to the shore of the lava lake. Wait a moment. I see if there are any frost flame flowers here. If not, we don't have to pass by here, Solomon said solemnly under the gaze of others. After that, he took out a crystal-clear elemental heart, half of which was red and half was white. Under his operation and refining, it slowly turned into a palm-sized ice and fire bird, half of which was flame and the other half was frost, and its wings were still entangled with lightning and wind. Go! With Solomon's low shout, the ice and fire bird flew rapidly towards the magma lake. Seeing the scene, Ivan secretly sighed. Even with such an elemental heart and means, which could faintly merge with the force field of the 9-color Tianking, it can be seen that Solomon was fully prepared. If someone was sent to investigate, it would definitely be a troublesome matter. Although the magma lake is calm at this time, compared with the previous big gully, this place is a dangerous place full of dangers. Ivan looked at the lake from a distance, and saw the ice and fire bird moving straight forward and flying to the depths of the magma lake. A column of fire suddenly emerged from the lake, accurately covering the ice and fire bird. The next second, the ice and fire bird rushed out of the column of fire, and continued to fly deeper. After narrowly escaping the disaster, the following misfortunes occurred one after another. There were other pillars of fire, molten lava fountains, evil winds that blew out of nowhere, and thunder that fell from the sky. Under the close attention of the group, the ice and fire bird finally failed to escape the disaster and was annihilated in the violent thunder and fire. No need to run around. The frost flame flower is here. Solomon casually stretched out his hand, and a light curtain appeared in front of him. The light curtain reflected a strange flower. The outside of the flower was ice and fire intersecting. One side was a blazing flame, and the other side was living water with an extremely cold air. The most peculiar thing is the flower core, which has been transformed into a burning frost flame through the deep fusion of flame and frost air, and it is chilling. Undoubtedly, this is an extremely gorgeous flower, which makes everyone who sees it fall in love with it. It is worthy of being the frost flame flower you have been thinking about. Not only does it grow at the intersection of ice and fire, but it is also surrounded by thunderstorms. It is very difficult to pick it. Doug stared at the frost flame flower. His eyes were extremely cautious, and there was a hint of worry. With just one glance, he could tell that the frost flame flower grew in a place where the elemental forces collided fiercely. There was chaos all around, but the place where the strange flower stood was calm. Leave the picking to me. You have to find a way to help me stop the others and the creatures that might emerge from the lake. The task is indeed difficult, Solomon said seriously. Okay, I try my best. Doug agreed with a wry smile. Same. Ivan agreed with a stern face. This is a place that makes your scalp tingle. If he didn't owe Solomon a big favor, to be honest, he really didn't want to wade into the muddy water. I feel relieved after hearing your words. Solomon knew that the two of them would keep their word, so he didn't say anything else. Are we going straight ahead? Doug asked. Don't worry, the frost flame flower is not mature yet. It will take some time. Solomon shook his head slightly. Ivan and the others didn't know much about the frost flame flower, so they couldn't tell whether it was mature or not. They just took his words and waited quietly while paying attention to their surroundings. The magma lake was quite large, and there were no signs of the other three groups of people around, so they must be waiting for an opportunity to move around. As time went by, the lava lake began to bubble up in a large area, followed by clusters of flames. After a while, it turned into a sea of fire, and the half-meter-high burning flames covered the entire lake. In the sky was burning with fire. The strange phenomena continued, all indicating that something big was going to happen here. The holy fire has come, the men of the Fire Fong tribe, come out, follow me to kill all the ice debris. At a certain moment, a pair of huge arms emerged from the lake, and then a huge figure emerged from below. He only emerged half of his body, and then he issued his orders to all directions. As soon as the words fell, figures began to crawl out of the lake. These figures were all made of flames and magma. The shortest one was more than 5 meters tall, and the tallest one could reach 20 or 30 meters. The number of people soon exceeded 1,000, forming a strange army. What's going on? I don't know. This scene made the people standing by the lake dumbfounded. Even Solomon became stunned, staring at the lake with a dark face. Obviously, it was beyond his expectations. Chapter 345. According to the records of the Bailiki family, there are often alien creatures breeding here, and there are also powerful beings lurking silently around the frost flame flower, but no intelligent tribe has ever been born. The current scene cast a layer of haze over Solomon's heart. Before he could react, the Fire Fong tribe rushed to the other side of the lake with murderous intent, stepping on the sea of fire with a mighty momentum. Boys, follow me. Kill, kill, kill. In the magma lake, magma giants continued to emerge from the lake's surface. They were shorter than the first batch, and they followed the people in front with murderous intent as soon as they emerged. This scene made it hard for people to believe that there was no mortal enemy on the other side. Wizard Solomon, should we take action? Just wait and see. The frost flame flower is not so easy to pick. Even though the lake was changing, Solomon remained unmoved. He knew that there were many competitors this time, and only those who could keep calm would have the last laugh. However, not long after, the depths of the magma lake changed again. They could clearly see that a beam of light rose to the sky at a certain location, surrounded by colorful colors, which was particularly eye-catching. It was where the frost flame flower was. The frost flame flower is ripe, Solomon said in a deep voice, which meant that it was time to take action. He glanced at Ivan and Doug, and they nodded heavily at him. Then, a group of 6 people stepped into the magma lake. Wherever they stepped, the flames made way for them. The swamp ants followed closely behind Ivan, and the silkworm queen lay on Locke's shoulder. As a high-level creature, it was as light as a swallow, and it was no problem for them to step on the water without leaving any trace. At this moment, there were no other magma giants coming out of the lake. The group followed the Fire Fang tribe team quietly, and continued to move towards the other side of the lake. Ivan carefully watched his feet. He always felt that there were more than one group of magma giants hidden in the lake. What was helpless was that their perception was severely suppressed. They could only detect less than 10 meters below the lake's surface, and could not see what was hidden in the depths of the lake. Be careful. Following the Fire Fang tribe to the back of the lake, the thickness of the sea of fire under their feet was almost 1 meter. The flames were a strange gray-orange color, and the fire particles around them were particularly active, even reaching a manic level. It will be ignited in almost no time. The few people still remembered that the ice and fire birds that explored the way earlier started to suffer in this area, so people had to be on guard. As expected, before they took 30 steps, a column of fire gushed out of the lake. Fortunately, they were not unaware of it. They could sense the rapid change in energy and avoid the surging column of fire in advance. There were also molten magma that formed a vortex for no reason, sudden strong wind and poisonous smoke, and fire, thunder and lightning that came in an instant, etc. With the clever resolution of Ivan and others, they came to a place closer to the frost flame flower without any danger, and the frost flame flower finally appeared in sight. This is really a tough guy. All of them took a deep breath. Here you can clearly see that around the frost flame flower, there is a net of heaven and earth, with a large amount of blazing fire floating in the air, hot clouds ready to go, lightning everywhere, and dark and dim wind. These things form a weird and fragile balance. It is not difficult to predict that once a living being breaks in, the balance will inevitably be broken, and at that time he will be greeted by the force of the sky, and the situation will be a life or death struggle. Can we go up there? Ivan couldn't help but ask. When the frost flame flower matured, a beam of light shot up into the sky, opening a gap in the net. Although the gap was slowly closing, it was still there. However, we must act quickly to go through the gap above, otherwise the gap will be completely closed. The risk up there is not small, it is more appropriate to go under the lake. Solomon took in all the factors in front of him. His mind was spinning wildly, and he finally decided to use the plan he had prepared long ago. It's up to you. Just tell me if you need anything. Ivan just reminded him. This time, he and Doug were here to help, and Solomon would decide how to act. At this moment, the lake on the other side also appeared in their eyes. It was not the expected scene of ice and icicles, but a cold water lake with extraordinary coldness. The cold air gathered into smoke and covered the lake's surface. The people fighting with the Fire Fang tribe were a group of cold water giants. There was a lot of fighting and killing, and they didn't hold back with punches and kicks. The scene was extremely hot. Neither of the two groups of giants noticed but didn't care, that there were 4 groups of uninvited guests around. As the saying goes, enemies often meet on narrow roads. Solomon and Kadaf were on the side of the magma lake, while Dila and Yule were on the side of the cold water lake. The 4 of them were looking for a good opportunity to act, and the others were waiting for their instructions. Time passed little by little in the anxious atmosphere. Gaga-ga. 3 sounds like ghosts howling and wolves howling sounded, which immediately attracted the attention of the people waiting around. They watched as a short-haired 3-headed bird flew over the sky above the lava lake. It spread its wings and stirred up the surrounding twisted force field, but it itself was not affected at all, which made the wizards below twitch their eyelids. This guy is simply a natural troublemaker. The 3-headed bird was very fast. It flapped its wings a few times and arrived at the frost flame flower. Following the gap just now, it tore it with its sharp beak and claws, and the action was like digging a hole. Take another look. Solomon suppressed his inner restlessness and said to the 2 people on his left and right. Under the gaze of several people, the 3-headed bird really tore a gap in the net of heaven and earth. It couldn't wait to dive in, and its body suddenly seemed to squeeze into a narrow passage, producing corresponding deformation. There is no barrier here. How can there be such a squeeze? Who knows? The rules of the 9-colored tinking are different from the outside world, and it is not surprising that any kind of creatures are produced. This behavior made Ivan and the other 2 speechless. The violent energy around them was like air in some aspects. The 3-headed bird was actually deformed by the air. It looked absurd and weird no matter how you looked at it. No matter how others looked at it, the 3-headed bird found the correct path to the frost flame flower. Its body kept struggling and twisting, and it approached the frost flame flower little by little, but it did not cause the riot of the heaven and earth net. Once the 3-headed bird succeeded, The others would have come in vain. Let's see. Seeing the two people looking at him, Solomon shook his head slightly, but his eyes were fixed on it. Seeing the three-headed bird getting closer and closer to the frost flame flower, Solomon could keep his composure, but that didn't mean other creatures could keep their composure. How dare you? Where did you come from, you flat-haired beast? I am the Lord of the Molten Lake. Why don't you retreat quickly? Accompanied by a dull and huge rebuke, the molten lake was in great turmoil, and half of the lake's surface bulged outward. A pair of extremely strong arms broke through the molten lava and poked out, followed by a huge head. Ivan and the other two standing on the outside were affected and retreated in shock to avoid the turbulence. Their faces were very gloomy. Generally speaking, those who can be called lords are mostly creatures of level 4 or above, and level 4 and level 3 are completely on a different level. Such enemies are the ones they are most reluctant to face. After a while, a lava giant over 150 meters tall appeared on the lake, and the flames and magma cheered for its arrival. What is more worrying is that there is a domain aura around the lava giant. Once the domain aura appears, it absorbs the essence of the surrounding flames. Not a level 4 lord, Solomon said firmly. The group retreated again, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they heard his words. However, it may have begun to enter the transformation stage, and may have mastered a small part of the Lord's power. This must be treated with caution. Solomon pondered for a moment, and then added, such a lava giant is not a level 4, but it can be called a pseudo-level 4, which is obviously beyond the limit of level 3. There is no doubt that the other party is also coming for the frost flame flower, and it is very likely that it is a powerful creature that has been guarding the frost flame flower for a long time, and has long regarded the frost flame flower as its own. You ungrateful thing. The Molten Lake Lord began to move, stretching out his huge flaming palm dripping with molten lava, and regardless of the dangers hidden in the net, he quickly grabbed the three-headed bird. Gaga! The three-headed bird sensed the approaching danger, and struggled more violently, accelerating towards the frost flame flower. The fragile stability of the net was broken wherever the flaming palm passed, and in an instant, the flames rolled and exploded, and the thunder flashed and wandered, making a mess. The Molten Lake Lord ignored it, and kept grabbing the three-headed bird. Fire barbarian, you are looking for death. Seeing this scene, another hidden creature could not hold back. With a rough curse, the cold water lake also stirred, and a cold lake lord emerged from it. You cunning guy, don't think of deceiving this cold lake lord. I won't give you any chance to take away the holy water. Forget it. The cold lake lord is similar in height to the lord on the opposite side, and there is also a domain halo around him. Through the frost flame flower, he quickly stretched out his palm and pointed directly at the arm of the Molten Lake Lord, vowing to stop the big guy on the opposite side, who had evil intentions. After the two big guys got involved, the whole thing was affected, and the net around the frost flame flower was completely destroyed. A strange three-headed bird, two terrifying pseudo-lords. With these complicated factors, the difficulty for others to seize the frost flame flower increased exponentially. At this moment, the four children of the Belizzi family had faces that were so dark that ink could drip. Chapter 346. The fight for the frost flame flower has already begun, and the situation is getting more serious. If they don't take action now, the thing will fall into the hands of others, which is what Solomon doesn't want to see. Time is running out. I hope you can lend me a hand. He took a deep breath and said solemnly to the two people beside him. No problem. We do whatever you say. Faced with this dangerous scene, Ivan and Doug did not choose to retreat. The two of them have experienced big scenes before. Isn't it terrifying to have an out-of-control space crack? Isn't it terrifying to have a foreign lord who crosses the border to attack? The current situation is not enough to make the two of them lose their trust. Solomon was very pleased with this. Piddle, it's up to you. He gestured to his secret clone. Okay. Piddle responded slowly, and then he sank into the molten lava, and was swallowed up by the molten lava bit by bit. When others were confused, a burst of hot golden light burst out from Piddle's body, and a three-legged divine bird flashed by and finally transformed into a glazed gold boat. Son of the sun? Ivan said in astonishment. The three-legged bird was clearly the son of the sun in the underground world. Jenny had seen it once before, and she remembered that the Tree Man Elder had mentioned that this thing was very important to the underground world, and it would be taboo to move it randomly. Keep it a secret for me. Solomon nodded, not forgetting to remind him. Then, he began to invite a few people to get on. But this glazed gold silk boat was really small, and it could only seat 3 people. Ivan immediately asked the ants to wait for him on the shore, and Locke turned into a stream of light, and fell into his body. After the Silkworm Queen shrank, her body was not big, but she could follow them. Kong Mang, who was standing by, also attached himself to Doug. The three of them squeezed into the narrow boat, and the hatch closed automatically, leaving no gap. The next second, the glazed gold silk boat ignited a golden flame, then disappeared into the boiling molten lava, and began to descend into the depths of the lava, while circling towards the location of the frost flame flower. I have never entered the lava before, and following you is an eye-opener. It's no wonder that Doug sighed. The interior of the glazed gold silk boat is very strange. After starting, the whole boat is golden and transparent, making them feel like they are sitting inside a ball of golden light, and the lava outside is clearly visible. The magma was so close, but I couldn't feel the temperature above. The scene was magical. To get the frost flame flower, how can we not be well prepared? Solomon smiled faintly. He had been planning for several years. The glazed gold silk boat was just one of them, and it was also the most important preparation. However, to be honest, he was not sure whether he could escape to the location of the frost flame flower from below, because the situation changed every time. The deep part of the magma lake was originally guarded by the magma lake lord, and all other creatures that bred were eliminated. Now the magma lake lord is outside, and there is no obstruction in the lake. Solomon's plan was undoubtedly effective. Boom! After shuttling through the molten lava for a while, the glazed gold boat reached the lower side of the target. When the boat wanted to continue to rise, it was blocked by a strange energy. This was a flame power mixed with cold air. It was not difficult to analyze that it was it that blocked the Lord of the Molten Lake's covetousness. Solomon had anticipated this. A large amount of frost power surged out of his body and poured into the glazed gold boat. With his close relationship with Pinder, the frost power was smoothly integrated into the golden flame. The golden flame and frost blended and changed constantly, quickly moving towards the strange energy. Half a minute later, the glazed golden boat broke through the front barrier and drilled up inch by inch. Solomon's heart finally fell back into his stomach. After a while, more than 10 meters away from the frost flame flower, a golden boat came out from below and fell to the ground with a puff. There was no wind or waves near the frost flame flower, as if it was in a closed cave. Good guy, this strange bird is still there. Stop talking nonsense, get rid of it first. We don't know what will happen later. We can't let this guy get in the way. In the blink of an eye, the glazed golden boat disappeared, and 6 figures emerged. They saw the 3-headed bird sticking its head out at a glance. This guy was about to squeeze out from the gap. Seeing the few people coming out from below, the 3-headed bird's 6 eyes were wide open, full of disbelief. While it was stunned, there were a few swooshing sounds from below, and 3 long wires stretched and stretched, directly piercing the 3 bird heads, causing the 3-headed bird to die with its eyes wide open. It had worked so hard to squeeze here, and was just one step away from success, but was ambushed by a few of the old 6. Such a miserable death. Solomon, you go collect the frost flame flowers, and leave the rest to us. Okay, Piddle, and I will do it as soon as possible. From the outside, the frost flame flower does not look very big, but when you get here, you will find that the overall height of the frost flame flower is actually higher than a 2-story tower, and it looks like a small mountain. The outside of the mountain is full of dangerous ice and fire energy, and the flower core is located above the center, which is large enough for a person to hug. It is not an easy task to push aside the dangerous petals outside and take out the core of the flower completely, even if Solomon is prepared. When Solomon is picking the core of the flower, what Ivan and Doug have to do is not to disturb him. With powerful enemies around, this is also not an easy task. You bold thieves, you are seeking death. Okay, no one has ever been so presumptuous in front of me, the Lord of Hanhu, you are dead, foreign humans. Outside the dragnet, the Lord of Molten Lake and the Lord of Cold Lake were fighting fiercely. In order not to affect the frost flame flower, both of them kept their strength, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Seeing that the 3-headed bird was approaching the target, the two were about to give it a hard blow, but in the end, they were taken advantage of by others. This really annoyed the 2 lords. It was simply unreasonable. Fire Barbarian, how about we stop? I settle with you later. Soon, the Lord of Molten Lake and the Lord of Cold Lake temporarily put aside their personal grudges and unanimously targeted the thieves who took advantage of the loopholes. They wanted to crush the thieves inside and let these thieves see what the Lord's power is. The 2 were huge, and their voices spread. Not good, someone has sneaked in. How is that possible? The situation was not very clear. Unlike Solomon, The other three chose to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between the two giant lords in order to wait for an opportunity to act. Until the voice came, Dyla, and the others almost jumped up. Let's go, let's meet up with the others. I want to see if it's Solomon or Kadaf, who has such a mysterious ability. The giant lord is unlikely to deceive people. Dyla made a decision after thinking for a few seconds. She decided to meet with the others, find out the team that sneaked in, and then form an alliance with the other two to discuss countermeasures together. No matter what she can't get, others can't easily get it. Chapter 347. At the location of the frost flame flower, Solomon and his secret clone began to peel off the petals of the frost flame flower. Ivan and Doug knew that the next moment would be difficult. Can this place be set up with a rune magic array? No, if you are not careful, it will turn into a big mess or even a dead end. Ivan shook his head slightly. The surrounding energy is highly concentrated, maintained by a strange balance. When the array is used, it will definitely break the original balance, and their location will become chaotic, with unimaginable consequences. Ivan would not take this risk. So how about each of us guarding one side? No problem. After a few words, the two made their choice. According to the power categories they were familiar with, Doug would guard the side of the Cold Lake Lord, and Ivan would fight against the Molten Lake Lord. The two alien lords were the biggest enemies at present. The surrounding nets became their alternative defense barriers. If the two lords did not want to destroy the frost flame flower, they had to be more cautious, and could not use their power wantonly. The thief inside, prepared to die? The Molten Lake Lord was even more impatient, and took the lead in slapping his palm inside. At this time, his domain halo had already bridged a tortuous passage along the blazing sky fire, and the scorching clouds in the sky net. He slapped his palm, and the flame power cleverly shuttled to the inside along this temporary passage, and finally turned into a giant flaming palm. Its momentum was mighty. Sure enough, the other party couldn't bear to see the frost flame flower destroyed. Ivan thought to himself. Facing the giant palm of fire, he told Locke to look after Solomon without turning his head. He took a step forward, and the black magic wind and fire beads floated out from his body, and then he also slapped out a palm of black magic hand. On one side was orange-red flames, and on the other side was black flames. The two palms faced each other, and a rumble sounded. One side was fierce, and the other side was hidden. In the end, they fought to a draw, and the gorgeous flames were annihilated in the air. The surrounding heaven and earth net shook slightly, but did not cause greater chaos. No wonder you dare to call yourself a lord. This flame power has been reduced layer by layer, but it still has such power. You need the support of the black magic wind and fire pearl to resist it. Ivan paid attention to the changes around him, and was relieved when he saw that there was no trouble. The Lord of Molten Lake saw that the first palm did not work, so he struck out with another palm, and the power clearly increased by 20% to 30%. In response, Ivan looked solemn and also used the black magic hand to fight back, eliminating the opponent's palm power, while limiting the impact within a certain range. You bastard human, take another palm from me. The Lord of Molten Lake was shocked and angry that his flames were suppressed. The power of this palm increased again, causing the surrounding net to oscillate slightly. Ivan would never let him succeed. The black magic wind and fire pearl emitted a dazzling black light, and the power of the black magic hand increased accordingly. As a result, the black magic hand suppressed the giant palm of fire again. Fire barbarian, don't blame me, the Lord of Cold Lake, for my big move. If these humans succeed in taking the holy water, where will my face be? On the other side, Lord Hans was defeated by Doug's tricks, and he obviously didn't want to continue to test like this. Hearing such words, Ivan's face changed slightly. What holy water? That is the holy fire that this lord has cultivated with great effort. Rongu exploded when he heard this, and then he stretched out his palm, and this time he attacked with his arm, just like he did with the three-headed bird before. This palm was reckless. In the net of heaven and earth, wherever the palm passed, the sky fire changed violently, the clouds burst and burned, and the palm and arm squeezed inward. It's a big trouble. Looking at the grasping hand and the chaotic vision, Ivan was completely numb. The situation was unprecedentedly difficult. No matter what, he had to chop off this hand that was sticking out first. He raised his right hand, and a large amount of pure white and delicate space silk popped out. The space silk coiled forward in circles, waiting for the hand of the Molten Lake Lord to reach in. Human, watch me crush you. 3 or 4 seconds later, the huge palm of the Molten Lake Lord crossed the net and grabbed directly below, and the target was Ivan. This is the real giant palm of fire. The flesh and blood made of lava contains terrifying power. The air exploded unconsciously when the palm was struck. Its power is beyond description. In a flash, the first step to resist the giant palm was the iron root that stretched out from Ivan's sleeve, like a pillar on the palm. It was indeed Ginny who secretly attacked. Ivan manipulated the space silk to wrap around. The sharp edge of the space cutting suddenly appeared, from inconspicuous to cutting everything, in just a moment. How dare you? The arm hurt so much that the Molten Lake Lord finally realized that he had underestimated the means of humans. At this point, he had no choice. The space thread cut the arm that had reached in with its invincible edge, leaving him little room to withdraw his hand. What was withdrawn was only a broken arm. As the arm fell one by one, Ivan saw the opportunity to throw out a wide scroll and seal the spoils in it. After doing this, he quickly stepped back. It's a mess. Ivan frowned and looked at the place where the battle had just taken place. The Molten Lake Lord retreated, but the chaos he caused did not stop. Instead, it spread to the surroundings and had a tendency to get worse and worse. If this continues, it will sooner or later affect the stability of the Frost Flame Flower. Once the net is completely in chaos, the Frost Flame Flower will become the center of chaos. At that time, they will face crushing from all directions. It's terrifying to think about it. Bang! A figure flew backwards from one side, disrupting Ivan's thoughts. He swung his hand and threw out a long thread of energy particles, which rolled up the figure and pulled it in time, preventing it from crashing into the net. It turned out to be Kong Meng. Thank you. Kong Meng stopped and thanked him. This guy is really difficult to deal with. I almost got tricked by him. Doug smiled bitterly on the other side. The two were frostbitten in many places, especially the clone Meng Kong. His clothes became tattered and his eyebrows were covered with broken ice. Fortunately, the Lord of Hanhu was beaten back by the two, and blood flowed all over the ground. How is your side? Broken his arm. Prepare for greater chaos. Hearing Ivan's answer, Doug's expression was a little bit tense. Is the difference between the two sides so big? Before he could say anything else, Ivan reminded him. The Molten Lake Lord had suffered such a great loss. It would be strange if the other party did not take more drastic measures. It can be imagined that the chaos that follows will be the biggest test for them. Outside the dragnet, Dyla had found the other two children of the Belizzi family at this time. The three of them were sure that it was Solomon who sneaked in. The situation reversed, and the three had to form a temporary alliance. The three had different opinions on the next action. I think we should add more fuel to the fire and further confuse the situation, so that we can seize the Frost Flame Flower in the chaos. Dyla said so. How to add more fuel to the fire and detonate the outer power layer. Croft followed her words. Not good, not good, not to mention the Frost Flame Flower. Even Solomon and his party will die. We will get nothing. How can we explain to the family when we go back? Seeing Dylan nodded slightly, Yulei on the side immediately expressed his objection. Why can't you explain? The family will think that we only want to kill Solomon, and we are willing to destroy the Frost Flame Flower to achieve our goal. In order to prevent the younger generation from following suit, we will definitely be severely punished. Hearing Yulei's defense, Dyla could not help but remain silent. It must be admitted that destroying Solomon and the Frost Flame Flower together is indeed likely to violate the family's taboos. At that time, the elders will definitely have a different attitude, and the key resources in the future will never be theirs. You are right, we can't do it this way. Let's see what the two lords do. They are not easy to mess with. Maybe Solomon will never have a chance to come out. Kraft said with some regret. How did Solomon sneak in just now? Dyla asked. It should be from below, at the bottom of the magma lake. I don't know the specific situation. Kraft said. If he succeeds, he will definitely bring out the Frost Flame Flower, and then it will be our chance, so we should prepare one or two. That's true. Not making trouble now does not mean that they will give up the Frost Flame Flower. According to the previous situation, the other party is likely to drill out from the magma lake again. The three decided to arrange some means around. Soon, the three of them, along with their companions, set up a tight watch on the magma lake. Then, they saw the Molten Lake Lord punching hard, and his terrifying palm struck Huanglong. The situation inside must be precarious, and the Frost Flame Flower might be destroyed. How is this possible? Where did Solomon invite this wizard? Even such a being suffered a great loss. When Dyla and others were in a complicated mood, a shocking scene appeared. The Molten Lake Lord failed to kill the enemy, but instead lost a palm. Not good. The Molten Lake Lord is going crazy. Dyla was shocked and thought of something. His face turned ugly. The previous arrangements were probably in vain. Roar! Damn human! I will burn you to ashes with my arms. Roar! As expected, the Molten Lake Lord still had a beastly nature. He suffered such a great loss at the hands of a human who was far inferior to him, which completely ignited the anger in his heart. What frost flame flower? It didn't matter anymore. He wanted the humans inside to be burned to ashes. With the roar of the Molten Lake Lord, the temperature in the lake rose to a higher level in the blink of an eye, and the nearby magma was turbulent, creating waves. Not only that, the Molten Lake Lord sank half of his body into the magma lake, and the remaining people of the fire tribe completely hid under the magma, following their lord to stir up trouble. In an instant, the wind and clouds on one side of the Skynet changed, and huge waves of magma surged. The huge waves rushed towards the Skynet with incomparable might, one wave after another, one wave higher than the other, directly submerging the area of Frost Flame Flower. The balance of that area was completely overturned. Chapter 348. Solomon and his men are in danger. This incident frightened Dila and the others, and they left in a hurry. Some of them were secretly happy, but also a little helpless. A good Frost Flame Flower was going to be buried in the magma. It is unlikely that there are the second largest number of Frost Flame Flowers in the Nine-Colored Tinking at the same time. This trip is probably in vain. If they really return empty-handed, the people of the Byliki family are far from calm as they say. Around the Frost Flame Flower, Doug did not blame Ivan for being too reckless. With the style of the two alien lords, chaos would come sooner or later, not to mention that he might not be able to safely withstand the next wave of attacks from the Lord of the Cold Lake. It's coming. Soon, the two of them noticed that the Molten Lake Lord launched a violent attack, while the Cold Lake Lord did not make any other moves. Perhaps the Cold Lake Lord was waiting for an opportunity to strike. For the two of them, it was a good thing that they did not have to face two lords at the same time. Two wizards, you have to hold on for a while. Solomon was of course paying attention to the situation around him, but he still needed a lot of effort to pick the core of the Frost Flame Flower. At this time, he and his clone Pinder flew to one side, and they arranged a spire on each side of the Frost Flame Flower. The base of the spire was only more than 2 meters wide, but the height was only a little shorter than the Frost Flame Flower. It is not difficult to find that the 4 spires are all high-level magic items. Among them, there is a Flame Tower, a Frost Tower, and 2 Ice and Fire Towers. Under the control of the 2 people, the 4 spires slowly absorb the ice and fire energy in the petals, causing the petals on the outside of the Frost Flame Flower to wither one by one. So far, the size of the entire Frost Flame Flower has obviously shrunk by half, but it will still take some time to completely peel off the petals. Leave it to us. Hurry up, otherwise the energy torrent will pour down, and the Frost Flame Flower may not be able to hold on to the end. After hearing Solomon's words, despite the critical situation, Ivan and Doug stood outside firmly, wanting to protect this last journey. As time passed, the heat wave outside was overwhelming, and the net quickly fell into chaos. Skyfire, explosions, thunder, evil winds, etc. emerged one by one and began to squeeze inward inch by inch. For a moment, it seemed as if the sky was falling. Prepare for protection. I have a set of Ant King air shield, which should be able to protect us for a while. Ivan retreated to the spire, and 5 metal rings floated out of his body, all with black background and white patterns. The rings flew up and expanded rapidly, directly covering the outside, including the spire and the Frost Flame Flower. Energy shields were derived from the rings, connected 2 by 2, and turned into an energy shield upside down on the ground. The energy shield protected the entire Frost Flame Flower. Is this a rune magic array? Doug was also in the energy shield. He stared at the conspicuous white light on the outside of the energy shield with wide eyes. It was clearly a space-type protective layer, not shallow. This was actually a method controlled by a second-level wizard. No, it's just a high-level magic item. Ivan shook his head slightly. The Ant King's empty shield was of course a magic item. After he controlled the space network, the rune bundles contained in the metal ring increased to 24. In the absence of materials, he refined a lot of Ant King empty shields and practiced a number of defensive tactics, and the one in front of him was just one of them. To be honest, he really didn't expect that such a combination of tactics would come in handy. However, 5 Ant King empty shields are the limit of the combination. No matter how many, it will not bring greater protection, but will increase consumption. Sell it? I exchange it for precious materials. Doug couldn't help asking. Let's talk about it after we go out. Ivan looked at him speechlessly. Haha, that's true. My defenses are not as comprehensive as yours. When you can't hold on any longer, I hold on for a few more seconds. The rest is up to fate. This situation is rare. Doug asked himself if he could come up with such amazing protective items. Fortunately, he spoke out, and he also said this to Solomon. When all the defenses are broken, it means that they really tried their best. Then you can't blame them. After that, Ivan and Doug saw the chaos outside approaching. Boom boom. The sky fire, explosion, thunder, evil wind, and so on were in a mess, and they crushed the energy shield formed by the Ant King's air shield with chaotic momentum. The energy shield was shining with white light, and it quickly guided the manic energy downward. The manic energy flow seemed to add another layer of protection to the outside. Under such protection, the energy shield was as solid as a rock. Incredible, it seems that it can hold up for a while. Doug praised generously, and he became more jealous when he saw the metal rings. This is just the beginning. You should be ready to support at any time. Ivan was not so optimistic. Everyone knew that the chaos would start at the lowest level and then gradually increase. Besides, there were two powerful alien lords outside. Hearing this, Doug was silent. Time passed by second. Sure enough, after a while, the energy shield began to vibrate slightly, and the pressure outside was getting bigger and bigger. Solomon, can you pick the frost flame flower? If you can't, why don't we help you? The speed at which the spire absorbed the ice and fire energy from the petals was really slow. Seeing that there was another layer outside the flower core, and Solomon had no intention of picking it, Doug couldn't help but worry about him. If we continue like this, it will probably be nothing. You can't help, hold on a little longer. Solomon was unmoved. It's up to you, don't regret it later. Doug was helpless. Ivan had no other choice. The situation before him could not be reversed by humans. He could only do his best and hold on for as long as he could. The five colors outside were in chaos, and the pressure on the Ant King's empty shield was getting heavier, and the energy shield was changing with time. The energy shield began to vibrate greatly. Tiny spots began to appear in the pure white light of the energy shield. Ding! Soon, a light sound came from the metal ring, which sounded like thunder to the ears of several people. The carrying capacity of the Ant King's empty shield had reached its limit, and Ivan was very tired at this time. Doug, I leave it to you. Okay. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Along with Ivan's voice, the sound of metal cracking rang out one after another. When he counted down to 1, the metal ring broke with a sound, and the Ant King's empty shield completely collapsed. Doug was ready to take over. He and Kong Mang stood on both sides, each holding a white stone slab. The stone slab rose with a strange black light, also covering the spire and the frost flame flower, making the outside have an extra layer of white stone protection. Outside the white stone protection was a strange black light. This kind of protection barely blocked the crushing force that was coming down. The next second, a cracking sound was heard, and tiny cracks appeared on the white stone protection. Wizard Solomon, 10-9-8. While Doug was trying hard to infuse power into the protective layer, he reminded the time he could support it. There was no doubt that Solomon only had a few seconds left. At this moment, Solomon finally peeled off the last layer of petals, and the core of the flower was revealed. He took out a flower carved from some high-grade crystal, and threw it towards the core of the frost flame flower. The crystal flower fell on the core, and began to absorb the core. The white stone protection cracked. Chapter 349. Get up. At the critical moment, Solomon stepped forward, and the four spires reflected a layer of ice and fire protection, blocking the crushing force from the outside in time. The spires trembled continuously, and it seemed that they could not last long. Fortunately, the crystal flower absorbed the frost flame flower quickly, and half of it was left in the blink of an eye. Solomon's preparations were undoubtedly sufficient. It's almost over. He stared at the crystal flower and sighed. I'm sorry, I can't lead you away safely under the current situation. Your favor has finally been repaid. Now let's just wait and see, Doug said in a carefree manner. He obviously had a way to save his life. No problem on my side. Evan did not object. The two were ready to escape. Their secret clones had already attached themselves to each other. In the current situation, it was easier to defend and more suitable to escape alone. Solomon had expected this, and threw a small crystal ball to each of them, and said nothing more. The two took it in their hands without knowing why, and found that it was a simple map of the 9-colored Tianking, which recorded the existence of various fire lords, frost lords, thunder lords, earth lords, etc., which would help them find some things. Haha, you still understand us. Thank you, we go around later. The two had a gleam in their eyes. Solomon had harvested the frost flame flower, so he would definitely not stay in the 9-colored sky pit for long. But the two were different. Since Solomon did not ask for an escort, they were happy to go somewhere else. A few seconds later, the crystal flower absorbed all the cores of the frost flame flower and fell into Solomon's hands. Prepare to evacuate. Take care. Take care. As the few people finished speaking, they saw the spire shattered, and the violent energy torrent crushed the ice and fire protective layer and poured down to the inside. Next, they really had to accept their fate. Ivan took out 5 metal rings again. The rings stood up and interlaced, forming a small sphere. The space inside could barely accommodate a person sitting upright. He glanced at the others and jumped into the sphere. Layers of white light flashed, tightly sealing the sphere. In this way, a protective sphere was formed, which was tightly sealed, with highly concentrated power and extremely heavy protection. This was also the combined defense tactic of the Ant King's air shield, and its application range was not wide. Not far away, Doug turned into a black and white strange light, the size of a fist. Solomon transformed into a colorful stream of light and fled directly downward, leaving only a little afterglow. In an instant, the energy torrent washed and crushed everything where the frost flame flower was, submerging everything in it, including the 2 groups of light of different shapes and sizes. On the magma lake, the lake's surface rose and fell one after another, setting off waves of turbulent waves. In order not to be targeted by the crazy magma lake lord, Dyla and others retreated again, and after a while, they stood still and looked back at the frost flame flower. At this time, the 3 of them gathered together again. Solomon is doomed this time. Don't underestimate Solomon. Maybe he can bring the frost flame flower out safely. By then, he will most likely be in a mess. Really, Witnessing the chaos, the 3 people had different thoughts, and some wanted to take advantage. The more chaotic the situation is, the more you have to stay calm. Guess what I found? The pet of the wizard Marichattan is over there by the lake. The few people did not forget to reuse monitoring methods around them, and Cloth soon found something. The 3 of them looked at each other, with some meaningful expressions, but no one acted rashly. After a while, under the gaze of the 3, the Molten Lake Lord completely crushed the area where the frost flame flower was located with the force of a raging sea. The scene could only be described as the sky falling and the earth collapsing. The molten lake was roaring and thundering. The force field in the sky suddenly became upside down, as if a calamity had come to the world. This was a scene of complete destruction. Even the instigator, the Molten Lake Lord, was so scared that he hid in the depths of the lake, fearing that he would be involved in the increasingly violent chaos. He showed his head after being away for a distance, and there was no trace of his previous arrogance. He died just like that, and you thieves got it easy. The broken arm of the Molten Lake Lord grew back, but it was not as strong as before. After some tossing and turning, his rage subsided a lot. The front was completely in chaos. In his opinion, with the physical strength of those thieves, it was absolutely impossible to withstand the tearing of chaotic energy, and they would eventually turn into fragments and annihilate in it. After his great revenge, the anger in his heart was naturally vented. However, the Molten Lake Lord noticed the strange movement in the lake a few seconds later. Something escaped from the chaos, and was escaping rapidly from the depths of the magma. Not dead? The Molten Lake Lord's eyes widened. After he reacted, his huge head sank into the molten lava again and followed the movement. He didn't know that within 2 seconds after he completely sank into the molten lava, something popped out from the chaos. One of the white balls was thrown to the left by the storm, and fell to the lake's surface. It was a close call. The white ball dissipated, and Ivan jumped out of it. Looking at the metal ring that looked like it was burnt, he couldn't help but sweat for himself. It was really too thrilling just now. After the heaven and earth net was completely detonated, he felt like he was in a natural disaster. The Ant King empty shield ball he built could only go with a flow and move outward little by little along the waves, just like an ant moving house. The process was extremely tortuous. Fortunately, the Ant King's air shield ball was very resilient, and he finally used the power of the whirlwind to throw himself out. Ivan looked back and didn't see the Magma Lord. He didn't dare to stay any longer. The fighting wings appeared behind him, and then a kind of anti-gravity force appeared on his body. He half flew and half ran towards the lake. The speed was more than twice as fast as when he came. He didn't forget that he cut off the Lord's palm. Once he was discovered by the other party, and the Magma Lake was the other party's home court, he would be skinned alive. He didn't want to do this kind of business. The closer the location is to the lake, the less chaos on the lake. It was not until he jumped onto the shore and stepped on the ground that Ivan breathed a sigh of relief. There was no one around. The Molten Lake Lord should have been attracted by Solomon. I hope he and Doug are okay. He just noticed that there was an unusual turbulence in the depths of the lake, and immediately thought that Solomon might have encountered some trouble. However, he believed that Solomon had the ability to deal with it, so he didn't intend to pay attention. After walking a long distance, he stopped at the foot of a low cliff. Come out, everyone. Hey, boss, you've worked hard. Jenny, you don't have to hide anymore. Okay. In a flash, Locke, the Queen Silkworm, Fragrant Butterfly, and Jenny appeared one by one, and the team suddenly grew stronger. Ivan has notified Zae to come over and join them. Boss, what's wrong? Seeing that he looked different, Locke couldn't help asking. Zae said someone was following him. Ivan said coldly. Let him come over. Don't be afraid of him. Locke was shocked when he heard this. Of course, Ivan would not be so tough. He sent a message to the swamp ant to use its speed to make a few circles, shake off the pursuers, and then come here to join. As a creature that can control gravity, the speed of the swamp ant is also one of the best among the third-level creatures. Ordinary second-level wizards can't compare with it at all. When Ivan rested for a while, and studied the broken palm of the Molten Lake Lord leisurely, the swamp ant came late. It has a tail. Jenny said something. Hearing this, the ant was stunned. It took a lot of effort to take a detour, but it still couldn't get rid of the pursuer. This really made the ant ashamed. It doesn't matter, come if you want. I want to see which wizard has such great ability and patience. Ivan waved his hand. He didn't want to cause trouble, but it didn't mean he was afraid of trouble. Sure enough, a wizard flashed to a place not far from the low cliff, and there was no doubt that he was following the ant. Wizard Marichatton, we meet again. Kadaf walked out with a smile, but was stunned when he saw the broken hand beside him. Wizard Kadaf, your tracking method is quite good. Ivan said calmly, while sealing the broken hand back into the scroll. Thank you for the compliment. Kadaf laughed dryly. Someone had the audacity to cut off the hand of the Molten Lake Lord before, causing the Molten Lake Lord to be furious. He knew it was this person in front of him. Looking at the other party's current appearance, he escaped from that chaotic place without any big fight, and there were no signs of injury on the group. This is really a person who lives up to his reputation. Are you alone? Ivan put away the scroll, his eyes full of hostility. Haha, I just came over to take a look. Since Brother Solomon is not here, I will go look for him somewhere else. Facing the murderer who dared to break the palm of the Molten Lake Lord, Kadaf also did not want to cause trouble. After saying that, he turned around and slipped away. Kadaf, why don't you chase me? Solomon is not here. Huh? Halfway through, Kadaf called his companions who were following him, and went to look for Solomon together. If the wizard Marichatton can come out, Solomon must be able to come out too. The Frost Flame Flower is probably on him, and he has no companions by his side. He can't let Dyla and Yule take advantage of it. In the family's meditation method corresponding resource list, the value of the Frost Flame Flower ranks among the top, so Kadaf will naturally not give up easily. Chapter 350. You are a child of a big family, but you are such a coward. You know what to do. After Kadaf left, Ivan took out the sealed broken palm and carefully examined it. Locke and others kept their mouths shut, and went to the surroundings to guard against any inconvenience. The more Ivan explored the broken palm, the brighter his eyes became. He gradually understood what the specialty of the nine-colored Tinkin was. The flesh and blood were mainly composed of fire, supplemented by earth, followed by water and wind. Under the unusual rules of the nine-colored Tinkin, they were perfectly integrated into a whole. With such harmonious elemental power, the creature itself has enough potential. No wonder that guy can enter the 4th level promotion stage and control a small part of the domain power. What Chief Nonal said is undoubtedly right. This is an excellent treasure land. If you can find a material or creature with earth as the main element, wood as the auxiliary element, and fire as the secondary element, and harmonious power, then, after he discovered the secret in the flesh and blood of the Molten Lake Lord, the first thing he thought of was what he needed for his 3rd level promotion. According to the situation of the Frost Flame Flower and the Molten Lake Lord, it is possible to find key materials suitable for him in the 9-colored Tinkin. In fact, he had 2 ideas for the 3rd level promotion. First, after successfully being promoted to the 3rd level, he would experience a small nirvana, adjust the 1st level solidified witchcraft and the 2nd level solidified witchcraft to the supporting spells in the new meditation method Black Magic Ritual, and truly embark on the path of Black Magic Ritual, laying the foundation for the 4th level promotion. Second, after successfully being promoted, The first level and second level solidified witchcraft would be transformed into supporting spells of black magic ritual, and all solidified witchcraft would be transformed to the third level, laying a solid foundation for the fourth level promotion. However, the idea is just an idea. He has not actually verified whether the solidified witchcraft can be improved in the transformation, so he only regards the former as the main goal. It's a pity that there is no chance to bring out the three-headed strange bird. It is a rare research material. Ivan sighed with some regret while resealing the broken palm. Boss, if you had told me earlier, I would have dug out the three-headed strange bird and let the silkworm queen put it in the insect nest space. Locke also felt very sorry. That place is a tangle of things, you can't dig it out. Ivan shook his head, not agreeing with this statement. However, if we encounter any creatures on the road, we can study them. That's easy, leave it to us. Let's go and find the materials suitable for my promotion. Ivan said nothing more, and then announced his departure to the nearest territory. However, Solomon gave a rough map from many years ago. Given the unpredictable situation of the nine-colored Tianking, the map may not be completely accurate. In any case, it is better to have a map than to rush in blindly. Several people walked through the fire territory and entered a water territory. The sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and it was drizzling with black rain, which was completely different from the fire territory just now. The rain is poisonous. Xiangye reminded that after awakening the wood source poison ability, she was very sensitive to toxins. It's okay, Xiangye. Please pay more attention. If you find a tricky place, remember to remind everyone to avoid it. Ivan glanced at the people and creatures around him. No one had low resistance to poison. As long as he was careful, there would be no big problem. Xiangye nodded hurriedly and paid close attention to the situation on the road. In addition to Xiangye's special situation, Jenny and Ivan's ability to sense danger was not shallow. Not long after, the group passed through the water area with continuous black rain without any danger. In the water area, Ivan got some research materials and further verified his discovery. The things born in this nine-colored Tianking are indeed strange, combining the diversity and harmony of elements. In some aspects, they are very pure and rarely seen in the outside world. Afterwards, the group set foot on the target territory and saw bare earth slopes ahead, and the sky was covered with a layer of light yellow dust. Looking at everything in front of him, Ivan frowned. This territory has obviously degraded. Without waiting for others to ask, he directly told the reason. Let's find another one. Locke said casually. Let's go. Ivan waved his hand, signaling everyone to continue moving forward. How could he not know to find another one? But the map clearly indicated that there were limited relatively safe areas, and the rest were all threatening. Unless necessary, he didn't want to go to those high-risk areas, or even extremely dangerous special areas. As the group walked through the bare earth slopes, Jenny noticed something and her face suddenly became a little ugly. We are surrounded. As soon as she finished speaking, the earth slope under her feet began to shake. This was not an earth slope at all, but the back of a strange beast. The group jumped away in shock and fell to the ground. The earth slopes around them also moved. In an instant, the earth slopes revealed their true appearance. They were a group of rock turtles. They unexpectedly concealed Jenny's perception, causing the group to be surrounded. Seize the opportunity and kill first. Ivan did not retreat but advanced, deciding to fight his way out. This group of rock turtles looked big, but their strength was actually less than the third level. They combined the power of the earth and wind, and were good at spitting out rock balls and dust miasma, but they seemed a bit clumsy in action. The leader of the rock turtles was at the third level and knew how to control gravity, but he was not strong enough to be beaten by the ants. As a result, the group really broke through the earth leader. Time passed, and more than an hour later, Ivan and his group came to another earth leader, which disappointed him again. What caught my eyes was a swamp full of soft mud. There was no green color in the whole swamp, but it was filled with all kinds of foul-smelling gases. The group still did not stop moving forward. After a while, a curved river full of mud appeared. Occasionally, mud monsters could be seen wandering on the river, as if they were patrolling. I sent someone to explore the way. Go. Ivan agreed to the proposal of the swamp ants. Seeing that the swamp ants sent some ant guards to explore the way, the strong silkworm queen also sent a team of swift-winged silkworms to fly low over the mud river from another direction. There are more than one river. There are wind and thunder in the center, and a lot of thunder is hidden. There should be treasures there, similar to the frost flame flower. Soon, the ant guards and the swift-winged silkworms sent back news, which was refreshing. The people of the Bailiki family tried their best to seize the frost flame flower, and its value can be imagined. It was also bred by the nine-colored Tianking, so the value of the things here should be commendable. However, it depends on whether Ivan is willing to cause trouble. Let's take a closer look. We can roughly see some clues from the surrounding environment. If the particle classification is suitable, we can make a long-term plan. If it is not suitable, there is no need to go to great lengths. Seeing the others looking at him, Ivan said after a pause. Looking down from the top of the marshland, you can see a series of rivers printed on the ground, which seem to be shrinking concentric circles. The center of the circle is the treasure land. The ant guards and the swift-winged silkworms did not rashly approach the treasure land, but wandered outside the last river. They did not know that their actions actually fell into the eyes of some mud monsters. Strange beast? No, this should be a beast controlled by human wizards. If these despicable and greedy wizards dare to ruin our good deeds, I will make them taste the power of thunder and lightning. In the last ring river, some slime monsters were pretending to be other creatures. They had long been eyeing the things that were nourished in it. They were obviously not welcoming to these uninvited guests, who suddenly broke in. Chapter 351. Gurgle Gurgle. On the Ring River, the mud monster roared at the uninvited guest, and spit mud bullets to intimidate. To Ivan and his companions, the sound was no different from bubbles on the water's surface. As for the mud bullets, they were too slow and were ignored. The group of people crossed the river in a few steps. It must be said that there are indeed many mud monsters on the Ring River. Some are tall and some are short, and the tallest can reach 10 meters. The mud monsters seem to have their own territory, and only patrol their own territory, which makes the advance of several people smoother, and finally stopped behind the second inner Ring River. Boss, don't you want to go inside and take a look? Locke was puzzled. You can see clearly here, Ivan said, staring at the front. Just like the frost flame flower, there are unusual elemental phenomena all around, such as thunder magma, smoke, frost fog, etc. Compared with the two, the net of heaven and earth piled up by the frost flame flower is thicker. However, this place does not feel safer to him than the frost flame flower. He has not decided whether to get involved, so he will not go deep into it rashly. At this time, the ant guards and the swift-winged silkworms returned to the swamp ants and the silkworm queen respectively, without bringing any special discoveries. Jenny, what do you think? After a pause of more than 10 seconds, he turned his head and asked. A large number of earth, thunder, and water energy particles are gathered here. The deeper you go, the more violent the particles become. I think the things here are related to these three elements, Jenny said lightly. Ivan nodded slightly, agreeing with his opinion. What he was looking for was something constructed by particles of the three elements of earth, wood, and fire. The deviations were obvious. Considering that the nine-colored Tianking was full of murderous intent, many things were not easy to deal with. After careful consideration, he decided not to get involved. Retreat. Ivan waved his hand. Hearing his words, Locke hesitated to speak. It was a bit unpleasant to return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain. Little did they know that at the moment when they began to turn around and evacuate, some people in hiding breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to themselves, "You are smart. Boss, there is movement, it seems mature." However, Ivan and his men had just passed the fourth Ring River when thunder suddenly sounded behind them, and crackling thunderstorms came out one after another. At the same time, smoke, dust, frost, etc. also exploded, with a dull sound, shaking all around. Several people couldn't help but look back and saw that the place was in complete chaos. Ivan was sharp-eyed, and caught a glimpse of a treasure through the chaos. Just as Locke said, the treasures nurtured in that place matured at this moment. On the side, Locke's eyes were shining. There is lay Manzi. Before Ivan could say anything, someone couldn't hold back, removed the disguise, and jumped out 9 people. This scene fell into Jenny's eyes. She reminded him, and turned back to glare at Zai and Kinho. The previous exploration did not find anything, and it must have exposed their tracks. The Thunder Tribe members were all tall, and had azure blue skin. After jumping out, they flapped their wings behind them, and rushed towards the chaotic land in a shuttle formation. Their formation was hidden, and soon the lightning power on their bodies was connected together, faintly transforming into an ancient thunder beast. The ancient thunder beast was domineering and tightly protected the Thunder Tribe members inside. Thunder Barbarian is a real reckless man. Seeing that they were going to force their way in, Locke smacked his lips. It stands to reason that there must be guardian beasts in places where treasures are born. There shouldn't be any here, right? No one answered his words. The Thunder Clan in the distance was really forcing its way in. They did not stop even when they were close to the land of chaos. They just rushed over. It must be said that the ancient beast transformed by thunder was as steady as a mountain. It pushed the surrounding chaos to the sides and absorbed the thunder power from the outside world. The guardian beast still did not come out to stop it. Just as the figures of the Thunder Clan were submerged in the chaotic vision, a huge abyss suddenly appeared in the swamp below where the treasure was. The huge mouth was so big that it almost covered most of the place where the treasure was. With a roar that shook the earth, the abyss's huge mouth bit upwards. Wherever the abyss's huge mouth passed, whether it was energy or the Thunder Clan, it was all swallowed in one gulp. This is even more reckless. This scene really shocked many people, and Locke suddenly felt his throat dry. The creature below now revealed part of its true appearance. It should be a rock-armored black crocodile covered with lightning patterns. Its head can cover most of the place where the treasure is located. Anyone can imagine that its size must be so huge that it makes people dumbfounded. Keep retreating? Yeah, hurry up and go. Ivan didn't know whether the giant crocodile was really confident or just hot-headed. It swallowed such heavy and chaotic energy directly into its stomach. It was an existence that could not be provoked. Locke no longer had the idea of robbing the treasure. The giant crocodile was ferocious, and his small body was not enough to fill the gap between its teeth. The few people came and went quickly. Crack! As the few people moved away, pillars of lightning flashed from the edge of the place where the treasure was located, and fell on the Ring River not far away, turning into a series of figures, which were none other than those of the Thunder Clan. However, of the 9 people who went in, only 5 came out, all in a miserable state. When the giant crocodile's abyss mouth attacked, if the people behind had not reacted quickly, and used all their strength to transform into lightning and escape, everyone would have become food in the giant crocodile's stomach. Go! The escaped Thunder Clan did not dare to stay at all, and quickly moved away from this extremely ferocious behemoth in their grief and anger. Behind them, the giant crocodile had swept away everything it passed. Before it could swallow it all, it felt a cramping pain that went through the sky and the earth, from the inside out, and the remaining energy in its mouth could not be swallowed. As the overlord of hundreds of miles, how could the giant crocodile give in so easily? Even if it rolled on the ground in pain, it did not open its tightly closed mouth. The giant crocodile rolled and rumbled, like a mountain rolling on the ground, causing great disaster to the surrounding area. Roar! After all, things were not subject to its will. After a while, a bloody hole burst open on the giant crocodile's body, and it roared involuntarily. In an instant, the bloody hole and the giant crocodile's mouth turned into 2 wind tunnels, and energy poured out violently, along with other objects. Such a wonderful scene undoubtedly attracted the attention of 2 groups of people from far and near. It spit out something. Locke didn't know how many times he was shocked today, because things always exceeded his imagination. In the distance, 3 strange light balls shot out along with the release of energy. If nothing unexpected happened, they were the treasures nurtured here. The light ball shot out at an extremely fast speed. A yellow light ball was facing the direction they were moving away from, and another blue light ball was not far away. The last one was spit out from the mouth and flew directly into the sky. Boss? Locke reacted and looked at Ivan eagerly. If you don't take what God wants, you will be blamed. Ivan muttered. What? Locke was stunned for a moment. Why are you standing there? Go and chase after the blue one, Ivan said unhappily. Oh. Hearing this, Locke dodged and chased after it. Ginny also moved, stepped forward to block the direction where the yellow light ball was flying, and grabbed it when it got close, dispelling the light wrapped around it, and the treasure was revealed. It turned out to be a fine and translucent bead. The bead was the size of a fist, and it was full of unique earth energy. It was simply a natural high-level magic item. Locke did not miss it either. When the others arrived, he had already got another bead, a thunder energy bead, which was as good as the earth energy bead. Let's go! Ivan did not investigate carefully, put the 2 beads into his bag, and ordered to continue retreating. A few people took advantage and left, but the Thunder Tribe, who retreated in another direction, were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Think about how the Thunder Clan waited for such a long time, sacrificed a small half of their people, and injured the rest, but in the end they got nothing. And those humans seemed to be here for fun, but took away the most abundant fruits. The human wizard is really despicable, shamelessly plotting to seize our achievements. Kill! If I don't kill him, it will not be enough to quell the anger of my Thunder Clan. The Thunder Clan and humans are sworn enemies. They are already full of anger, and this anger directly overwhelms reason. They all think that they should catch up and give the human wizard a bloody lesson. The next second, 5 members of the Thunder Clan chased after them with flashing lightning. However, they soon discovered that the human wizards were no slower than them. Gordon, the leader of the Thunder Clan, called a halt to the team and took out a paper-thin fish skin roll from his pocket. According to the distribution of the surrounding areas, they must pass through here. We can take a little risk and take a shortcut. Gordon input a proper amount of thunder power into the fish skin roll, and a detailed map appeared clearly on it. He first pointed at the low and medium danger areas, and then gestured at the medium and high danger areas. I agree. I agree too. After we catch them, we will take back the 3 color beads to comfort the sacrificed tribe members. His words were recognized by others. They all thought that they should take a shortcut to kill the human wizards, otherwise they would feel unhappy. Besides, in terms of understanding the Tianqing battlefield, they, the Thunder Clan, are certainly better. Chapter 352. Boss, those stupid Thunder tribe members are gone. Don't worry about them, business is more important. As the marshland was approaching the edge, Ivan and his party slowed down. According to the map, there should be a fire territory ahead. However, both sides of this fire territory were relatively dangerous areas, and the area span was not small. He planned to pass through the fire territory and go to the other side to see the situation. To be honest, this search could only be a matter of luck. After all, he did not have the searching secrets of the Belizzi family or some kind of prophetic power, and the time for searching was limited. The map is accompanied by records that the 9-color Tianqing has its own turbulent period and calm period. Only during the calm period can you enter and exit calmly. It is not easy to leave at other times. The calm period is the current period, which usually lasts for 10 to 15 days. Because the sky is full of colorful halos, there is no distinction between day and night in the 9-color Tianqing, and the night will not bring any adverse effects to the search. The time available for searching is neither long nor short. Ivan is not prepared to waste any time, so as not to miss this rare opportunity. Wow, so much iron sand. After the marshland, it is called the fire territory, but it is actually a desert with iron sand and iron mountains in the desert, and the climate is hot and hot. After crossing the territory, Ivan and his party felt a hot air wave coming towards them. In addition to fire energy particles, there is also a special metal characteristic particle, and there are very few earth energy particles. Compared to Locke, who only knows how to sigh, Ginny's words are obviously more insightful. Well said, there is no need to stay in such a place. Ivan nodded slightly. He could see that this fire territory was more dangerous than the earth territory just now. But thinking of the giant crocodile before, he felt that everything could not be said so absolutely. In this fire territory, he was determined not to cause trouble. Along the way, they encountered fire scorpions, iron spiders, etc. on the road. They avoided them one by one, and encountered strange broken blades, mysterious underground fire caves, etc. They did not pay any attention. After a while, an 8-character ridge appeared in front of them, and outside the 8-character ridge was adjacent to a high-risk area. This is undoubtedly a natural pass. Come out! When approaching the pass, Ivan stopped. His voice spread far away, but no one jumped out. You thunder idiots, didn't you hear what my boss said? If you have the ability, block the road, but if you don't have the ability, stand out. Locke was not so polite. Hearing this, Gordon and the other 5 Thunder Clan members revealed their figures, flashed to the front, and stared at them with murderous intent. Why are you blocking our way instead of looking for trouble with the crocodile? Locke, you don't understand this. This is called bullying the weak and fearing the strong, being so afraid that you can ignore the death of your fellow tribe members. This may be the traditional style of the Thunder Clan. The two echoed each other, especially Ivan's slow words, which made Gordon and the other 5 unable to contain their anger, turning into lightning that lingered around them. Despicable human wizard, hand over the 3-color beads of my Thunder Clan. Gordon shouted angrily. What 3-color beads? Oh, I understand. It's the beads that were delivered to your door not long ago. Do you want this yellow one, this blue one, or that? Ivan pretended to be confused, then took out the gems he had obtained and showed them off. On the side, Locke looked at his boss with admiration. He still had to learn a lot from his boss in terms of arguing with others. Damn human wizard, go to hell. Gordon no longer wanted to listen to the wizard on the opposite side. He didn't care about accumulating thunder power or any formation. He flapped his wings and rushed forward first. Like Gordon, the unique thunder patterns on the skin, wings, and horns of other thunder tribes glowed. The patterns written by the thunder patterns were integrated, and thunder and lightning were generated from them, helping them to kill violently. Tactic number 3, quick victory, kill them all. Facing the enemy, Ivan gave an order to his left and right. He didn't want to bother with these Thunder Clan, otherwise he would have turned around and killed them before, but the other party deliberately dealt with him, which was intolerable, and he also wanted to kill them. The next second, many spells were cast. Locke's King's music, combined with insect sounds, illusions, toxins, and music, can make people mentally confused and full of illusions. Fragrant butterflies with source poison can make all things wither. The rosemary miasma borrowed by the silkworm queen. The gravity control of the marsh ants. Ginny's earth gravity. With the coordination of many spells, a poisonous fog and unbalanced gravity area were created, which enveloped the Thunder Clan that rushed over, causing them serious interference. Go over quickly, Gordon shouted, but did not retreat. The thunder power they exerted also reached its limit, and the violent lightning directly attacked Ivan and his men, but fell on the two empty shields of the Ant King controlled by Ivan. In addition to manipulating the Ant King's air shield, Ivan multitasked, condensing a large amount of space silk and mixing it into the poisonous fog. Ginny also multitasked. While exerting the gravity effect of the power of the earth, she controlled multiple iron roots to probe into the poisonous fog, and formed a strangling array with the space silk. Ah, be careful! It's a trick, retreat quickly. The iron root is extremely hard, and has the power to break armor and crush. The space silk can cut through anything. The two are still one-sided and cooperated skillfully. Under the slaughter of the two, the Thunder Clan paid a painful price as expected. Finally, only one member of the Thunder Clan rushed out of the area covered by the poisonous fog. Before he could celebrate his escape, his feet were entangled by the suddenly extended iron roots. The Thunder Clan member was frightened and panicked. He gathered the power of lightning to his ankles and tried to break free. The power of lightning rippled, and the tree roots were shaken away for a distance. The Thunder Clan member raised his long sword and slashed at them. At this time, two white space threads popped out, one wrapped around the long sword, and the other lightly rolled around the Thunder Clan member's waist. The Thunder Clan member was split in two from the waist, and then he died. After a short while, the battle was declared over. Boss, the number 3 tactic is a bit unsatisfying. You are the only one who talks too much nonsense. Go and see if there are any spoils? After realizing that there were no survivors, Ivan dispersed the space thread and put away the Ant King's empty shield. He secretly compared them in his mind. Compared with the Thunder Clan assassins in Thunder Bluff and Crimson Cloud, these people's strength is obviously much stronger, but it is still not enough in front of him and Ginny. Judging from the children sent by the Byliki family, these people should have a certain status in the Thunder Clan. In this way, he could also take revenge on the Thunder Clan and vent his anger for being assassinated repeatedly. Okay. Hearing this, Locke went forward and collected the remains. After a while, he brought back a bunch of things, almost packing up all the valuable things. Ivan picked and chose, selecting 2 space rings and 3 maps. One of the thin map scrolls interested him the most. This map was covered up, but it was not difficult for him, who had a high level of attainment in energy particle manipulation and was proficient in rune enchantment. After searching for a while, a map that was 10 times more detailed than the one Solomon provided was revealed. It clearly recorded the general information of each territory, and even the multiple elemental forces involved in the territory were marked. Earth, wood, fire. Really, but this place is a medium to high level dangerous area. Ivan searched one territory after another along the map, and a place name caught his eye, Spiral Valley. This Spiral Valley is not only a medium to high level dangerous area, but also surrounded by medium to high level dangerous areas. It was the place where the strongmen fought fiercely at the beginning, and the environment derived after the war was naturally more severe. What made him speechless was that there were some special areas attached to the Spiral Valley, and these special areas were extremely terrifying. Why is it low, medium, and medium-high, instead of low, medium, and high? Locke asked in a low voice. The reason is very simple. With the ever-changing nature of the 9-colored sky pit, there is no clear boundary between low, medium, and high. Low-level dangers can evolve into medium dangers at any time, and medium can evolve into high-level dangers at any time. This is a warning to those who enter to act within their capabilities, and evacuate quickly if the situation is not good. Ivan answered his question casually, but he was still thinking about the Spiral Valley in his heart. He searched carefully again, but did not find a place that suited him better than the Spiral Valley. Chapter 353. The next day, under the leadership of Ivan, a group of people set out on the road to the Spiral Valley. After entering the more dangerous area, the team became more cautious, and the speed of travel became slower and slower. As the saying goes, if you walk too much at night, you will always encounter ghosts. Not to mention the chaotic area like the 9-color Tianking, where you can encounter anything at any time and anywhere. Without any sign, a figure with a curvy figure appeared not far to the left of the group. She stood quietly more than 3 meters above the ground, looking at the group expressionlessly. Locke accidentally caught a glimpse of a figure only 5 or 6 meters away from him. His heart jumped suddenly, and he almost raised his scimitar to chop at it. At this time, Ivan stared at him seriously and signaled him not to move rashly. Locke calmed down. However, that figure could not be shaken off his mind. Not to mention the stunning appearance, the other party did not even have the slightest breath of existence, as if there was nothing. The other party's eyes were clearly closed, but he felt that the other party was staring at him, as if he was on fire. Such existence is more terrifying than any lord creature they have encountered before. They walked this section of the road in unusual silence, not daring to make any unnecessary movements along the way. After a long time, they finally finished this difficult journey. After a while, Locke couldn't help asking, what was that just now? It's a thought body, a consciousness body, and the like, similar to the Black Side Lord seen in the Crimson Cloud realm. As long as they don't mess around, such an existence will basically not care about small characters like us. I see, that person just now gave people too much pressure. After listening to Ivan's explanation, he finally let go of his worries. In fact, Ivan was also shocked before. This situation was completely beyond his expectation. Fortunately, he was strong enough. He immediately thought of the best response strategy, which was to keep silent and walk normally. Along the way, except for the somewhat stiff atmosphere, it was finally safe. After witnessing the weirdness and horror of the Tianking creatures again, the team became more cautious. Even Locke stopped making a fuss and focused on being alert to the possible dangers around him. Rest for a while. After moving forward for a distance and finding a relatively safe and open area, Ivan waved his hand and ordered to stop the journey. He set up a simple protective warning formation on the spot and took out the 3-color beads he had obtained earlier. The 9-color Tianking had unexpected risks, and he felt that he needed to change his strategy and make more thorough preparations first. Ginny, come and help me analyze this gem. Okay, Wizard Ivan. Hearing his order, Ginny put down her guard and came closer. The two began to study. A careful study revealed that the earth energy in the bead was very concentrated and pure, and at the same time had a unique gentleness, which was simply a miniature excellent energy particle pool. Although the quality is not as good as the previous frost flame flower, it is also very good. With its existence, it is easy to build an earth energy particle pool. After a preliminary investigation, Ivan came to a conclusion. It is a bit of a waste to build a particle pool. I can guide it a little and change the energy characteristics inside, turning it into a strange object with good lethality. Even Jenny, who always had high standards, looked at it differently. What a pity, I have other uses for it. Just ignore what I said. Regardless of whether there are other important uses, it is not as important as Ivan's own level 3 promotion. He wants to use this earth-based 3-color bead as bait. As for how to make bait, it is naturally based on the meditation method Black Magic Ritual. When deriving the new meditation method, his second demand is to fight against the Blackbeard Lord, go against the effect of the Blackbeard movement, and even turn the tables. In this regard, he borrowed the method of pulling the Sacred Heart. The method of pulling the Sacred Heart is crude and simple, which is to condense and use the puppet heart. The low-level puppet heart can initially manipulate the spiritual consciousness of low-level creatures, the intermediate puppet heart can control the flesh and blood life of medium-level creatures, and the high-level puppet heart has multiple controls, including the mind, body, spirit, etc., making it completely reduced to a puppet. The black magic ritual derived from this is not so cruel and overbearing, and he named it the Ritual Heart. As unique means of meditation, there is a big difference between the puppet heart and the sacrifice heart. The puppet heart can be condensed continuously, and even sold, but the sacrifice heart can only condense one, and the second one cannot be condensed unless the previous one dissipates. The puppet heart can permanently control creatures, while the sacrifice heart can only control creatures for a limited time. In terms of effect, the sacrifice heart is certainly not as good as the puppet heart. But in terms of the risk of practitioners, and their own concealment, the sacrifice heart is much better than the puppet heart, and does not need to be nurtured in the spiritual ocean for a long time. His biggest worry, that he would be exploited by others, become someone else's puppet, and pollute the spiritual ocean, was no longer a problem. It's decided. I use this earth-based 3-color bead as bait. You continue to guard it, and don't let anything come to disturb me. After exploring for a long time, and finding no other problems, Ivan made up his mind. Okay, Wizard Ivan. Ginny had no objection. Time passed little by little. This rest took longer than expected. After half a day, Ivan condensed a yellowed sacrificial heart, the size of a thumb, and the attributes and aura were the same as the Earth-based 3-color bead. After some thought, he integrated the heart of the ritual into the 3-color Earth bead. Come and take a look. Is there any difference from before? He stood up and handed the bead to Jenny. No difference, no trace. Jenny explored for a few seconds and praised softly. To be honest, Ivan's face turned a little dark. He was not looking for someone to say good things. There is a slight difference, but it needs to be discovered by someone who has carefully explored the bead before. Otherwise, you will never notice anything unusual. I guarantee it, Jenny said after a pause. That's more like it. Ivan nodded slightly. Jenny is extremely sensitive to Earth energy. To get such an evaluation from her, it is enough to show that the concealment of the sacrifice heart is not bad. It is enough to use it as bait. As for the other gains, the 3-color beads of the Thunder system have not been decided yet. There are deep marks of personal power on the 2 space rings. It will take a lot of effort to wear them off. Ivan is not going to deal with it for the time being. Wait until you leave the 9-color Tinkin. As for whether he would be tracked and retaliated by the Thunder clan, he was not worried at all. The rules in the 9-colored sky pit were chaotic, and it was difficult to track anything by most means. Outside the 9-colored sky pit, once he left, he would return to the wizard's territory, and then he would not have to worry about the birdmen of the Thunder clan. Let's go, and continue on our way. Okay. Soon, Ivan removed the protective formation and announced that he would continue to rush to the Spiral Valley. Chapter 354. After many twists and turns, Ivan and his party finally arrived at their destination, the Spiral Valley, at noon of a new day. The Spiral Valley can be regarded as a pit within a pit of the 9-colored Tinkin. The entire terrain is like a valley created by a huge meteorite falling to the ground. The valley is wide, with circles of spiral passages around it, which are connected to each other, and finally point to the bottom of the valley. Of course, this is only the Spiral Valley depicted on the fish-skin scroll map. In fact, they only saw an area covered by gray dust, and the dust was connected to the sky, turning into a big vortex, which kept turning. Boom! Following the path shown on the map, Ivan led a few people to jump down from the steep cliff on the side. In midair, they were pulled down by a brutal force and accelerated until they fell heavily to the ground. What is this force? Gravity, similar to the domain aura. With full vigilance, they came to a wide road, which seemed to be a road paved with black gems, all of which were integrated. In fact, the so-called black gems were just formed by the melting of rocks by fire. They are still hot and contain abundant fire power. Don't let your guard down, Ivan reminded the 2 clones, who were mumbling in front of him. He looked around carefully. On one side of the road was a mountain wall, also covered with black gems, and on the other side was a drifting and rotating sandstorm, which was obviously rotating along the valley. What was surprising was that the entire sandstorm seemed to be frozen, and its speed was greatly reduced. As Jenny said, the culprit that caused the sandstorm to rotate at a turtle's crawling speed was a gravitational force field. Under the influence of this inexplicable gravitational force field, the sand and dust mostly gathered in the middle of the valley, but there was not much on the road where they were, only a thin layer, which did not affect the vision at all. Look, there are many medium and high-quality element crystals in the sandstorm, Earth-type, large and small. Locke pointed to the middle of the valley in surprise. The sandstorm is full of Earth-type power, and crystals are condensed in the collision. There are many large clumps, which are undoubtedly valuable. Unless you are thrown out by the sandstorm, don't expect to use any means to pick it up. Once you act rashly, you may be pulled into the sandstorm, and you will be in a dilemma of life and death. Ivan warned in a deep voice. Boss, please rest assured. I am not a person who likes to act rashly, Locke quickly assured. For them, the middle of the valley is a special area, and it is also a forbidden area that cannot be touched. There is another forbidden area on the mountain wall. There are deep holes on the mountain wall, which seem to be smashed by something. Ivan walked along the road under his feet for a short distance, and encountered such a deep hole. The entrance of the cave is more than 3 meters wide, which is equivalent to 1/6 or 1/7 of the road. The cave is green and full of thatch, vines, dwarf trees, etc., which is completely different from the bare mountain wall and the road. At first glance, it looked peaceful inside. However, the map clearly indicated that it was a special area with a high degree of danger. He knew that it was because so many strange things were intertwined that an area with all the elements of earth, wood, and fire could be created. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. They only took a look at the entrance of the cave, and the cave suddenly became agitated, as if thousands of arrows were fired at once. These were not thatch, leaves, or vines. Most of them turned into small animals and insects with strange appearances and extraordinary speeds, and they attacked with a fierce momentum. Retreat! As Ivan retreated, he used one hand to control the empty shield of the Ant King, and the other hand to transform into the hand of the Black Devil. With the help of others, it only took one round to eliminate this sudden wave of intensive attacks, leaving a pile of animal corpses. These guys are so good at camouflage that I couldn't see any clues. Locke sighed with lingering fear. Don't use common sense to judge the creatures here, Ivan said casually. His attention was more focused on the perception of power. These creatures actually control gravity, and can use gravity to accelerate. It can be concluded that they have combined the elemental power of earth and wood. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, a rustling sound of breaking through the air came from the cave, indicating that the matter was not over yet. This time it seemed that some beast's cave had been poked. Retreat again. The cave entrance was 2 meters above the road. Under Ivan's command, several people simply retreated a distance. As expected, the first to fly out of the cave entrance was a group of green-haired bats, followed by dark green feathered snakes, and plant life composed of vines, and so on. Most of these creatures were at the second level. After a while, several people slaughtered these crazy creatures. After the second wave of attacks, the green deep cave finally returned to its previous peace. Ivan collected some corpses as research objects and silently waved to others, indicating that everyone should continue to move forward along the spiral channel. Afterwards, they frequently encountered more deep caves. In addition to the lush greenery inside, there were also flames, and intermittent disordered gravity and repulsion. Facts have proven that no matter the wood cave, fire cave, or earth cave, they are all beast caves without exception. These beasts have all kinds of strange appearances, as if they were synthesized by experiments, but the elemental power in their bodies is highly harmonious, and the deeper you go along the spiral channel, the stronger the beasts in the deep caves become. Ivan confirmed one thing: the target creature he was looking for was hidden in a deep cave. The biggest problem at present is how to accurately find it among the many beasts. Killing several times in each deep cave is definitely not feasible. Killing too much is likely to attract things that you can't afford to offend. Boss, don't you have any secret methods to explore? Locke was surprised. Yes, it's in front of me, and when I see it with my own eyes, I can sense whether it fits. Of course, Ivan deduced the matching sensing method, but it was not very advanced, far inferior to the Belizzi family. Well, then we can only look for it slowly. Locke was stunned for a moment, and said indifferently, It's not good to be slow, we can't stay here for long. Ivan shook his head. In fact, he had some doubts in his heart, suspecting that the frozen sandstorm in the middle of the valley would suddenly accelerate at some point, and then clean up the entire spiral valley. Otherwise, why would these creatures hide in the deep caves and come out only when there is any movement? However, this item is not recorded on the fish skin roll map. How about I go down and look for it? Jenny volunteered. Don't even think about it. Ivan looked at her with a frown. Once you go down to such a place, no one knows what will happen. It is very likely that you will never come back. The secret clone is not easy to come by, and it may not be damaged like this. Comparing with the current situation, he thought again and decided to use a stupid method, or use bait. Of course, it was not the 3-color earth bead. There was only one of that thing, and he would definitely not use it before he determined the target creature. Instead, he refined a new bait on the spot, using the element ratio he needed. Come on, everyone, come and help. Jane Eyes Ant will provide the earth power, Queen Silkworm Butterfly will provide the wood power, and I will do the fire myself. Speed up. After Ivan made a decision, he instructed others to start working. What about me? Locke did not hear his name. Be alert and pay attention to the movements around you, Ivan said. Okay. Locke glanced at the empty black gemstone road and agreed with boredom. With Ivan's refining every minute, the slightly rough power crystals were completed in a short while. Since the power providers were dedicated, the quality of the bait was not bad. Then, they began to carry out the fishing operation. The first choice was the earth cave. Ivan personally threw a power crystal into the middle of the road and drew rune lines around it with a pen. The lines extended from the road to the cave entrance. After activating the rune line, he stepped back and watched the thin force in the crystal being pulled into the deep cave. The next second, there was a dense movement in the deep cave. Retreat. Ivan understood that all the beasts in the deep cave were caught out, and the bait arrangement failed. He was not discouraged. and what he wanted was to keep trying and adjusting. The second time he chose the earth cave, he adjusted the strength of the pulling force and lowered it by 1 level to increase its concealment, but he still caught a lot of beasts. The third time, the earth cave, lowered 1 level, and the fishing failed. The 8th time, the fire cave, refined the bait, further purified the crystal power, and the fishing failed. The 14th time, the wood cave, refined the bait, changed the characteristics of the wood energy, and the fishing failed. The 39th time, the earth cave, refined the bait, combined with a strand of power from the 3 color beads of the earth system, intermittently pulled the extremely obscure weak power to the deep cave, waited for a long time, and finally caught a big fish. A strange python floated out of the deep cave slowly. The body of this giant python is made of dust and charred smoke, and the huge head is made of rock. A pair of snake pupils reflect the jumping flames, but there is a strange green grass on the top of the head, like a pigtail. Ivan took a glance, and was sure that this was the target he was looking for. Chapter 355. This strange python just poked its head out of the cave, and most of its body was still inside the cave, so it was difficult to see its full appearance. Ivan had quietly used his secret method to sense that the strange python had the power of earth, fire, and wood. The earth was the strongest, followed by the fire, and the wood was relatively weak. The strange python had great power, and its strength level had reached the peak of level 3, and its aura was slightly higher than that of the ants. Although this elemental power composition was not the best choice, it was also very good, and it could not be too demanding. After he learned the specific situation, he made a decision in his heart, and decided not to pick and choose this dust python. He activated the 3-color earth bead, pulling out a hint of aura, letting it drift away from his body. The next second, the dust python smelled something, and the strange-looking python head glanced at him, and the flames reflected in his eyes danced more happily. However, the dust python did not pounce directly, but swam leisurely towards the bait in the middle of the road. From the behavior of this dust python, Ivan saw the calmness and relaxation of a top predator, which was really a bit domineering. This guy is definitely a ruthless person. In this regard, his expression was particularly solemn. He raised his right hand and slowly waved it backwards, signaling everyone to retreat a distance and not make too much noise. The others did not doubt him, and followed him to retreat step by step, while staring at the eating dust python as if facing a great enemy. The dust python opened its mouth and sucked lightly, and the bait placed in the middle of the road fell into its mouth. It savored it carefully for 2 or 3 seconds. Then, the dust python floated towards the group of people, still moving slowly. Perhaps it was used to being the king in the deep cave, and it showed a cat playing with a mouse. On the black gemstone road, one side retreated softly, while the other side slowly pursued. After a while, the whole body of the dust python swam out of the deep cave. It was more than 20 meters long, but it was not that scary. Why didn't the boss take action? How could a mere snake be so arrogant? You should be more serious. Locke actually didn't like this silent contest. After a long time, he couldn't help complaining in his heart. How long will this confrontation last? Soon, what he hoped for was realized. Roar! The dust python finally lost its patience. With a roar, a rudimentary domain aura emerged. The python's body suddenly stretched and grew larger, almost occupying half of the black gem road. The huge python head sucked the group of people fiercely, and a domineering suction force enveloped the entire road in the blink of an eye, making it impossible to avoid it. Hold on, hold on. Ivan exerted force with his feet, as if his feet had taken root, but his robe kept pulling forward, making a rustling sound. Inadvertently, some debris rolled out of the robe, including a yellow gem, and all these things were sucked into the mouth of the dust python and swallowed into its stomach. Roar! The most tempting thing was already in hand, and the dust python could not help but roar happily. However, the dust python refused to give up, and the suction force was further strengthened during the roar, trying to swallow all the people in the group. It didn't know that someone on the opposite side had mastered the power of the earth, and secretly cheated and quietly grabbed the people around, making them look shaky, but in fact they were standing still on the ground. In the eyes of the dust python, it was only one step away from swallowing the person in front of it. While digesting the treasure it had just obtained, it was competing with the person in front of it, and its expression became calm and not impatient. The situation was at a standstill, and time passed by. It's done. After a moment, the solemn expression on Ivan's face disappeared, replaced by a relaxed smile. The heart of the ritual has merged with the dust python. He raised his hand to the dust python, and with a thought, the dust python showed a rare look of fear, but it calmed down in an instant, closed its mouth, and the suction covering the black gem road dissipated. Then, the dust python shrank rapidly and returned to its previous appearance. This was not the end. The dust python shrank further, and its body seemed to be deflated. In the end, only a 3-color bead was left floating there, and slowly fell into his hand. Compared with the previous one, the 3-color beads of the earth element lost a lot of precious rhyme. Is it that simple? Locke stared at the beads with wide eyes, and could see that there was a small version of the dust python wandering inside. Simple as, if the 3-color beads were not attractive enough, it would not be so easily fooled. Ivan rolled his eyes at him. He had been worried for more than a day for this. What's more, the heart of sacrifice is not obtained out of thin air. Boss, your method is really overbearing. Locke sighed. Is it overbearing? Ivan didn't think so. Overbearing. The one who said this was the Queen Silkworm, who glanced at the swamp ant next to him. Back in the Ant-Man's secret vault, he witnessed Ivan using the advanced puppet heart to control the swamp ant in the beast egg. The swamp ant still had the strength to resist, but now this strange python showed no sign of struggling. It can be seen that the so-called ritual heart is very overbearing. It's different. This one is actively integrated. Who made it too greedy? Once it notices something, it will definitely resist. It will not be easy to subdue it at that time. Ivan didn't understand what the Silkworm Queen meant, so he couldn't help but explain the difference. As he said, the dust python did actively merge, but the other party absorbed and merged the energy of the 3-color earth beads, and ended up merging the sacrifice heart that was mixed in. By the time the dust python realized that something was wrong, it was too late. In terms of dominance, he still felt that the puppet heart was better. Ginny, you did a good job just now. Ivan turned his head and praised. It's my job, Ginny said calmly. Boss, I acted well just now, didn't I? No flaws were revealed. Okay, no more small talk. Spiral Valley is not a place to stay for long. The biggest purpose of this trip has been achieved. Ivan didn't waste any more words, and led the others to walk in the opposite direction along the Black Gem Road. The return speed was faster than the way there. Soon, they jumped up from the steep cliff against the gravity field. After climbing up the cliff, they were out of the Spiral Valley, but it was not time to relax yet. The surrounding areas were still medium and high-risk areas. The danger is not over yet, stay alert, Ivan emphasized, and continued to evacuate with the others, without even looking at the Spiral Valley. Since then, they have only seen the tip of the iceberg of the Spiral Valley, and the real danger has never been revealed. Even so, Ivan feels great pressure. Unless it is absolutely necessary, he thinks he will never come to such a place again. Boss, where are we going next? First leave the 9-colored Tianking, then return to Inkard City, and after meeting up with Wizard Randall, go directly back to Dongdu. In a short while, Ivan had a plan in mind. The next thing was of course to be promoted to a 3rd-level wizard. He would definitely not choose the 9-colored Tianking for promotion. Choosing this place would undoubtedly be a suicidal act. He would not choose Inkard City either. This promotion would require a special transformation, which would take an uncertain amount of time. He must choose a safe and secure place. Don't you still have time? You haven't been to many low and medium risk territories. Aren't you going to explore for treasure? No, greed is not a good thing in many cases. Seeing Ivan say this, Locke felt a little regretful, but had to give up. They walked carefully on the way back, and they arrived at the familiar fire territory the next morning, which was the territory where the Frost Flame Flower was born. The shortcut passage where they originally landed had long been closed. The edge of the 9-colored Tianking was nothing more than a layer of force field, and there were traces to follow. It was not difficult for Ivan to pry open a path along the original shortcut passage. With his current level, he didn't even need to borrow the 1,000 Changes Star Cone. In an instant, a winding passage appeared in front of him. Only Ivan and Zayi were left on the ground. One man and one ant jumped into the passage and continued to go up along the winding passage. There were some twists and turns along the way, and finally they flew out of the 9-colored Tianking smoothly. Jenny, Locke and others reappeared. The people of the Byliki family are so uncivilized. Not only did they disappear, but the airship also disappeared. Locke cursed. Forget it, let's go back to Inkard City by ourselves. Ivan was also a little speechless. It was indeed a bit uncivilized to use people to go forward instead of people to go backward. He returned early, but the people of the Byliki family came earlier. It was undoubtedly right that he did not stay there for a long time. Finally, after taking a look at the Forbidden Land emitting various colors of light, Ivan led a group of people to fly back to the blue sky and continued his return journey. Chapter 356. The wilderness is neither the territory of wizards nor the Thunder Clan, but a paradise for demonized creatures. There are many beast species living here, which is far less peaceful than the China continent. Ivan and his party flew at an amazing speed. Even if something wanted to cause trouble on the road, it would not be able to catch up with them. They traveled safely along the way. The next day, Ivan arrived at the Sealing Thunder Pass alone on the marsh ant, but was stopped outside the Black Thunder Ring in front of the Sealing Thunder Pass. Fengliguan is a strategically located place, and people with unknown identities are not allowed to enter without permission. After waiting for a while, a humanoid metal puppet passed through the Black Thunder Ring and came to ask questions. I am an elder of the Dongdu Enchanting Guild, and this is my identity badge. Ivan took out his elder identity badge, which had a series of means to prove that it was difficult for outsiders to impersonate him. I'm sorry, I checked carefully, and there is no record of you leaving Fengliguan. The puppet glanced at it, and said after a moment of silence, Exit record? Ivan frowned slightly. Yes, there are regulations for Fengliguan. Any wizard who leaves the pass needs to go through strict registration, so that it can be compared with the entry record. This can effectively prevent people with ulterior motives from sneaking into China continent. The puppet explained. A week ago, the eyes knew of the Belizzi family flew over Fengliguan, and I was on the airship at the time. Ivan stated truthfully. I don't know if it was Solomon's mistake or he forgot, but he didn't remind me to register before, and the guards of Fengliguan didn't get on the airship to check. He himself did not realize that it was wrong at the time. Who would have thought that the Belizzi family, a big family, would be so unrefined? The eyes knew returned 2 days ago. The puppet said. I know I missed it. Ivan's face turned a little dark. I'm sorry, there is no record of exiting the pass. No matter where the wizard is, he cannot pass through the Thunder Pass. The puppet said in a serious manner, and then he turned around and prepared to leave. Wait! Ivan would naturally not let the other party leave. He tried to contact Solomon, but the secret mark did not respond. The other party wanted to come to a secret room to deal with the frost flame flower. Rules are rules. It's useless to call me back. The puppet stopped and emphasized. You just accept this rule? There is no other way to verify it. You can only take a Dieter back to China continent. Ivan's tone began to turn cold. He gradually realized that someone was playing a trick on him. It was probably someone from the Beliki family. I don't know which of Solomon's 3 competitors it was. It is unlikely to take a Dieter. If it can be easily bypassed, the existence of the Southwest Pass will have no meaning. Rules are rules. The puppet emphasized again, sounding a little weak. I am the elder of the Dongdu Enchanting Guild, Ivan Marichatin, the creator of the Black Magic Wind and Fire Array, with a little fame in China continent and a little influence in the Enchanting Guild. You stopped me from passing through the Sealing Thunder Pass. I promise in the name of Marichatin that when I return to China continent, I will report this matter to the Enchanting Guild and investigate it to the end. Ivan was too lazy to pay attention to the puppet and the people behind him, and shouted directly to the Sealing Thunder Pass. In the wizarding world, due to the widespread use of magic items and rune magic arrays, the influence of the Enchanting Guild has penetrated into all aspects, and the entire guild can be said to be a behemoth. In front of the Enchanting Guild, Encart City is not enough. Although he himself is not a treasure of the Enchanting Guild, he is not an unknown person, and he still has the status he deserves. In the conversation with Vice President Angus, the other party hinted at this point in his words, and told him that when he encountered problems when he went out, he only needed to report the name of the guild, and the guild would definitely support him. In fact, Angus had no say in this matter. There was nothing he could do, because some people in the guild valued Ivan. You. As soon as these words came out, the metal puppet choked. He had never seen a wizard dare to speak out in the Thunder Pass, and this man had a great reputation. If he had known earlier, he would not have done this, or investigated it in advance. He regretted it. Before he could say anything else, the Thunder Pass was closed, and someone quickly slapped him away with a slap, snatching control of the metal puppet. Ahem, Elder Marichatin, this is a misunderstanding. The voice of the metal puppet was obviously different. Whether it was a misunderstanding or someone's deliberate mischief, I only have one request now, you know? Ivan choked. Understood. Please show me the guild nameplate again, and I will open the door and let you pass. The man hurriedly said. Afterwards, the two re-verified the identity nameplate, and the Black Thunder Ring opened a door, and the swamp ant carried Ivan through it, and flew to the top of the Sealed Thunder Pass. As he approached, a middle-aged wizard came up to him, wearing an enchanter's robe. Elder Marichatin, I am Mallory, the elder of the Nandu Enchanting Guild, and I am glad to meet you. Mallory smiled kindly. Hello, Elder Mallory, are you working at Fonlay Pass? Ivan didn't expect that there would be people from the guild at the pass. No wonder what he said before worked so quickly. Yes, you may not know in Dongdu, but the Nandu Enchanting Guild has always had people on duty at the Southwest Pass. Their main task is to maintain and repair the runes here to prevent the formation from being leaked and taken advantage of by foreign races. Mallory did not hide it. I see. Ivan nodded slightly. His eyes fell on the figure leaning against the wall, a wounded first-level wizard. Elder Maricharton, I'm sorry, I didn't check for a moment and let this man make a big joke. I have already taught him a lesson, I hope you can forgive me, Mallory said, and slapped the man's head twice, hitting it against the wall with 2 bangs. The other party gave enough face, so Ivan didn't care too much. Soon, he exchanged the secret seal with the elder, and then he passed the Thunder Pass and entered the city of Encart. Wizard Mallory, there is no need to do this, right? You don't understand. Looking at his departing back, other wizards asked in a low voice, and Mallory shook his head without explaining. In fact, Mallory knew Ivan well. From the information he collected, it was not difficult to find that with the other party's talent and ability, he might accidentally become his superior leader or a senior figure in the Enchanting Guild at some point. How could he not make friends with such a ferocious person? On the other side, Ivan returned to the 3-story tower where he used to live. Dyla, this woman is just so tolerant, but she is really annoying. At the pass, Mallory casually revealed the identity of the person behind the scenes. That person was Dyla from the Belizzi family, who was regarded as the biggest competitor by Solomon. This was somewhat beyond Ivan's expectations. However, Encart City was the territory of the Belizzi family after all. He knew that he could not do anything to Dyla, so he could only put it on the account first. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. Not long after he returned to the tower, someone came to visit him. Wizard Marichatton, I haven't seen you for a long time. How are you these days? The visitor smiled and greeted. Not very well. I was attacked by a villain when I passed Fonlay Pass. Do you want to know who that villain is? Ivan responded with a cold face. Just a joke. Dyla looked a little uncomfortable. Wizard Dyla, if you are here to apologize, you might as well show your sincerity. If not, go back to where you came from. I don't like to joke with people I don't know well. Ivan's eyes were still unfriendly. The atmosphere in the living room was a little stiff for a while. Okay, I apologize. After more than 10 seconds, Dyla softened her attitude. I don't accept verbal apologies. Ivan was unmoved. What do you want? A trace of resentment flashed in Dyla's eyes. She was very much loved in the Belizzi family. When had she ever yielded to outsiders? This person was simply ungrateful. You should ask yourself, what is your purpose? Or are you simply jealous of Solomon getting the Frost Flame Flower, so you implicate me with your anger? Ivan's attitude was still hard. Wizard Marichatton, I heard that you got the broken palm of the Molten Lake Lord. I think we can trade. You can set the conditions, and you will see my sincerity. Dyla took a deep breath and then told her purpose. Not long ago, she heard about the broken palm of the Molten Lake Lord from Kadaf, and she was secretly interested in it. According to her idea, she wanted to suppress Ivan's aggressiveness, then use some tricks to throw out an olive branch, and then propose a trade. It would come naturally, but things developed in other directions. Now, she had no choice but to visit in person. You better go back. Ivan waved his hand impatiently. Are you rejecting the friendship of my Belizzi family? Seeing that he didn't want to negotiate at all, Dyla turned to coercion when bribery failed. You can't represent the Belizzi family, just like I can't represent the Enchanting Guild. Ivan said disdainfully, everyone can talk nonsense, and everyone has a background. After a while, Dyla left the tower angrily. Ivan ignored this. After 2 days of rest in the tower, he sent a message to Solomon, and left Encart City with Randall, and returned to Dongdu Dolmen City. Chapter 357. Eastern Capital, District 2, Block 107. In the Shuimu Tower where the Enchanting Guild is located, Ivan has been back from Encart City, thousands of miles away, for 5 days. After he came back, of course, he had to show up at the Enchanting Guild, contact his colleagues, and visit his superiors. Unfortunately, Vice President Angus happened to be busy. After a few days, he dealt with a lot of trivial matters, and his daily life became the same as before. Xiangye, is the mentor still so depressed? Well, Randall hasn't been to other places these days. He often goes to the tavern, and sits there for most of the day. He really hasn't calmed down yet. Ivan understood that Randall hadn't recovered from the blow. The 9-color glass insect clan that he had worked hard to cultivate for decades was seriously damaged, and there was also the betrayal of his friends, and the tricks behind the Blackbeard music. These 3 things were all things he cared about. All 3 things went wrong, like stabbing 3 knives in his heart, which hit Randall hard. It stands to reason that wizards wouldn't take so long to recover, but Randall is different from ordinary people. He is a rare temperamental person among wizards. Let him go. You should take care of him more. Okay. It's not a big problem to drink to relieve sorrow. It's difficult for wizards to get drunk. Ivan has something in mind, so he doesn't pay much attention to it for the time being. He just told Xiangyu a few words. Then, he came to the Enchanting Guild again. The vice president just sent a message and asked him to go over. In the vice president's office, Ivan went forward to greet the vice president Angus. Did you go to Encart City, the southwest fortress? Angus pointed to the chair next to him and asked him to sit down and talk. I have a friend who is from the Belizzi family. I owed him a favor before, so I accepted his invitation to explore the 9-colored tinking outside the city. Ivan nodded and answered truthfully. He was really surprised that the news reached the vice president so quickly. That place is not low in danger, and there are many good things in it. Angus frowned slightly and then asked, I heard that there was some conflict. Someone dared to stop you outside the Thunder Pass. After knowing that you are the elder of the Enchanting Guild, they still did not let you enter the pass. Is that true or not? Yes, fortunately an elder from the Nandu branch came to my rescue. Tell me more carefully. I want to see who is openly targeting my enchantment guild. It is true that Encart City is heavily fortified, but the rune magic arrays inside and outside the city were all built with the help of the guild, and the maintenance is also done by the elders of the guild. Now they have turned their backs on us. Vice President, the situation is not that serious. Ivan waved his hands quickly, but it was not to the point of turning against each other. In fact, the one who is playing tricks is also a member of the Belizzi family, a competitor of my friend. He briefly recounted the incident, omitting the matter of the hand-severing transaction. What a mess those people really are. Angus' face darkened when he heard that he was abandoned in the wilderness by the airship, and was harassed because of this. Don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation. That's not necessary. You don't have to say more. Our guild is not so easy to bully. In Angus's view, with Ivan's momentum of becoming famous on the continent, he is equivalent to the guild's signature figure, and he is more than enough to represent the Enchanting Guild. Since Ivan had announced the name of the guild, he had to make a difference. Otherwise, others would think that the Enchantment Guild was a soft persimmon. In fact, he got the news from Milton, the vice president of the Nandu Guild. As the head of a guild, they knew some information from the top leaders, and they knew that Ivan was a talent that the top leaders valued. Whether it was the top leaders' attention or Ivan's own potential, they were happy to come forward to support Ivan, which was why Milton personally informed him of the news. I say the same thing. If any blind wizards give you trouble in the future, just tell them the name of the guild and make any requests. This is your right as a direct elder of the guild. Seeing that Ivan was hesitant, Angus emphasized loudly. This statement was obviously biased. Ivan knew that direct elders did not have such great power. Feeling the sincere care of the upper level, he could only nod gratefully. Well, I do have a favor to ask. Just say it. I want to buy a larger tower outside the 4 schools. Ivan did not act pretentiously, and stated his request. After all, the Xuanmu Tower is located on the territory of the Space School. It is somewhat inappropriate for outsiders to live there, and it is not convenient for Randall to live there. Besides, he has arranged all the floors in the tower, and there is no way to leave a floor for Randall. Therefore, he had the idea of buying a new tower. It's a small matter. I will arrange a 4-story tower for you later, and you can live in your original tower together. As an enchanter of the Space School, you can't be without a place to stay on your own territory. Angus agreed without thinking. After finishing the business, he also talked with Ivan about space knowledge for a while. It was called communication, but it was actually a test, and he answered some questions for him. Angus was naturally satisfied with his attainments and progress in space. After listening to Angus's story, Ivan knew that there were 3 stages of space cutting. The first was space blade, the second was space silk, and the third was space crushing. Space crushing is to manipulate the space network to continuously compress inward, forming a crushing force locally, and finally annihilating everything in the space. There is no doubt that this stage is not just about space cutting. Seeing that he could manipulate the space thread so skillfully, Angus told him diligently which direction to explore next, which contained his expectations. The next day, Angus fulfilled his promise, and arranged a 4-story tower for him. Knowing that Ivan had no shortage of magic stones, He sold the tower to him at a 30% discount. The total area of this tower is almost twice that of the Xuanmu Tower. It is located near the 108th square. Although it is a distance away from the 3 towers of the Enchanting Guild, the people living around it are all well-known figures in Dongdu, and the defense force is also not weak. Ivan named the new tower Black Ant Tower, and then began a simple renovation and layout. Vernon Millennium Archives. A few days later, Ivan was able to meet his boss in the 5-leaf spear, Chief Naniel. Previously, Naniel had reminded him about the promotion resources, and now that he had returned with a full load, he should come to express his gratitude. It's just that people like the vice president and the director are not someone you can meet immediately if you want to. It seems that you have gained a lot this time. I think it won't be long before you can see a 4-leaf member born. Naniel still looked gentle and elegant. I have indeed gained something. If there are no other problems, I will start the promotion in the near future. Ivan did not hide it. I am very happy for you to be able to become a peer. However, I have to remind you that you can't practice one step at a time. The promotion of the 3rd-level wizard has some special features. You have to focus on a higher level. Naniel paused for a moment and said earnestly, laying the foundation for the 4th-level promotion? Ivan's heart moved. It can be said that many 3rd-level wizards have suffered losses in this regard, so don't take it lightly. As for how to grasp it specifically, I am not qualified to teach you now. You are a wise man, and you should have your own ideas in your mind. Naniel said. I understand. Ivan nodded gratefully. In fact, when he was deriving the meditation method Black Magic Ritual, based on his ambition, he considered this issue and made corresponding arrangements. Looking back now, it was undoubtedly a very wise thing to do. After listening to Naniel's words, Ivan became more determined to undergo the transformation and promotion that he was about to undergo. Chapter 358. That evening, Randall staggered back to the Black Ant Tower. When he saw the man sitting in the living room, his bear-like body suddenly stiffened. Evan, you are here. He walked in slowly, his steps no longer staggering. Teacher, I think we should have a good talk. Evan motioned for him to sit opposite him. Sorry, Evan, I trouble you again. Randall did not refuse. Compared with the time in the Mona Ant Farm hut, his spirit and energy were obviously worse, and the sequelae left by the deep insect transformation had not completely disappeared, causing irreversible changes to his appearance. This also made him look even more embarrassed. Ivan took out a small glass bottle and put it on the table. It contained a kind of emerald green potion. The stopper popped open automatically, and a strong breath of life came out of it. What is this? Randall sniffed unconsciously, and his face brightened. Emerald sweet juice can make up for the lack of power of the golden beetle general and other glass worms to a certain extent. Ivan explained that before leaving the Vernon Millennium Archives, he specifically asked for it from President Naniel. Once upon a time, the swamp ants and the queen silkworms had used the emerald juice to make up for some of the missing essence. Randall reached out and suddenly stopped. Wizard Randall, I don't remember you being a hypocritical person. There is no need to say more polite words. Hurry up and treat the golden beetle. Wait for a few years to go to the Crimson Cloud realm. By then, the 9-colored glass worm will still be the same 9-colored glass worm. Maybe it can make further progress. Ivan stretched out his hand to stop Randall from saying the next thing. He remembered clearly that when he first joined the Mona Ant Farm, Randall casually taught him the Blackbird Crown, which was a secret method of controlling insects that Randall developed himself. And before he was promoted to a formal wizard, the royal honey from the Crimson Cloud realm was invaluable to him at the time. There were many other things, and compared to those, the emerald honey juice was nothing. Okay, then I shamelessly put it away. Seeing him say that, Randall picked up the glass bottle and quickly put the stopper back. Teacher, I check you. Those insect sequelae will not affect your current practice. After a little adjustment, you should focus on the promotion to the 2nd-level wizard. Don't wait until your disciple becomes a 3rd-level wizard, and you are still hovering at the 1st level. That would be really shameless. Ivan continued. Hearing this, Randall's pupils dilated violently, and looked at him in disbelief. The aura of the disciple in front of him was indeed unfathomable, but it was not to the point of being promoted to a 3rd-level wizard. How many years have he been away from the Mona Ant hut? Are you serious? Of course. Ivan revealed a little bit of his aura, which acted on him. Randall suddenly sank, his aura was terrifying, and he almost performed the solidification witchcraft subconsciously. Ivan, I understand what you mean. Randall came back to his senses again, and his expression became much more solemn. Thinking that his disciple's strength was advancing by leaps and bounds, He, as a mentor, was so decadent. He was really ashamed of the oath he made when he was enlightened to the way of witchcraft, and ashamed of all those who cared about him. It's good that you can figure it out. Ivan nodded with relief, and then said, regarding the problems contained in the Blackbird movement, I have found a proper solution, but it needs further verification. Soon, you will know that those problems are not a big deal. There is just one thing I have to remind you. Every wizard should have his own unique path, otherwise the future is doomed to be short-lived, and you, the mentor, should also consider the path you want to take in the future. His words were not aimless. Although both the master and the apprentice were good at controlling insects and enchanting magic, their emphases were quite different. Randall's level in enchantment could only be considered second or third rate. Even if he took out the blueprint of the black magic sacrifice cocoon formation and handed it to Randall, Randall could not understand what was included in it, let alone arrange the formation. Enchantment is like this. If you can't reach the level, it's useless to teach you step by step. Okay, I will think about this issue carefully. And at this moment, the identities of the two seemed to be reversed. Ivan became the mentor, and Randall became the apprentice. He could only listen. In the wizarding world, such a situation is not uncommon. The one who is more capable comes first. After comforting Randall, Ivan began to busy himself with his own affairs. He had to prepare for the promotion to the third-level wizard. Not to mention other aspects, just the light of wisdom, he had to accumulate some in case of emergency. There was only one level 9 light of wisdom left on the academic master's panel, which was obviously not enough. At present, he mainly wants to upgrade the 4th level of curse, the 6th level of linguistics, the 8th level of biology and pharmacy, and the 10th level of rune. Although rune is already a 10th level subject, it requires more experience points, but during the research of the new meditation method, he studied meditation runes, which greatly increased the experience points of rune, and it is not far from upgrading. Pharmacy is also about to upgrade. Biology, he got a lot of strange creature corpses from the 9-color tinking this time, as well as a pseudolord's broken palm, and a dust python equivalent to the pseudolord. After he conducts in-depth research, he will surely bring a lot of experience points to biology. When Ivan was immersed in various explorations, someone came to Shuanmu Tower from afar. Solomon, why are you here? He looked at the visitor in surprise. I'm here to apologize. I was careless for a moment, and let you be troubled by some villains. Solomon forced a smile on his handsome face. He was busy, and was pulled out. Of course, he was a little upset. You are not busy studying frost flame flowers, but you came to Dongdu to apologize to me? Ivan was confused by this. He pointed at Solomon, and then at himself. That's right. I brought some people's apologies, Solomon said, as he took out a treasure box. Is it necessary for you to make this trip? Ivan was puzzled. The family elders think it's necessary. Solomon smiled bitterly, and then explained, You may not realize your importance in the Enchanting Guild. In short, the Enchanting Guild has put pressure on Encart City, and you must give an explanation for the previous incident. The Belizzi family couldn't stand the pressure, so they sent me here. Well, I didn't expect you to do this in the Enchanting Guild. It's incredible. Listening to his sighing words, Ivan felt inexplicably happy. The Enchanting Guild was awesome. Let's not talk about the apology, let's talk about Dyla. Did that guy get any punishment? She was reprimanded by the top management, and her status in the family will definitely be affected. And this apology was given by her, and there was also a personal apology letter in it. That guy can only do this. I also made mistakes. I came to Dongdu to see you. How is it? Are you satisfied with this explanation? Solomon briefly answered the question. You came here in person, what else can I say? The elders of your family are really cunning. Ivan would not push his luck. He is a grateful person. Solomon has come forward. He did not read the so-called apology letter, and directly stated that the matter was over. Chapter 359. Solomon was busy studying the Frost Flame Flower, and the promotion of the 3rd-level wizard, so he did not stay in the Swiftwood Tower for long. After he left, Ivan opened the treasure box to check the situation. As expected, Dyla's apology letter was not very sincere. The compensation was a box of low-grade space crystals, not too much or too little, but he had no shortage of these things for a long time, so his sincerity also seemed superficial. You apologized under the pressure of the situation, but you didn't really know you were wrong. I guess you will still care about it in the future. Ivan muttered to himself, but he didn't care much. For him, Solomon's arrival was just a small episode, and he still had a lot of things to do. In the following days, he continued to immerse himself in the exploration of various subjects, occasionally fulfilling his duties, and refining some high-level magic items pure white eyes for others. More than a month later, Rheniology was upgraded to an 11th level subject, becoming the second 11th level subject after enchanting. His additional gains were the same as before, and he obtained a small light of wisdom and a level 11 light of wisdom. During this period, he opened a space ring he got from the Thunder clan. Unfortunately, the most valuable thing is the 2 space rings themselves. Although the space capacity inside is only 10 cubic meters, Ivan can see that the manufacturing materials are still very good. Because the Thunder clan's refining techniques are relatively rough, they cannot bring out the due value of the raw materials. Naturally, he could expand them in his hands. As for the things in the space, most of them are thunder-related, and a small part is wind-related, which is exactly what he can't use. There are also some that can be used, including some beast eggs and remains of demonized creatures, which can help him study biology. A few days later, Cure Science was upgraded from level 4 to level 5. Pharmacy Science increased from level 8 to level 9. The accumulated wisdom light on the Academic Masters panel gradually increased. Ivan has never slacked off. In addition to studying subject knowledge and constantly improving himself, he has also been constantly sorting out other aspects of promotion matters, and collecting auxiliary resources through various channels to ensure that everything is foolproof. Busy. He seemed to have forgotten the passage of time, and more than 4 months had passed in the blink of an eye. Cure Science was upgraded from level 5 to level 6. Biology and linguistics both jumped 2 levels, the former from level 8 to level 10, and the latter from level 6 to level 8. To date, Ivan has accumulated a total of 7 wisdom lights and 2 great wisdom lights, which make up for the previous consumption. His hard work was not in vain. Black Ant Tower. Before Ivan entered the living room, he heard a conversation inside. One of them was Randall, and the other was Mond Waken, the dean of the Mona Ant Farm. Dean Ivan. Seeing him appear, Mond stood up. Dean Waken, I'm sorry for being so slow. I was busy with important matters a few days ago, and didn't see any outsiders. Ivan was not surprised by his arrival. He had visited more than once. No, I don't have anything important to do. I just want to thank you for asking about blood transformation for me before. It's just a small favor, as long as it's useful to you. When I went to visit the Crimson Cloud Realm, Ivan promised Mond to ask about the blood transformation array and blood purification array. When he collected information about Pendala City, he also asked about this matter, and gave the information to Mond a long time ago. Now it seems that Mond should have gained something. However, Mond still has a clear sense of twilight, his breath is slightly erratic, and his appearance has not changed, indicating that he has not yet undergone blood transformation. It's useful, thank you very much. I didn't feel it was real at first, but when I came to Dongdu, I really saw your reputation, Dean Ivan. It's great that my Mona Ant farmhouse can produce such a famous wizard. Dean Ivan, once your reputation is known, I don't know how many talented students our academy will be able to recruit in each class in the future. Sooner or later, we will be able to surpass other academies in the Moon Clamp Peninsula. If this person doesn't care about his face, he can really lower his face to compliment others, and make people feel that his emotions are real. This is the look of Mond in front of him. From the time Ivan entered the living room to the time Mond said goodbye and left the tower, he didn't know how many good things he said. As the one being praised, Ivan felt a little uncomfortable. Teacher, isn't this the first time Dean Waken has come to see you? After everyone left, he asked Randall. Of course not. Thanks to you, he has made appointments to meet with me several times, and Dean Waken doesn't put on any airs. In the past, not to mention the dean, even a deacon of his Waken family liked to look down on people, which is simply unimaginable now, Randall said cheerfully. After the treatment of emerald juice and a period of recuperation, the golden beetle and the 9-colored glass worm clan have recovered most of their vitality, which makes him excited. After a few months, Randall has walked out of the haze brought by the Black God Society. It is difficult to change what is in one's bones. I guess Dean Waken still has some plans. Ivan thought for a while, and said, he still understands that those who are nice to others are either treacherous or thieves. Yes, I think so too. Randall nodded in approval. Tell me about it. Seeing that he seemed to have noticed something, Ivan couldn't help asking. Bloodline transformation. Randall didn't hide it either, and continued, I can see that he is trying to win me over and take me on the road of bloodline transformation. Come to think of it, with my current appearance, it would be a natural thing for me to undergo bloodline transformation. As he said this, Randall smiled bitterly. Hearing this, Ivan couldn't help but frown. He had heard from Chief Naniel that there was a big secret behind the blood transformation trend, which even involved the safety of the entire wizarding world. There was a lot of water behind it. In the past, the trend did not spread to him much. Although he remembered it in his heart, he did not care much. This moment was different. Someone had put the idea to Randall, which made him think more. It seems that he has to pay more attention in the future. He cannot be ignorant of the organization behind it, and he must also pay attention to the movements of Dean Waken. It's better if there is no plot. If you dare to plot against the mentor, he doesn't mind letting the Waken family become the dust of history. What's wrong? Randall saw that his face was different. I thought of another question. Regarding blood transformation, there is actually no clear definition in the wizarding world. Whether to take this alternative path depends entirely on the wizard's own wishes. If the mentor is interested, I can provide some help, Ivan said tentatively. Forget it, I'm not very interested in blood transformation. I have figured it out during this period. I'd better continue to control and raise insects, and cultivate more insects through my own efforts. Just like you said before, strive to walk out of your own wizard path. Randall shook his head and expressed his inner thoughts. That's good. Ivan nodded slightly. In any case, no matter what path Randall will take in the future, he will not interfere too much. The two talked about the experience of breeding insects for a long time, and also met the Golden Beetle General, who recovered from hibernation. He also gave Randall some experience about the Blackbeard movement. As for the black magic ritual, Ivan did not teach it to Randall. First, the new meditation method has not been truly verified, and there are hidden dangers in letting others practice it. Second, it is unrealistic to let Randall rashly change the meditation method. He is about to be promoted to a second-level wizard, and one move will affect the whole body. Therefore, Ivan only provided his insights. With his understanding of the Blackbeard movement, even his insights could help Randall gain a lot. Before leaving the Black Ant Tower, Ivan told Randall that he would be away for a long time. After listening to his words, Randall obviously thought of something and told him to take good care of himself and wait for him to come back in Dongdu. Chapter 360. Xiangjie, you and Fengma take care of the house, we are leaving now. 3 days later, in the Xuanmu Tower, the group was ready to embark on a journey again. After Xiangjie transformed into a third-level biomass, with her learning ability, growth and personality, she was obviously able to take charge of the house. This time she was left in the Xuanmu Tower to take care of the house. You are the one who should stay the most. Ivan appeared in the living room and heard this, and said to Locke unceremoniously. I actually want to stay and take charge of the overall situation, but this is a special situation, so I reluctantly follow the boss. Locke said with a smile. Ivan continued to ignore his antics, told Xiangjie a few words, and led the group to leave Xuanmu Tower. After leaving Dongdu and traveling for more than 10 days, they came to Dode Magic Stone Mine again. There were still people stationed outside the Magic Stone Mine, but they were not from the 7th Squadron of the Rock Dog Battalion, but they were still from the 4th Legion of the East Blade. After the two sides met, Ivan hurried into the Magic Stone Mine. This place is still so deserted. It would be strange if there was a bustling underground mine with no one. Look at you, I just liven up the atmosphere, Ginny, you took it seriously. This time, I came to the Magic Stone Mine not to mine or clear it, but after careful consideration, Ivan finally chose the Dode Magic Stone Mine as his place of promotion. There are many reasons, the most important of which is that the environment here is conducive to promotion and transformation. As a supporting formation for the Black Magic Sacrifice meditation method, it is also a crucial part of promotion. The Black Magic Sacrifice cocoon formation integrates the essence of the Black Magic Wind and Fire formation, which is of course more helpful in the Magic Stone Mine. For Ivan, the more helpful things are, the better, just like he brought Ginny and Locke with him. The two are his secret clones, and they have a close relationship. He can share a lot of things, including borrowing the power of the clones to repair his body and mental trauma, and maybe even bring him more unique help. The ants and the Queen Silkworm can help with other things and guard him, and they are also in the group. There is no doubt that Ivan must go all out for this promotion and transformation. Let's not waste time talking. I'm sure you all know the purpose of coming here. No one should let me down. Do you understand? Soon, the group arrived at the depths of the Magic Stone Mine. The magic stones mixed in the rocks inside were clearly visible. As usual, Ivan stepped forward and said some words to boost morale. Don't worry, boss. This is a serious matter. If anyone lets me down, Locke will be the first to not let him off. You don't have to be the first. I will be watching you all the way. I hope none of you want to try the sharpness of Pantegan. Very good, everyone is very motivated, let's start working. With Ivan's announcement, the dim magic stone mine was filled with a large number of swift with silkworms and ant guards, coming and going, and soon became bustling. The first thing Ivan had to do was not to arrange the black magic sacrificial cocoon formation, but to adjust the formation covering the magic stone mine. The Earthstone formation, an intermediate earth rune which formation, has the effects of gathering energy, protection, monitoring, and killing. This was already there before taking over the magic stone mine. It was something arranged by others. He had not been involved in earth power before, so he could only leave it alone. Now of course, he had to consolidate and adjust it to avoid any hidden dangers that he had not considered. With the help of Jenny and Zae, Ivan quickly changed the ground stone formation into the shape he expected, eliminating the hidden dangers in this part. The second thing is the black magic sacrifice cocoon formation that cannot tolerate any mistakes. Similarly, Jenny and Zae are the main force of help, and Locke, the queen of silkworms, and others are miscellaneous. Time is like water, and the days pass one after another. The black magic sacrifice cocoon formation gradually reveals its complete appearance. The boss is really amazing, but the formation looks a bit weird, it looks like an insect nest made of earth and rocks, or a demonized ant nest, right? Yes, Queen Silkworm, you described it very vividly. I didn't expect you to be so insightful. Locke and Queen Silkworm only need to do some odd jobs, and most of the time, they are directing other creatures to work. Of course, one person and one insect have enough free time to hide not far from the formation arrangement site to watch the fun and wait for new instructions. It's not that I have insight, but it is very similar to the campus of the Mona Ant-Land hut, almost carved out of the same mold. The Silkworm Queen shook her head. Ant-Man barrier? Yes, it is the Ant-Man barrier, but it is much, much larger than this. At the beginning, the Ant-Man barrier was destroyed by a strong man and was severely damaged. No wizard could repair it, not even the Lydia family, who was in charge of the enchantment group. It was Ivan who stepped forward. Under Ivan's repair, the Ant-Man barrier was not only restored to its original state, but also upgraded to a higher level. I tell you, Ivan also sought the most abundant wealth in the Ant-Man barrier under the eyes of all wizards, including Dean Waken, who was one level higher than him. Tell me quickly, tell me in detail. The boss is worthy of being the boss. In the face of such a dilemma, he can find a way to become a second-level wizard, and he has the courage to set up a trap to suppress that old guy. Compared with him, the other wizards in the Mona Ant hut are mediocre and not worth mentioning. As Locke and the Queen of Silkworm saw, the newly constructed black magic sacrifice cocoon formation is similar to a smaller version of the Ant-Man barrier. When deriving the supporting formation of the black magic sacrifice, Ivan must of course refer to and combine familiar things. It can be said that he has thought about and referenced all the knowledge content that can be borrowed and used. Take the essence and discard the dross. The black magic wind and fire formation, the Ant-Man rebirth cocoon formation, the Ant-Man holy altar, the Ant-Man secret vault, the Ant-King barrier formation, etc. He did not even let go of the shaping of the Ant-Man barrier itself. Combining the transformation experience of the Black Side Lord, after a deep comprehension and comparison, he regarded the Ant-Man barrier and the Ant-King rebirth cocoon formation contained in it as the foundation of a 1,000-foot-high building. It can also be said that this is the inspiration for the matching formation. It turned out that when he was in the Mona Ant-Land hut, he had deeply studied all aspects of the Ant-Man barrier, and consumed a lot of the light of wisdom, and the light of great wisdom, and he was very familiar with it. Based on the extremely familiar Ant-Man barrier, combined with other knowledge that has been mastered and is being mastered. According to his own demands, all of them were melted into one furnace. Finally, the Black Demon Sacrifice Cocoon Formation was born. The overall structure of the Black Demon Sacrifice Cocoon Formation includes two parts. One part is the sacrifice area below, which is like the college campus covered by the Ant-Man barrier, and the other part is the life area above, which is analogous to the Ant-Man secret library in the Ant-Man barrier. The Ant-Man barrier was built by the Sheety ants for the transformation of the tribe. The Black Demon Sacrifice Cocoon Formation was built by Ivan for his own promotion and transformation. The main body of the Black Demon Sacrifice focuses on using insects to transform into witches, and this unique Ant-Man style formation is undoubtedly complementary. As time passes, the Black Demon Sacrifice Cocoon Formation tends to be perfect at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 361. Time flies, and more than 2 months have passed since Ivan began to build the rune magic array. As he put down the last stroke, the colorful mist in the huge underground square boiled and lingered tightly inside, and outside a strange building similar to a bug nest. With a beautiful sound of heaven and earth, the Black Demon Sacrifice Cocoon Array was built. The entire array lies between the upper and lower rock walls, and the air is filled with a mysterious aura. At first glance, it makes people feel that it is a terrifying beast that chooses people to devour, with the power to capture souls. The boss is worthy of being the boss. The whole process was almost done in one go. That's right. The Ant-Man barrier is 100 times larger than this one, and Ivan can easily control it, let alone this small barrier. The formation was completed under the eyes of Locke and the Queen of Silkworms. As bystanders, they witnessed Ivan's method of turning decay into magic, which was amazing. It can be seen that the mine has undergone a series of transformations. Not only has it expanded in all directions, but it has also been dug down for more than 20 meters. All the mountain walls have been reinforced and carved. It is not an exaggeration to say that the whole is an underground palace. The main body of the Black Magic Sacrifice Cocoon Array is large at the bottom and small at the top, both of which are ellipsoidal, like a squeezed gourd. Ivan has named it the Black Magic Barrier. This Black Magic Barrier uses a large amount of raw stones, medium magic stones, and high-quality magic stones, as well as the special aura of the magic stone ore he gathered, and various materials he collected, consuming a huge amount of resources. At this time, the rune lines on the barrier burst out with a bright light, like a series of hideous centipedes in the fog. From a distance, Locke and the Queen Silkworm could feel a little creepy and frightening from above, but they didn't care at all. What are you two whispering about? Boss, I praise your wisdom and bravery, and your superb skills. It's admirable, isn't it, Queen Silkworm? Yeah. Boss, do you have any other instructions? Hearing Ivan's call, Locke and the Queen Silkworm flashed over. The formation has been built, just a little adjustment is needed, and the instructions are given so that they don't need to collect raw stones and magic stones anymore. Ivan said calmly. Okay. Go, inspect the entire mining area a few more times, and tell the people of the 4th Legion that if there are any major changes in the magic stone mine, they don't need to pay attention and just stay there as usual. Give them some more magic stones, right? I understand. Seeing that he had no other instructions, Locke went to execute the new instructions. Ivan continued to take care of the Black Magic Barrier in front of him. This formation has been deduced, simulated, practiced, etc., and he has been familiar with it for countless times. In terms of theoretical knowledge, he thought he had reached his current limit, and it would take more time to improve it. In terms of practical operation, the dark barrier built with his enchantment level can be said to be a 1-to-1 restoration, and there is almost no difference from the theory. Therefore, the dark barrier does not need to be adjusted and improved for a long time. Time passed, and another half a month passed in a flash. With the dark barrier completely completed, Ivan finally prepared everything. The next step is to be promoted to a 3rd-level wizard. Jenny, you sit in the sacrificial area of the dark magic barrier. I have prepared a position for you inside. Keep an eye on the dust python for me. When it is time to suppress it, do it decisively. Although the barrier is good, it is slightly lacking in sealing power. Wizard Ivan, please rest assured that I will act according to the circumstances and ensure that there will be no problems in the sacrificial area. Locke, you sit outside the dark magic barrier. I have also divided a circular area for you. If there is no emergency, do not leave the barrier too far. Boss, you can rest assured that I will do my job without any mistakes. Zae, the groundstone formation outside the magic stone mine is in your hands, be smart. I will follow your instructions. Queen Silkworm, the mine patrol is in your hands. If there is any change in the outer formation, remember to support Zae. Yes, my Shuimu Silkworm clan will never let you down. Before the promotion started, Ivan solemnly summoned several generals under his command and assigned them their respective tasks. Others did not dare to neglect and made serious promises one by one. They had a close relationship with Ivan, as the saying goes, one rises and one falls together. If Ivan successfully promoted to a 3rd-level wizard and opened up the road to future cultivation, everyone would benefit. Otherwise, everyone's future is uncertain, and they may even lose their foundation. They knew this very well. Not long after, Ivan officially began the process of being promoted to level 3. He first came to the sacrifice area of the Black Magic Barrier and glanced at the dust python that was tightly tied up by rune chains. The dust python was tied up in the center of the sacrifice area and hung in the air, like a prey to be slaughtered. The dust python first experienced the erosion of the toxin, and then experienced the suppression of the formation. At this time, it has fallen into a deep coma. The inspection showed no abnormality. Ivan believed that with the heart of the sacrifice, the blockade chain, and the soul-eating toxin, the dust python could not turn over. At worst, there was Ginny as the last guarantee. He looked around, and finally nodded to Ginny, who was sitting in the corner, and jumped up and entered the living area of the black magic barrier. Compared with the sacrifice area, the space in the living area is less than a quarter of the size. A circular array platform was placed in the middle of the living area. There were spherical stone piers around the array platform, and the stone balls were 1/2 meter in diameter. These 4 stone balls are actually the control hub of the formation and also energy storage containers, with high-quality crystal balls inside. He walked up and sat cross-legged in the center of the formation platform. I have spent so much energy and materials, and prepared for so long. Success or failure depends on this. He took a deep breath, and his eyes instantly became calm. The power spread from his body, and evenly spread along the formation platform to the stone balls. The next second, the Black Demon Sacrifice Cocoon formation was activated. All runes were clearly revealed, and both the life area and the sacrifice area were shrouded in the chain formed by the rune lines, just like being in an airtight cage, suffocating. That's not all. In all directions of the sacrificial area, strange tentacles were sticking out from the walls. They were black, yellow, green, bloody orange, and densely packed. The scene was spectacular. All the strange tentacles acted on the dust python. Some pierced through the green grass on the head, some pierced through the eyes that contained flames, some probed into the dust that made up the body of the dust python, and some probed into the charged smoke that made up the body. This situation was undoubtedly weird. Humph. The dust python groaned unconsciously, as if it felt some kind of pain that went deep into its bones. Different forces were extracted from the body of the dust python, and were transmitted to the surroundings through different strange tentacles, and entered the barrier of the sacrificial area. At this moment, there was a black magic fire burning in the barrier of the sacrificial area, one ring after another. After the power entered the barrier of the sacrificial area, it circulated along the black magic fire again, and after enough tempering, it was transmitted to the barrier of the living area. The barrier of the living area had a ring of blood-red flames. Then, the power circulated in the barrier of the living area again, and finally gathered in the center of the ground. Most of it was stored in the crystal ball inside the stone ball, and a small part was transmitted to Ivan through the array platform. The black magic cocoon array is a sacrifice for life. There is no doubt that the dust python is a sacrifice that is burned in exchange for Ivan's vigorous energy, which prompts him to climb to the 3rd level wizard. So strong. Earth energy, fire energy, wood energy, life energy, with such a rich backing, plus my own accumulated strength, it is enough to support a long-term transformation. Ivan carefully sensed that the energy that had undergone the transformation of the array had undoubtedly reached his expectations. As time went by, more and more power was extracted from the dust python, and more energy was stored in Ivan and the barrier, but he did not start the next step. Roar! The roar broke through the barrier. Ivan heard it clearly, and he knew that the dust python had accumulated enough resistance consciousness, and suddenly struggled to get rid of all restraints. He was waiting for this moment, and calmly cast a few spells at the stone balls around. In the sacrificial area, many tentacles further revealed their terrible power, and the rune chains increased the sealing power. In a few seconds, the dust python was suppressed, and it fell into a deep coma again. Seeing this, Ginny put her heart back in her stomach. She knew that it was not the time for her to take action. Sure enough, even if there are more control and sealing methods, when life is seriously threatened, it can always arouse the will to resist. Fortunately, I have considered this a long time ago. Things are still under control, so let's start the next step. In the living area, Ivan turned his hand to suppress the dust python and further activated the function of the rune witch array. In an instant, the circular array platform was divided into 4 small areas. 2 fan-shaped areas began to emit black flames, and the other 2 began to emit blood-red flames. The flames condensed into tentacles, and then subdivided again, turning into a large number of tiny long whiskers, like silkworms, which pierced into his body one after another. Burning his heart and marrow, the pain reached his soul. His body trembled unconsciously. In an instant, he became as calm as a mountain, allowing more long whiskers to pierce into his body. After a while, Ivan was submerged in the long silk-like whiskers, which were intertwined, and the whole thing looked like a wonderful cocoon. Chapter 362. For Ivan, if he was only promoted to a 3rd level wizard, it would be too easy for him to achieve the various accumulations along the way. After all, the meditation method was tailor-made for himself, and his level of comprehension has reached an incredible level. However, he has greater ambitions. This time, he will not only become a third-level wizard, but also change his solidified witchcraft through transformation. Solidified witchcraft is also called the wizard's innate spell. As the name suggests, it is like the innate ability of a living being, which is deeply rooted and will not change easily. There is no doubt that this is an extremely difficult process. So far, Ivan has a total of 2 innate witchcrafts, the flower and wood shield at the limit of the first level, and the candle flame at the end of the second level, both of which exist in the spiritual ocean and are in the form of solidified model crystals. The flower and wood shield was cast when he was promoted from an apprentice to a formal wizard. When it was first cast, the flower and wood shield was just a spell that had just entered the first level. After a long period of subtle cultivation, it was gradually promoted to the middle and end of the first level. During his promotion to level 2 wizard, the flower and wood shield also grew and reached the level 1 limit. In the days that followed, the flower and wood shield, a solidified magic, could not make any progress and was stuck at level 2. Similarly, when the candle flame technique was first cast into a solidified model, it was only at the beginning of level 2. As his strength grew, it gradually nurtured to the latter part of level 2. If Ivan did not have greater ambitions, through this level 3 promotion, the candle flame technique would probably be promoted to the level 2 limit and then stuck at level 3. But he wanted to lay a foundation for his future cultivation, so he would not be satisfied with this. Through this 3-level promotion, he must first change his solidified witchcraft, and then improve their level as much as possible, or even break the original threshold. As for how to change solidified witchcraft, when he deduced the black magic ritual, he deduced a complete plan. The flower and wood shield will be transformed into the heart of wood, taking the phantom poison of the wood power, which can bring strong negative effects to other creatures, forcing them to become drowsy, which is in line with the second level of the Blackbeard movement, the breath of flowers. The candle flame spell will be changed to the heart of fire, combining the original candle flame and the black magic fire, turning into a domineering flame that can burn both vitality and the spiritual level. The third solidified witchcraft is the heart of earth, which takes the power of the earth and has the characteristics of sealing. It can be seen from these 3 solidified witchcrafts that he borrowed Ginny's ability. Ginny only has one ability, the power of the earth, but it covers many characteristics of the power of the earth. This undoubtedly allowed Ivan to find the direction of spell deduction, and then put it into practical action, which led to the birth of the heart of wood, the heart of fire, and the heart of earth. In the process of deducing the heart of earth, Ivan maintained the necessary restraint, did not take too much, and only took part of the characteristics of the earth's power. Boom! Boom! After being wrapped in the cocoon, Ivan's spiritual ocean began to enter a dangerous situation. The liquid spiritual power rippled like sea water, and the waves resounded in the space. Breaking the original solidified witchcraft model crystal, and twisting it into a new form, is tantamount to an unprecedented change. To do this, you have to melt the crystal first, and then solidify it again, with the help of the endless pressure during the promotion. The whole process seems simple, but the solidified crystal is connected to Ivan's life, so it can't be melted just by melting. The melting process is a process of suffering for him. If he is not careful, he will fall into a daze at best, or even lose his life at worst. For this difficulty, Ivan also has a coping strategy, which is to practice witchcraft by changing into an insect. He prolonged this quick process to reduce the disaster in a short period of time, like the transformation of insects, turning it into a long and gradual process. Thanks to the transformation experience of Lord Black Scythe, he found a suitable way to transform. Soon, the solidified crystals in Ivan's spiritual ocean began to melt slowly. As expected, his consciousness was immediately severely damaged and became blurred in an instant, and even his thinking became much slower. He didn't care about it. He compared this situation to insect sleep, which is a necessary step in the transformation process of insects. Dongdu, Black Ant Tower. This day, Xiangjie came to the Black Ant Tower to visit Randall, who lived there. Randall has always had a good impression of insects, and Xiangjie, the strange swift-winged silkworm, is no exception. Xiangjie, it has been half a year, and there is still no news from Ivan. Not yet. Wizard Ivan said that he needs to leave for a long time, maybe a few months, or a year or two, or even longer. Hearing his question, Xiangjie shook her head and said she knew nothing. She would do this to everyone, and she would definitely not reveal any news. I see, at this critical moment, he probably doesn't want to be disturbed by the outside world. No news is good news. We don't have to worry. Ivan never does anything he is not sure of. Randall was not disappointed after hearing this. This was not the first time he asked. Yeah, Ivan is a very powerful wizard. Xiangjie agreed with this. Xiangjie, I have good news for you. I have decided to be promoted to a second-level wizard. After a few seconds, Randall continued. Huh? Xiangjie's eyes widened. There's no need to be so surprised. I've been a formal wizard for more than 80 years. My power has accumulated day by day. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Randall said. Wizard Randall, can't you wait for Wizard Ivan to come back before making a decision? Xiangjie was confused and didn't know how to deal with it. No, Ivan has helped me enough. I can't rely on him for everything. I have to rely on myself from now on. Otherwise, what kind of wizard am I? I might as well go back to the Moon Clamp Peninsula and find a place to retire. Randall shook his head and complained. Randall Wizard, that's not what I meant. I know, you don't have to explain. I just want to tell you that Ivan has his own path, and I have mine. Ivan won't interfere with my practice too much. This is what I taught him. Okay, what can I do for you? When I succeed in becoming a level 2 wizard, congratulate me. After experiencing the incident with the Black God Society Fanta, Randall changed his old style, and didn't make any friends in Dongdu. He only told Xiangjie about his upcoming promotion to level 2. Half a month later, Randall closed the Black Ant Tower, and began his own journey to the second level. 3 more days passed, and the Black Ant Tower looked extremely unusual. Some elemental phenomena appeared outside through the blockade of the protective layer, attracting the attention of many people nearby and causing a lot of discussion. Xiangjie, someone has been promoted, right? Could it be Lord Marichadan? Oh my god, that would be a 3rd-level wizard. No, the person inside is Ivan's mentor at the Wizard Academy. So you are the mentor of Lord Marichadan. You must be a talented person who can teach such an excellent disciple. Xiangjie, when the wizards inside are successfully promoted, can you introduce 1 or 2 to us? No problem, but I have to consult the wizard Randall inside. Xiangjie was worried that there would be problems with the promotion, so she couldn't help but come to the Black Ant Tower to watch. As soon as she appeared, she was immediately surrounded by the neighbors, who surrounded her and asked her questions. Ivan is very famous in Dongdu, so the neighbors naturally won't embarrass Xiangjie, but ask her who is being promoted. That afternoon, the strange visions lingering around the tower dissipated. After the Black Ant Tower was unsealed, Xiangjie signaled to her neighbors, and flapped her wings a few times to fly into the tower. In one of the meditation rooms, Xiangjie saw Randall after his promotion, and his aura rose to a higher level. Wizard Randall, congratulations on becoming a 2nd-level wizard. Yes, I successfully became a 2nd-level wizard, but my appearance has become a little uglier, Randall said with emotion. Compared with when Ivan was promoted to the 2nd level, his insect transformation was much more serious. His hair had become black whiskers, unconsciously waving in the air. Not only that, but his chin also had whiskers growing out, his eyebrows were deformed, and the skin on his face had a strange blue-black hue. These were just the changes that were exposed to the outside. All these things added up, and he was getting further and further away from the human appearance. This, no matter what, you have indeed become a 2nd-level wizard, which is something worth celebrating. Hearing his words, Xiangjie was surprised, and then emphasized seriously. She was originally an insect, and to be honest, she had almost no feelings about Randall's appearance change, and didn't know how to comfort him. You are right, it is indeed worth being happy. This time, as a mentor, I finally did not disappoint my disciple. Randall nodded, and suddenly thought of something, and he said something from the bottom of his heart. As soon as he said this, Xiangjie thought of the wizard Ivan, and wondered how the other side's promotion was going. Chapter 363. The Dod Magic Stone Mine was originally a deserted wilderness, until one day, elemental energy suddenly gathered here, and elemental phenomena would occur from time to time, attracting demonized creatures one by one, making the surroundings more noisy. As the number of demonized creatures increased, so did the chaos. This caused a lot of trouble for the guards stationed here, but Polly and others did not care, and instead felt that it could bring some fun to their boring lives. Captain, look, it was these 2 fighting, making a lot of noise, and we cleaned it up in a few moves. In the garrison camp, 3 team members, 2 men and 1 woman, returned, dragged back 2 ferocious-looking demonized beast corpses, and came to deliver the task. Thank you for your hard work. To this, the team leader Polly just said lightly. Captain, then we will go down first. Go, there are more situations recently. Don't let your guard down. The 2 male team members left the room as they were told, but the female team member Xuena stayed, found a chair to sit down familiarly, and looked at her team leader with a smile. Currently, the 4th Legion of the East Blade, the 3rd Squadron of the Water Owl Battalion, is stationed here. Unlike most squads, the 3rd Squadron of the Water Owl Battalion has more female wizards, almost half of the squad, and the relationship between female members and the captain is closer. What are you doing here? Polly looked at her with amusement, and she almost had the word curious written on her forehead. I just want to talk to you about that gentleman. What did you say that gentleman Marichatton was doing in the magic stone mine? How could he cause so many strange elemental resonances? Counting the time, it has been more than 8 months. Schwinna said. Why do you care so much? Can't the magic stone said by the Lord stop you? You are paid to do things for others, and now you only need to clean up some inferior magic beasts. Polly didn't indulge her, and scolded her in a low voice. It's just a casual chat, aren't you curious? The Lord is a great enchanter, the creator of the black magic wind and fire array. Maybe he has created some earth-shaking array in it. Schwinna leaned forward and said, I'm not curious. Sometimes knowing too much is not a good thing. Polly was unmoved. Maybe it can change the wizarding world like the dark magic wind and fire array. If so, we should be considered indirect participants and witnesses of history. Thinking of this, Captain, aren't you excited at all? I think you are free. Why don't you go west? Polly rolled her eyes. Captain, I suddenly remembered that I haven't had lunch yet. See you later. Hearing this, Schwinna shuddered and ran out of the room. Leaving Polly alone, she slowly chased to the door of the room, smiled faintly, and shook her head. When her eyes shifted to the distance and saw the small pieces of elemental clouds in the low sky, her face became solemn. She was born in a middle-class wizard family, and was not as shallow as Schwinna. If she observed correctly, the gentleman in the magic stone mine might be promoted to a rare 3rd-level wizard. At this moment, a loud beast roar penetrated the ground, causing the ground to shake. Instantly, the ground shook and even the gathered elements were scattered. The scene was terrifying. Captain! Captain, are there any powerful demonized creatures attacking? Everyone, don't panic. There is something wrong inside the magic stone mine. That gentleman has specifically explained that it is a normal situation. We don't need to pay attention to this matter. Hearing the noise, the team members rushed over. Polly comforted the others, and still stared at the magic stone mine with a solemn expression. At this moment, she was a little confused. Could it be that she made a wrong judgment? Not to mention the reaction of the 6th Squadron. At this time, the Dodd Magic Stone Mine was experiencing a very dangerous scene. As usual, the Magic Stone Mine cave was originally quiet. Deep in the cave, there is a black magic barrier, surrounded by layers of guards, and the closest place should be where Locke is. Oh no, that strange python is rebelling again. Ginny will take action. I don't know if she can resist. Should I go in to help? No, the boss has told me before that without the call from inside, I will not set foot in. Oh, I'm so anxious. What's going on inside? Hearing the roars from inside one after another, and seeing the barrier shaking violently, Locke couldn't sit still anymore. He walked around the outer circular area, and didn't know how many times he walked around the black demon barrier. Unfortunately, he couldn't help, and could only worry outside. In the black demon barrier sacrificial area, the dust python aroused unprecedented resistance. Under its violent struggle, smoke and dust rolled and flames burst. At that moment, I don't know how many colorful tentacles were broken, and many rune chains had cracks. How dare you? Seeing that the black magic barrier itself could not suppress the situation, Ginny quickly stood up. She did not take any other actions, and turned herself into a handful of iron roots. The iron roots bypassed the tentacles and rune chains, tightly wrapped around the dust python. In order not to affect the operation of the black magic barrier, she chose the most direct and simple method, and went into the dust storm alone, using her body to suppress the riot of the dust python. The sealing power of the earth was fully activated. As time went by, the roar of the dust python became lower and lower, and finally stopped. The iron root slowly pulled out, and it was charred in many places and obviously damaged. It flew to the corner and turned into Ginny again. Her delicate appearance could not help but become a little more messy, and her face was blue and purple. Ginny didn't care. She sat back in the corner and silently guarded this area. In fact, this was not the first time she took action. At the same time, in the black magic barrier living area, Ivan was still hiding in the cocoon. Of course, he noticed the turbulence coming from below, but he didn't have any energy to stop it. His energy had to be used for his own transformation, and to fight against the sinking of his will. At the deepest moment of transformation, even moving around casually was a luxury for him. As for the turbulence below, He could only choose to believe in the barriers he built and Ginny he arranged there. After a while, the turbulence stopped abruptly, and he knew that his choice was right. The transformation continued, and the days passed. Boom! I don't know which month or day it was, but in Ivan's spiritual ocean, 3 bright solidified crystals were freshly baked and arranged in an orderly manner, faintly forming a formation. In an instant, the dry ocean was filled with sea water again, glowing with infinite vitality. On one side of the crystal, there was a languid figure, but it suddenly became energetic. I woke up from a big dream and looked back. I am already a 3rd-level wizard. Looking at his witchcraft-like solidified crystal, Ivan sighed with relief. This transformation was too difficult. Even he, who was always calm, was trembling. Chapter 364. It's not that Ivan overestimated his ability to bear it, but insect sleep and insect transformation are very normal for insects. It is something engraved deep in the soul, and a process that can be adapted naturally. For a wizard, the decline of thinking and will is simply contrary to the way of wizards, which makes him feel extremely uncomfortable. In any case, the result is gratifying. It's not all done, but the expected goals have been achieved, and I am satisfied. Ivan looked at the solidified crystals connected to his life, 2 big and 1 small, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Wood Heart, Level 2 Limit. Fire Heart, Level 3 Beginning Stage. Earth Heart, Level 3 Beginning Stage. The best result is of course that Wood Heart can go 1 step further, so that it can be equal to Fire Heart and Earth Heart, and they can be balanced with each other. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough, so he could only give up in time. Even so, compared with the ordinary newly promoted Level 3 wizards, who have 1 solidified crystal of Level 1, Level 2, and Level 3, the power he controls must be much stronger. The clue can be seen from the vast power in the spiritual ocean. While the spiritual power naturally began to crystallize, even the auxiliary crystallization potion was saved. He found shining crystals in the liquid spiritual power, and immediately realized that because his power was too strong, he directly skipped the first stage of the 3rd-level cultivation, the initial stage, and entered the 2nd stage, the crystallization stage. In fact, the 3rd-level cultivation can be compared to the 1st and 2nd levels. Both focus on the accumulation of spiritual power, and the 3rd level can also be divided into 4 stages: the initial stage, the crystallization stage, the 3rd elemental stage, and the 4th level wizard promotion stage. The initial stage is extremely short, and it only needs to increase the liquid mental power to above 210 scales. Then, with the crystallization auxiliary potion as the primer, part of the liquid mental power is crystallized, and then it enters the crystallization stage. Now, he has directly entered the crystallization stage in 1 step. Strength 16.4, Agility 16.8, Constitution 17.1, Spirit 227. The Shuaba panel shows this improvement more clearly. The mental power has increased from 180 scales to 227 scales, a full increase of 47 scales. Compared with the 24.2 scales when promoted to the 2nd level, this is undoubtedly the rich reward for his painstaking efforts to force the solidified crystal to break the threshold. It can also be seen from the panel that all aspects of the body are seriously damaged. His strength, agility, and physique, which were originally close to 20 scales, dropped by 1 level. He didn't care much about it. It didn't hurt his origin. With his recovery ability, it won't take long to recover to normal. It will even be slightly enhanced due to the promotion to the 3rd level wizard. With the promotion, the realm is higher, the cognition is also higher, and the experience value of each subject is rising. Among them, meditation was promoted to a 10th level subject. Energy particle science was promoted to a 9th level subject. Correspondingly, he harvested a level 9 wisdom light and a level 10 great wisdom light. During the promotion process, he was well prepared in advance, and because of the special situation of insect sleep, he only tried to use a level 5 wisdom light, which had little effect, and the others were not used. The panel has rich storage, including wisdom light, 2 level 6, 4 level 9, 1 level 11, and great wisdom light, 1 level 7, 2 level 10. With such a rich harvest, the mental fatigue period will not be absent. This time, I am afraid it will exceed the normal period. I wonder if it will be 3 years or several years. Theoretically, a 3rd level wizard has a lifespan of 500 years, and the fatigue period is less than 1%, which is not worth mentioning at all. It will be over in a research project. For the result of this transformation and promotion, Ivan was of course very satisfied. In the black magic barrier life zone, the cocoon wrapped around him had dissipated, and the huge black magic sacrifice life cocoon array was slowly stopping its operation, and everything was about to return to calm. He stood up and stretched his muscles. After not moving for a long time, the joints of his body made crisp sounds. After checking his appearance, he found that he had not changed much, unlike the last time when he showed obvious signs of insect transformation, which showed that he was no longer restricted by the Blackbeard music. "Ginny, how long has it been?" He then came to the sacrifice area below. "It has been 8 months and 21 days since the formation was activated." Seeing his energetic appearance, Ginny's eyes lit up. Compared with before, the aura of the original body has risen to a higher level. It turns out that so much time has passed. This guy has made a lot of trouble, right? Ivan could see the fatigue in Ginny's face. Ginny definitely played an indispensable role in the successful promotion this time. The promotion lasted for more than 8 months. If Ginny hadn't been there, the consequences would have been unpredictable. "I suppressed 4 of the 7 awakenings." Ginny answered truthfully. "Thank you for your hard work. It's my job. Why should we talk about hard work?" As a secret clone, she was born because of Ivan and existed for Ivan. Therefore, Ginny didn't think it was a big deal. Instead, she thought it was a matter of course. Ivan nodded slightly. His eyes swept towards the dust python in the center of the sacrificial area. At this time, the dust python had lost the spirit it had in the spiral valley. Its breath was extremely weak, and its mind was in a daze, and it was powerless to recover. The strong prey on the weak. This is the nature of the world. Seeing that the dust python was left with only a miserable appearance, Ivan's expression remained calm. He waved his hand forward, urging the heart of fire in the spiritual ocean, and a large amount of dark gray flames gushed out, instantly enveloping the dust python tightly, freeing it completely. Then, Ivan took Ginny to the outside of the black magic barrier. "Boss, it must have worked. Thank you for your hard work." "Ha, I knew there was nothing you couldn't do, it just took a long time. Look, I've made this loop smooth and shiny." Although they were both mystical clones, Locke's personality was much more outspoken than Ginny's. He had been patiently guarding for so long, and he had a lot to say. Seeing that Ivan was safe and sound, he was completely relieved, and the words in his mouth came out in a rush, as if he wanted to finish them all at once. This time, whether it is Ginny, Locke, or the marsh ant, the queen silkworm, etc., they are all meritorious people and deserve Ivan's praise. Outside the Dodd Magic Stone Mine, stationed in the camp, the members of the 3rd Squadron have never stopped paying attention to the mine. The disappearance of the elemental strange phenomenon lingering in the low sky recently has attracted their attention and discussion. Many people speculate that the gentleman should be coming out soon. "Captain, the gentleman is coming to the camp. Come on, follow me to greet him." After hearing Xuana's report, Polly stood up and called her to go and greet them. When she walked out of the room and saw the leader from afar, Polly's heart trembled suddenly. The same oppressive aura as the Legion commander confirmed her previous guess. This Lord Marikaden really chose to be promoted in the Magic Stone Mine, and after more than 11 months, he became a 3rd-level wizard of great importance in China continent. Isn't it shocking? Lord Marikaden, we sincerely congratulate you on becoming a 3rd-level wizard and a pillar of the wizard world. It is my honor to witness such a grand event, Polly Trevi, and it is also the supreme honor of all members of the 3rd team of our Water Owl camp. Before others could react, Captain Polly took Xuana a few steps forward and extended a sincere greeting to Ivan. At this moment, Xuana was completely dizzy. She was completely following the captain's actions. She seemed to hear something about a 3rd-level wizard, and heard someone laughing and praising them for their vision, and then she had a bag of bulging magic stones in her hand. It was actually Locke who gave them the magic stones as rewards. This was not the first time Locke had done this. He was happy to give them another generous reward. After all, they were the first group to congratulate the boss, so they deserved a reward. The Trevi family, by the way, I am a neighbor of Wizard Arnold Trevi. Ivan did not stop him. Wizard Arnold is my uncle. He once said that you are a knowledgeable and gentle person. I should learn from you. If I can learn 1/10 or 1/12 from you, I will definitely benefit from it for the rest of my life. Haha, Wizard Arnold, you are too kind. No, he is still too modest. After meeting you today, even if we learn 1% from you, we will benefit a lot. Ivan was very pleased to be complimented by such a heroic and beautiful witch. Of course, that was all. However, he remembered Captain Polly. After saying some polite words, Ivan left with the others. This was the 3rd day after he was successfully promoted. He had been resting in the Magic Stone Mine for more than a day before, and came out after finishing his work. Xena, what's wrong? Watching the gradually disappearing back, Polly looked away for a while, and she saw a pair of watery eyes staring at her tightly, as if the eyes could speak. Captain, you are too good at talking. Xena had never seen the captain like this, and she was surprised and a little envious. I didn't say a word in front of Lord Marachatton. Compared with you, I am really too bad. You mean I'm too good at flattering, right or not? Polly directly exposed her little thoughts, and glanced at the other team members. No, no. Xuena waved her hands repeatedly. In front of the strong, whether it is flattery, bowing, or even kneeling, it is actually just an attitude of expressing respect, which has nothing to do with your face. No matter when, facing the strong who are higher than us, it is necessary to clearly express our respect. What's more, this person is Mr. Marachatton. He is not only a famous enchanter in the continent, no, it should be an enchanter master, but also a third-level wizard 2 levels higher than us. Now is the joyous moment when he has just been promoted. Just some flattering words. It's a good thing, leaving a good impression on him while he's happy. It's more important than anything else. You guys are still young. Polly didn't care, and then seriously stated her intention. In her opinion, if she said flattering words at this time, others would just think it was for congratulations, and a little exaggeration would show her sincerity, but it wouldn't make the strong look down on her. Captain, you are right. Xuena has learned a lesson, but it's a pity that I didn't speak just now, and Lord Marachatton must not remember me. After hearing her words, and looking at the bag of magic stones in her hand, which was more bulging than others, Xuena now deeply agreed. When the guards opened the magic stone bag, they found that the captain had a lot of high-quality magic stones in it, and Xuena's was second-rate. They all regretted not following the captain. Isn't magic stone good? All they had to do was say a few nice words, and they were facing the famous Lord Marachatton. To a large extent, they just told the truth, but they actually missed a good opportunity. It's too late to regret. Chapter 365. After leaving Dongdu Dongren City for nearly a year, Ivan returned to Xuanmu Tower. Randall rushed over as soon as he heard the news. He knew that his mentor had completed the promotion before him, and became a second-level wizard, who could dominate the Moon Clan Peninsula. It seems that luck favors both of us, both master and apprentice. There were no mistakes, and we completed the promotion smoothly. Ivan praised with a smile. Having said that, I was able to successfully promote thanks to the experience of the Blackbird music you gave me. Otherwise, it would not have been so smooth. Randall didn't agree with him, and looked at him with gratitude. With the complicated experience of the Black God Society, plus the experience of meditation, and other factors, he was able to successfully advance in one fell swoop. For his statement, Ivan did not pretend to be modest. Ding is ding, Mao is Mao, and the experience he gave is indeed valuable. Teacher, you are now a second-level wizard. What are your plans for the future? I have thought about it a long time ago. When I see you come back safely, I will go back to the Moon Clan Peninsula, and go back to be the dean of the Mona Antland Hut. Let's see who dares to say that the way of controlling insects has no future. If you don't return home when you are rich and powerful, it's like walking in the night in fine clothes. Randall's mind has drifted back to the Moon Clan Peninsula. If it weren't for waiting for Ivan to come back, he would have left Dongdu long ago. He went back not only to show off, but also to fulfill the regret in his heart and revitalize the insect controller lineage. Now, his lineage not only has a second-level wizard, but also a third-level wizard. The achievements are remarkable, so why worry about not being able to revitalize it? It's reasonable. Ivan nodded to show his understanding. Ivan, will you go back? Randall asked. I should go back. I haven't been back to Tidal Island for a long time. I haven't decided when to go back. Ivan hesitated for a moment before giving an answer. He suddenly thought of Tidal Island outside the Moon Clan Peninsula, Flying Fish Harbor, and Sangdu territory. Perhaps he should go back to see his long-lost family. Wizards and ordinary people are from two different worlds. As his level gets higher and his strength gets stronger, his chances of appearing in front of those people will become slimmer and slimmer. It's not that you can't see him, but there's no need to see him. The higher the level of the wizard, the more his every move will affect the surroundings. Even if he stays there motionless, it will cause the body and consciousness of ordinary people to change imperceptibly. Once he becomes a fourth-level wizard, even if he sits there casually and does nothing, due to the difference in life level, his father Lead, Sister Padge and others probably can't stand in front of him, and can't look directly at him. They may just lie on the ground. In this situation, is it necessary for both parties to meet? While the situation has not reached that point, Ivan is ready to go back and take a look. Whatever you want, I can't wait to go back anyway. so I won't wait for you. Randall didn't know that he had thought so much, and didn't care too much about his decision. Teacher, do you need my help with your appearance? Ivan asked another question. No, I have thought it through. If I become an insect controller, I can't avoid the problem of insect transformation. I should accept it positively and actively, instead of covering it up and avoiding it. Randall shook his head. He had completely figured out his insect-like appearance these days. He just let it go. After hearing what he said, Ivan stopped meddling. Randall was a man of action. The next morning, he took the space ring Ivan gave him, left the Black Ant Tower, and set out on his way home. This time, he estimated that he would not come to Dongdu for a long time. In fact, when Ivan came back, how could the guild leaders not notice that there was suddenly a third-level wizard in such a heavily guarded place like the Enchanting Guild? The Swiftwood Tower is located in the territory of the Space School, so Vice President Angus, who is in charge of this area, naturally knew it earlier. It was also the day he came back. Not long after Randall arrived, Angus followed his perception all the way to the Swiftwood Tower, and an idea popped up in his mind. Wizard Ivan, you. When the conjecture became a reality, and he really saw Ivan, he didn't know what to say for a while. Don't recognize him, or didn't expect it, Vice President Angus. Ivan smiled. It was the first time he saw him like this. I didn't expect you to be so fast. It was like I took a nap, and you became a level 3 wizard without anyone noticing. Angus was not an ordinary person. He adjusted quickly. He was still a little shocked. It's very simple. When the time came, he naturally chose to be promoted and then succeeded. Ivan said. Congratulations, Ivan. You are now a level 3 wizard, which means you are a true enchantment master. Angus ignored his Versailles and congratulated him seriously. According to the rules of the Enchanting Guild, under the premise of being a third-level wizard, the enchanting level is high enough and can be recognized by other great enchanters, and then he can be recognized as a great enchanter or an enchanting master. Unlike Ivan before, the word master is just a respectful title for apprentices and cannot be taken seriously. From Angus's mouth, this sentence undoubtedly directly recognized his enchanting attainments, and believed that the only thing he lacked from the enchanting master before was the level of strength. Don't great enchanters need to undergo an assessment to determine their rank? Ivan asked in surprise. No, look at who you are. You have created the black magic wind and fire formation, and the pure white eyes, and your achievements are outstanding. If you put your name out there, how could a great enchanter not be convinced? Angus said firmly. If an assessment is required, I can try to participate. No, I said, if they are not convinced, let them come to me. Ivan was somewhat flattered by this, and could only let him do what he wanted. If someone jumped out and said something, he would deal with it later, but he couldn't really let Angus take the blame. Facts proved that Ivan was overthinking. Regarding his becoming a great enchanter, the other vice presidents of the East City had no objection, and the branches of the West City, South City, and North City had no objection either. These vice presidents unanimously agreed that he deserved the title of Great Enchanter. A few days later, the 4 major branches of China continent all posted a piece of good news, announcing that the Enchanting Guild had added a great enchanter. Seeing the familiar name above, many wizards and apprentices were excited, especially the special apprentice group who were secretly accumulating strength. Some were prominent, some were reserved, and all congratulated Master Marichathan. Since then, Ivan has become a true master who is famous all over the world. As a direct master enchanter of the Enchanting Guild, according to the rules, he should have a proper position, such as Angus's position as the vice president. However, Angus informed him that the president said he wanted to meet him in person, and everything would be discussed after he met the president. Chapter 366. As the president of the China branch of the Enchantment Guild, Hattie Charlotte is of course a 4th-level wizard who can intimidate all directions, just like the Lord of Dongren City. He is also the pillar of the wizard world. Ivan was naturally excited that such a person specially met him. However, compared with the vice president of the guild, such a person is even busier. When to meet is entirely up to the president. He can only stay in Dongdu and wait silently. Days passed one by one. During this period, Ivan received congratulations from a large number of wizards, many of whom were familiar, such as the elders of the space school such as Mendane, and many of whom were unfamiliar, such as the elders of the other 3 schools, and the people sent by Shidu, Nandu and Baidu. Even the Belitsi family sent people. The Belitsi family showed more sincerity this time than the last time. They apologized. After all, a great enchanter is much more important than a senior enchanter. He specifically asked for Solomon's information and learned that Solomon was still studying something in seclusion. He understood that Solomon was an ambitious person like himself, and was not satisfied with just becoming a third-level wizard. Therefore, it would take longer to be promoted. After the promotion craze, Xuanmu Tower returned to its previous calm. On this day, Ivan came to the Vernon Millennium Archives as scheduled. The archives were still deserted. "Ivan, I'm here. Meet Director Naniel and Director Cherry." In the director's office, he met Naniel and an old woman. Both of them were directors of the archives on the surface, but secretly they were four-leaf members of the five-leaf spear, also known as the Chief. "No need to be polite. You are now a third-level wizard, and your status is no different from ours. You will be colleagues in the future. Maybe I will ask you for help." Naniel motioned him to take a seat. "If there is any place where I can help, please ask. I will not refuse." Ivan agreed. Since joining the five-leaf spear, this boss has taken good care of him. He always helped him when he made various requests in the past. He always remembered the kindness in his heart. On the contrary, he himself was a little embarrassed to say that he had done very little for the five-leaf spear. "Haha, I remember this, just don't regret it when the time comes." Hearing this, Naniel laughed heartily. As expected of a well-known person, he has just been promoted to level 3, and his aura can far surpass that of ordinary wizards. "It's amazing, Wizard Ivan." Cherry has been looking at Ivan, and she looked at him with admiration while talking. "Of course, don't you see who he was originally under?" Naniel said. "Really? I seem to remember that someone was eager for quick success and suffered a great loss. Later, he took the initiative to apply to return to China continent and come to this cold Tibetan pavilion to cultivate his body and mind." Cherry pretended to be puzzled. "Why do you bring up this? It's such a long time ago." Naniel glared at her. "Besides, you're here too. I'm different from you. I'm injured. Otherwise, who would be willing to stay here with you? I don't want to talk to you. Anyway, I recruited Ivan into the organization. His growth should be attributed to me." The different statuses led to different statements and attitudes. What Ivan didn't expect was that the two chairmen actually argued in front of him, exposing each other's shortcomings. It was quite lively for a while. Ivan was already a level 3 wizard. When the two chairmen were looking at him, he was also sensing the aura of the two chairmen. Now, the aura of the two was no longer so unfathomable, but it was not to be underestimated. He felt that it was heavier than the Molten Lake Lord he had seen before. He was afraid that he had entered the Pseudo-Lord stage. The so-called Pseudo-Lord was a level 3 extreme creature that controlled the domain aura. The last stage of the level 3 wizard, that is, the stage of impacting the 4th level, must first comprehend the domain aura during the practice. In fact, the domain aura is the prototype of the elemental domain, and the elemental domain is the symbol of the 4th level creature. Those who cannot even comprehend the domain aura have no potential to become a 4th level lord, and such 3rd level wizards usually account for the majority. Obviously, the two curators in front of him are wizards, with the potential to be promoted to 4th level lords. At this point, Ivan was full of admiration. Soon, Naniel and Cherry stopped arguing and led him to the secret room deep in the archives. Ivan had been to this spacious secret room before. When he left the Moon Clamp Peninsula and came to the East Capital, when he first came to the Vernon Millennium Archives to report, the two curators led him here and then really joined the five-leaf spear. Inside the secret room stood the five-leaf spear symbol, the Prophet's Book, which was split into two, with the pages open and the opening facing the door. This is not a statue, but a book of the Prophet's Book, a treasure of great value. Naniel first introduced the organization's logo standing on the inside. With the two of us in charge, there is no need to worry about being stolen. Cherry saw what he was thinking. A greedy person does not have the ability to steal, and a person who has the ability to steal will not be greedy, Naniel added. Ivan nodded in understanding, knowing that although this thing was a treasure, it was only a branch of the Prophet's Book and was not worthy of the Lord's creatures. The two of them chatted with him for a while, talking about a lot of things about the various forces in the wizard world and the Bird of Blood origin, until there was a movement from the branch of the Prophet's Book. At a certain moment, the pages on both sides burst into a soft light, and the light intertwined to form a curtain mirror on which a figure appeared. "Good morning, three wizards." The plump man in colorful clothes waved his hand first, and he seemed to be very familiar with the people around him. "Wanan, respected Speaker Oates." The three of them did not dare to neglect him, and saluted him immediately. "Are you Evan Marichadan?" "That's me." "I have heard of your name, but I heard it from the people in the Enchanting Guild. You are very good and talented. I didn't expect you to be my man, haha. Nelson, well done, such a talented person should be my man. This Oates was the least dignified person Ivan had ever seen, and he talked a lot, but no one dared to interrupt him. Apart from his strength, he was obviously the direct superior of the three people in the five-leaf spear. After talking about small talk, Oates started to do business. Under his instructions, Ivan took out the Book of Enlightenment, which represented his identity as the five-leaf spear, and held it between his hands, only to see a stream of light flying from the front and landing accurately on the Book of Enlightenment. Change to the Book of Iluo. Oates ordered again. Ivan hurriedly took out a gorgeous metal book. This is a high-level magic item, and also the exclusive communicator of the five-leaf spear. Through the communicator, you can directly check the organization information and contact other members. Another stream of light fell. Okay, under my witness, you are already a four-leaf leader of the five-leaf spear. If you have any questions in the future, you can contact me through the leaf book. I have a lot of free time, so you are welcome to contact me at any time. In addition, our five-leaf spear is an organization that puts the safety of the wizarding world first. There are many problems in the wizarding world now. As a four-leaf leader, you have the responsibility to choose a problem for investigation and research. I have left you relevant information in the Book of Iluo. You can consider it carefully. You can consult Naniel and Cherry for other questions. Also, when you arrive at Bird of Blood Plain, don't forget to come to me for a drink. I will definitely make good arrangements for you, haha. Seeing that the three had no objection, Oates smiled and cut off the screen mirror, and his figure disappeared in front. After he left, the three people left in the secret room were obviously more relaxed. Chairman Hotz has a relatively wealthy family, and his personality has always been like this, a little informal. As you can see, he is actually quite easy to get along with. Cherry said. Since he has invited you, don't forget to visit him when you get to Bird of Blood Field, otherwise he might really be angry with you. Naniel then emphasized. Ivan was confused to hear that he actually used wealthy family to describe a fourth-level wizard. He had never expected that the wizard family must be very large. He secretly remembered Naniel's reminder. Later, under the guidance of the two, Ivan clearly knew what benefits he had gained. The power of the prophet. The Book of Enlightenment is a booklet half the size of a palm, which records his own relevant information in code, as well as the badges of several organizations. Now the information and badges have increased. The most important thing is the increase of the power of the prophet. In the past, the power of the prophet above could only slightly enlighten wisdom, but now it can be used to perform the secret art of prophecy, predicting a certain item or a certain event. Is this how I found the Ant-Man's secret library during my three-leaf assessment? Half and half. Some are data that I have seen in other archives, and some are prophecies, such as the four-winged king Ant you control, the direct descendant of the ancient Rock King Lord. I see, but isn't it a bit of a loss to use the secret technique so easily? You worry too much. There are only two opportunities to use the prophecy secret technique in the Book of Enlightenment at first. According to the rules of the organization, when you recruit a formal member of the three-leaf, you can increase the chance by 2 more times. Do you understand now? After hearing Naniel's words, Ivan suddenly realized that changing once and twice is beneficial to both the organization and the members, and it is indeed an effective way. The Book of Iluo has not changed much, and can read more organizational information and contact more members, including Speaker Oates. The two also told him that in the future he can enter and exit any Vernon Millennium archives located in China continent, and read every archive in the archives. This is one of the rights of the four-leaf chair. From the two, Ivan also learned some secret information about the organization. The five-leaf spear is actually a new generation organization, and it was not established long ago. The five-leaf chair is the highest level of the organization. As for the existence above the five-leaf, it is defined as the Lord of the Leaf, which is still vacant. Chapter 367. He went to Vernon Millennium Archives early in the morning, and returned to Swiftwood Tower with his harvest near dusk. There were only 2 opportunities to use the prophecy secret technique, so he would not use it easily. He would use it to find key items or clues, or to recruit reliable subordinates. As a four-leaf leader, he, like Naniel, also had the opportunity to recruit three-leaf official members. Just like him, before joining the five-leaf spear, he had to go through layers of assessments. If he failed, the newcomer would only become a peripheral member of the second leaf. If he had used the prophecy secret beforehand, it would have been a waste of an opportunity. Therefore, this matter must be handled with extreme caution, and people without outstanding talents must not come forward to recruit. Spiritual body problem? In the meditation room of Xuanmu Tower, Ivan first thought about what he had said and learned today, and then browsed the relevant information left in the Book of Iluo. This was left by Speaker Oates, so he dared not take it lightly, and had to confirm it as soon as possible. The first question that caught his eye was a question related to the spirit body. In fact, this was what he personally entered into the file, and reported after experiencing the spiritual body chaos in the Dode Magic Stone mine. Since his secret clone is related to the cocoon of life and death, and other people do not have such conditions, Hot deliberately chose him as the first sequence for this question. What a tricky question. Ivan was a little troubled by this question. After all, it involved a Lord-level spiritual creature, and also involved an unknown alien world, which was quite complicated. When he looked at the second question, he was even more troubled, because it was to investigate the hidden story behind the blood transformation. He had heard Naniel talk about this question before, which involved a 6th-level betrayer and an unknown alien world, and the water inside was even deeper than the previous question. What a great way to put the safety of the wizarding world first. It seems that the 5-leaf spear has really put this matter at the core. Ivan read on, and found that there was no easy problem. Either it involved the other world, or the surrounding alien forces, or the underground world, which made people's scalps numb. Fortunately, there were no mandatory requirements for these issues, nor were there any time and progress restrictions. It turned out to be a free exploration. According to the progress and difficulty of the exploration, you can apply for resources and manpower support from the organization. At the end, he realized that this was actually a way to obtain resources. Even if you do nothing, the 5-leaf spears will not impose any hard punishment, but it will only make your boss unhappy. Of course, he would not choose to do nothing. However, these issues are very serious, and the slightest mistake will lead to a life and death crisis. After weighing them again and again, he felt that he should let it go. Just as Speaker Oates said, he had to think carefully. Time passed slowly like the wind. After another 20 days, Ivan finally waited for Hattie Shalosi. In a 7-story wizard tower, he met this wise president. Lord Xiaoluashi, Ivan Marikaten greets you. Wizard Ivan, this title is too formal, you should call me President Hattie. President Hattie, it's an honor to meet you. When I saw President Hattie for the first time, Ivan felt that this was an old man full of wisdom, as if he was a great sage from a legendary story, and his aura was convincing. Not bad, not bad, you can tell at a glance that he is a person who can concentrate on studying things, and his strength foundation is also good. Hattie was quite satisfied with him, and did not hesitate to praise him. President, you are too kind. Ivan did not dare to be presumptuous. Don't be modest in front of me. Let me ask you, do you want to stay in Dongdu in the future, or do you want to work in other places in China continent, or just go to Berta Blood Plain? Hattie waved his hand, and asked directly. If possible, I hope to stay in China continent, and it would be better to stay in Dongdu. Ivan answered carefully. The guild will not force any great enchanter, so do you want to serve as vice president in Dongdu, just like Angus performs his duties? Hardy asked again. Just say it. I hope to have a less busy position, so that I can have more time to study new enchantment knowledge. Hearing this, Ivan spoke his mind truthfully. I understand what you mean, then, I will appoint you to a position, I hope you will be satisfied. Hardy nodded slightly, obviously expecting this, and having prepared for it. He directly announced Ivan's appointment as the 4 Directions Patrol Envoy. This 4 Directions Inspector is a nominal position of the General Guild. He does not need to report to the Berta Blood Plains headquarters, but only needs to be stationed in China continent, and the stationing location can be any of the 4 major capitals. There is no specific work, but he can go in and out of each branch to check for omissions and fill in the gaps. To Ivan, this is undoubtedly a very noble position. Without being entangled in trivial matters, it is simply tailor-made for him. He did not know that the 4 Directions Inspector is actually prepared for young great enchanters with great potential. Someone at the top of the guild values him, so they will naturally give him proper arrangements, arranging such a powerful but leisurely position, so that he can do whatever he wants without being bound by rules and regulations. Of course, he is not the first person to receive such an honor. How is it? I couldn't be more satisfied. That's fine, remember to work hard. If I continue to see your achievements, I will not let you go easily next time we meet, and I may even take away your position as an inspector. Seeing his happy face, President Hattie did not forget to warn him. Without waiting for him to say anything, President Hattie immediately announced the arrangement of the City Lord Philomena, another position, Dongdu University Scholar. Ivan only then realized that University Scholar is also a position. The prefix of University Scholar is Dongdu, which requires the City Lord's consent and appointment. In fact, not only Dongdu can be appointed, but other important places can also be appointed, but the number of places in each place is extremely limited. This position is similar to a consultant, and can ask about everything related to Dongdu and give opinions. In addition to the position, after negotiation, the two sides gave him a 5-story wizard tower as his future residence. This time, it was undoubtedly a real wizard tower with complete functions. This is an arcane scroll. Philomena and I each have one. After activation, it can resist a level 4 attack. I hope you can use it at the most critical moment. President Hader's next plain words sounded like thunder in Ivan's ears. He stared blankly at the small crystal ball in the other's hand. A crystal ball with a golden halo contained a gold-bottomed blood-marked scroll. Such a precious life-saving scroll, the president and the city lord actually gave one each. How much they valued it. For a moment, Ivan felt the pressure on his body as heavy as a mountain. Chapter 368. In front of the Swiftwood Tower, Ivan packed up everything that was left and led the crowd out of the tower gate. Before leaving, he took a last look at the place where he had lived for many years. Inspector, since you are reluctant to leave, why don't I keep it for you? No, I can't use so much space by myself. Leave it to the elders who need it. This day was the day he moved to his new residence. Before he could feel the nostalgia for a few seconds, a space-based manta ray flew over, with Angus and Mendane standing on it. That's right. When you go there, you will definitely look down on this place. Angus did not force him, and then added, you want to move out of my space school. I will bring Elder Mendane to see you off. You said that as if I will not be a member of the space school in the future. Ivan looked at the vice president speechlessly. Ha ha ha, come up, someone is waiting over there. It would be rude to be late. Angus laughed. Your Excellency the Inspector, Mendane greets you. You too, why are you being so polite? You must have seen each other a lot these days. As they were talking, the manta ray flapped its fins and soared into the sky, flying through the sky, clearly ignoring the no-fly force of Dongdu. Obviously, Angus was one of the people in Dongdu who had the privilege of high-altitude flight. After a while, the manta ray carried a group of people to the target block and flew quickly to the center of the block. This is the 85th block of the 1st District. A 5-story tower came into the sight of the few people. The tower exudes a mysterious elemental halo, which is dazzling and makes the tower look extraordinary. There is no doubt that this is the unique temperament of a real wizard tower. 2 female wizards have just arrived at the bottom of the wizard tower, just in time. This is Dorothy, the housekeeper of the city lord. This is Ivan, the scholar of Dongdu University, Ivan Marichatin. Dorothy is the confidant of the city lord Philomena, a 3rd-level wizard, who came here specifically to hand over the wizard tower to Ivan, and she has a lot of things to tell the new owner of the wizard tower. Mary Chaton Scholar. Just call me Wizard Ivan. After the two parties met, Dorothy didn't say anything nonsense and led the group into the tower. Wizard Ivan, wizard towers are divided into 2 types. One is ordinary type, and the other is war type. Your wizard tower is completely built by our Dongdu according to the requirements of war, and it can be called a war fortress. The lower 2 floors look ordinary, but when necessary, they can be transformed into a purgatory cage to destroy the enemies who break in. The 3 upper floors have been expanded, and the area is much larger than it looks from the outside, especially the 4th floor, which is as large as half a small city. With an outsider present, Dorothy just led them all the way up and gave a cursory introduction. The wizard tower has 5 floors, from bottom to top. The 1st floor, which is the bottom, is a warning passage guarded by alchemical puppets, and it is also full of elemental traps. The 2nd floor, sundries, servants, beasts, etc. The 3rd floor, botanical garden, breeding farm, cultivation room, etc. The 4th floor, high-energy experimental field, energy particle pool, large test field, core control room, inner meditation room, etc. The 5th floor, outer meditation room, outer control room, parking lot, bedroom, reception room, etc. As she said, the interior of the upper 3 floors has undergone space expansion, and the 4th floor is the overall expansion with the largest area. The 3rd floor is followed by the expansion of the botanical garden and the breeding farm. There is an expansion on the 5th floor, which is the parking lot for airships. This is the Lawn K, and the great scholar can take it when traveling in the future. After a while, they came to the last place where the space was expanded. They saw a small airship with a noble look parked there. After listening to Dorothy's introduction, they knew it was the Lawn K. The Lawn K was obviously a high-end airship of the bird type. It did not have a hot air balloon. It was equipped with a small energy particle pool, and was driven by a combination of rune magic arrays when traveling. No, this is too expensive for you. Ivan could see that the cost was not cheap, so he quickly declined. You can't say that. Ivan the wizard is also one of us, and he is also a rare scholar in our Dongdu. He represents the face of Dongdu. Of course, only high-end airships can match your status, Dorothy said firmly. Seeing that her attitude was not particularly firm, Ivan did not continue to refuse. Then, with the help of Dorothy, Ivan took over the control of the entire Wizard Tower. Wizard Ivan, what are you going to name this tower? I go back and mark it. Swiftwood Tower. Good name. I write it down and won't bother you anymore. Not long after he took control of the Wizard Tower, Dorothy handed him some important items and left with her men. Angus and Mendane left soon, leaving him more time to organize his new residence. Such a large wizard tower contains countless things, which cannot be introduced in a few words. Many things are waiting for Ivan to explore. Take the elemental particle pool on the 4th floor for example. There are 5 in total, 2 medium-sized ones, corresponding to the space system and the Earth system, and 3 small ones, corresponding to the water, fire, and wood systems. The wizard tower has a full range of functions, including attack range enhancement, attack power enhancement, strong protective layer, strong binding force field, strong purification force field, sealing equipment, etc. It can also store a powerful spell in the crystal ball in the core control room. When needed, it can be used as a template, and the energy in the particle pool can be consumed to cast this spell frequently. On ordinary days, Xuanmu Tower is one of the nodes of the formation covering Dongdu, and has the function of adjusting and sorting out the formation. When Dongdu faces war, Xuanmu Tower can be transformed into a semi-airship mode, flying to the outskirts of the city with the support of the formation, and become a solid guard of Dongdu. It turns out that the formation covering the entire Dongdu is called the Earth and Heaven Formation, which is mainly based on space and Earth forces. Xuanmu Tower controls part of the formation authority. Half airship mode? This flying speed is too slow and too heavy. It must be pulled by the power of a large formation. After Ivan truly understood the background of the Swiftwood Tower, he found that what Dorothy said about it being comparable to a war fortress was accurate. When necessary, the Swiftwood Tower can really become the strongest defense force in Dongdu. Without any deletions, to build an ordinary wizard tower, a wizard clan would need to use the power of the entire clan, and it would take at least 100 years of accumulation. And a war-type tower cannot be built by accumulation alone. A lot of space was expanded inside the Swiftwood Tower. It is conceivable that the construction of such a war fortress must have consumed a huge amount of resources and technology. At this moment, he was completely impressed by the generosity of the upper echelons. Soon, he found that the location of the new Swiftwood Tower was clever. It was located right in the middle of the Enchanting Guild and the Vernon Millennium Archives. It was not far from the City Lord's mansion, so it was convenient to go to either side. Chapter 369. District 1, 85th Quarter, Xuanmu Tower. More than a month has passed since Ivan received the new Wu Tower. In the early morning of this day, the 5th floor door of the Wu Tower opened wide, and a beautiful airship slowly flew out from it, and paused for a while on the side of the tower. Boss, I can't bear your behavior. I also want to witness the maiden voyage of the Launch. A figure stood at the slowly closing door, and the voice was resentful. Who else could it be but Locke? You see it now, Ivan said calmly. No, that's not the way to look at it. I also want to go to that tidal island and visit my distant hometown. Just take me with you. Locke looked pleading. Do you have another mission? I do it when I come back. There's no rush, right? No future. Hey, boss, you agreed. Seeing his pitiful appearance, Ivan waved his hand unhappily and agreed to his request to return to Tidal Island together. It wasn't a big deal anyway. Originally, after some thought, Ivan gave a reply to Speaker Oates and chose the spirit problem. Locke has an identity as a great grinder, and also has a magical bracelet that restrains spirits. Clearing spirits will have power feedback, and he can disguise himself as a spirit. In addition, the spirit problem was ranked first by Speaker Oates. Under the influence of various factors, Ivan finally chose the spirit problem for investigation and research. After the selection, he left Locke in Dongdu for preliminary investigation and collected information from all aspects to see if there was anything he could find out, so that he could deal with it when he came back. Locke had promised well before, but suddenly regretted it after a few days. Fortunately, the problem does not need to be rushed. Ivan thought that he had made great contributions before, so he did not reject his request and asked him to go back with him to have a look. As a result, only the Silkworm Queen and the Swiftwood Silkworm clan were left to guard the Swiftwood Tower. After leaving the Swiftwood Tower, the launch slowly flew outside the East capital. "Oh, it's so nice to stand here and enjoy the scenery. It's so nice to stand high and see far. Stop showing off and go back inside." Ivan drove Locke, who was mumbling, back to the house, and he still stood on the deck. Here, he did not feel the slightest restraint brought by the earth and sky formation. Speaking of which, not only did the Lon K have the privilege of flying, but he himself became a privileged person like Angus, and he could fly freely from high altitudes on weekdays. This was the card of being a scholar in Dongdu. He had inquired carefully recently, and the position of a scholar was indeed a rare position, and it was difficult to have one in decades. The last time Dongdu appointed a scholar was 66 years ago. Above the great scholar is the great sage, which is even rarer. It must be appointed by the highest institution in the wizard world, the Burda Supreme Council, and only 4th level wizards can take on this title. He also inquired about the information of the Arcane Scroll. The Arcane Scroll is a 4th level spell scroll, usually made for 3rd level wizards. Such scrolls are generally divided into 2 types. One is the general spell scroll, which consumes a lot of energy to use. In just a few seconds, it will drain most of the mental power and mana of a 3rd level wizard, and is often not very practical. Another type of blood scroll is a custom spell scroll, which requires the blood of a 4th level wizard to make. Generally speaking, blood scrolls are made by family elders, and given to their beloved descendants to save their lives. Others cannot activate them. Because it is for a specific person, it can be activated by simply branding it, and it can be automatically activated in critical moments. Undoubtedly, blood scrolls are not easy to make. The key is that 4th level wizards are all big shots, and they have to be willing to spend time and energy on others. Ivan himself had one for President Hattie, and one for City Lord Philomena, which together could withstand 2 attacks from the 4th level. After learning the details, he felt that the pressure on him was even greater. He couldn't let down the people who valued him. Mary Chaton University Scholar, I hope you have a pleasant journey. Thank you for your hard work. Not long after sailing, the Lon K arrived at the gate tower of the East capital. This tower was not the same as the one for pedestrians and vehicles. After a brief identification, Ivan commanded the Lon K to leave the East capital and fly to the Blood Corridor plane further east under the respectful gaze of the guards. The airship sails fast and steadily, and riding on the Z is more like sleeping in the open air. As a high and small airship, the speed of the Lon K is definitely among the best among airships. In comparison, it is obviously much faster than the Ice Nu of the Belizzi family. Of course, high-end airships must have high-end configurations. The small energy particle pool is one of them, which can automatically absorb and store the energy of earth and water elements. The combined rune witch array is also one of them, combining the effects of floating, acceleration, protection, camouflage, deterrence, etc., and it is like a large bird with a terrifying breath during the voyage. There is also the control of the stored spells in the crystal ball. This is somewhat similar to the wizard tower. The Stormbird can also store a spell template, but the number of uses is limited to 10 times, and it cannot be adjusted or changed. After a period of nurturing, the power of the stored spell is quite considerable. Moonclamp Peninsula, Gunther Rift Valley. The ancient Tree Ridge Academy is located in a corner of the Rift Valley as always, like a stable mountain entrenched there. However, this is just an appearance. Deep underground where the academy is located, outside a certain pass, a group of uninvited guests suddenly broke in. This group of uninvited guests claimed to be night elves, and broke the pass that had just been repaired with their arrogant attitude and brutal strength. The wizards of the ancient Tree Ridge Academy were so frightened that they had to retreat quickly to the ground. While the protective layer was still there, they summoned elite forces to hold an emergency meeting. What should we do? The enemy is stronger than us. Why don't we temporarily abandon the campus and ask wizards from other academies of the Highland Alliance for help? The relationship between our ancient Tree Ridge and other academies is just SOSO. It's good enough that those wizards don't take advantage of us. Where did these women come from? Their strength is too weird and terrifying. Where else could it be? Of course, it's the underground world. When we decided to explore downwards, we thought we would encounter such a predicament. This time it's just a prediction coming true. At this moment, the faces of several deans were a little ugly, whether it was the old Adolf or the middle-aged and steady Wright. There is no doubt that the ancient tree spine has encountered the biggest crisis since its establishment, and the crisis comes from underground. Who? Stand up. Adolf suddenly shouted at the corner. I am Kolobasi, and I meet all the wizards. Unexpectedly, an old woman with a cane really walked out of the empty corner. You are also one of those women. We, the ancient tree spine, did not provoke you. What do you want to do? In the blink of an eye, a group of wizards surrounded the man in the corner, and Wright couldn't help but question. Nothing, just want to borrow a passage and ask something by the way. As the high priest of the night elves, Kolobasi is used to all kinds of big scenes, so she seems calm at this time. Excuse me, do you know this person? She manifested a face with outstanding appearance. Seeing this familiar face, Wright and Adolf looked at each other, and they recognized that it was the woman who followed Elder Malakaden that day. Haha, it seems that I know her. Please tell me who she is, and where she is now. Kolobasi saw this scene, and a smile appeared on her old face. I can tell you, but... Thinking of the stolen pan iron roots, and the current situation, Wright did not hesitate too much. Chapter 370. Mona Ant Farm Hut. The wizards who are rarely seen on weekdays all appeared outside the Ant-Man barrier, standing in groups of 3 or 4, looking forward to a certain direction. If it weren't for the new Dean Randall Hanford telling them, they wouldn't even know that a well-known figure had appeared in the academy, the first third-level wizard born in the academy in nearly 1,000 years. Look, that big man is about to arrive. Here. As a beautiful airship quickly approached, the wizards stood in a neat line involuntarily, like subjects waiting for the monarch's inspection. Great Elder Malakaden, welcome back to the Mona Ant Farm Hut. When Ivan walked out of the airship, he saw many familiar figures below, all waiting for his arrival in a proper manner. There were those who joined the academy at the same time as him, such as Conley, Melee, and Kame, and those who became formal wizards at about the same time as him, such as Gina, Walban, Heidi, and colleagues who had worked with him, such as Chris Donner, Andaya, and Madeline. Of course, the 2 deans stood in the front, and Dean Waken was there, followed by just I, Perny, Nora, and Rona. His eyes were like lightning, taking in everything. Randall, Justy, and Perny were fine, but the others looked in awe, giving him a strong feeling that things had changed. I just came back to take a look. Why bother with so many people? He landed on the ground in a flash. As you should, as you should. You are not only a third-level wizard, but also a great scholar in Dongdu, a great enchanter, and the 4-way inspector of the Enchanting Guild. It is an honor for everyone to meet you. Dean Waken was all smiles. He was well informed and had heard everything clearly, which surprised Ivan. What's the matter with this Grand Elder? You are now much stronger and more knowledgeable than both of us, so you can't just keep using your original title. I discussed it with Dean Humph and decided to add the title of Grand Elder above the Dean. What do you think? That's great. Let them go, and leave all the school affairs behind. Why do I have to stay alone? It was just a title. Ivan didn't dwell on this little issue. He didn't plan to be friendly this time. The difference in strength was there. In this place where strength was respected, the difference in strength was the difference between superiority and inferiority. In the world of Danila, the concept of superiority and inferiority was innate. Although Ivan said so, the others didn't dare to leave until he entered the Ant-Man barrier surrounded by many people. The others left with shock and emotion, and many people couldn't calm down for a long time. Just like Chris Donner, he has always been a little upset about the Ant-Man altar, thinking that Ivan robbed him of his opportunity. Even though Ivan became a second-level wizard, he secretly wanted to catch up with him and surpass him in strength, but he never expected that the other party would suddenly become a third-level wizard. Now, he had no thoughts in his mind. Chase, you have to see the other party's back. Not to mention the complicated feelings of others, Ivan followed his left and right back to the shadow and fortress where he lived. Although it was wider and more magnificent than before, it was not in his eyes now. Whether it is the Black Ant Tower or the Swiftwood Tower, the shadow and fortress is obviously dwarfed by comparison. He even doesn't care about the entire Mona Ant Land hut, which makes Ivan sigh. It's not without reason that wizards continue to expand their living areas. Of course, there are still things worth exploring in the academy, that is, the Ant-Man barrier. The black magic sacrifice cocoon formation was born out of the Ant-Man barrier. Although he was very familiar with the Ant-Man barrier in the past, now that his strength level is high and his horizons are broadened, he will definitely see something different when he goes back to explore the Ant-Man barrier. Originally, everyone thought that the Elder would not stay for long and would leave the Mona Ant farm soon. What people did not expect was that he stayed for 2 full months. Although he rarely showed up, there was always movement, mainly from the ant barrier covering the academy. The happiest people who wanted Ivan to stay were Juzatai and Perny, who wished he could stay here forever. The two of them actually knew that Ivan stayed not for himself, but to explore the ant barrier. As wizards, they all understand that the tireless pursuit of knowledge is what wizards should do. Their lovers have such talents, Such perseverance, and such achievements, of course they are proud of this, and support it silently. What are you two in a daze about? In the Ant-Man's secret room, Ivan turned around and found that the two women were staring at him blankly, with tenderness in their eyes. Hearing his voice, the two came back to their senses. Ivan, can we go back to Tidal Island together? After a 2-second pause, Giuseppe couldn't help asking. Of course, I was planning to take you back with me. I also plan to negotiate with the two deans to modify the original Academy contract regulations. As the Academy's rare great elder in 1,000 years, I am not in vain, I have some privileges. Ivan chuckled and then announced a decision. You mean? Hearing this, Giuseppe and Perny couldn't help but imagine. It's just what you think. This time follow me to Dongdu Dongmin City. Of course, if you want to stay here, I have no objection. Ivan did not keep the secret and continued. It is true that he likes to indulge in training and research, which does not mean that he does not have other emotions and desires, but they are not much. In this life, he is destined to pursue strength. I will go, I want to go to Dongdu. Me too. How could the two refuse? They agreed in a hurry. Giuseppe almost jumped for joy. It is extremely difficult for other people in the Academy to modify the Academy contract regulations. For Ivan now, it was just a piece of cake, and he didn't plan to make any major cuts, just add a few rules related to the Great Elder. If others can't reach the level of the Great Elder, the new rules will be no different from the previous ones. With such a small request, I think no one will not give him face. Ivan, did you find anything? Perdy was happy, and when she saw him looking around, she asked curiously. That's natural. Can you tell me more? In the past, I followed the layout you left behind and explored the Ant-Man barrier for a long time, but I didn't find anything new. Are you studying enchantment? Ivan looked at her in surprise. Yeah, but compared to you, it's not worth mentioning. Giuseppe nodded, and then said a little embarrassedly, Then you come here, Giuseppe also come. Ivan waved to her first, and then called Giuseppe, who was looking eagerly over. The next moment, under the guidance of his power, the two people's perception sank into the Ant-Man barrier, and with the operation of the formation on the barrier, the perception continued to sink into the ground, sink into the swamp, and then spread further away. At an unknown distance, the two people sensed something with the same breadth as the Ant-Man barrier, but not as thick as the Ant-Man barrier. After a while, the perception moved to another location, and another thing with the same breadth appeared. This swamp is called the Sheety Swamp, also known as the Ant-Man Sheety, not for nothing. The Ant-Man actually spread the hidden nodes throughout the swamp, and the scale is huge. Ivan was amazed. The two also discovered that the Ant-Man's layout penetrated into the surrounding swamps, and was densely packed. No one had ever thought that there was such a shocking secret hidden under the swamps around the Academy, but the buried location was very deep. Chapter 371. This can't be that power, the evolutionary power shown in the information you left behind. Yes, it's the power of rebirth. Perdy was the first to react, and after hearing his affirmative answer, a different light burst out in her eyes. Justy realized it later, and was also moved by it. Without Ivan deliberately concealing it, many people knew that he was promoted to a second-level wizard with the help of a life evolutionary power, which was the power of rebirth. The power of rebirth comes from the Ant-Man barrier of the Academy, which is nurtured by the Ant King's rebirth cocoon array. It is precisely because of this power that many senior first-level wizards in the Academy, such as Chris Donner and Madeline, are reluctant to go far away and are secretly competing to obtain this power. Of course, after Ivan came back, all the undercurrents died down. There are so many nodes here, which have been nurtured for countless years, and have nurtured so much power. Is it enough to cultivate multiple second-level wizards? Perny asked eagerly and nervously. She couldn't help but be nervous. No matter where you are, the power to be promoted to a second-level wizard is hard to come by, and there are even fewer precedents. Who wouldn't want to become a second-level wizard in this way? You can feel it more carefully, and see what you can see? Ivan's answer this time was not what she wanted. The swamp has a strong smell, and the power is a bit mixed. It turns out that it is polluted. Perny's heart skipped a beat, and she felt it carefully as she was told. As expected, she found something different, and it was not a good one. What about the other nodes? You didn't notice it just now, but it's actually the same. As Ivan's mind flashed, the hidden nodes flowed over one by one, and the situation was bad without exception. This hit Penny hard, and her hope turned into disappointment. Has it been too long? There are factors in this regard, mainly because it was not originally prepared for human wizards. If I'm not mistaken, it was actually to supply the original creatures in the Ant-Man vault. Later, for some unknown reason, the supply channel was disconnected, leaving only a tiny thread. Hidden nodes are different from Ant-Man's barrier. Ant-Man's barrier was transformed by the predecessor wizards a long time ago, and has been carefully maintained since then, and has become something that fits human wizards. Hidden nodes have been buried deep in the swamp, and still continue the original layout of Ant-Man. Are you talking about the swamp ants? You can say that, but it's not just for the swamp ants, now it's all that's left. The swamp ants are such a great fortune. After hearing Ivan's explanation, Penny had to give up. She quickly adjusted herself. In the future, she would be with Ivan, and there would definitely be more resources and opportunities than before. Was she still afraid of not finding a good opportunity? The answer is no. Seeing her change of mind so quickly, Ivan secretly admired her. In the way of wizards, Penny is a good seedling, but her understanding is a little lacking. Looking at Giuseppe, she does not have such a strong desire to become stronger, and her mentality is more stable than Penny in some aspects. However, Giuseppe can become a formal wizard with the help of the power of the black magic wind and fire array, which has certain defects. Every step of her future practice will not be smooth. Time flies. In the following week, Ivan led the two to look at the hidden nodes under the swamp. He found all the problematic places one by one and knew them all. Ivan, don't you want to continue exploring? This exploration was boring, but the two of them enjoyed it. Giuseppe was happy to be with Ivan, and the scenery in the deep swamp was not something that everyone could see, so it was also a kind of romance. Penny was also happy, and she could also gain more knowledge. That's enough. Next, we need to repair the disconnected parts one by one. You can't help. Okay, then we won't bother you anymore. In the following days, the Ant-Man barrier made more noise, causing the academy to vibrate slightly from time to time. Ivan sometimes took his group in and out of the academy to do something in the nearby shady swamp. Another week passed. Ivan repaired the parts that needed to be repaired. Most of the hidden nodes were reconnected to the Ant-Man barrier. The rest were severely damaged and were completely cut off by him. Anyway, it didn't affect the overall situation, and it was not worth spending a lot of effort to save them. In fact, the situation of all nodes is not very optimistic. These nodes have been buried for countless years, and no one has maintained them. They are only maintained by the tiny power transmitted in the reverse direction by the Ant-Man barrier. It is a blessing that they are not completely scrapped. After the repair, he took the swamp ant to the Ant-Man's secret vault. Wizard Ivan, what instructions do you have? The swamp ant returned to its breeding ground, and there was no big fluctuation in its expression. It still looked dedicated and conscientious. But it didn't know that something about its own destiny was about to happen. Zai, you have been with me for a long time, and have made many contributions to me along the way. Do you still remember? Seeing it so dull, Ivan finally made up his mind. Yes. Zai still acted dull, especially in front of him. I will give you a chance to remove the high-level puppet heart that originally controlled you and release all the potential in your body. However, this will definitely cause you to suffer a great loss of vitality. Ivan said again. I will listen to you. Zai unconsciously raised his head to look at him, and then quickly lowered his head. I can give you a chance, but I'd be frank with you. I hope you don't do unnecessary things. Just make your own assessment. Ivan emphasized in a deep voice. As a direct descendant of the ancient rock lord, and supported by the shady ants, the marsh ant's growth ceiling should be very high. However, the reality is that its strength has not improved for a long time, which shows that it has reached its potential ceiling. In fact, this is caused by the domineering nature of the advanced puppet heart. If the control of the puppet heart is not lifted, and the identity of the puppet is not abolished, the marsh ant ceiling can only be so high. Considering various factors, Ivan decided to remove Zai's puppet identity. With his understanding of the sacred heart of pulling silk and his current strength, he is fully capable of doing this. Yes. Zai was silent for a while before nodding heavily. Bear it, it hurts a little, Ivan said, and then stretched out a palm and pressed it on Zai's head. As soon as he exerted force with this palm, a black force penetrated into the head, giving Zai the feeling that there was really a hand inserted into his head, stirring it fiercely. Then he pulled hard, and his head was almost torn in half. Roar! The ant lay on the ground, but couldn't help but let out a painful roar. However, the situation was not just that. The tearing feeling quickly spread to his whole body, as if it was going to crush his body, limbs, wings, etc. This was not just a little painful, it was clearly going to crush him into foam. In just a few seconds, the ant was in excruciating pain, and his whole body was soaked in blood and sweat. Okay. Ivan turned a blind eye and forcibly pulled out a red heart-shaped object from its head, a strange object that was half real and half virtual, and the turbid power inside could be seen. At this moment, the ant was finally free. Although the pain had not completely dissipated, it felt an indescribable sense of relief all over its body. It was like carrying a mountain, and now the mountain was gone, and the dark clouds were wiped out from its heart. How? I suffered a serious injury, but my whole body became transparent. Hearing Ivan's question, the ant looked up at him with a complicated expression. When he saw the puppet heart in his hand, his eyes showed a deep fear. Ivan smiled at this, and a dark gray flame surged from his palm, burning the puppet heart to ashes. Chapter 372. Once you get rid of the shackles, you will be free from now on. Seeing that the thing that had imprisoned him was turned into ashes, Zai felt relieved inexplicably, and then he thought of a serious problem. Where should he go in the future? Wizard Ivan, thank you for giving me this opportunity to be free. Zai will remember it in my heart. That's right, you have been with me for so long, and you have made many contributions and worked hard. This is what you deserve. No, this is your kindness. If it were someone else, Zai would never be free from the shackles. At this moment, the ant's mood was extremely complicated. It thought a lot, including lamentation, resentment, joy, confusion, and so on. It lamented its bad luck and struggled in the Ant-Man's secret library for several years. It resented that the Mona Ant Hut used secret methods to extract its power from time to time. It resented that it was controlled by Ivan when it was about to break out of the shell, and it was happy that Ivan was willing to give it a chance to break free from control. So, it was confused. Wizard Ivan, please give me another chance so that I can continue to serve you. Various thoughts passed through Zai's mind, and finally turned into a firmness. Not leaving? Ivan did not agree immediately. Not leaving, I'm used to being by your side. Zai shook his head. No regrets? No regrets. Zai said word by word. It is not stupid. From past experience, it is not difficult to find that it grows faster by following the Wizard Ivan. Things like emerald juice, insect breathing, shadow power, etc. are not something you can find just by looking for. It is because of following the Wizard Ivan that I have such a strong strength. If I really rely on myself to make a living, it will be difficult to find resources, and I will be easily killed by other wizards. Anyway, the Wizard Ivan will not treat me harshly. Think about the lazy girl, the Silkworm Queen, who almost laid down all the way to develop the Swiftwood Silkworm clan. Why should I do it alone? Okay, let's sign another contract. Ivan nodded slightly, and said nothing more. The two sides have a foundation of trust, and there is no need for any complicated contract constraints. It is enough to have a contract like the Swiftwood Silkworm clan to ensure that they will not betray easily. First the villain, then the gentleman. After re-signing the contract, Ivan activated the Ant King Nirvana cocoon formation with a wave of his hand, drawing the power from the deep swamp to gather towards the Ant-Man barrier. Below is the power that the sheety Ant-Man has lost for countless years. I have found it again. It will help you restore your origin, and help you reach a higher level. You must receive it firmly. Come on, I am not afraid of pain. The swamp ant did not expect to get the benefits so quickly, and thought to himself that it was a wise choice to continue to follow the Wizard Ivan. Then, it was attracted by the powerful force that was pulled over. It felt like this force was very suitable for it, and was exactly what its body was craving. Boom! In the Ant-Man's secret room, a pillar of wild Nirvana force fell from the sky and landed precisely on the marsh ant. The power was so strong that it almost crushed the marsh ant to the ground. As the power continued to fall, the injured position and damaged origin of the marsh ant quickly recovered, and an unprecedented sense of comfort arose, making it unable to stop intoxicating. At the same time, a layer of mud appeared on the swamp ant, which gradually covered it. Gradually, the swamp ant was completely submerged in the mud shell, turning into a dirty muddy statue, but its breath was slowly growing. This time, the movement of the Ant-Man barrier was particularly loud, which attracted the attention of the wizards in the Mona Ant Land hut, and made those who secretly sought a certain power furious. In the academy, the undercurrent that had originally subsided rolled again. In a secret room in a high tower, the three members of the hunting team, led by Chris Donner, were about to discuss something, but for a moment, they didn't know what to say and fell into a brief silence. Is it safe here? Should we go outside the academy to discuss? The barrier is still passable. And Dia broke the silence in a low voice. Why? Chris Donner shouted angrily, and then he reacted and added in a deep voice, it must be safe here. I guarantee that no one can eavesdrop on our conversation. Seeing him say that, and Dia nodded and stopped dwelling on this issue. But neither of them knew what to say. The current situation has changed drastically, and it feels like nothing they say can change the status quo. You too, the Great Elder may not be using the power of rebirth. With his current strength level, he probably doesn't care about this power. The speaker was the youngest one, Walban, who used to be friends with Ivan. Why are you still speaking for him? Just because he can't use it doesn't mean his women and followers can't use it. He used it once, but it doesn't count. He's still thinking about it even though he's gone so far away. It's really unreasonable. His words were immediately refuted by Andia and Chris Donner. Chris Donner's words were full of resentment, and at the same time, there was a hint of helplessness. How about we go and see the Great Elder together, and ask him to point out a way for us because of our past friendship? After a few seconds, Walban said again. He is now a great scholar who is famous in the wizarding world, and we are just insignificant wizards in a remote peninsula. Our strength and status are very different, so how can we have any friendship? Chris Donner rejected. Then just pretend that you didn't see anything, and don't say too much, do too much, and make too many mistakes, so as not to upset the Great Elder. Walban continued. Hearing his words, the other two wanted to refute loudly, but they had no way to refute, and finally turned into a weak sigh, which echoed in the secret room. On the other side, Dean Waken's residence was located. Doris and Madeline came here quietly, but found that someone was already there, the other two vice deans, Alf and Victor. Since you are here, come in and sit down and chat with us. Mon Waken naturally knew the purpose of the two people's visit, and greeted them without paying attention. Hearing this, the two of them felt depressed. You haven't forgotten who repaired the damaged Ant-Man barrier? Who upgraded it to an intermediate rune wizard array? Who discovered the power of rebirth? It was all the Great Elder. Then, why do you think the Great Elder can't deal with the power of rebirth and the Ant-Man barrier? After the two sat down, Mond asked directly and impolitely. The four of them bowed their heads and said nothing, because they really couldn't find a reason to refute these questions. You must always remember the Great Elder's current identity, a third-level wizard, an enchantment master, a four-way patrol envoy, a scholar in the East Capital, and the creator of the famous black magic wind and fire array. No matter which one is put out, you can't provoke him, understand? Mon continued, his tone and eyes were unusually stern. Understood. We understand, Dean. The four people felt a sore throat, but they had to admit the correctness of the words. When the other party showed some ability, they still forced him to refine the black magic wind and fire beam array for them, treating him like a dish on a plate. Who could have thought that there would be such a thing today? Times have changed, and nothing can be helped. Now, they don't even have the courage to stand in front of that person, let alone stop him from doing what he wants. Don't be discouraged. I have been out there for so many years, and have been to more places than the Great Elder. I have gained a lot. When the four people lamented the fickleness of fate, Mon spoke again. Dean, what do you mean? The four looked at the people next to them, their eyes shining, and asked by Alfu. Well, it's just what you think. I found a path that suits our three families. As long as you do what I said, I can guarantee that you will all have the opportunity to be promoted to the second-level wizard. This is also the real reason why I came back this time. Mond answered calmly. His eyes were so deep that it was hard to fathom. Hearing the dean's assurance, the four looked even more excited. They were all first-level wizards, and who wouldn't want to go further? Unfortunately, it was hard to find resources for promotion. In Shadow Ant Fortress, Locke suddenly reported to Ivan that day. Boss, I found someone who was restless, and had a lot of malice towards you recently. He had the characteristics of a spirit body, and was always sensitive to these things. Just judge by deeds, not by heart, and let them go. Ivan was certainly aware of the unusual movements in the academy, as the Ant-Man barrier was still under his control. To be honest, he didn't care at all, and he didn't think of coming out to explain anything. Really don't care? Locke said with a little regret. No, they will just hold back their thoughts. If someone can't hold back and dares to get angry, I will slap them. Whoever can withstand this slap is worthy of my explanation. Ivan joked half-truthfully. Then, they are not worthy of your explanation, boss. Locke smiled. At this time, the swamp ant was still being nurtured in the Ant-Man's secret vault. It received the power from the depths of the swamp, and began a new round of transformation. This was obviously not a process that could be achieved overnight. The Ant-Man barrier shook from time to time, attracting attention and making people secretly scratch their heads. In this kind of college atmosphere, time passed day by day. Chapter 373. More than a month passed in a flash, and the transformation in the Ant-Man vault finally ushered in a shocking day. Roar, I am the king of the marsh, and I will step on the mountains and rivers of the earth to restore the former glory of the Lord of the Rock. The long-dried and solidified mud statue exploded, and a majestic figure stood on the ground, announcing his ambitions to the surroundings in a loud voice. Along with its voice, a layer of shallow light spread out, dyeing the surrounding ground black. At this moment, the ant's posture was indeed very impressive. Its original yellow and black body now turned black, and a pair of golden antennae became 3 pairs, which were glued together below, forming a unique crown. With 3 pairs of transparent and wide wings, it looked more majestic than before. Paw, paw, paw! The rhythmic applause sounded around, which made the ant come back to its senses. It found that there were so many mocking spectators around, and its face was immediately filled with embarrassment. Zai, is this a domain halo? Locke pointed at the faint black light on the ground. Under the effect of the faint black light, the ground was slightly rippled. If it weren't for the special location of the Ant-Man vault, the ground would definitely have undergone wonderful changes. Yes, this is the Zawang domain halo, Zai said truthfully. What's the effect? Locke asked again. It can turn the land into a swamp wherever it passes. If I hadn't restrained my power before, the ground here would have suffered. Zai glanced at Ivan, and seeing that he had no objection, he continued to answer. That's it, this is also. It's impossible to explain it without seeing it. Let's go to another place to take a closer look. Locke wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Ivan, who suggested going to another place for testing. At his suggestion, the group left the Ant-Man's secret vault, then left the Ant-Man barrier, and came to an open area outside the academy to start a series of tests. Open! Zai Yi's Zawang domain halo spread out, covering a range of nearly 400 meters around him. The hard ground immediately set off waves and turned into a muddy lake in a moment, which reminded people of a land area with a mud river in the 9-color Tianqing. The power of the aura can not only do this, but also trap people who break into the range in a sticky force field, causing them to slow down, suffocate, be suppressed, be sealed, etc. Undoubtedly, this is a unique power that looks simple, but is actually not simple. Not bad, it can suppress the enemy in all directions. The field aura is indeed a unique power. After a test, Ivan couldn't help but praise it a few times. One more thing, I should be able to cultivate a 3rd-level ant guard, but it will take some time. Zai added. Take it slow, you have just awakened the domain aura, and there are still many places to explore. I hope to get your guidance. No problem, we will explore together later, including Ginny. As the first pseudolord under his seat, even if Zai didn't say it, Ivan would pull it to explore from time to get a glimpse of the true appearance of the domain aura. However, this takes more time, and even lasts until Ivan controls the power of the aura himself. Since this day, the Ant-Man barrier has finally returned to its past peace. Other wizards don't know what happened at all, let alone that the Ant-Man barrier has created a pseudolord creature. It is worth mentioning that the formation nodes hidden deep in the swamp had been drained of their power, and had been scrapped before due to the heavy load. Not long after, under Ivan's order, the Lawn K set sail again and left the Mona Ant Land hut. In just 3 days, the Lawn K crossed the ocean and set foot on his long-lost homeland, Tidal Island, also known as the Bold Continent. Now my father, Mr. Red, is a marquis, and his power is only second to that of Grand Duke Xiangmai. I remember that the last time I went back, he had 5 sons and 3 daughters, one of whom was born to Lady Selena. Flying over the land of Tidal Island, the Lawn K deliberately slowed down its speed, and Jusidi told about the situation of the Maricharton family. Speaking of Lady Selena, her face was still a little unnatural. After all, she was her mother, and she ended up in the arms of Ivan's father. This relationship was somewhat inappropriate. So, Lady Selena is the legitimate wife of Marquis Maricharton? No, my mother's identity is a bit awkward after all. The Marquise is the daughter of another earl, and she is also a beautiful and decent woman. With me here, my mother will definitely not be bullied. What about my 2 brothers, younger brother and sister, have they started a family? Of course, their partners are all nobles. My brother Paul has several lovers, and they have also become nobles, and have given birth to many children. It is said that there are people with wizard qualifications in there, and when they reach the age, they will be sent to the Mona Ant Land hut. When talking about children, Juicy looked a little sad. They and Ivan have none yet. In the world of Danila, except for some special races, the stronger the creatures are, the harder it is to reproduce. This is an iron rule that no one can violate, and Ivan has no way to do anything about it. Is Padge also a noble, baron or viscount? Brother Byman is an earl, the other three are viscounts, and Padge is also one. Brother Byman married the princess of the Principality of Xiongmai. Seeing that they are living a happy life, I feel relieved. Since Ivan became a formal wizard, the difficult days of the Marichattan family are gone forever, not to mention that after he became the dean of the Mona Antland Hut, his brothers and sisters were all made nobles. With his strong backing, the Marichattan family is naturally prosperous. The situation was the same as expected, so Ivan did not ask anything, but just listened to just I and Perny talking about the news here casually. After a while, the storm bird arrived above the Marquis of Giant Frog, but the airship was hidden. Ivan stood on the deck and looked down at everything below. From the town to the city, from the street to the castle, the Giant Frog territory was prosperous and peaceful. All signs showed that Lead was indeed a qualified noble lord. Don't you want to go down and take a look? Then take a look. The airship was suspended in the sky not far from the castle. After Ivan pondered for a few seconds, he stretched out his hand and pointed to the side. This bit of mental power expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a boy with a slightly immature face. The boy, dressed in adventurer clothes, nodded at him, ran forward quickly, jumped over the guardrail and jumped out of the deck, riding the wind to fall below. Giuseppi recognized him at a glance. This was the young Ivan when they first met. She couldn't help but come to the bow to watch, and found that the boy had landed on the street quietly, looking around with interest, while walking towards the castle. Let's go to Sanguling, Ivan said casually, and the airship slowly accelerated, leaving the castle and the city behind. This time when he returned to Tidal Island, he didn't plan to make a big fuss. It was enough to meet the people he should meet. Chapter 374. Ivan, is that a mental power illusion? Perny was curious about his method. Yes, it requires a strong mental power, and you can't learn it for the time being. Ivan nodded slightly. Mental power is a kind of power based on the reflection of soul energy, and there are many wonderful things, just like he just used it to transform a teenager, and added some memory information to shape it into his younger self. It is similar to the mind-body and consciousness-body, and does not have much actual combat ability. Of course, it's no problem to deal with some ordinary people. This is a method that can only be achieved by the spiritual power of a third-level wizard. That's a pity. Penny envied and felt a little regretful. It takes at least one day to go from the Marquis of Giant Frog to the Mulberry Valley by riding on the ground. The storm bird sailed in the sky and arrived in a short while. Mulberry Valley is not much different from what I remember, except that there are more houses, and the surrounding mountains are covered with tall and lush mulberry trees. Ivan, don't you want to go down? Giuseppi asked. No, go and have a look if you want. Ivan refused. I came back to have a look last time, but it was just SOSO. Forget it this time. Giuseppi shook her head. After all, Sangha territory is just a remote territory, the size of a small town, with no development potential. After the Maricatans acquired other territories, they focused on other places. Giuseppi had lived in the small castle of the territory for a long time, and it was here that she and Ivan fell in love overnight. Of course, she has some feelings for this place. However, since everyone she was familiar with had left and Ivan was around, she was not so nostalgic for Sengu. The Lawn-K paused in the sky for a moment, and then flew towards the Black Mist Forest on one side of the territory. The Black Mist Forest was famous for its black fog. Compared with the last time, the black fog was thicker, covering the trees in broad daylight, and there was a pungent smell of gunpowder. With the strength level of the group, the black fog would naturally not have any impact. Look, there is magma below, and the volcano here seems to have erupted. The Lawn-K arrived directly at the center of the forest. There was a narrow crack filled with volcanic magma below, and billowing black smoke came out of it. The magma was churning from time to time, gushing out from the crack, splashing everywhere, especially the low-lying land on the left. Under the leadership of Ivan, a group of people came to the ground from the airship and came to the side of the magma crack. The ground under their feet was scorching, and the hot steam hit their faces. Jenny, what do you think? The magma has a familiar smell. This should also be a passage to the underground world. Maybe, but there is magma all year round below, and the passage is probably impassable. It is not as good as the one under the spine of the ancient tree. Ivan is still quite interested in the underground world mentioned by the Tree Man Elder. There are abundant metal deposits in the underground, not to mention other resources. However, how to find the right path and get through the magma is a big problem. The Tree Man Elder also said that the road to the first underground layer will be blocked by lava lords. Fake lords are okay, but if it is a real lord creature, It is definitely an existence that cannot be provoked. Boss, there's a little undead guy poking his head out from behind. Do you want me to catch him? After a while, Locke suddenly spoke. Please invite him over. Don't scare him, Ivan ordered. Huh? Locke was puzzled. Okay, whatever you say is what I do. With Locke's strength, it would be easy for him to deal with an apprentice-level creature. In less than 2 minutes, a centaur wrapped in armor was invited over. It was not difficult to tell from the style of the armor that this was a petite woman. Helen, don't you say hello to someone you know? Hello, Wizard Ivan. After hearing Ivan's words, a hoarse and low voice came from the helmet mask. The voice seemed to be rusty, and it was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Locke suddenly realized that it was someone he knew. No wonder the boss asked him to be polite. Boss, do you have any acquaintances here? What do you think? I live in Mulberry Valley, and she lives in Black Mist Forest. We are neighbors after all. What's strange about knowing each other? Ahem, you have the final say. Although he said so, Locke was secretly complaining in his heart. They were not close, and they were of different races. How could they be called neighbors? He didn't know that Ivan had exchanged a tidal treasure book of breathing method that could directly reach the 4th level Night King with Helen in exchange for the restoration of the natural maze, which was a bargaining chip. It was a big advantage. I remember you don't like to go out. Is there something wrong with the maze covering the Tombkeeper Castle? Ivan asked. Well, it's broken. Helen was concise, and seemed unwilling to talk more. Ivan didn't ask any more questions. He explored the narrow crack for a long time before he gave up. After he finished his work, he waved to the undead centaur girl. Come on, I show you. Yes. The small castle was built against the mountain, not far from the crack, only about 200 steps away. Near the not-so-high mountain, Ivan found that the ground under his feet was still warm, and the air was also warm, and he immediately guessed the problem. Letting an undead creature live on fire was indeed difficult for Helen. Turning around the foot of the mountain, a small castle appeared in the black fog. An old royal flag used to hang on the wall, but now only a decayed flagpole remained. The castle gate was casually open, and the centaurs and human-faced flowers were gone. The environment had changed, and these undead items could no longer be preserved. As for the natural maze shrouded outside, only 1/10 of it remained, which only served to decorate the castle. The environment has changed drastically, and the maze is difficult to repair. Even if it is completely repaired, it is easy to be damaged and cannot last long. Ivan took a few glances and judged the general situation. I know. Helen's tone was flat. By the way, how are you learning the basic spells I taught you before? Ivan asked again. Helen was originally a member of the Tide Empire's royal family. The royal family had the blood of the Centaur royal family. When the wizard came to the continent, he cursed the remaining royal family along the bloodline. In order to get rid of the curse of the tribe, the royal family stole the meditation method and gave it to the newly born tribe in the escape, and Helen was one of them. After transforming into an undead creature by chance, Helen still practiced meditation and once practiced to the 3rd level apprentice, but she only controlled spiritual power, and did not know how to cast spells. Ivan stayed here for 20 days to repair the fog array and taught Helen some basic spells. After many years, Helen has practiced to the limit of a 3rd level apprentice, and the next step is to be promoted to a formal wizard. I know. Hearing his question, Helen thought for a while and answered. Show me how to cast it. Under Ivan's instructions, Helen cast spells such as Energy Ball, Energy Chain, and Mage's Hand, and she really mastered them to the point where she could do it easily. She also figured out a lot of ways to use energy particles, such as manipulating wind particles to accelerate and gathering water particles to clean armor. Not bad. Ivan nodded slightly. After all, so many years have passed, it's not surprising that she has this level of energy particle manipulation. Let me ask you another question. In your memory, or in the royal books you have read, is there any mention of where the centaurs migrated to? Exchange? The undead centaur girl was stunned for a moment, tilted her head and asked back. Many people around were speechless when they heard this, and Locke was even more worried for her. This was probably the first apprentice who dared to ask a 3rd level wizard for something. In exchange, I can take you away from here and give you shelter. Ivan didn't react much, and said the exchange conditions calmly. Of course, you can also raise other ideas, and I will consider them as appropriate. I also hope to become your disciple and learn how to become a wizard. Helen stared blankly at the desolate and dilapidated castle and cemetery in front of her, and spoke after a long pause. Okay, I agree. Ivan looked her up and down and nodded in agreement. This undoubtedly surprised the others. When did Wizard Ivan become so easy to talk to? Could it be that he wanted to take this girl with him for research because he saw that her identity was too strange? In fact, they guessed right, and this was one of the reasons. Secondly, there was no text on the last few pages of the tied book, and it was very likely that it recorded the method of becoming a 4th-level Night King, which required high-purity Centaur royal blood to open it. It was better to take Helen with him for safety, not to mention that he could get news about the Centaurs from her. Boom, boom, boom. Soon after, the marsh ants, following Ivan's instructions, used the Marsh King's halo to turn the mountain into a mud flow, burying the royal cemetery that Helen had guarded for most of her life. Come with us. Okay. The dead are new creatures with only their original memories. When Helen was born, there was no living thing around her. She has been guarding the cemetery castle alone since she was born. This day, she followed Ivan's steps and embarked on a new journey. Chapter 375. Marquis of Giant Frog Territory. On this day, a sunny boy suddenly appeared on the street near the Marikaten Castle. No one passing by on the street noticed anything wrong with his arrival. The boy was dressed like an adventurer and looked like an apprentice member of a mercenary group. There were many shops on both sides of the street, and the street was very busy. The boy looked left and right, full of curiosity about everything. Young man, what do you want to buy? Long swords or long bows? Bearskin armor are all available. Do you want to come in and take a closer look? No, I just take a look. Why don't you come over here and take a look, sir? I tell you something in secret. I have a secret breathing medicine in my store that is extremely effective. It's in very limited quantities, and I don't sell it to ordinary people, but I like you. Manager, keep it for yourself, or give it to your son. I don't need that kind of thing. Although the boy was dressed in plain clothes, the savvy shop owners on both sides of the shop could tell at a glance that he was extraordinary, and had a temperament that was not comparable to that of an ordinary adventurer. They thought to themselves that he might be a noble young master who came to experience life, and they immediately greeted him eagerly. Without exception, they all hit a snag. They didn't pay much attention to this, and soon found that the boy walked to the corner and headed straight for the castle without stopping. Hey man, that's the Marquis of the Giant Frog's castle, Marikaten Castle, where he lives. If you don't know him well, it's best not to get close, or you might be driven away by the guards with force. Seeing the boy's reckless look, the shop owner who sold the secret breathing medicine couldn't help but remind him. Thanks for the reminder, but it's okay. Hearing this, the young man politely turned around and responded. It seems that he is indeed a noble young master. The shopkeeper muttered as he looked at the figure that was going away. Your eyesight is not good. The owner of the weapon shop chuckled. What do you mean? Didn't you see that the young man looks unusual? He looks a bit like several noble masters of the Marikaten family. He might be related to the Marquis. The owner of the weapon shop reminded. From what you said, it is indeed the case. Could he be an illegitimate child? Forget it, it's none of our business. The owner of the pharmacy realized it later. Speaking of taboos, he immediately ended the topic. No matter who the other party was, it was not something that the two businessmen could talk about regarding the notorious Marikaten family. On the other side, the boy walked along the upward road to the foot of Marikaten Castle. Please stop, this is the castle of the Marquis of Giant Frog, and no one is allowed to approach. There were several guards guarding the gate of the castle, and one guard went up and stopped the boy who was approaching. I want to see the Marquis of Giant Frog. The young man shouted. Wait a moment, please show me your name card, or tell me your name and the purpose of your visit. Seeing that he was so impolite, the young guard frowned, but still questioned him in a friendly way. Faced with the guard's obstruction, the young man's face did not change at all, and he answered the question loudly. Listen carefully, my last name is Marikaten, and I have a close relationship with the Marquis of Giant Frog. Go and inform him quickly, I must meet the Marquis of Giant Frog in person today. Stop talking nonsense. How come I haven't seen you before? You must be a wild guy from somewhere. The young man's nonsense annoyed the guard, and he became rude. However, before he could further reprimand him, he was stopped by another older guard, who shook his head at him. The older guard looked at the young man, and was about to say something, but the young man became impatient. Forget it, I can't talk to you. I go in and look for him myself. He will definitely recognize me when he sees me. After the young man finished speaking, he stomped his feet on the ground, and his body seemed to be weightless, and he jumped onto the castle wall. He ran to the other side quickly, not caring about the many patrolling guards there. Asshole, how dare you break into the Marikaten Castle without permission? Where did you come from, you little thief? Come and surrender, and wait for your punishment. His action was like pouring a basin of water into a hot oil pan, which immediately irritated the guards on the wall. In broad daylight, someone broke into the Marquis's castle by force, which was really disrespectful to them. The next moment, someone chased after the boy with a grudge, someone closed the castle with a clang, and someone went to report the news to the master and the lady that someone was causing trouble. Chase him. Don't let the thief go. Go! Go! Don't let him disturb the Marquis, the lady, the young master, and the young lady. What people didn't expect was that the boy who broke into the castle was extremely agile. He climbed over the parapets and guardrails easily. In the blink of an eye, he got down the wall, entered the castle, and ran towards the Marquis's residence. The young man was like an unmanned place. The many guards of the castle hurriedly chased after him, and all kinds of fighting spirits appeared. No matter whether it was a night or a great night, no one dared to be negligent. Once they heard someone from the Marachatton family, they would be seriously derelict in their duty. For a while, the whole Marachatton castle was noisy. At the back of the west side of the castle was a garden full of flowers. The Marquis of the Giant Frog was drinking tea and appreciating flowers here with his wife and children, but heard a noisy sound coming from not far away. What's going on? Could it be that a wild beast is invading the castle? Daniel, why don't you go and take a look? The Marquis of Giant Frog felt a little disappointed and ordered the butler beside him to check the situation. It's not good, Marquis. Before the butler walked out of the garden, someone came to report. A strong man broke into the castle and is coming here. Please retreat for a while, Marquis. What a joke. This is the family castle of Marachatton. I am the head of the Marachatton family. When a strong enemy attacks, I don't kill the enemy but retreat instead. How can this be justified? The Marquis of Giant Frog was not willing to retreat. He drew out the long sword he carried with him, and prepared to go to meet the enemy. As a Marquis, Lead was also a senior knight. Father, I will go with you to strangle the enemy. I will go too. His words attracted the young children around him to echo, and they were all excited and ready to follow their father to kill the enemy. Okay, you are all good sons of my Marachatton family. Your father will go to meet the enemy first, and you will protect your mother to a safe place, and then come to support. Hearing this, the Giant Frog Marquis could not help but admire it, winking at his wife while explaining it. However, before they could take action, the noise was approaching, and a light figure crossed the wall and landed in the flowers. Be careful. Protect the Marquis. The guards and butlers protected the Giant Frog Marquis, who subconsciously used his body to block his wife and children. When he looked at the intruder in the garden, his eyes were stunned. Ivan? Father. Are you really Ivan? The Marquis of the Giant Frog could not believe his eyes. A kind of familiar and strange feeling emerged in his heart. How to say it, the boy in front of him is indeed his third son, but he is the naughty one many years ago, not the more sensible one later. He looked at the young Ivan, and Ivan was also looking at him. After nearly 20 years of separation, Led still looks young and strong, but there are a few more white hairs on his temples. Yes, it's me, I'm back. The young man smiled. You are Ivan, you. You won't have any problems. Come to see me for the last time, right? Leda pushed aside the people in front of him, and just took 2 or 3 steps forward. He suddenly thought of something and stopped in his tracks, his face turned pale. He had collected information about wizards, and according to the information, this situation is likely that the wizard has fallen. Once Ivan fell, the consequences for the Marachatton family were unimaginable. You worry too much. The young man shook his head and walked out of the flowers, emphasizing seriously, I'm doing fine recently, better than ever before, and I'm really back. I passed by the castle before. He subconsciously looked up at the sky, but the airship had already left. That's good, that's good. After hearing this, Red's pale face gradually returned to normal, and then he looked sideways awkwardly. Ivan, these are your brothers and sisters. This is Austin, this is... Father, I came back this time just to see you, Paul, Beeman, Paget, and Sean. I don't have much time here, and will leave soon. The boy interrupted him directly. Well, okay, I understand. Led took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. I'm glad you understand. Tell them quickly. I will be waiting for them at Flying Fish Harbor. The boy gave an impolite order. Seeing him nod, he smiled and added, let them come to the family castle in Marachatton first. I think I can chat with them for a while, and then go to Flying Fish Harbor. Okay, I tell them right away, and ask them to come as soon as possible. Hearing his words, Led smiled again. Chapter 376. Flying Fish Harbor, a small seaside town in Chiang Mai Principality. For Ivan, Flying Fish Harbor has another meaning. It is his starting point in this world. After traveling around the continent for a few days, the Lon K arrived here, hidden in the sky. Although Tidal Island is composed of 4 countries, in terms of size, it is actually far smaller than Dongdu Damen City. Boss, you always stare at that small house. Is there anything special about it? What do you think? Could it be your former residence? Not far below the airship is the house of the Marichattan family before they became rich. Because someone is guarding and taking care of it, it doesn't look old now. Every blade of grass and every tree is almost the same as before. It should be preserved by the Marichattan family. Hearing Locke's guess, Ivan nodded slightly. He flipped his hand and took out a very inconspicuous black crown and looked at it casually. This crown was given to him by Helen. It is said to be a token passed down from generation to generation by the royal family of the Tide Empire. However, it is very plain and should be made of some kind of horn. He suspected that it was made of the hoof of a centaur king. He had explored it many times, but it was just a simple token, and it seemed to have no other use. Helen informed the royal family of the whereabouts of the centaurs, who had moved underground from the crack of the Black Mist Forest, and had not been heard from since. It was for this reason that the royal family of the Tide Empire finally fled there, but was stopped by the magma. Strength 20.4, Agility 20.5, Constitution 20.9, Spirit 227. This is Ivan's current attribute data. The body that was damaged during the promotion has recovered, and has improved slightly. He is still at the peak of the Flying Knight stage, reaching a state where there is no room for improvement. Logically speaking, the next step is to be promoted to the legendary 4th level Night King. However, he had no idea about this promotion step. Whether he started from the earth breathing of the Earth Knight or the sky rhythm of the Flying Knight, he could not find the right direction. In the final analysis, he lacked the necessary cultivation method. He had collected information in Dongdu before, but there was very little relevant information in the Vernon Millennium Archives and the Enchanting Guild, and the Tide book did not meet the conditions for activating the last few pages. If other wizards saw this, it would be a waste of time to pursue the way of knights instead of studying wizard knowledge. Ivan naturally didn't think so, and he had an agreement with Lord Blackscythe to further improve the insect breathing method. To achieve this, finding the centaurs who brought the breathing method to humans became a key factor. The centaurs must have a complete breathing method training system. At worst, get some royal blood to open the last few pages of the Tide book. Outside the small town of Flying Fish Harbor, several luxurious carriages and a team of guards were driving steadily on the road, approaching Flying Fish Harbor quickly. The leading carriage was the most gorgeous and elegant. At this time, the 6 members of the Marichattan family gathered in the carriage. Among the group of adults, a teenager was the focus of the crowd. Ivan, I still remember that when you were a child, you were not allowed to climb trees. You secretly turned back and climbed to the top of the tree, but you didn't dare to come down. As a result, you fell asleep on it. Everyone looked for you for most of the day and found you in the middle of the night. The boss Paul said. Is there any? The boy pretended to be stupid. Yes, I remember Aunt Kaishi was scared to tears by you. Later, you were beaten hard by your father, and you were so bruised and didn't dare to go out for several days. Sister Paggy finished the blow. It seems like this is the case, ha. The boy beat him awkwardly. Even, do you still remember Miss Lisa from the Black Pinewood? She has a special liking for you. To many people, you are the hero she likes at first sight, and you have been obsessed with it. Beeman talked about another interesting thing. She should be married. No, she invited someone to marry into the church family. You should know that Baron Church has no sons. She is now expected to become the next Baron Church. When they first saw the young Ivan, Padge, Beeman and others were full of surprise, but when they thought of each other's identity, they all understood and relieved. Soon, they found that the boy was like their naughty brother, the one who grew up together in Flying Fish Harbor, which made people feel very close. This evoked many memories and feelings of them, and there were endless topics to talk about. The warmth between brothers and sisters is beyond words. As a father, Led maintained his father's dignity, and did not participate in the small talk. He just watched the scene with a faint smile until the team arrived at the Flying Fish Port. Mr. Marquis, we have arrived at the Flying Fish Port. Let's go into the city. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Led sighed secretly, pulled aside the curtain, and gave an order to the outside. The convoy slowly passed the city gate, and came to the old house of the Marichattan family. Several people got off the carriage, and came to the backyard with familiarity. The other juniors who followed stood not far away, separated by a distance, and everyone looked at the handsome boy without agreement. Then, father, brother, sister, brother, take care of yourselves in the future. The young man smiled and said to the few people. After that, he turned into a ray of light. Wherever the light went, the breeze blew and swept the few people up. In the blink of an eye, they were in the sky. Amid the exclamations of the people on the ground, the 5 people of lead suddenly disappeared. The 5 people of lead flew to a higher altitude with the wind. A magnificent and strange ship appeared in the sight, just like a fierce bird of prey. Without waiting for the 5 people to react, the breeze cleverly sent them to the deck. There were many figures standing on the deck, and one of them was a young man in his 20s, who looked particularly familiar to them. However, the other party's indescribable supreme temperament and starry eyes that seemed to see through everything made them feel very heavy pressure. For a moment, they couldn't speak. Father, and my brothers and sisters, we meet again. Ivan greeted with a faint smile. Ivan, long time no see, welcome back. Lyetta was the first to react. He suppressed the discomfort all over his body and reluctantly responded. He knew in his heart that the man in front of him was truly his third son, but he was completely different from the boy before. He didn't know how strong this son was. Just standing in front of him made his body tremble uncontrollably, and he wanted to run away, as if standing any longer would be life-threatening. At this moment, Reed felt both proud and nervous. The other people in the Marichattan family were the same. They could only nervously follow their father's response, and then stood there at a loss, looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar young man. Don't stand there, sit inside the airship. Ivan didn't care. The force field that wizards accidentally emit is always like this. The stronger the strength, the more terrifying the force field. Purification potions and purification towers are designed for this purpose. But it only purifies the body, not the mind. Okay. This airship is called the Stormbird. I work in a big city. The people there gave it to me for daily travel. It's big and good. Justy, Perny, please send them off for me. In front of Ivan, the 5 people of lead were always uncomfortable, and the conversation was naturally not relaxed and happy. After a while, he signaled Justy and Perny to send the 5 people back. Hearing his words, the 5 people of lead looked a little unnatural, but secretly relieved. Looking at the figures disappearing on the deck, the expression on Ivan's face did not change much. Ivan thought he had done his best for the Marichattan family, and asked Justy to send them some things on his behalf, which was exactly what they needed, and it must be able to make them live better. From now on, it is better not to meet. As Ivan's strength increases, the enemies he faces become more and more powerful. These enemies include alien races and alien worlds. Who can guarantee that there are no crazy people who want revenge and vent? Once the enemy notices Lyetta, he will be destroyed in a blink of an eye. Therefore, whether from the perspective of health or danger, he should not have direct contact with the people here. It is enough to know that a few people are living a happy life. Chapter 377. Moonclamp Peninsula. The Lotte did not hide its tracks anymore. After returning from the sea and approaching the land again, it turned and flew over the Flash Vortex Bay, heading south of the peninsula, with the destination being the Shadow Lake in the south. Not long after Ivan became a second-level wizard, he was invited by Doug to help him seize the trapped Shadow Tiger Lion. In the end, he used the method of replacing a dead person with a dead one to suppress a space crack leading to the Shadow World there. Now, there has been a problem there recently. Soon, the Lotte arrived at the corresponding location. There was a small island on the sea, but it has already sunk. Zae, is this the place where the space crystal fragments are abundant? It is here. I once sent a team of guards to guard it. Later, Wizard Ivan did not lack space crystals, so I recalled the ant guards last time. Zae had been to this place before, and he opened a passage in the void with ease. It was dark inside. The group of people did not know that they were in danger, so they jumped up from the deck and entered one after another. On the other side of the passage was a strange space with a lake made of black water. In the middle of the lake floated a small bronze square, on which stood several figures. Who? Their arrival startled the people inside. There were 3 wizards in total, and from their attire, they could tell they were from the Star Moon Academy. TSK, there are people here. You didn't mess up the arrangement here and asked us to come and clean up the mess, did you? Locke took the lead and said to the 3 people in a bad tone. Hearing this, the faces of Gunter and the other 2 changed slightly. When they saw another familiar figure, the expressions on their faces could no longer be held. Mr. Marichattan, we are wizards from the Star Moon Academy, and Gunter, Dolby, Bill, pays you the highest respect. I remember that Doug and I agreed that people from your academy can come to pick up resources, but they are not allowed to move any of the arrangements here. Ivan looked at the surging black water lake under his feet, the clanging bronze square, and the space barrier that shook from time to time, and he showed a slightly unhappy expression on his face. He was the one who decided on the layout here, but it was ruined by a few first-level wizards. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Sir, we have Dean Boyden's token, and we will act according to his order. Please see. Gunter gritted his teeth secretly and raised a cyan token, which was indeed a pass to the Shadow Lake. You mean to act according to Doug's instructions? Ivan's eyes darkened. Yes, the Dean said that we have a share of the resources here, so please don't make things difficult for us. At this point, Gunter could only bite the bullet and continue. As soon as he said this, they saw the other party's face darken, and they thought to themselves that it was not good. With a swish, 3 strange tree roots passed through the air, piercing through the protective shield that had just appeared, and then pierced the bodies of the 3 people. Ginny took action. 1 died and 2 were injured. Gunter's heart was crushed, and the other 2 injured their thighs, half kneeling on the ground in pain. How can you act so quickly? What a pity. Locke also noticed his boss's displeasure, but he was not as quick as Ginny. You are so rude. Ginny calmly retracted the Pantegan, as if she was not the one who killed the person. Dollaby and Bill were almost scared to death, and dared not say anything more, just looking at Ivan pleadingly. Your Dean Boydon has no control over me, and he will not instruct you to change the arrangements here. Tell me the real situation, Ivan said coldly. He estimated that the 3 of them had stayed here for a long time, otherwise they should have heard that he had returned to the Moon Clamp Peninsula. I'm sorry, Gunter is a man of his character. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Gunter said, there are things here that can increase strength, and there is also a chance to be promoted to a 2nd-level wizard. That's why we started researching here without permission. We are very sorry, Mr. Marichat. The 2 of them wanted to find an excuse, but seeing that his tone became more serious, they had to tell the whole story. They did decide to move the layout here privately. Then do you know what's at the bottom of the lake? Ivan asked again. I don't know. The space crack was a space crack that was barely suppressed by the 3 2nd-level wizards working together. If this place gets out of control, the Flash Vortex Alliance will be in trouble, and even the entire Moon Clamp Peninsula will be affected. Hearing his words, Dollaby and Bill's faces turned pale and red, and they cursed Gunter in their hearts for being a traitor. He actually led them to study such a dangerous thing. I'm afraid he didn't want to live long. The 2 hurriedly asked Ivan for forgiveness. In fact, the 2 were enchanters. Seeing that they really didn't know the inside story, Ivan waved his hand to spare their lives. The 2 hurriedly left the small bronze square, and rode the flying beast to the side. Boss, please be merciful. Otherwise, if you dare to disrespect a 3rd-level wizard, I will scatter your ashes. Locke leaned in and said faintly, 3 wizards. Dolby and Bill's faces turned green. At this moment, they wanted to pull Guntraw over to whip his corpse. That guy was really good at cheating people. No one paid attention to the 2 of them. Ivan personally repaired and suppressed it, which was of course easy. He also adjusted the rune magic array and set up a layer of protection outside the small bronze square to prevent others from making trouble. Finally, he reinforced the seal of the outer passage and modified the pass order. From now on, only 1 person can pass through, unless the strength is comparable to his. The resource point has not changed, and will be used as a common resource secret for Xingyu Academy and Mona Ant Farm Hut. Leaving the Shadow Lake, the Lonke returned to the Mona Ant Farm Hut. Ivan quietly left the airship, and soon came to another lake, Danilk's Lake. Through the dark river under the lake, he entered an underground cave bathed in dim light. With the sound of a faint song, he appeared in front of the statue of the god deep in the cave. Your Excellency Margaret, Ivan Marikaten greets you. You are here. Under the light, the statue of the god became vivid, and a pleasant female voice came out of the statue's mouth. Seeing that the goddess Mavis Margaret had no intention of showing up, Ivan didn't care. This time, it was also Mavis who gave him the feeling, so he hurried over, and he didn't know what instructions the other party had. He and Mavis had a 100-year agreement, and now it has only been more than 10 years. Why don't you speak? Your Excellency, what do you want me to do? I just want to see how far you have grown. Not bad, you have become a 3rd-level wizard. You really have the qualities to become a strong man. Hearing this unexpected answer, Ivan's eyes couldn't help but twitch a few times. Are there really such bored gods? Your Excellency, is there any bad news? You might as well tell me directly. I can bear it. He thought for a while and asked. You can guess this. I really didn't make a mistake about you. Mavis praised. Ivan took a deep breath, and he knew that this stingy goddess, who was unwilling to condense her phantom body, would not just want to see her own growth progress. To be honest, I regretted isolating the curse for you. The man who targeted you is definitely a lunatic. He has no time to take care of himself, but he went to great lengths to cause trouble for me. He has already destroyed one of my secret temples, and he is not ready to stop now. Mavis continued. Is he stronger than you, your majesty? After a few seconds of silence, Ivan asked tentatively. Ahem, I'm more seriously injured than him. Mavis joked, then added, you should be able to see that I'm a very peace-loving god, and fighting is indeed not my strong point. Ivan was stunned when he heard this. They were all gods above level 4, and some people actually said that they were not good at fighting. Should the agreed time be advanced? It's not that step yet. I'm very good at saving my life. I just want to remind you that you have to seize the time to grow. Unfortunately, I only have less than 1/10,000th of my power here, so I can't help you. Will he send someone to the Danala world to cause trouble for you and me? It's not that easy, I think. Facing this goddess of spring, Ivan didn't know how many times he was speechless. He suspected that the other party had been sealed for too long, and her will and wisdom were somewhat dusty. Chapter 378. After reaching Lake Nichols, Ivan did not stay in the temple at the bottom of the lake for long. When he returned to the surface of the lake, he could not help but feel a sense of urgency. Since the other party had deliberately reminded him once, it seemed that things were not as simple as the goddess said, and he should have made preparations earlier. Improve your strength as much as possible, and respond to changes with the same attitude. The fatigue period has not passed yet, and the mental strength cannot be improved for the time being. However, I don't know how to make further progress in the way of knights and comprehend the domain aura like the ants. At this time, something disrupted his thoughts. Locke sent an urgent message, saying that many guests had come to the Lancay, and hoped that he could go back as soon as possible. After a while, Ivan returned to the hut in the Mona Ant land and found that there were two groups of visitors. One was the wizards of the ancient tree spine, and the other was several aliens. The aliens had long ears, dark purple skin, and all women, looking like the legendary elves. These people should have come together, led by an old woman in gorgeous clothes with considerable strength. The old woman was leaning on a cane, and her eyes looking at him were faintly cold. Boss, these people are the ones who said Ginny is the saint of their night elves, and they must take Ginny back. Seeing him, Locke quickly told him the reason. Ivan nodded and looked at the old woman in the lead. Human wizard, I am Kolobasi, the high priestess of the night elves. I am here to find the appointed holy person by the will of my lord. I hope you will not obstruct me, Kolobasi said as she gestured to the side. Someone held a scroll and slowly pulled it open, and Ginny's portrait was clearly revealed on it. You are a guest. Let's talk on my airship. Ivan had never heard of the night elves, and he didn't know how Ginny's portrait fell into their hands, so it was hard to judge this matter. However, there was indeed a deep and daunting aura on the scroll, similar to Mavis, who had just met. No need. Kolobashi refused, and said in a tough attitude, as the person appointed by my lord, the saint must go back with us. There is nothing to talk about. Where to go back? The Comer Empire. I have never heard of the Night Elves, nor the Comer Empire. How can you let me rest assured that Ginny will go back with you? I'm afraid it's ridiculous. If Ivan hadn't been afraid of the aura on the scroll, and the speculation in his heart, he would not bother to talk nonsense with these aliens. As he spoke, he looked at the wizards of the ancient tree spine with a bad look. Leading the way for the aliens was no less than becoming a traitor to humans. But what responded to him was Dean Wright's apologetic smile. It's enough if the saint agrees, Kolobasi said firmly. Hearing her words, Ivan smiled slightly. He didn't even know the relationship, but he was so arrogant. I listened to Wizard Ivan. Ginny emphasized. Your Highness, there is no need to listen to a man. All men are bastards, and this man is also. Rosa, the head of the guard beside Kolobasi, advised. Halfway through her words, she saw that the saint's face became murderous, as if she was going to take action in the next second, and she couldn't continue. This also made Kolobasi realize Ginny's firm attitude. It was terrible news that she, a saint appointed by the Night Elves, actually obeyed the orders of a human man. Human wizard, what should you call me? Kolobasi suppressed her inner displeasure and asked proactively. Evan Marichavin. Evan smiled and said, High Priest, can we talk now? No problem, but I have to talk to you alone. Kolobasi agreed and made a request. Please. Ivan gestured with his hand. He leaped up, accompanied by a strong wind, and landed lightly on the deck. Kolobasi turned into a gray shadow and followed to the launch quay. Seeing Nazi with a prominent aura on the side, Her expression became more solemn. "Please come in." Ivan hinted that Ginny, who was half a step behind to board the airship, did not need to follow, and led the high priest to the reception room on the airship. Kolobasi followed into the hall, and without warning, she waved her cane at Ivan. "How dare you!" This scene fell into the eyes of Ginny, who stopped behind. She was furious and immediately threw out a pan-tie root to attack Kolobasi. Instantly, the cane hit the 3 layers of 3-color shields that suddenly appeared, making a loud noise. Then, the pan-tie root pierced Kolobasi's position, and Kolobasi turned into a gray shadow again, avoiding the danger behind her. One strike and stop. Ginny was about to take advantage of the situation to attack, but was secretly stopped by Ivan. The 3 stood separately, with different expressions and thoughts. Ginny was full of anger, and Ivan's face was so dark that it was almost dripping with water. At this time, the marsh ants also surrounded them, and it was a 3-to-1 situation. "Humph, I just want to see what means you, a human wizard, have. You dare to make the saint listen to your words. It seems that you are still capable." Facing the heavy siege, Kolbash was not afraid. "Are you night elves not a race on the ground?" Ivan asked coldly. When he saw the wizard on the ancient tree ridge, he thought of this possibility. At this moment, if the other party answered incorrectly, he would not mind surrounding and killing him. Since he embarked on the path of wizard, he had never seen such an arrogant person, who dared to sneak attack on other people's territory, too reckless. "Yes, we come from the underground world," Kolbash said proudly. "The passage in and out of the underground is guarded by the Lava Lord. How can you prove that you can bring Ginny back to the underground safely?" Ivan thought to himself that it was true, and then he asked a key question. "My tribe naturally has a secret method to avoid the Lava Lord. Don't even think about asking me to tell you." Kolobasi looked as if she had seen through his trick, with a little disdain. "This old guy is really cunning and stubborn." Ivan did not get angry either. He asked again, "Okay, let's not talk about the passage. Tell me, if Ginny becomes your saint, how can you ensure her safety? If I don't clarify this issue, I won't let her go with you." "The safety of the saint? You think too much, human wizard. What do you think of a saint? This is the person appointed by the Mother Goddess to serve her, the successor to the next high priest, second only to the one and above everyone else. Even Queen Koma has to respect her. How can our clan let the saint be in danger?" After hearing Kolobasi's firm explanation, Ivan roughly understood the status of the saint in the Night Elf Empire, which was similar to the successor of the Pope. If the situation is true, it is equivalent to a big pie popping out of the ground. "Do you have anything else to ask? Hurry up, I'm waiting to take the saint back to report to the Mother Goddess," Kolobasi urged. "The last question, Ginny has never been to the underground world, and she is not from your Night Elf clan. How did you choose her to be the saint?" Ivan thought for a moment and asked. "I have said this question more than once before. I will answer it again. The saint was directly appointed by my lord, and the gods have issued an order," Kolbash said in a deep voice. This is the problem and hidden danger. Ivan can easily analyze that Ginny was targeted by the Mother Goddess of the Night Elves, which should be related to her identity before she was reborn. If the other party is well-intentioned, it's okay. If she is not well-intentioned, she will die. Judging from Ginny's behavior of replenishing her essence with other Pantegan, there are hidden dangers in her trip underground. "Ginny, what do you think?" "No." Ginny gave a negative answer without any hesitation. "Saint, you are the one appointed by the Mother Goddess, you can't not go." Kolobashi got anxious when she heard it. The attitude of the saint was not good. "Saint, what I said just now is the truth, you have to believe me." Ginny ignored her and her attitude was extremely cold. Seeing this, Kolobashi's heart skipped a beat, secretly regretting that she had just taught the human male a lesson. "Human wizard, I swear in the name of the Mother of the Earth and the Mother Goddess that every word I said just now is true. If you go, you will be above everyone else and have a high status. You will definitely inherit my position as the High Priest in the future. Please persuade the saint for me." The High Priest was really anxious. Not only did he swear in front of her, but he also ignored other things and asked the human male he disliked to help persuade her. Hearing this, Ivan's worries were relieved a lot. But he was not in a hurry. After all, the old priest was the one who was really anxious. Who asked the old priest to take the saint back to report according to the will of the gods. Ignoring the other party's attentive eyes, he leisurely sat in the main seat in the living room. Seeing him act like this, Kolbash was anxious and angry, and her old face turned red, but she held it back. "Let them leave first, and we will talk alone, Wizard Marikaden." Chapter 379. Kolbash really wanted to talk to this man alone this time, but unfortunately no one listened to her. I apologize for my rude behavior just now. I will never do anything again this time. I guarantee it in the name of the High Priest of the Night Elves. It's rare that you are so sincere, High Priest. I accept your apology. Seeing that the time was almost right, Ivan spoke to break the deadlock and waved his hand to the front. Under his command, Ginny and Zay had to leave the living room. He waved his hand again, and the door slowly closed, isolating the living room from the outside. High Priest, what do you want to talk about? Tell me, what conditions do you have to let the saint go back with us? Kolarbashi sat down on a seat at the side, without hesitation, and asked. Now she understood that only by impressing the human man in front of her could the saint go back with her. Then give the other party some sweet taste, and then we can figure out the rest later. Oh, you really let me raise the price. The other party pretended to let him make the price, which made Ivan laugh secretly. Speak. Why don't you take me to the underground world, so I can confirm Ginny's living environment in the future? No. Hearing his conditions, Kolbash refused without thinking. She had to explain clearly. You are not from my tribe. Due to the limitations of the secret method, we can't bring more creatures other than the saint into the underground. You can't do it, so you let me make conditions casually, Ivan said contemptuously. The Lava Lord is the guardian of the underground and ground passages. He is protected by the Great Will of Danila. It is not a simple and easy thing to avoid his blockade. I can give you a detailed map of the passage, and you have to figure out the rest yourself. Kolobasi took a deep breath and proposed a compromise. Not enough. Ivan paused for 2 seconds before saying, I can also give you information about the first layer of the underground world, which is enough for you to have a comprehensive understanding of the first layer. What else? Added Shadow Gem, which is a rare treasure underground. Kolobasi wanted to slap him in the face, but thinking about the overall situation, she took out a bright black gem of extraordinary appearance. Since you want to give me a treasure, don't give me one that I can't use. Space, earth, fire, wood, choose one of the 4. I am not picky. Ivan glanced at it and shook his head. Here you go, don't push your luck. Kolbash had no choice but to change an item, and threw it over. It landed on the table next to him, making the table creak. A small piece of very heavy ore. Ivan took it in his hand. Not only was it very heavy, but the flow of mana in his palm became obscure. His eyes lit up. It could even affect his own mana. It was indeed a rare good thing. What is this called? The magic stone, which contains the power of space and earth, just corresponds to your requirements. No problem. Where are the detailed maps and information? I hope you won't break your promise. Kolobashi immediately gave him a hide map and a metal book 2 palms thick, and then the high priest walked out of the reception room. Ivan checked it and put it into the space ring. At this time, Ginny came to the reception room. What's your reason for not going to the underground world? He asked. It is my duty to protect you, Wizard Ivan. I'm sorry I can't stay away, Ginny said, as a matter of course. Ivan's mouth twitched, and he knew it was this reason. He didn't know what caused it, but he had noticed before that Ginny had a special liking for protecting him, as if it was an innate sense of mission, but Locke didn't have it. Ginny, you should understand that I am already a 3rd-level wizard and flying knight, and I still have 2 arcane scrolls in my hands. I won't have a big problem with safety. If there is a worse situation than this, you can't change the outcome whether you are with me or not. Facing his words, Ginny seemed a little silent. Ivan knew it was not easy to persuade Ginny. After a few seconds of silence, he told her about his previous actions and the whole story of the curse of demon resentment, and revealed the biggest problem that he would most likely face in the future. How? I am willing to go underground. There is a force underground that attracts me. Pressure naturally brings motivation. For the sake of the overall situation, Ginny had to compromise. It's good that you can figure it out. It's probably not easy to get away if you go to the Night Elf Empire. Remember to help me find out the movements of the Centaur tribe. I will find you. After convincing Ginny, Ivan explained some things. It should be impossible to communicate between the ground and the underground. He was not sure when he could break through the defense line of the Lava Lord and successfully reach the first level of the underground world. Of course, some things must be communicated in advance. Ginny listened one by one and kept them in mind. Soon, the door of the living room slowly opened, and Kolbash on the deck hurriedly stepped forward and looked at Ivan. Relax, I never break my promise, Ivan said lightly. Saint? Kolbasi asked. Ginny nodded imperceptibly. In Kolbasi's view, this was great news, and her eyes towards Ivan became even more unpleasant. Keeping such a human man, who could influence the decision of the saint, was a terrible hidden danger, and a blasphemy against the mother goddess. At this moment, the high priest secretly made up his mind that this man must not be kept. However, considering the attitude of the saint, she did not act rashly, and her face did not show any abnormality. "Saint, pack your bags, we will be leaving soon." "No need to pack, we can leave now." "Wizard Marichatin, we will say goodbye now." "No need to see you off, goodbye." After saying goodbye to Ivan solemnly, Kobashi got off the lawn K with Jenny, and left the hut of Mona Ant Land with her subordinates. After a while, the team of the Night Elves disappeared from everyone's sight. But someone did not leave with them, and that was the wizard of the ancient tree spine. At this moment, Wright and the others were restless and in great pain. They wanted to leave, but they didn't dare to leave. Who could have thought that this Lord Marichatin suddenly became a third-level wizard? When they inquired about the news for the Night Elves and heard this news, Wright wanted to strangle himself. "Didn't the wizards join the Night Elves? Why are you still standing here?" "Mr. Marichatin, we really didn't join the Night Elves. We were forced to do so." "You mean, you can help the alien race lead the way when you are forced to murder the great human scholar, and do all kinds of acts of betrayal to the wizarding world?" "Aye." After a few questions from Ivan, Wright and his group were frightened and pale. Different identities, of course, the weight of the words they say is different. As a third-level wizard, a great scholar of Dongdu, and an inspector of the Enchanting Guild, if he said it was betrayal, several people could really be defined as traitors, and even affect the entire Ancient Tree Ridge Academy. "First, tell us in detail how you surrendered to the enemy." Wright did not dare to hide anything, and told the whole story of his encounter with the Night Elves. They were originally forced to rush to China continent, but new news came from the Moon Clamp Peninsula, so they had to change their itinerary. The round trip took a lot of time, and they only arrived at the Sheedy Swamp in recent days. This is how the incident just now happened. Chapter 380. In front of the hut in the Mona Ant Farm, the airship in the sky flew away on the clouds, and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Looking at the missing airship, Wright wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. "Dean, is the matter over? What do you think?" "It's not that easy. You should go back and think about how to apologize to Mr. Marichatin. Otherwise, the next time we meet, it will be a sad day for us." Hearing the question from the side, Wright's mood became heavy again. Level 3 wizards should not be easily offended. If they are offended, they will pay the price. The other party has not punished them now, which does not mean that the matter is over. It is more likely that the other party has no time to pay attention to them for the time being. Given the difference in strength and status between the two sides, the other party does not have to worry about them escaping at all. Where can they escape to? A remote place or Bird of Blood field. If they are not careful, the entire Ancient Tree Spine Academy will be destroyed. Thinking of all the consequences, Wright sighed lightly. He did not dare to delay for a moment, and quickly took people back to the Ancient Tree Spine to think of a countermeasure. On the other side, on the Lonke airship, Locke had the same doubts in his heart. "Boss, those people dared to lead the way for the Night Elves. Why don't you teach them a profound lesson? Or do you want to go back to Dongdu and sue them, so that they can't escape?" "Don't worry, none of them will escape the lesson. They must be smart people, and smart people do smart things." To this, Ivan responded meaningfully, obviously not taking Wright and others to heart. Speaking of which, although the spine of the ancient tree offended him, it can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Whether it is the iron root they dug out, or bringing the Night Elves to him this time, it has brought him a lot of benefits. Therefore, he didn't mind giving the people of Ancient Tree Spine a chance. If these people knew what was good for them, they would offer him something they liked. For example, Ancient Tree Spine gathered the strength of the entire academy, and explored the underground passage for so many years. It was impossible that they had nothing to gain. "You are the boss, you have the final say." Locke blinked. He didn't understand the meaning of this sentence, but he didn't want to admit it, so he stopped dwelling on this issue. In the sky, the airship flashed by at the fastest speed, drawing a white wave line on it. After sailing for 10 days, the Lonke returned to Dongdu and arrived at the extraordinary Swiftwood Tower. Such a high-end wizard tower shocked Josher and Perny. "Wizard Ivan, welcome back." The remaining Silkworm Queen led many Swiftwood silkworms to greet them. And Locke, the big black guy. "Hi, Jussie, Perny, welcome to the Swiftwood Tower, and this strange apprentice. She is my new student Helen. You met each other in the Black Mist Forest a long time ago." Ivan stood on the deck, his mind connected to the control crystal of the Lonke, pulling the airship slowly into the open door of the Swiftwood Tower. Without Jenny, Locke's power accumulation was a little short, and the swamp ant could not control its power perfectly after the transformation. This matter could only be done by him personally. After the lawn K was anchored steadily, Ivan hurriedly returned to the enchantment workshop, one of the high-energy laboratories. "What's wrong?" Seeing his hurried appearance, the Queen of Silkworm said in surprise. "Didn't you notice something is missing?" Locke said. "You mean Ginny? Something happened to her." The Silkworm Queen's face changed drastically. Stop. It's not what you think. Ginny was invited to be a saint, and went to the first level of the underground world." Locke knew that the Silkworm Queen had misunderstood, and he quickly explained the reason and then arranged other things. "Things are complicated. I will tell you slowly later. Let Xiangge introduce them to the Xuanmu Tower, and go to the Black Ant Tower to take a look and get familiar with the surrounding situation. Also, don't shout Black Big Guy anymore. Zei has become different now. Of course, if Zei doesn't mind, just ignore what I said." "Whatever," Wizard Ivan said that the name is just a code name, so this ant takes it to heart. Zei was standing by and heard his words, and replied generously. "Black Big Guy, you seem to have become smarter." After hearing these words, the Queen Silkworm felt overwhelmed. She didn't expect that so many accidents would happen just by going back. It was a pity that she missed them. Afterwards, the group of people started to talk and introduce what they should talk about. A few days later, Ivan settled Justai and Perny in the Black Ant Tower, and arranged their own research areas. Helen was left in the Swiftwood Tower. Helen's situation was special, and needed his personal guidance. In addition, he had some small experiments that required Helen's cooperation. Time passed like water. More than half a month later, many wizards from the Ancient Tree Spine came to visit. This time, a large number of people were mobilized. The 4 deans of the Ancient Tree Spine came, as well as Tim and other college elites. "Respected Scholar Mary Shaitan, we are sorry for the offense we caused before. Please forgive us." In front of Ivan, the wizards of the Ancient Tree Spine were as sincere as they could be. They knew clearly that this trip was related to the prosperity and decline of the Academy, and even its survival. If you do something wrong and just apologize, who would still pursue the improvement of strength? Locke, who was standing next to him, spoke up. His tone was not polite at all. Yes, you are right. Right, Adolf and others agreed. We have brought the greatest sincerity. Right added. Then let me tell you, my boss doesn't like everything. Don't bring out ordinary items to embarrass yourself, otherwise you will be guilty of a greater crime. Locke said again. It should be. Right kept agreeing. After all, he was wrong first. Ivan didn't say anything. Locke's meaning was actually his meaning. Otherwise Locke would not have thought through the twists and turns in the middle, and the words were so well placed. Under his expectant gaze, Wright and his team took out an egg. As soon as the egg came out, the temperature around it immediately rose several degrees. This is a fire-type egg that we salvaged from the depths of the magma many years ago. After careful identification, we found that it is a scorpion egg, and its quality is extremely unusual. We heard that you are proficient in breeding insects and beasts, so we are willing to offer it to you. Adolf introduced. Hearing this, Locke was about to make a few sarcastic remarks, but was secretly stopped by Ivan. Ivan's eyes fell on the flame pattern on the insect egg. This is a natural pattern, which is a familiar pattern when combined. Demon. After finding this insect egg, we gathered the power of the entire academy to cultivate and hatch it. The resources consumed were countless, and the power of magma was extracted from time to nourish it. Many sacrifices were made for this. As time went by, its breath became thicker and thicker, but it was still not able to hatch. 16 years passed in a flash. Later, there was really no other way. We took the risk to find an opportunity to stuff it into the nest of the 3-legged bird, so that it hatched for more than 4 months without noticing, until the 3-legged bird noticed something was wrong and became furious. Adolf continued to introduce. There was a reason why the ancient tree's spine hatched this insect egg. The insect egg was found in the terrifying magma that blocked the road. There was no damage at all, which was enough to prove that the creature inside had the ability to survive in the magma. Once properly cultivated, it can carry them across the magma, go deep into the other side, and open up a new path for exploration. Now, they have to take out the insect eggs they have worked hard to nurture to show their sincerity. What's worse is that they still have to see if the other party is willing to accept it. Great scholar, what do you think? It looks good. I take it. Hearing Adolf's careful question, Ivan finally revealed his attitude. Demons are not native to the world of Danila, but a fleeting scene he saw in the memory of the Black-Side Lord during the war. Demons, and the black-robed monsters and devil races are in the same camp, all from the abyss world that invaded Danila. If he remembered correctly, the pattern on the insect egg refers to the fire demon among the demons. Thinking of the special nature of the black robe monster, he was very interested in the insect egg, not to mention that this thing could really help to go deep into the underground world. Chapter 381. Outside the Swiftwood Tower, right. Adolf and others walked out of the tower respectfully, and walked 2 blocks away quickly. After they could no longer see the 5-story wizard tower, they were completely relieved. Fortunately, nothing went wrong. Fortunately, that gentleman did not hold a grudge. The few people looked at each other, and could see the relief in each other's eyes. This time, they paid a total of a beast egg, a special boat, and a volume of exploration materials to seek forgiveness from that gentleman. As Adolf said, this is a blessing in disguise. As for resentment, in the world of Danila, weakness is the original sin, and they are not qualified to bear grudge against a 3rd-level wizard, let alone a 3rd-level wizard with extraordinary talent. Think carefully, the academy is in a place with many hidden dangers. Why don't we move away? After a moment of silence, Adolf said again, No, Adolf, have you forgotten our oath? You should know that it is our persistence that makes the ancient Tree Ridge one of the best academies in the Moonclamp Peninsula. His words were immediately refuted by another dean. Yes, we can't give in because of a temporary setback. Wright didn't say anything, but the other 2 clearly opposed it, so Adolf had to take back his words. However, Adolf was determined. If there was such a situation next time, and the college was once again in dire straits, he would change the place no matter what, and no one's opposition would be of any use to him. In the Shuimu Tower, Ivan and Locke were observing a special ship. The ship was not big, only more than 2 meters long, and the whole body was made of materials similar to Pantegan. The forging skills are too crude. Theoretically, it can cross the molten lava, but in reality, there are many hidden dangers. After watching carefully, Ivan lost interest in continuing to study. Boss, how do you know so much about the underground? Locke asked. I have the information given by the Night Elves. They are not trustworthy. That's why I went back to Dongdu to prepare. Naturally, Ivan didn't trust the High Priest of the Night Elves, and he would not believe all the information given by the other party. He would not just dive into the underground passage. He had to make full preparations, collect more information, and prepare countermeasures. This was the basic quality of a wizard. 3 days later, Ivan contacted his boss in the 5-leaf spear, Speaker Oates. You want to take on a mission in the underground world? In the light and shadow of the Book of Leaf Luo, Oates' clothes were still so colorful, but they didn't look fancy on him. I've encountered something recently, so I have to find a way to go to the underground world. It's not easy to go in and out of the underground world, so I might as well see if there are any suitable missions in the organization. Ivan said truthfully. He had previously chosen to investigate and study the spiritual body, but he had not yet started to implement it. The plan could not keep up with the changes. He went to Oates for a mission, and the main purpose was to seek help and prepare for going underground. You are honest. Oates nodded, and then asked, Are you sure? You are right. There is a group of lava creatures guarding the underground maze, and there is more than 1 4th-level lord among them. A group? More than one? Hearing this, Ivan felt uneasy. That group of lava creatures are the natural guardians of the underground passage, and their perception is extremely sharp. Others are fine, but wizards of my level will be discovered once they enter. There is no place to hide. Fighting them in the lava is a very distressing thing. Without waiting for his answer, Oates spoke to himself. Chairman, to be honest, I have to seek help from the organization. I wonder if I, the 5-leaf spear, have the relevant knowledge reserves. After he finished speaking, Ivan simply stated his original intention. Of course there is, this is for you. Hotz gave an affirmative answer, and then added, but it's not very useful. Remember there is a wizard named Solomon under Naniel, do you know him? Yes, we are friends. It's good to know him. He used a semi-biological construction technique of the organization to cultivate a solar golden boat that can cross the magma. By the way, you must not learn from him. He tried to obtain the blood of the son of the sun, which violated the taboo of the underground world. He has been rejected and despised by the underground world, and can no longer enter the underground world. Once he enters, he will be surrounded and killed. After hearing what Oates said, Ivan thought to himself that, as expected, he had thought of this question when he saw Solomon's secret clone transform into a golden boat in the 9-color Tinkin. This semi-biological construction technique really made him think of the flame scorpion eggs he had just harvested. Speaking of the mission, do you know the purpose of our organization's exploration of the underground world? Oates asked again. Please, Speaker, help me solve my doubts. Ivan hurriedly asked. A retreat. Find a retreat for our wizarding world, and if necessary, we can retreat to the underground world on a large scale, Oates said in a deep voice. Ivan was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect such an answer. He had to admit that the Five-Leaf Spear was indeed an organization that put the wizarding world first. But has the wizarding world really reached the point where it needs to find a way out? Oates guessed what he was thinking, but didn't go into the topic in depth. Instead, he continued to talk about the underground mission. Based on this purpose, there are many research missions for the underground world, such as a universal method to cross the magma, finding a place suitable for human survival, and an artificial underground sun. He was undoubtedly a talkative person, and he talked a lot about his imagination of underground living places, leaving Ivan unable to interrupt. Ivan listened silently, nodding from time to time, as if thinking about something. Okay, no more small talk. You are a trustworthy person, so you don't have to accept the mission. Just explore your ideas. If there are any problems, I will cover them for you. The organization will never treat you unfairly afterwards. I heard that you are good at breeding insect beasts. I can provide that kind of semi-biological construction technique and a universal arcane scroll. I hope everything goes well for you. Speaker, thank you for your cultivation. Haha, if you really want to thank me, please find me a bottle of good wine and give it to me when we meet again. You wait in the wizard tower recently. I will have someone send the things over. After saying that, Oates took the initiative to cut off the connection with the Book of Iluo, and the lifelike light and shadow disappeared. In some aspects, Oates looked a little unreliable, but he was a man of swift and decisive actions. In less than 10 days, a wind and thunder elemental creature holding his token arrived and delivered the 2 items he promised. The Universal Arcane Scroll stores a level 4 attack spell. This thing consumes a lot of power, and is extremely powerful. It can be used at the right time to make a decisive decision. Although its value is not as good as the Blood Scroll, it is equally immeasurable. As for the semi-biological construction technique, it needs to be based on the flesh and blood of semi-elemental creatures, and by integrating appropriate materials, it can be guided to transform into a special type of magic item to achieve the construction effect. This is exactly suitable for the Flame Demon Scorpion Egg. Chapter 382. If Ivan wants to transform the Flame Demon Scorpion Egg, he must first solve a problem hatching. This is a problem that the Ancient Tree Spine Academy has not been able to figure out for nearly 20 years. However, this problem is not difficult for him to solve. He has carefully examined the scorpion eggs, and found that the fundamental reason for the failure to hatch is the chaos of fire energy. Due to the unreasonable cultivation of the Ancient Tree Spine, there are 3 types of fire energy inside the scorpion eggs, which are mostly Flame Demon Fire, Lava Fire, and Sun Gold Flame. The 3 types of fire energy conflict with each other and cannot be reconciled, which makes the scorpion eggs unable to hatch. The insect breathing method is just right for this. Nowadays, the insect breathing method has reached the advanced 2.0 version. Although it cannot completely restrain the swamp and surging power, it is more than enough to harmonize an insect egg. Ivan has been trying to teach the insect breathing method, while communicating with the weak consciousness in the scorpion egg, while guiding the fire energy inside to harmonize. This is a slow process that requires perseverance. After a few days, Ivan decided to find a helper for himself. Swamp Ant, you come and teach it the insect breathing method. Me? But I haven't fully mastered the power in my body yet. How about letting Xiangye come? Xiangye has the highest level of insect breathing. Letting himself hatch an insect egg, the male Swamp Ant shook his head when he heard it. Stop talking nonsense. You have a domain aura, and your perception is far better than Xiangye. I just want you to assist me. Don't think about those messy things like lock. Ivan didn't know what it was thinking, and glared at it fiercely. Just assist? Okay then. The Swamp Ant could only agree reluctantly. It didn't know that what Ivan called assistance was just a few pointers from the side, and most of the work was left to it. In a sense, it was indeed hatching the scorpion eggs. It's not that Ivan was lazy, but he had other things to do, and couldn't guard a worm egg all day. In addition to comprehending and mastering the semi-biological construction technique and collecting the materials used for construction, he had another more important thing to do. He planned to promote Helen to a formal wizard as soon as possible to see if there were any changes, whether it could help open the last few pages of the Tide book or find the centaurs. Helen is an undead centaur with a rare physique, very different from ordinary humans. It is not easy for her to be promoted to a formal wizard. This requires him to spend a lot of energy to watch and verify various possibilities for Helen. Otherwise, Helen's promotion process will be extremely dangerous. In the following days, Ivan continued to be busy. During his busy season, a message came that he invited Locke to the laboratory. "Boss, you are looking for me? I have something for you. Just give me your instructions, and I promise to complete them properly. Go to the Byliki family in Inkart City immediately, and send a gift to Solomon for me to congratulate him on becoming a third-level wizard. That's it? It's just a small matter. I will definitely not embarrass you." It turned out to be such a small matter. Locke agreed without hesitation. "Listen, don't do unnecessary things," Ivan emphasized with concern. "Of course, we are not afraid of trouble, and there is no need to swallow our anger. In short, if there is a problem, try to find Solomon to solve it." "Okay." Locke nodded with shining eyes. He then made a request, hoping to take the latte, but was rejected by Ivan. He then asked for the Queen Silkworm to accompany him, which was not rejected. That day, Locke set out from the eastern capital with the Queen Silkworm. More than a month later, the man and the worm arrived at Inkart City, a major fortress in the southwest, and entered the city smoothly. "Come on, I take you to the wizard clan to see the world and see if it has the style of our Shuimu Tower." Locke waved his hand and rushed to the Byliki family. When he arrived nearby, he learned that the Belitsi family had specially held a celebration banquet, and he came just in time. The banquet was held in a larger manner. As Belitsi was a well-known family in Inkart City, the banquet was naturally crowded with guests. The number of people coming from outside could be seen, and not everyone could enter. Locke saw a familiar blonde figure from a distance, entertaining the visiting guests in front of the manor, and he walked forward a few steps. "Hey, Piddle, you're busy?" "Mr. Locke, welcome, welcome. Why don't you see the great scholar Marikaden? The boss is busy and can't leave, so he asked me to congratulate Solomon on his behalf. Why don't you see Solomon? I'm meeting an important person. Let's go. Common is here too." Peter is Solomon's secret avatar, and his status is the same as Locke's. The two of them felt very cordial when they met. Peter no longer cared about other visitors, and led him to the interior of the manor. The interior of the manor is more like a botanical garden, surrounded by exotic flowers and fruits, and there is no shortage of rare medicinal materials on the market, which are placed here so casually, as if they can be picked by guests. Locke was amazed to see people walking and tasting. After a while, the two met Doug's secret clone Kong Mang in an open courtyard where the banquet was officially held. Kong Mang was leaning against a pillar in boredom. "Locke, you're here." Seeing the two, his face brightened. "Did you guess I was coming?" Locke asked in surprise. "Wizard Ivan wouldn't be bored enough to come to a banquet, right?" Kong Mang raised his eyebrows and said affirmatively. "You're right. Where's Wizard Doug?" Locke was speechless. "He's working hard to get promoted to the third-level wizard. It won't be long before he can be the same as Wizard Ivan and Wizard Solomon." Kong said firmly. Hearing his words, Locke and Pinder nodded. No matter who Doug and the other two were, they were all talented wizards, who were selected into the five-leaf spear and passed the assessment. It was only a matter of time before they became third-level wizards. Compared to Ivan and Solomon, Doug was only temporarily behind, and the three people present obviously thought so. "TSK?" At this time, a harsh sneer came. The voice was not concealed at all, making it difficult for the three people not to hear it. Kong Mang's face suddenly looked a little ugly. "Mr. Goska, it is not polite to laugh at others behind their backs." Peter's face was also a little gloomy. How could he be happy when his own territory and his own friends were laughed at in public? "You are just a follower, you are not qualified to talk to me." Unexpectedly, this second-level wizard named Goska looked at them with contempt, and did not take the three people seriously at all. "You three are standing together, you must be the followers of some wizard." The three of them were speechless for a moment. When they are outside, their identities are usually internal affairs officers, guards, etc., corresponding to the original body. For example, Locke is the guards of the Dongdu University scholar. If you really count, it is really a follower. It is not easy to say this question clearly. They can't reveal that they are secret clones, which are different from ordinary clones, and can represent the original body outside. Sure enough, the same kind of stuff. Goska laughed and said, "You are just a small follower, and you dare to talk about the third-level promotion." Goska was not alone, and there were two guards around him. Hearing this, the guards laughed awkwardly and echoed a few times. "Who is this person?" Locke couldn't help asking. He could feel that the other party was hostile, not just against himself. "The fiancé of Wizard Dyla." Pinder's face turned black. Beta Shue's original big family. No wonder he speaks so arrogantly and so badly. Locke understood that Dyla was forced to apologize to the boss last time, and he wanted to save face. It's a pity that the boss didn't come Otherwise, I really want to see how this person will be humiliated in front of the boss. How dare you? Hearing this, Goska was a little angry. You are the one who is being presumptuous. Piter stepped forward and scolded. Thinking of something, he restrained his tone a little. Mr. Goska, this is the Byliki family, and it is also the promotion banquet of Wizard Solomon. At a time when everyone is happy, I hope you don't say anything to spoil the fun, which will make it difficult for me to do it, and it will hurt Wizard Dyla's face if it is not handled properly. Asshole, how dare you talk to me like that? Don't forget your identity, a follower of Pinder. Goska didn't understand what he meant at all, and only felt a rising anger in his heart. At this moment, they had attracted the attention of many guests, and there were many people who wanted to see the joke. The follower who was not even a wizard dared to scold him. Goska, who was originally from Berta, felt embarrassed. This guy might be a second-level wizard, who was forcibly piled up with resources. This trip really broadened his horizons. I must talk to the boss when I go back. I guess he has never seen such a weird wizard before. Not far behind Piddle, Locke was amazed at this scene, secretly saying that there was something interesting to watch. He knew Piddle's true identity, which was equivalent to the blood relative of the son of the sun. It was estimated that half of his body was the golden flame of the sun. He didn't believe that such a fiery creature had a mild temper. With Piddle coming forward, he should have nothing to worry about. Chapter 383. Goska did it again, and Pinder could no longer suppress his inner heat. His golden hair fluttered unconsciously, and the golden light rose step by step, and the temperature around him rose step by step. Be careful. The two guards stepped forward and protected Goska, looking at Pinder as if they were facing a great enemy. 2 against 1 is not good. If you want to fight, count me in. Kalong took the opportunity to step forward and stand still. He was obviously not in a good mood. He remembered clearly that the other party laughed at him and dug at the beginning. He stood beside Pinder. One of them had a rage on his face, the other had a sinister look, and they left Locke behind. Locke moved his eyebrows speechlessly, thinking that if he didn't step forward in this situation, would it be disloyalty? He was forced by the situation, and he thought the boss wouldn't blame him. He glanced at the Silkworm Queen on his shoulder, and saw the Silkworm Queen nodded heavily at him. Although this guy is a bit foul-mouthed, he can't be counted as one person. With me, it's 3 against 3 fair and just. Locke suppressed his excitement and walked forward, standing side by side with the other two. Looking at the extremely arrogant followers in front of him, Goska's anger was completely ignited, and his chest rose and fell with anger. This scene fell clearly into the eyes of the people around, and many wizards frowned, somewhat dissatisfied with the followers' arrogant attitude towards wizards. No one present could tell that Locke and the other two were clones, and it can only be said that clones are different from clones. Just when the situation was about to explode, the people of the Belizzi family arrived. Everyone, is my Belizzi family not entertaining you well? If so, please forgive me. How can that be, Lord Solomon? Lord Solomon, I wish you good luck in witchcraft. The main person at the banquet came. Solomon came to the place where the conflict occurred amid the congratulations and compliments of others. The people around him dispersed tactfully. Solomon, you came at the right time. These followers don't take wizards seriously at all. Many of them are wanton and arrogant. You can't pretend that nothing happened and fool them. Goska said to him first. Locke and the other two didn't say anything, but just nodded to Solomon. Pinder is Solomon's secret clone. With just one thought, Solomon knows what happened, and there is no need to explain anything. How dare you? Solomon's face turned dark. Yes, it's really too daredevil. Goska echoed. Goska wizard, you have to use honorifics when treating wizards of the next level. I don't think I need to teach you. Don't think that you can ignore the rules of the wizard world just because you come from Berta blood origin. Solomon said in a deep voice. You and I have met Mr. Solomon. Goska choked up, his face flushed, and he finally stammered. What about them? The wizarding world is not only about rules, but also about reason. You know what is right and wrong, so I don't need to repeat it. Humph, we see. Goska understood that Solomon was biased towards his followers, and he would not get any good results if he continued. He could only glance at the 3 people opposite with hatred, and turn around and left with his guards. Solomon did not stop him. I heard that Wizard Ivan is cultivating a fire boat that can cross the magma. Is that true or not? Solomon seemed to have taken what happened just now to heart and asked Locke. That's right. Locke was stunned for a moment. Few people knew about this. Could it be that the speaker had revealed it? Oh, Pinder just said that Solomon was meeting a big shot. I have some experience in this regard. Please give it to Ivan for me later. No problem. You are too polite. Locke took the diamond crystal handed over by Solomon and realized that the other party should be comforting him. After all, it was uncomfortable to encounter such a farce as soon as he arrived. Solomon was a man of particular taste, and he had made some arrangements for Kongmeng. Then, Solomon walked away. He was the protagonist of today's banquet, and he had a lot of things to do, so he left only Pinder to accompany the two of them. Whose family was that man just now? He was so arrogant in someone else's territory. Locke asked curiously, and Kongmeng was also quite concerned about this issue. For Solomon to be afraid, it must not be as simple as the other party coming from the Berta blood plane. The Besson family, a top family with a 4th-level wizard. Pinder did not hide it. I see. A family with a 4th-level lord can be called a royal family, and the children of the family have royal blood. Gascar does have the capital to be arrogant. Don't worry, Bessemer is an old and large family with many members. Some are capable and some are not. Gascar is just the latter. Under normal circumstances, the Bessemer family will not go to war for Gascar. Pinder added. Locke and Kongmeng nodded, not taking it seriously. After all, it wasn't the level 4 wizard that was offended. The three chatted casually, and time passed by little. In the Jinting, the farce did not affect the atmosphere, and the celebration banquet went on as usual. Solomon was undoubtedly the most glorious person at the banquet. As for Goska, he appeared again later, but with Dyla by his side. Locke found that the man and woman's eyes would occasionally fall on the three of them, seemingly with some ill intentions. It was not until the second day after the banquet that he realized that the other party really had bad intentions. He received a message from Kongmeng, claiming that he was attacked and asked him to be careful on his way back. As a result, Locke did not encounter anyone who jumped out to block his way on his way back. Among the three people, the other party seemed to have chosen Kongmeng as a soft persimmon to squeeze, which made him laugh. Dongdu Dorman City. After Locke returned to Xuanmu Tower, he immediately reported the experience of the celebration banquet and handed the diamond crystal to Ivan. Boss, I didn't get you into trouble this time, did I? After he finished his story, he asked nervously. Are you talking about the 4th-level wizard? Yeah. That's nothing. You're talking as if no one above you supports you. Ivan joked, not taking it to heart at all. Hee, I knew you would agree with me. Locke was relieved and asked, Boss, do you think those two have other purposes? Or are they just venting their anger, or just disliking someone? I'm afraid he's here for the secret method of clones. Hearing this, Ivan pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. The more he knew about the wizard world, and the broader his horizons, the more he could perceive the extraordinariness of the Minion One. He didn't know which great man in the 5-leaf spear had discovered it from the ancient books. What was even more admirable was that the other party didn't hide it. Instead, he generously shared it with the 5-leaf spear, allowing every official member to practice it, bringing great benefits to everyone. He himself has a deep understanding of this point. Last time, Dyla didn't get the upper hand in the 9-color Tianking. It's not surprising that he noticed the abnormality of the three of them, and was thinking about the secret method. It's even less surprising that he told his fiancée about his discovery. So that's how it is. I was wondering why he would find fault at a banquet for no reason. It turns out he has ulterior motives. Locke suddenly realized, and then he cursed. He is a member of a top family, but he even wants to think about other people's secret methods. I'm afraid he was born to a slave, and grew up eating other people's leftovers. Okay, you've been traveling a long way, go down and rest. Ivan smiled, interrupted his cursing, and waved him off. When he left, Ivan had already probed his mental power into the diamond crystal given by Solomon, and a lot of experience about semi-biological construction emerged. With the example of the sun golden boat, these experiences are of great value. Solomon is thoughtful. Ivan secretly praised that with this experience, he could save a lot of time and experience. In another half a month, when the energy inside the flame demon scorpion egg is further harmonized, it can be directly integrated into the materials used for construction, without having to wait for the flame demon scorpion to hatch. In fact, after several months of teaching, the consciousness of the flame scorpion has been greatly enhanced, and it has also initially learned the insect breathing method. After the ants work harder, the next step can be taken. On Helen's side, the situation is also progressing step by step. It won't be long before she can start the promotion. By then, there will surely be one more undead wizard. Chapter 384. Time is like light, always passing by in a flash. It has been more than 4 months since Ivan returned from the Moon Clamp Peninsula. During this period, he spent a lot of energy on Helen, which once made Jacidi and Perny, who had adapted to life in the East capital, feel a little jealous. In fact, this was unfair to him. He had never really seen Helen's appearance until now, let alone other things. On this day, his investment was finally going to pay off. A test field in Shuanmu Tower was selected as the place for Helen's promotion. A series of arrangements were made early in the field. There was a slightly larger rune, which array platform, and a smaller beam array platform. The small array platform was placed above the large array platform. When Helen was about to start the formal wizard promotion, Ivan came, and Just I and Perny also appeared. Begin, believe in yourself. Seeing her looking at him, Ivan comforted her. Yes. Helen was still wearing armor, and nodded slightly when she heard it. She was undoubtedly lucky. She was able to receive careful guidance from a third-level wizard during her apprenticeship, and he patiently helped her deduce the promotion problem and tailored a spell for her to serve as a first-level solidification spell. But she was unfortunate. As an undead creature, she had to be the first to try to walk the path of a wizard. Because she had no experience from her predecessors, once the promotion began, no one knew what would happen. Ivan certainly didn't know, so he stayed by her side to protect her. Get up. Accompanied by a hoarse low shout, the small array was activated by Helen, who was sitting on it, and the black magic wind and fire beam array was activated. Instantly, the wind and fire rose, and wisps of spiritual energy enveloped Helen like black light. The wizard promotion officially began. Everything went well. Yeah, if nothing unexpected happens, Ivan will have another wizard apprentice. On the side, Perny and Just I watched everything, and seeing that everything was normal as time went by, the two of them couldn't help but whisper to each other. However, after another half an hour, the test field changed, and a large amount of elemental energy swarmed in from all directions. Different from the elemental energy seen on weekdays, this is an energy that makes people unconsciously feel disgusted, and the energy is full of death, as if it can annihilate all living things. Ivan's feelings were different from the others. He could see a different kind of vitality from the death. This was not the point. The point was that the undead particles came too early. What's the reason? Ivan was puzzled. Normally, it would take 3 hours for an apprentice to be promoted to a wizard. It had only been less than an hour, and the elemental particles appeared on a large scale. The gathering of elemental particles should have been a good thing, but too much too early would bring other troubles. Force compression and conflict were inevitable. Helen's body may not be able to bear it. As time passed, the swarming energy particles did not decrease, but the concentration continued to rise, and quickly condensed into an elemental anomaly, forming a skull with black eye sockets. It can be seen that a large number of energy particles drilled into Helen's body through the gaps in the armor. Not long after, the armor began to make a squeezing sound, and there was a feeling of being overwhelmed. Looking at this scene, Jusidi and the others couldn't help but look at Ivan, wondering why he didn't take action yet. Ivan also knew that this would not work, so he communicated with the wizard tower and artificially blocked the influx of some undead particles to observe the aftereffects. Suddenly, the skull shrank a bit, but the particles were still drilling in, and the armor's clicks did not stop. With a slight clang, Helen's helmet mask broke into pieces and flew out, revealing a delicate face, but without a trace of blood, which gave people a weird feeling of inhumanity at first glance. Helen's face soon showed a painful expression. Forget it, I help you. Ivan shook his head. He knew that Helen couldn't hold on for long, so he had to take real action. After that, he came to the larger rune array in the center and adjusted the array on the spot. After quickly adjusting, he directly released the isolation of the wizard tower and let the undead particles gather in. Then, he activated the adjusted rune array. On the array, more delicate black magic fire burned, and then turned into flame tentacles, and then differentiated into fine long whiskers. Not only were there black fire whiskers, the formation also connected to the surrounding undead energy particles, and after clever transformation, they turned into pale flames, and then into pale white whiskers, but the number was less than 1/3 of the black fire whiskers. Swoosh! The next second, all the tiny whiskers pierced through the armor one by one, and pierced into Helen's body, sparse and orderly. As the whiskers pierced in, Helen frowned at first, but soon relaxed, and the painful expression on her face was also relieved. Ivan nodded slightly. It was worth it for him to use part of the Black Demon Nirvana cocoon formation. At this moment, not far behind him, Juzatai and Perny looked at each other, and saw the shock in each other's eyes. This man's methods were really amazing. Such enchantment attainments can be called superb, and the enchantment master is worthy of being an enchantment master. Perny understands enchantment, and knows the amazing things in it. Of course, in terms of helping apprentices become wizards, looking at the entire wizarding world, Ivan is very likely one of the best," Giuseppe said proudly. Hearing this somewhat exaggerated statement, Perny did not refute it. At this moment, she really felt that the other party was right. "Giuseppe, with Ivan here, we can all become second-level wizards, or even third-level wizards in the future." "Yeah, I think so too." Let alone the two people who were deeply touched. Under Ivan's control, Helen sat steadily in the middle of the test field, and her promotion gradually became orderly. The promotion lasted for 2 hours and a quarter, and the undead particles poured into Helen's body like a whale, and her breath rose to a level. Finally, Helen became a formal wizard of the undead class. "Ivan, you are so amazing." That's right, that's right. Helen is lucky to be your disciple. In the situation just now, let alone one promotion, even 3-4 level promotions would not be successful. Justy and Perny had been holding back a lot of words for a long time. Seeing that the promotion was over, they praised Ivan. Just when Ivan was about to say something, a colorful force appeared in the air for no reason. The force also had a mysterious and yellow connotation, as if there was a holy light shining. The power was split into two, half falling on him and half falling on Helen, who had not yet stood up. He felt warm and comfortable, as if he was experiencing a small baptism. He also suddenly noticed something strange. The spiritual power in the spiritual ocean was soothed, and the fatigue period brought by the third-level promotion was melting away at an accelerated rate. Luck? Ivan thought of a word. This was not the first time he received such power. The last time was when he cast the second secret clone. At that time, Ginny was still a stone man, and the power was transmitted from the stone man. In comparison, the power this time was obviously not as strong as the last time, but it made him feel more intimate and warm. Suddenly, his pupil shrank, and a new subject, witchcraft civilization, appeared on the academic panel, which had not appeared for many years. "It's okay, no, this is a good thing, you don't have to worry." The colorful power came and went quickly, and Ivan couldn't help but come back to his senses, and found two worried faces around him. "Just now." The two felt a little relieved, and Penny couldn't help asking. "It's probably the power that involves the rules of the world. It's not something you and I can figure out. Just pretend you haven't seen it." Ivan thought for a moment, and said seriously. Seeing that he was so serious, the two nodded hurriedly, indicating that they had kept it in mind. At this time, a clang sounded from the side not far away, which attracted the three people to look over unconsciously. They saw a smooth and exquisite figure standing among a pile of armor parts, and the cold face showed a rare embarrassment. Who else could it be but Helen? Ah! Helen was even more at a loss when she saw the three people looking over. Fortunately, she subconsciously activated her solidified witchcraft pale heart, and a layer of gloomy and pale energy shield blocked in front. Chapter 385. Has the centaur turned into a human? No, she was originally a genuine human, a descendant of the royal family of the Tide Empire. It was only after a series of irreversible changes that she could no longer turn back into a human. Then, send her a piece of clothing first. Oh! After Helen put on the long dress, except for her skin being too white to look normal, she looked like a 15 or 16-year-old noble lady. There are many people with strange looks in the wizarding world, and this will not affect her daily life. Teacher. Helen came over slowly, her face returning to its previous cold expression. Is there anything else wrong? I'm fine. Okay, I check for you. Ivan looked her up and down, and made his request without hesitation. The check he was talking about was of course the kind of check that went deep into the bone marrow and soul. Helen did not refuse. The changes in her inner self were undoubtedly greater. The black blood that was about to solidify now resumed its smooth flow, with a different kind of vitality, and the royal blood was also activated. No wonder she could turn back into a human form. Ivan took out the Tide book and ordered her to try to unlock the last few pages, but it didn't work. Ivan was not disappointed. It was enough for him to absorb some blood aura. When he arrived in the underground world, he would use the blood aura as a guide, and maybe find the traces of the centaurs. How is it? Is Helen's situation after the promotion better than mine? Seeing that he had finished the investigation, Giuseppe couldn't help asking. Yes, it should be the credit of the power just now. Ivan understood what she meant. Helen also relied on external forces to promote, and her potential should be seriously damaged, but the situation was different from what was expected. Helen's potential was damaged to a moderate degree, much better than Giuseppe's situation at the beginning. I knew it. It must have been your contribution, Ivan. The rune magic array, just now, is clearly different from the previous one. Giuseppe muttered. I was a second-level wizard before, and now I am a third-level wizard. Other aspects have not stagnated. Ivan smiled. The means contained in the Black Demon Nirvana Cocoon Array are of course helpful for wizards to advance. He has not systematically experimented with this specific effect, so it is not known for the time being. This kind of thing requires time to think and verify. Okay, let's all go down and rest. Seeing that she wanted to ask something else, Ivan didn't give her a chance. What Giuseppe wanted to ask was nothing more than the promotion to the second-level wizard. Ivan himself didn't know, so he couldn't answer her questions. When he was able, he would plan it for her. You can't force it. After returning to the laboratory from the test field, Ivan counted his gains. Which civilization? LV3, 190/300, there was an additional subject on the Academic Masters panel. The new subject directly skipped Level 0, Level 1, Level 2, and went straight to Level 3, which was equivalent to an increase of 500 experience points. This discipline was born to spread the wizard system. The only way to improve it is to teach other aliens meditation methods, or even teach creatures from other worlds, so as to spread the wizard cultivation civilization. This is really not a simple thing, especially large-scale dissemination, which is likely to violate the rules of the upper level. Don't be impatient. Ivan shook his head slightly. He would never act recklessly just because someone in the upper level values him. New disciplines are destined to be difficult to improve. He looked at other disciplines, biology, meditation, and energy particle science. The experience value has risen a lot in recent months. Among them, energy particle science has been upgraded to level 10, bringing a great wisdom. In addition to the changes in the subjects on the panel, he could also sense that the mental fatigue period was shortened by more than half, and it would be completely eliminated in a few months. These were all unexpected surprises. Time passed quickly. A week later, after Helen cooperated with the blood experiment, Ivan sent her to move to the Black Ant Tower to accompany Giuseppe. He didn't like being a nanny. 20 days later, under the witness of Ivan and Zay, Ant, the flame demon scorpion was about to break out of its shell. The insect eggs were originally more than 1 meter high. After a series of cultivation by Ivan, they are now close to 3 meters. The hot breath is constantly coming out from above, making the temperature in the laboratory unusual. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, cracks appeared on the shell, accompanied by a crisp shattering sound, and the cracks continued to expand and expand until they covered the entire egg. Wizard Ivan, be careful. It's okay. The fire energy on the egg rose sharply, and it was about to burst. Ivan waved his hand and drew a layer of protective power from the wizard tower, covering the egg. There was a loud bang, and the flames flooded every inch of space in the protective layer. As the fire slowly weakened, a figure with a long tail raised high emerged in the flames, and the appearance gradually became clear, and finally revealed a large red scorpion. The scorpion's tail has a series of eye-catching black lines, which can be seen as a transformation of the flame demon pattern. It's too exaggerated to be born as a level 3 creature. The ants looked at it in amazement. The ancient tree's spine has been cultivated by the Academy for nearly 20 years, and it has integrated so many rare construction materials. It is not surprising that it has such a strong realm, Ivan said. It's not that these creatures grow more easily, but after being cultivated and adjusted by wizards, they have saved a lot of unnecessary twists and turns. Otherwise, if they rely on themselves, it is unknown how long it will take for them to grow. After the flames were completely extinguished, the flame scorpion came over, with its 2 pincers raised, and its tail swaying. Boss! It shouted excitedly to the marsh ant. Why do you call me that? Why don't you go and see Wizard Ivan? The marsh ant was startled by it, and quickly told it who was the real boss here. The flame scorpion followed the instructions. Marsh ant, why don't you name it? Ivan didn't mind. After all, the contract had been signed long ago. Marsh ant had been hatching for so long, so it was natural for the flame scorpion to be intimate with it. Not right, not right. Whatever you want, call it flame scorpion. Seeing that the ant was trying to shirk his responsibility, Ivan casually gave it a simple name. From the unstable aura, it can be sensed that the flame scorpion should be a restless and active guy, and it is more reassuring to have the ant watching. After testing, the flame scorpion has a total of 4 talents: golden flame shears, flame demon poison pile, lava body, and lava boat. Through this incubation and metamorphosis, the semi-biological construction technique has cultivated a talent that can be transformed into a fairy made of underground lava, which is exactly what Ivan needs. Now, his preparations were basically complete. However, the flame scorpion had just broken out of its shell, so its aura was still unstable, and its power control was not proficient, so it needed some time to consolidate. Time passed day by day. That day, two figures arrived at the Xuanmu Tower in a mess, asking to see Ivan by name, and one of them claimed to be Ivan's old friend. The two were taken to the reception room on the 5th floor of the Wizard Tower. A moment later, Ivan came into the hall, and the two hurriedly stepped forward to salute. Kame, Heidi, why are you two here in Dongdu? Looking at the brother and sister in front of him, Ivan was somewhat surprised. Elder Ivan, please help my Lydia family for the sake of our friendship as apprentices, Kame said with a sad face. What's going on? Could it be that someone is attacking the Thousand Light City in the Blood Corridor? Ivan said, puzzled. It's not that someone is attacking, but Mon Waken is doing evil. He has gathered people from 3 families to set up a special formation, claiming that he has found a path suitable for everyone, and there is a high probability that he can help everyone be promoted to the 2nd level wizard. The result was just the opposite. He was just for his own wizard career, refining blood with arrays and people, and he didn't hesitate to create a tragedy in the world. Kame explained. Lydia, Steel, and Waken, the 3 families started to marry a long time ago, and their bloodlines have long been indistinguishable. Heidi added a sentence for her brother from the side. Hearing these words, Ivan was stunned for a moment. Has the bloodline transformation reached this point? When a man is about to die, his words are good. There is no such saying in the wizard world. Once a wizard is distorted, he can often fall below the bottom line of others' cognition. If even the bloodline of the same family of humans can be used by him, considering that Dean Waken's life is coming to an end, in order to gain a glimmer of hope, and to gain a higher level of power, he may really do such a crazy thing. Chapter 386. Grand Elder, please help my Lydia family. Given the current situation of the family, only the person in front of them can save it. Kame knelt in front of him, and Heidi did the same. The two of them just crawled on the ground. Ivan frowned slightly, and with a wave of his hand, an invisible force condensed, holding the two up. I will ask you a few more questions. Please ask. Is everyone in your family gathered in Qianguang City? Ivan asked. Yes, yes. You two spent a lot of effort to escape from Qianguang City, right? Yes, most of the people in Lydia's family have learned enchantment methods, and we were involved in many parts of the formation. After discovering the truth, we finally waited for the opportunity, but Mon still found out. In the end, only the two of us were able to get out, and the others were holding back the beast for us. Now I'm afraid. Kame answered him, and at the end, he was in so much pain that he couldn't say any more. Now I'm afraid that many people have been killed. Before we left, Grandma told us to come to you. Heidi continued. Vice Dean Doris. Ivan nodded slightly and pondered. Heidi realized that she had said something wrong. Both siblings knew that he and Grandma had a bad relationship. They hated each other. Saying this might be counterproductive. Suddenly, the two didn't know what to say, and could only look at him anxiously. She shouldn't have asked you to come here for help. Ivan said so. Grand Elder, please forgive me. The Kane siblings were anxious when they heard this. Okay. Ivan interrupted him, and explained very straightforwardly. Your grandmother's meaning is actually very simple. She wants you to seek refuge with me, so that you won't be harmed by Dean Waken in the future. Once his strength improves, I am the only one you know who can give you refuge. The two of them were just overwhelmed by the emergency situation before. Now think about it carefully. The grandmother knows the relationship with the Grand Elder, and also knows the relationship between the family and the Grand Elder. It just so happens that the two of them escaped. Isn't this what she meant? With the protection of the Great Elder, they can live well in Dongdu, and there will be a chance to restore Lydia's family in the future. If the Great Elder is invited to the Blood Corridor, the previous affection will be exhausted in this way, which is obviously what the grandmother and other elders do not want to see. Thinking of this, Kame and Heidi were stunned and seemed a little at a loss. But what about Lydia's family? After a long pause, Kame lost his voice. Seeing him move, Heidi next to him wanted to hold his brother, but he couldn't do it and could only stand there dejectedly. You spent a lot of time here. To put it bluntly, after all this time, are you sure that Thousand Light City still exists? I'm sure Mond has heard what your grandmother said. Ivan definitely didn't have any good feelings towards Lydia's family, so there was no reason for him to go all the way to save them. Grand Elder, aren't you the Grand Elder of the Mona Ant Farm Hut? There are still many wizards from the academy inside. Please go and take a look. Heidi begged. Mond is still the dean of the academy, and you should all be willing, no one forced you. Ivan said calmly. When the academy suffered a major crisis, the people of the 3 families ran the fastest, and many people suddenly disappeared. Now Mond summoned them casually, and all of them returned to Qingyuan City, without missing a single one. Who would still care about the academy and its regulations? It's all their own fault. Grand Elder, please go to Qingyuan City. Kame had adjusted her mood and repeated her sister's words with a serious look. Have you thought about it? Yes. Okay, let's go. For Kamehame's sake, Ivan decided to set off early and visit the Thousand Light City in the Blood Corridor to see what happened to the base of the three families of Lydia. However, wizards are more sensitive than ordinary people. After this move, he will only give occasional care to the siblings, not protection. This is Kamehame's own choice, and no one else can be blamed. Soon, the Lankei sailed out of the Xuanmu Tower again and flew out of the East capital. There were two more teams on the airship, one from the Abnormal Biological Monitoring and Investigation Institute, and the other from the Black Prison Institute, both of whom were invited by Ivan. Needless to say, the former is a direct agency of the China Tower United Council, investigating abnormal creatures, and the investigation is generally open to the outside world. The Black Prison, also known as the Abnormal Wizard Monitoring and Investigation Institute, is undoubtedly aimed at the wizards. Many wizards don't even know that there is such an organization, and those who know it must be afraid of it. In fact, the Black Prison has more power than the Biological Investigation Institute. It is directly under the Berta Supreme Council, which means that it can be heard by the heavens. For the Black Prison, the matter of Lydia's family happens to be within the scope of its duties, otherwise Ivan, a great scholar, may not be able to be invited. With the Black Prison coming forward, no matter what the final result is, it will be considered an explanation to Kame and his sister. Bang! On the Lankei, the door that had been closed for a long time opened from the inside, and Kame and Heidi walked out. At this moment, there was fatigue that could not be hidden in their eyes, and a hint of excitement. As soon as the airship left Dongdu, the two were called by the Warden Agni of the Black Prison for questioning. They came out more than half an hour later, and no one knew what they experienced in there. You don't need to tell me about the Black Prison. Seeing the two approaching him, Ivan reminded them first. Grand Elder, thank you very much. Carmi and Heidi bowed to him. The two knew that without the Grand Elder, the Black Prison would most likely not care about the Bloody Corridor. Even if they did, they would not send a second-level wizard to lead the team so quickly. The Black Prison took over, which meant that they would not give up easily. It's useless to say more. You have to be mentally prepared. Ivan was not optimistic about the situation in Qingyuan City. After hearing his words, the two fell into a long silence. The Lankei was sailing rapidly in the sky. 10 days later, the Lankei arrived at the Blood Corridor and soon arrived at the residence of the three families, Qingyuan City. Qingyuan City was called the Light of 1,000 Towers by the people of the three families. Although the saying was a bit exaggerated, it also indirectly explained the number of high towers and the prosperity of the city. It's too late. However, the Qingyuan City in front of them was completely reduced to ruins. Bloody traces could be seen everywhere in the ruins. Some blood stains had begun to turn black, and the air was filled with an extremely strong stench. This was expected, and Mon had to guard against Ivan's arrival. Mary Shaitan, please check the traces of the remaining formations to see if you can find anything useful? Warden Agni ordered people unceremoniously. That's right, there is no record of such a blood formation in the guild. Ivan did not refuse. In the following time, he only checked the remnants of the formation, but the formation was obviously processed, and there was no valuable content. Other aspects were investigated by the Black Prison and the Abnormal Biological Monitoring and Investigation Institute, and he did not ask about them. Ivan felt a little sad that the three families that were once so prosperous had fallen to this point. Chapter 387. Many years ago, what Doug Star Moon Alliance had not done, Mond himself completed, and did it even better, which is ironic. From the perspective of the Mona Antland hut, without many wizards from the three major families, the overall strength will definitely be damaged. But it is much cleaner than before, which may be a good thing. Warden Agni, I leave this to you. Don't worry. Since we have taken over the Black Prison, we won't give up halfway, but I will borrow them for a while to facilitate the pursuit of that vicious criminal. Okay, if you have any questions, you can come to the 85th block of the Eastern Capital to find me. Goodbye. There is nothing to stay in Qingyuan City. The pursuit of Mond is the business of the Black Prison. Ivan is not going to ask too much. Not long after, he said goodbye to Warden Agni and others. Afterwards, he nodded to the Camel siblings and boarded the Lankei, which flew to the Moon Clamp Peninsula. Looking at the flying airship, Camel and Heidi felt more melancholy and heavy in their hearts. The Great Elder has done enough, And as for the rest, they can't expect it. Didn't you see that when the Night Forest Academy and the Black Reef Shelter were destroyed, they didn't even have a chance to seek revenge, and now they are almost forgotten. Compared with those two academies, they are in a much better situation. On the other hand, the Storm Bird flew to the Highland Alliance without stopping, but sailed all the way to the Mona Ant Hut. Through the contract between the Academy and the Wizards, the Academy's top management has learned about the changes in the three major families. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, the news was leaked, causing panic among the Academy. The return of the Lancet undoubtedly gave all the Wizards a reassurance. Ivan told the truth of the matter as soon as possible. He found that most of the other Wizards were happy, and no one was really sad. After all, with the loss of 3 vice presidents, a large number of deacons, power resources would be vacated, which was no different from pie in the sky. On the other hand, it also shows that the dissatisfaction of the college with the 3 families of Lydia has been going on for a long time. A few days later, the new vice president, deacon took office, and the personnel structure of the college was completely renewed. Of course, Ivan was still the only great elder, and Randall became the only dean. This Mona Antland Hut was equivalent to falling into the control of their sect. Ivan didn't care much, but only promised to help the soon-to-be-established Chamber of Commerce and add a financial channel for the Academy. 3 days later, the Lancet left the Academy and soon arrived at the Gunther Great Rift Valley of the Highland Alliance, landing in the rift 5 meters above the ground. "Boss," Wizard Ivan, "Stop talking nonsense. Remember to bring the Lancet back to Xuanmu Tower safely, and pay more attention to the spiritual body. If I come back and see that you have done nothing, then wait and see." Ignoring Locke's abandoned expression, Ivan took the swamp ant and the scorpion off the Lancet. This time, he was determined to leave Locke and the Xuanmu Silkworm clan to stay in the East Capital. Locke was reluctant, but had no choice but to return to China continent with the Lancet. At the Ancient Tree Ridge Academy, Wright and others showed great enthusiasm for Ivan's arrival. Welcome to your arrival, respected scholar Marichaddon. No need to be polite. This wizard is just passing by and is not planning to stay here. It's good to pass by. We will lead you right away. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Wright and the other 4 deans did not change their expressions. They still led him to the depths of the Academy attentively, then went underground, passed through the bright forts and secret sentries, and came to a brightly lit camp. Further into the camp was a thick pass. Mr. Marichaddon, the other side of the pass is the real passage leading to the underground. In the past, there was molten lava flowing out of it, but now the molten lava has long retreated. Speaking of lava, Wright couldn't help but glance at the red scorpion beast not far away. Of course, he knew where this big scorpion came from. This is something that the Ancient Tree Spine Academy has cultivated for nearly 20 years. Unfortunately, it has now become someone else's. It's really unpredictable. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen enough along the way? Don't think I don't know if you are plotting something bad. Be careful, or I will stab you with my tail. The flaming scorpion finally couldn't help but get angry, and the scorpion's tail tightened maliciously. No. Hearing this, Wright smiled awkwardly, feeling even more bitter. We are just impressed by the great scholar's profound knowledge. The problem that has troubled us for nearly 20 years has been easily solved by the great scholar. We have to admire him. Adolf added. Yes. The other 3 deans nodded in agreement. Humph. That's still a word. The scorpion put away his aggressive attitude. Don't be nosy. A few glances won't make you lose a hair, Ivan said calmly. Oh. The fire scorpion stammered in response, wondering in his heart that it was all shells. How could there be any hair? Sir Marichaddon, do you want to rest in the camp for a while? Recently, we have found many strange things in the passage where the magma retreated, but we are not knowledgeable enough and cannot distinguish many things. Adolf pointed to the rock house on the side and said, No need, you can keep it and study it slowly. Ivan was not interested in his invitation. Then please come this way. Adolf did not force it. To be honest, he really felt that some of the good things were found not long ago. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge roar came from the rock house he pointed to. The walls broke into pieces, and wisps of black smoke came out of it. The light was covered abruptly wherever it passed, and the darkness quickly swept towards the camp. Adolf's face turned green all of a sudden. The faces of the other people in the Ancient Tree Ridge also became ugly. Be careful, these black smokes are a big problem. They can even block the vision contained in the perception. The layout here is obviously aimed at him. Ivan waved his hand, and Adolf and others were thrown out. Ivan did not suspect that these people had ill intentions, but the enemy was coming aggressively, and they thought they were in the way. The swamp ant and the fire scorpion were very smart and took the opportunity to protect Ivan, one in front and one behind. A layer of light black light emanated from the swamp ant, which was its Swamp King halo. Under the effect of the light black light, the ground above and below was slightly rippled, like silk blown by the wind. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When darkness enveloped the camp, the hidden figure finally jumped out and launched an attack, with barely perceptible movement. Although his vision was obscured, even the slightest movement could not hide from Ivan's other senses. He heard clearly that there were 4 attackers in total, attacking from 3 directions. 2 in front, 1 on each side. He also noticed that the means of attack of the 4 people were extraordinary, with a strange edge, which made him feel a little uneasy. Chapter 388. Ivan was not used to standing and waiting for someone to kill him. After finding the position of the attacker, he sent a message to Zai and Yin Xie, assigning their respective targets. The left side was Zai's, and the right side was Yin Xie's. He slapped out, and the black demon's hand condensed into shape in an instant. The gray-green palm was wrapped with gray-green flames and pressed forward. This palm was powerful. Facing such a huge palm, the attacker in front seemed to be unaware of it, and continued to move forward swiftly, and soon fought with a giant palm of fire. He was seen changing his body shape, and holding a short spear to stab the giant palm of fire. A gap suddenly appeared where the spear tip pierced. Kalbasi, Night Elves, it turns out to be you. You must have been waiting for a long time. At this moment, Ivan realized the identity of the attacker. It turned out to be a member of the Night Elf tribe. It must have been sent by the High Priest Kalbasi. I didn't expect that they were waiting in the camp of the ancient tree ridge. Fortunately, I didn't agree to Adolf's invitation just now, otherwise the matter would be even more unexpected. He also realized that the weapons in the hands of these Night Elves were strange, and the secrets were also strange. The short spear could easily pierce the hand of the black demon, and the secret method made the body turn into black smoke, and actually drilled through the gap of the black demon's hand, trying to drill through. You are so arrogant. If you want to die, I will grant your wish. Ivan thought to himself that the wizard's spells were never uncontrollable after being cast. On the contrary, there was a close connection. With the wizard's control over energy particles, they could change them at any time. As his mind moved, the black magic hand collapsed directly, and turned into flames again, surrounding the 2 people like a pillar of fire. Of course, things were not that simple. There was a strange power rising from the 2 people, protecting them inside, making the gray-green flame unable to work. Try this again. Ivan was not disappointed. A large number of white space lines spread out from his palm, bounding the fire pillar from the outside, and then cutting through it. Instantly, the flames sputtered and annihilated. 2 balls of black smoke were clearly revealed, with 2 young faces vaguely inside, but they were wrapped in dense space lines, and that strange power also appeared. So that's it. Ivan suddenly realized that he had sensed this kind of power before. It was on the scroll that depicted Ginny's portrait before. It should come from the gods mentioned by Kolbash, but the power in front of him was far inferior to that on the scroll. The nature is the same, and it can probably be defined as divine power. Even so, he did not hold back. Under the oppressive cutting of the space line, the protective layer containing shallow divine power was quickly broken, and the black smoke inside splashed and annihilated. When it splashed out, some of it turned into flesh and blood, and then annihilated in the space cutting. The enemy only had 2 pairs of short spears left. Sure enough, Ivan's expression was still solemn, because he didn't know how many space lines were broken during the period, but fortunately he could replenish them in time. The second reason was the facial expression of the other party at the end. There was no fear or pain, only indifference and murderous intent, like a dead soldier who had been completely brainwashed. Imagine that the attackers were not 4 people, but 100 people. How exciting that scene would be. He was not sure if he could handle it. It hurts, bastard, you pissed me off. Don't panic, I get someone to help you. On one side, the swamp ant had a domain aura to protect its body. When it met the enemy, the earth rose up like a huge wave, and the range was so wide that it swept the enemy in. The Zawang Halo is a viscous force field that can slow people down, suffocate, suppress, and seal them. When the Halo power acts on a place, the Night Elf attackers are trapped there without any surprise, unable to move forward half an inch, and even weapons with divine power cannot easily pierce through. What makes the Zay ant uncomfortable is that the enemy has a strange protective layer, which is extremely strong, and it is not easy to kill the opponent. Its situation is actually not bad. The Flame Scorpion is a rookie, and wanted to show off its power. Facing the enemy, it used the Flame Demon Poison Stake without hesitation. The poison stake not only failed to hit the enemy, but was cut off by the enemy's short spear. The scream of pain from the fire scorpion attracted the attention of the marsh ants, who immediately drove a team of ant guards to kill it, and at the same time mobilized a part of the power of the Marsh King's halo to gather over to support it. Take a mouthful of my molten lava. The fire scorpion was not brainless. After its tail was cut off, it immediately sprayed a large mouthful of molten lava over, and the hot molten lava rushed over with a surging momentum. Its molten lava was not ordinary, exactly the same as that in the underground passage, so people had to be on guard. The night elf was indeed blocked. At this time, the ant guards who were nurtured to the 3rd level by the swamp ants came, and were also fearless and tightly protected in front of the fire scorpion. After a while, Ivan solved the enemy in front of him. He controlled a large number of space lines, one on the left and one on the right, and with the cooperation of the swamp ants, he easily killed the enemy on the left, and then spent some effort to kill the enemy in front of the fire scorpion. All 4 enemies died at the hands of Ivan the Wizard, which really embarrassed the swamp ants and the fire scorpion. If the means don't work, think more and practice more, don't look dejected. Ivan glanced at the scorpion's broken tail. There was molten lava on it, and it was recovering quickly. This guy has a special feature, his recovery ability is extraordinary, and he is not easily affected by negative forces. In a word, it is difficult to kill. Otherwise, Ivan would not let it fight alone. Seeing that the scorpion was fine, Ivan waved his hands around, and 4 short spears flew into his hands. There were strange patterns on the short spears, and as expected, they all retained the breath of divine power. He tried to activate it, but the short spears did not react at all, just like ordinary weapons. Let's go! The darkness around them had not yet dissipated. Ivan was not prepared to pay attention to the people from the ancient tree spine. He led the marsh ant and the fire scorpion to the outside of the pass. The protective layer of the pass was like a piece of paper in front of him, which could be broken with a poke. They came to the back of the pass with plenty of light, and a vibrant valley plain came into view. Getting closer, they saw the little sun above, the strange sun bird, and a golden bird's nest. The aura was exactly the same as that of Pinder. There is a pillar of support extending from the ground below the little sun. This should be the mother body of Pantegon, but unlike what Ginny said, he did not feel any great and loving breath from it, only a majesty that people dared not offend. Ivan looked around, and his eyes fell on the deep passage on the ground. This is the passage to the underground world. The passage is long and complex, usually called the underground maze. There are more dangers in the underground maze than just magma and lava creatures. Without hesitation, 1 person and 2 insects stepped into the camp and disappeared. At this time, on the other side of the pass, the darkness had dissipated, and the camp was brightly lit again. It's over, it's over. This time the trouble is even bigger. That great scholar must be angry. Our college can no longer provide suitable compensation. Looking at the camp with a drastic change in the landscape, right, Adolf and other deans were in tears. They had originally invited them sincerely, but who would have thought that there was an assassin hiding inside? Now, they couldn't explain it even if they had 100 mouths. Chapter 389. This passage is worthy of its name of underground maze. The further you go down, the wider it becomes. Some places are even as high as nearly 100 meters. There are also bottomless ground cracks in the passage, various complex and intertwined forks, various psychedelic poisonous smoke, and only the faint light emitted by fungi and algae around. Once you step in, it is easy to get lost here. Zei, find a place to bury them. Okay. Ivan came to a place, and he handed the divine short spear he had seized before to Zei. Zei took it to the side without saying a word, and used his ability to bury the short spear deep in the earth. Wizard Ivan, why bury it? It was the fire scorpion who asked curiously. It has special powers. It's easy to be targeted if you carry it with you. Ivan answered casually. Then why not throw it away? It has great research value. When we come back from underground, we can dig it out and study it in depth. Oh, I understand. Hearing his answer, the fire scorpion nodded in enlightenment, and then took a serious look at the burial site, as if he wanted to remember it in his heart. The fire scorpion is active by nature. It was born not long ago, and is full of energy. It is in the stage of being curious about everything. Seeing that Ivan is rarely stingy in answering questions, the fire scorpion gradually became a little lively. Fortunately, the swamp ant taught it, and it knows when to ask and when not to ask. The overall trend of the underground maze is to go down. On the road, You can occasionally see dazzling glowing stones. Of course, this may also be a beast that is lured for hunting. There are various shapes and forms, which are eye-opening. Wizard Ivan, we won't get lost, will we? After a while, the fire scorpion couldn't tell east from west. What do you want to say? Ivan heard that it had other intentions. I want to say that I have a way to sense where the lava gathers. Why don't you let me lead the way, and guarantee that I can take us there as quickly as possible? The fire scorpion said confidently. Your idea is good, but I have another way, which should be the safest route at the moment. Ivan refused without thinking. If the fire scorpion leads the way, it knows nothing, and who knows what kind of creature's nest it will run into. Just think about it, it will be a disaster. Okay then. The fire scorpion was a little disappointed, and didn't get to show off his skills. Under Ivan's leadership, one person and two insects continued to go down the passage until he suddenly stopped and stomped his feet on the ground. A small section of tree roots emerged from the depths of the rocks. What is this? Ginny left a signpost. This small section of tree roots looked like wood but not wood, and like stone, but not stone. It was undoubtedly left by Ginny on purpose. With Ginny's ability to manipulate the power of the earth, it would be too easy for her to accidentally leave something deep underground without being discovered by the night elves traveling with her. Other creatures cannot easily find the existence of signposts, but Ivan is different. He and Ginny are a trinity, and the things Ginny left behind are like his own things. For a wizard, it is easy to find the things he left behind. It was because of Ginny's signposts that he dared to say that it was the safest path. After all, the night elves had walked it once. If we follow the map provided by Kolbashi, we might be able to reach the lava lord's habitat. Don't we need to bury it back? The fire scorpion couldn't help asking again. No need, I remember it after walking it once. Amazing. All wizards are like this, with extraordinary memory. Then can I, the fire scorpion, become a wizard? Hearing this, Ivan couldn't help but stop and look at it from front to back. Is there a problem? The fire scorpion tried hard to stand up, wanting to show its extraordinariness. I can teach you, but can you be patient enough to learn? Let me remind you that the learning of wizards is very tedious and requires tireless study and research. Ivan thought of the witchcraft civilization on the panel, and he didn't mind teaching Yinxia. Yeah, it's extremely tedious, so tedious that you have to stay in the experiment most of the time. Seeing Yinxia looking at him, Z said in a positive tone. Then, can I not learn it? Yinxia's hot heart immediately turned cold. Whatever you want. Ivan knew that this guy was just in a momentary mood, and then he looked at Zai. Zai, do you want to try it? Hearing his question, Zai was frightened and immediately shook his head like a rattle. I chose to follow Wizard Ivan, not just to save trouble, to have someone think for me, to arrange everything for me, so that I won't cause trouble for myself. Besides, I haven't learned the insect breathing method thoroughly, let alone the meditation method, which is several times more complicated. Look how scared you are useless. Ivan scolded with a smile, but he was not disappointed. However, after the scorpion's disturbance, he thought carefully about the creatures around him, and the image of the fragrant butterfly emerged in his mind, followed by the wind moth, and with the queen silkworm, the three swift-witted silkworms have a chance to embark on the path of wizards. When we return from the underground world, maybe we can ask them about their wishes. After this little episode, the man and the two insects continued to go deeper into the underground maze. Facts have proved that Ivan's choice is correct. Following the path of the night elves, they encountered some creatures with slightly strange abilities, which made the flame scorpion who volunteered to help suffer a little loss, but they did not encounter any powerful monsters. It was smooth sailing all the way. In the perception of the flame scorpion, they were getting closer and closer to the magma. Soon, the air temperature continued to rise where they passed, and wisps of black smoke could be seen blowing past. 10 minutes later, a bright orange-red magma dark river appeared before their eyes. Under the cover of the magma dark river, the road ahead has been cut off. We're here. The fire scorpion seemed a little excited. Listen carefully, no matter how active you are in other places, after entering the magma, you must obey the instructions in every word and action. Seeing its appearance, Ivan had to emphasize one sentence. In the final analysis, the fire scorpion was born too short, and there were many things that it didn't have time to learn. And the fire scorpion's strength is not weak. Such an existence is most likely to cause trouble. That's right, fire scorpion, you can't do anything reckless down there. If you cause trouble, I won't forgive you. It was rare for Zai to say something serious to Yinxia. Yes, I listened carefully, and I will not do anything rash. Both of them spoke seriously, and Yinxia hurriedly expressed his position solemnly. Then, Yin Xie used his innate ability and turned into a lava boat with the same color as magma. The boat was only 3.5 meters long, just over 1 meter wide at its widest point, and less than 2 meters high. It had many fins that looked like a strange fish. This lava boat landed on the magma underground river and immediately merged with the magma below, which made Ivan very satisfied. "Please take a seat, Wizard Ivan, bossy." A door opened automatically on the side of the lava boat, and the voice of the fire scorpion came from inside. "What's the hurry?" the Z muttered, and its body shrank rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it was only half a meter long. Although it has made great progress in its body shape after becoming a pseudolord, this is the limit of its ability. The Z was not in a hurry to board the lava boat, but waited for Wizard Ivan to go up first. Wait, old man." As soon as Ivan lowered his head and stepped into it, a figure on the left side of the magma dark river approached eagerly, climbing over from the mountain wall with his hands and feet, as fast as he could. Finally caught up. The figure landed and turned into an old tree man. The old tree man was skinny, with a long and dry beard, a dirty crown of flowers and plants on his head, and a skirt of branches and leaves with traces of burn marks on his body, as if he had escaped. "Don't do it, I have absolutely no bad intentions." Facing the swamp ant that had grown larger again, the old tree man waved his hands quickly. Its arms were actually made up of multiple vines. "I am Meg. As you can see, I am a tree man of considerable age. Why are you calling us?" Ivan's heart moved. Ginny had mentioned this tree elder. Ginny said that he wanted to go to the underground world, but he was still trapped in the underground maze. "Human wizard, I am so shameless that I want to take a ride," Meg pleaded. He knew that this was not convincing, and then added, "I used my prediction ability and predicted that it was most likely to reach the underground world in the next few days. I've broken several times before, and got myself humiliated. I thought my prediction was wrong until I saw you." "Can you predict the future?" Ivan was surprised. This is not an ordinary ability. He also has it, but he has to use the Book of Enlightenment. Once every 10 years, I can only predict things related to myself, but it is not very accurate. Now it is finally reliable for once," Meg said truthfully, but her eyes stayed on the lava boat. With the eyesight of an old tree man, he could naturally see that the lava boat was extraordinary. It was born to cross the underground magma. "What are you looking at, rude old man?" Facing its burning gaze, the fire scorpion was somewhat unhappy. My fault. I lost my composure when I first saw such a magnificent ship." Meg quickly apologized. "Humph, you have good taste," the fire scorpion snorted. After Meg calmed the fire scorpion, she looked at Ivan nervously. She knew that the human wizard was the one in charge. Ivan was actually looking at the old tree man. In fact, the tree man was not weak. Standing next to him made him feel some pressure. His strength was probably comparable to that of the swamp ant. It is not difficult to understand that the tree man is a long-lived race. His old appearance means that he has lived for a very long time. Born in the underground maze, the surrounding particle concentration is not shallow, and there are all kinds of ferocious beasts entrenched. The weak ones have long become the nourishment of others, and can't live to old age. Chapter 390. I have some understanding of human wizards. You believe in equal exchange, which I think is a good thing. Seeing that Ivan hadn't spoken for a while, the old tree man Meg couldn't hold back and took the initiative to find something to say. "You mean you are willing to pay a price?" Ivan understood. "Of course I am willing." Meg nodded heavily, and then it became embarrassed again. "It's just that many of my things were destroyed in the process of forcing into the magma, and now I'm afraid I can't come up with something that will satisfy you." As it spoke, it fumbled around on its body, and finally took off the flower crown on its head, which was blackened by smoke. If nothing unexpected happened, this was the only thing it could show off. "I have a suggestion, do you want to hear it?" Seeing that the old tree man had reluctance written on his face, Ivan spoke. "Human wizard, please speak quickly." Meg quickly retracted her hand when she heard it. "I have important things to do in the underground world. This trip may be dangerous, and I may need a strong guard to protect me until I leave the underground world." Ivan continued. When I'm not facing fire and magma, I'm quite strong. Just wait and see." Meg stood there and shook her body a few times, and a touch of emerald green light appeared under her feet. The light instantly covered her whole body, and even covered a large area nearby. "Another pseudolord. Are you willing to be my guard until I leave the underground world?" "Yes, I am very willing." "Well, let's sign a contract." Ivan drafted a contract on the spot, and handed it to the old tree man. The old tree man signed it without hesitation, as if he was afraid that he would regret it. Ivan confirmed that it was correct and was speechless. He finally saw it. Don't look at the old tree man's age. He has lived for countless years. In essence, he is an honest man. The old tree man completely ignored the fact that there was no specific time limit in the contract. It only agreed to leave the underground world. If he didn't leave, he didn't know how many years the old tree man would have to serve as a guard. You can call me Wizard Ivan. These are swamp ants and fire scorpions. I've made a note of this. Once we get underground, I definitely protect you, Wizard Ivan. Get on board. Then, Ivan boarded the lava boat transformed by the fire scorpion first, and Meg and the swamp ants followed him swiftly. The door of the lava boat closed quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving no gap. Wizard Ivan, shall we set off? Let's go! Okay, sit tight, and leave everything else to me, the fire scorpion. With the sound of splashing into the water, the lava boat sailed forward and sank into the dark river of magma. Both were created by the semi-biological construction technique. The lava boat and the sun gold boat had a strangely transparent interior, giving people the same feeling. At this moment, they seemed to be sitting inside a ball of orange-red magma. The scenery outside the boat was clearly visible, but the field of vision was limited. The magma inside and outside the boat was close at hand, but the scalding temperature could not be felt. It's great. It's the first time I have come into the magma so safely. This time we will definitely reach the underground world. Meg kept looking around, her face full of joy. Of course, Wizard Ivan has made all the preparations for this, and has been preparing for half a year. Zayi agreed. Half a year? Meg's eyes widened, and she stared at Ivan's back. About the same. Zayi didn't understand. I have been preparing for hundreds of years. Meg murmured. Hundreds of years. What have you prepared for? Zayi also widened his eyes. Oh! Meg became a little dejected. The ant understood this. After all, a tree man crossing the lava was restrained, not to mention an old tree man whose brain didn't seem to work very well. Meg seemed to be an optimist, and soon became excited again, focusing on the surroundings. It knew that the dark river just now was not difficult to cross, and the lava channel now was not difficult to sneak through. The difficulty lies in the faults behind, which are full of lava of different colors, and floating lava stones blocking the way. That is the main habitat of lava creatures. Once the traces are exposed, they will inevitably be attacked by lava creatures. Then, the lava creatures will become endless. After repelling one, two will come, until the enraged lava lord is attracted. For hundreds of years, it has been falling there, and each time it returns in vain, bringing back a mess. Be careful in this place, there may be a lava lord. Not long after, the lava ship arrived at the first fault, and Meg couldn't help but remind it. The so-called fault is a place where no mountain walls can be seen around. In sight, there is nothing but lava, orange-red, red, blue, green, etc., colorful, magnificent, and dangerous. Ivan saw clearly that the different colors of the magma were because it contained various metals or other substances. If he were in another place, he would definitely collect some. The lava boat sneaked for a long distance in the fault, and suddenly a beast appeared in sight, which made everyone on the boat feel a chill in their hearts, and even the flame scorpion himself was affected. Wizard Ivan, what should I do? The flame scorpion has not experienced much, so it is inevitable that he will be unsure when encountering things. What else can I do? Just move forward as you should, and fight back as you should. You don't have to be afraid of it at all, Ivan said in a deep voice. The lava boat originated from the underground magma, so it will merge with the surrounding magma, and no strange smell will be transmitted, and it will only be regarded as the same kind by the lava creatures. The lava giant lizard gave the fire scorpion a fierce look, and the fire scorpion did not show weakness, and used its own momentum to fight back. As expected, the two passed each other peacefully. After a while, they encountered another lava creature, and the fire scorpion did not show any abnormality at all, and it was also calm. Good, really good fire scorpion. That's natural. The lava creatures showed enough tolerance to their own kind, and the fire scorpion had no danger all the way until it drilled back into the passage deep in the fault. In the mountain wall on one side of the passage, Ivan found the signpost left by Jenny, and the direction was correct. The lava of the second fault was mainly golden. The temperature of the lava was obviously higher, and the fire scorpion was still like a fish in water in such an environment. However, the lava creatures in this fault also had a more ferocious aura, which made the fire scorpion sneak around with fear, but in the end, it was still safe. The lava of the third fault is mainly white. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the last fault, and it is the most worthy of caution. Fortunately, as the lava boat continued to dive, it did not encounter many lava creatures. Stop! Seeing that it was about to cross the third fault, Ivan unexpectedly found that Ginny's road sign was sensed in the lava, which was a bit unusual and different from the prior agreement. Under his instructions, the fire scorpion swam over slowly. A floating lava stone appeared, and Ivan managed to take out a different road sign with text from it. Chapter 391. There is a lava lord ahead. Just a few words, Ivan's heart jumped in astonishment. Could it be that Ginny's little trick was discovered? Was this a trap set by the night elves, or was there some other unusual trick? He checked several times, and found that the smell was not fake. He confirmed that the road sign left by Ginny was correct. Fire Scorpion, quickly go to the right, we will take another passage. He didn't have time to think about it. He just thought that something Ginny didn't understand happened, and immediately ordered the Fire Scorpion to change the route. No matter what, it's better to be careful. Okay, The Flame Scorpion was about to leave, when it was caught off guard by a huge face not far from its side. The face was completely condensed from dark golden magma, and stared at it with majesty. It's invincible. It's extremely dangerous. For a moment, the Flame Scorpion almost ran away. Keep calm. Seeing that it was getting a little uneasy, Ivan shouted in a low voice, with the power of calming the soul. It turned out that Ginny's reminder was correct. There was really a lava lord guarding this place, but the one in front of him was not the other party's real body, but just a thought plus a little power, a phantom body that materialized. He could see clearly that the other party's eyes were dull, and he didn't react much. He must have fallen asleep nearby. This matter could be big or small. The key was not to reveal their non-lava creatures, otherwise they would be in great trouble. Fire Scorpion, listen carefully. From this second on, stay calm, slowly move away, try not to make any sound, don't look back, and don't respond to me. Ivan continued to instruct, and his voice became vague. Hearing his voice with your magic, the Fire Scorpion calmed down a little, and swam slowly away from the golden face as he said, looking like a thief who was accidentally blocked at home. Behind it, the golden face stood in the lava and watched it quietly. The silent pressure made people dare not relax for a moment. The Fire Scorpion gradually moved away from the golden face. After a while, it felt no pressure. It couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that it finally got rid of the sight of that thing. Seeing this, Ivan's face changed slightly, and he was afraid that it was going to be bad. I thought there was business again. Where did you come from, you little fish? Dare to disturb my sleep, I will show you my power. As expected, an impatient voice sounded immediately. The golden face was obviously not fully awake. After muttering something in a half-awake state, he opened his mouth and blew a breath towards the Fire Scorpion. The magma in that direction further boiled, the temperature rose sharply, and a lot of waves were set off. In a flash, a turbulent dark river appeared on the fault. The Fire Scorpion had no time to react, and was knocked out by the newly formed dark river. It could still hear the happy laughter of that thing in its ears, but this time, it was completely away from the other party. After a while, the Fire Scorpion crashed into the mountain wall, and finally got out of trouble, feeling dizzy. Wizard Ivan, I remember this lesson. It's not easy to get out of trouble every time you make a mistake. You may have to pay with your life, the ants, or even mine. Yeah, I definitely remember it. Keep going, and leave this place of trouble first. This time, the Fire Scorpion learned a lesson, and was seriously injured. Fortunately, it was tough, especially in the current magma environment, and its injuries recovered faster. Overall, it was not a big deal, and it could only be regarded as a false alarm. Under Ivan's instructions, the Fire Scorpion quickly entered the passage deep in the fault. There should be no lava lord now. I almost got scared just now. The old tree man Meg had been holding back, and didn't dare to speak, fearing that her voice would disturb the Fire Scorpion. Just now was the last fault, and we are about to cross the lava, Ivan said. At this moment, he had the leisure to think about what the lava lord said just now. The other party seemed to be collecting tolls, which had never been recorded in any document, and he didn't know what the other party's tolls required, and whether there was a personal relationship. Anyway, he didn't dare to ask. Even the lords, who guarded the underground and ground passages, knew how to betray, which only showed that there were many strange things in the world. We will soon reach the underground world. Meg was stunned for a moment, and her heart was excited. Hey, the underground world, Meg is finally coming. Why do you yearn for the underground world so much? No one doesn't yearn for the underground world, never. You will know when you get there. That is the center of the world of Danala. I advise you not to leave even if you go there. You will definitely not regret staying in the center of the world. Meg looked fascinated. Really? If I don't leave the underground, according to the contract, you will be my lifelong guard. Ivan said jokingly. Is that true? Meg's face froze for a moment, and after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be true. Just kidding. I have a lot of things to deal with on the ground, and I won't stay in the underground world for long. Seeing his dumbfounded look, Ivan said with a smile, Then you must come again after you go back. Meg secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then felt a little embarrassed and added, It seemed that it had never considered that the human wizard in front of it would go back on his word. Ivan didn't know what to say about this. This old tree man went to the underground world. He wouldn't be sold and help count money. To be honest, it is not impossible. After a long lava channel, the lava boat finally arrived at the end of the lava. It's really strange. Yes. Unlike what I expected, there was nothing strange at the end. After the magma flowed to a certain position, it suddenly stopped flowing forward, as if there was a restricted area ahead. Inertia was completely invalid here. Perhaps because his realm was too shallow, Ivan did not feel any diaphragm blocking it. The magma just stood there for no reason, which was amazing. The lava boat drilled out of the magma and landed lightly on the ground. After Ivan and others left the cabin, the flame scorpion reappeared its original appearance. How is your recovery? Ivan glanced at it. Fine. The fire scorpion shook its tail to show that it was recovering well. Then let's keep going. Ivan threw a healing potion over, and the fire scorpion swallowed it up in one gulp, bottle and potion included. Coming out of the passage, you can see that the upper and lower layers here are not far apart. Occasionally, there are stones emitting mottled red light in the upper layer. At first glance, it seems that there is a sky with stars, but the sky is a little low. As they continue to move forward, the upper layer becomes higher and higher, and the surroundings become more and more empty, as if they have arrived at another continent. Surprisingly, the energy particles here are not only highly concentrated, but also have a different kind of vitality, giving people a comfortable feeling, just like coming to a place with fresher air, with all the pores open. Ivan was only slightly surprised, while the old tree man Meg was intoxicated and wanted to breathe deeply. I kind of believe what you said, Ivan said. What? Meg didn't react. The underground is the center of the world of Danila. Of course. As we all know, the deeper you go underground, the denser and more exotic the energy is, and the richer the resources are. If you can reach the legendary 7th floor, you might even be able to pick up the lost throne. Seeing that the old tree man was getting more and more outrageous, Ivan shook his head secretly. As far as he knew, the throne was condensed by a 6th level creature, not picked up from somewhere, and he didn't know where Meg heard the rumor. What's even more outrageous is that Meg seemed to believe it. This guy is so easy to fool. Chapter 392. The first underground world is vast and boundless, usually divided into 4 regions: East, West, South, and North. The Khmer Empire is located on the Yesong Plain in the southern region. Thousands of years ago, the Khmer Empire became the overlord of the southern region, and all the surrounding tribes submitted to it. Uyua City, located in the center of the Yesong Plain, is also the imperial capital of the Khmer Empire. In recent days, Uyua City seems to be not very peaceful. The source of all the turmoil started when the high priest welcomed back a new candidate saint. Have you heard that the new saint is a foreigner, and has no blood relationship with us night elves? Half-blood relationship? That means mixed blood. How can a mixed blood serve the Mother Goddess? This is disrespectful to the Supreme Mother Goddess. Listen carefully, this saint is not even mixed blood. It is said that she was brought back from the barren land. She is a foreigner. It's absurd. This is simply blasphemy against the Mother Goddess. Shh, be careful, I'm telling you secretly. I heard from the son of a relative of a neighbor that the whole thing might be a plan of the high priest and the great mistress Lelicia, and the purpose is to control all power in the empire. No, I heard that it was just the conspiracy of the high priest, and it had nothing to do with Lady Lelicia. Since the return of the new saint, the discussion about her in Uyua City has never stopped. Especially recently, various opinions have begun to emerge uncontrollably, and they are getting more and more intense. More and more night elves believe that the whole thing is a conspiracy, an extremely dirty conspiracy. How ridiculous. In a tavern, the voices of several people talking were not low, and this scene completely fell into the ears of the people on the opposite corner of the street. She looked at the 2 people angrily, cursed secretly, but suppressed her inner restlessness. Because she had seen this happen more than once, and she couldn't arrest all the gossiping residents. Once people were arrested, there would be more rumors about the temple, and more gossipers, and things would get out of control. Forget it, let's go back and report to the head of the group. Caroline listened for a while with a sullen face, stamped her feet, turned around and trotted to the other side. After a while, she arrived at a magnificent temple, walked past the side of the temple, and came to a palace near the parade ground at the back, which was the camp of the temple guards. After entering the camp, Caroline immediately reported the information she had collected to Rosa, the captain of the guard, and informed her of the seriousness of the situation. I know. Rosa reached out and rubbed her head. This was not the first captain to report to her. The situation was similar, and not particularly bad. It was clear without analysis that someone must be behind this. And the one who dared to spread rumors about the high priest and the first mistress, except for other mistresses, was probably no one else. This matter involved the imperial parliament, which controlled the power of the empire, and she couldn't help but worry about the high priest Kolobasi. If this continues, the temple will surely become the target of public criticism. An hour later, Rosa came to the side hall of the temple, and she reported the situation of U.S. City to the high priest Kolobasi in detail. These idiots are all greedy people. For the power in their hands, they dare to make arbitrary comments on the will of the Mother Goddess. Our Comer Empire has been established for 8,000 years. When did it fall to this point? Kolobasi was very distressed about this. Your Majesty, if this continues, they will definitely make further troubles. Then won't we be passive? After she finished her list, Rosa said worriedly. She knew very well that although the temple had a superior status in the empire, in terms of power and strength, it was really not as good as the tribes that made up the empire. In fact, each tribe also had a branch of the temple, but under the enticement of the tribal matrons, most of the priests surrendered to them, only obeying the orders of the high priests on the surface. Are you afraid of them? I, Kolobasi, am the high priest of the temple, and I act completely according to the oracle. If they dare to trespass into the temple and disobey the will of the Mother Goddess, I will fight for my life and ask for divine punishment to let them once again experience the majesty of my lord and cannot be offended. Kolbash said with a stern look. She could tolerate the filthiness of the tribes, and the hypocrisy of the branches, but she would never allow anyone to question the will of the Mother Goddess. The Mother Goddess appointed Ginny as the one to serve her, so Ginny must be the new generation of saint and the next generation of high priest. No one can stop this, including the matriarchs of the tribes. I understand, Your Majesty. Rosa saw the determination of the high priest, and immediately said in a deep voice, No matter what happens, I promise that the guards will be united, and will never let anyone step into the temple easily. Good job, Rosa. The temple guard should have such determination. Our temple is equal to the parliament in the empire. When the country was founded, the high priest was only half a step lower than Queen Comer. He was truly one man above 10,000. Kolbasi looked at her with admiration, feeling relieved that the temple had such a guard. At this time, soft footsteps sounded in the temple. The two looked over and found that it was Ginny who was about to take office as the saint. Saint, did you hear everything? Kolbashi smiled and took a few steps forward. Seeing her nod, she continued, They are just some clowns who have united to fight for power and profit. It is not worth mentioning at all. That's good. Ginny nodded again. She actually didn't care much about these things. At worst, she could just leave. Anyway, she didn't have much intention to stay in the Comer Empire. Your High Priest, Your Highness the Saint, I will leave first. Rosa gestured to the two and prepared to leave. Wait, Rosa, the captain of the guard. Ginny called her. Your Highness, do you have any instructions? Rosa had a bad feeling. What did I ask you to find out? Do you have any clues? Ginny asked bluntly. Sorry, there is no news about the centaurs for the time being. Rosa glanced at the high priest and replied tactfully. Humph, don't think I don't know. If you didn't ask at all, don't blame me for going to investigate personally. If there is any trouble, I will not care at all. Ginny snorted coldly, and her voice became cold. I'm very sorry, Your Highness, I've been too busy recently. I will try my best to find out in the future, and report to you as soon as I have any news. What do you think? Rosa was helpless, but fortunately the high priest gave instructions secretly. I trust you again. Ginny left first. Before leaving, she glanced at the high priest, with a clear meaning. Rosa looked at the high priest hesitantly. Hey, listen to her. Kolobasi was also a little helpless. She was satisfied with the saint, but she was too outstanding, and even the high priest felt pressure. It was not until I arrived at the temple that I realized that this saint was indeed the one appointed by the Mother Goddess. Her strength was extraordinary, and could be described as unfathomable. Chapter 393. What Kolobasi couldn't understand was that the saint, who was so powerful, was so obedient to a human man. When she thought of this, she felt like a stone was blocking her heart. I wonder how the secret guards are doing. Did they succeed? Kolobasi thought with anticipation while she was gnashing her teeth in hatred. However, after seeing the saint's powerful strength, she had a bad feeling, or that human man was not so easy to deal with. A race that has never even entered the underground, no matter how powerful its means are, should not be able to escape the attack of the most elite secret guards of the temple. She thought again. She had sent 4 elite secret guards, and asked them to bring a weapon, like the shadow sky curtain. No matter from which angle, the human man was dead. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, the leader of the secret guard Norma hurried over and reported the bad news. Your Majesty, all the secret guards left on the ground have died, and the assassination should have failed. What about the interval between deaths? How long is the interval? Kolobashi's face suddenly turned ugly. According to the records of the Dark Palace of Life, 2 people died almost at the same time, another died 10 seconds later, and the last died half a minute later. Norma reported truthfully. The Dark Guards were carefully trained by the temple, and each time they performed a dangerous mission, the temple had means to track all their situations, including life and death, in order to ensure the understanding and control of the Dark Guards. When a Dark Guard on a mission outside dies, the Dark Palace of Life will get feedback. Sure enough, that human man is not simple. Kolobashi's expectation became a reality, making her frown tightly, and she didn't relax for a long time. In this case, the other party may not be unable to enter the underground world, or even sneak into the Khmer Empire, then Saint Jenny, things are getting more and more troublesome. Kolobashi waved her hands irritably, and Norma silently left the hall. In the side hall, the surroundings were unusually quiet, only the night lamp occasionally emitted a subtle explosion. After thinking for a long time, Kolobashi looked at her cane, and finally made a fierce decision. Forget it. For the stability of the Khmer Empire, Jenny must take office as a saint as soon as possible. As the person appointed by the Mother Goddess, if the time is slightly advanced, Jenny will surely be able to successfully complete the Dark Moon trial, and obtain the holy weapon bestowed by the Mother Goddess, which will be speechless. Unlike the previous saints, Jenny was not originally a member of the temple, which posed a problem. Jenny did not understand the teachings of the Mother Goddess's charity at all. She was worried about problems, so she agreed with the great matron Lelicia for a period of 10 months, so that Jenny could spend 10 months studying the temple doctrine and deeply understand the great benevolence of the Mother Goddess before accepting the Dark Moon trial. Now, the great matrons of the tribes are aggressive, and there is a human man watching from the side with ulterior motives. More importantly, Jenny herself is still thinking about that man, and has no intention of studying the Mother Goddess's doctrine. She saw all this, and had to change her original plan. When Jenny feels the supreme glory of the Mother Goddess, she will naturally forget the friendship between her and that man, and everything will be on the right track. Kalbasi firmly believed in this. That night, Kalbasi quietly found the grandmother Leluxia and told her her decision. Leluxia is the grandmother of the Khmer Empire, who is in charge of Uyua City. She is also the first grandmother of the Imperial Parliament, the Speaker of the Imperial Parliament, and the granddaughter of the previous Queen of Khmer. She nominally holds the power of the entire empire. Can it work? As far as I know, this candidate saint has not read the temple doctrine books. If someone challenges this point, the consequences will be unpredictable. Lelucia, you dare to spy on the temple, you. Hearing this, Kolbash glared at her in dissatisfaction, and was so angry that she couldn't say a complete sentence. The reason why she didn't let Jenny leave the temple was because she was worried that this problem would be exposed. As a result, someone directly reached into the temple. Be patient, Your Majesty the High Priest. As the Grand Madam, you are spying on the temple. What else do you have to say? Haha, given the current situation of the temple, it is very easy to bribe some people or plant a few people. Don't look at me like that. I am not the only one who does this. If everyone does it but I don't, it will make me, the speaker, look incompetent. Faced with her questioning, Lelucia did not feel embarrassed at all, but spoke with confidence. Kalbasi stared at her with wide eyes for several seconds, and finally sighed dejectedly. Just know it if you know it. Anyway, Jenny was appointed by the Mother Goddess. No one can change this. Anyone who dares to question it is questioning the Mother Goddess's will. Then let them ask my Grey Shadow's staff if it agrees. She pounded her staff, and said with murderous eyes. She was too lazy to explain so many reasons. The holy weapon in her hand was not vegetarian. Haha, Your Majesty the High Priest is so domineering. Just because of what you said, I, Leluxia, agree to open the Forbidden Forest and let the saint go to the Dark Moon trial. Leluxia said with a smile, and her charm was everywhere. Unfortunately, the high priest, who was known for being old-fashioned, stood opposite her, and had no understanding of romance at all. Put away your disgusting posture. Don't forget, you are a few years older than me. How old? Less than a year old, I remember clearly, only 6 months and 9 days. That was also an old woman. Old stubborn, I shouldn't have stolen the back hall of the temple when I was a child, and I shouldn't have known you so early, so you caught this handle. After coming out of the imperial court, Kolobasi was undoubtedly relieved. With Leluxia's support and her own, she could directly open the Dark Moon Forbidden Forest. Even if the other great mistresses knew about it, they could not stop it. But before that, she had to communicate with Jenny, hoping that she could understand her. Jenny, what do you think? After quietly returning to the temple, Kolobasi went to Jenny's residence as soon as possible and told her about the advance of the Dark Moon trial. I can understand it this way. If you pass the Dark Moon trial, you can get a rare item, and you can also get the status of the great mistresses of various tribes, and you can also go out of the temple and do whatever you want? Yes. I agree. Seeing Jenny agree so straightforwardly, Kolobasi was not very happy, but sighed secretly. Since the mother goddess appointed the next saint, she didn't know how many times she sighed. Why, do you have other requests? Jenny said with a little indifference. No, just agree. Have a good rest. The Dark Moon trial will be in 17 days, on the night of the Dark Moon. Kolobasi forced a smile on her face, and she secretly reminded herself that everything would be fine after Jenny became a saint. On the other side, the first underground layer, the eastern border. Ivan and his party were following the road signs left by Jenny to the southern border. He found that this underground was indeed worthy of the title of world. In terms of area, it should be larger than the China continent. He also found that, like the ground, the concentration of energy particles was not high in every place, but was distributed according to the region. Some areas had surprisingly high particle concentrations, while some areas were much worse, and the land was barren. Places with high particle concentrations were usually occupied by creatures, which could be beasts or alien intelligent races. Along the way, they saw a lot, and also saw the sons of the sun, on which many races depend for survival, as well as the rich mineral resources underground. It's really a good place. Ivan exclaimed. Who would have thought that he was just passing by and actually found a magic stone mine, with a magic clay stone mine next to it? The reserves are not known yet. If it were placed in the China continent, it would definitely be a fight for it. But no one is interested here. Of course, this is only the first floor. If you go to the second and third floors, the situation will definitely be better than you think. Meg agreed. Do you know the path to the second time? I don't know. After I send you away, I will search all over the world and I will find it one day. You are not really going to the 7th floor to find a throne, are you? Ivan thought of something and glanced at him. Why not? Kame asked back. You are awesome. Ivan was speechless. I don't know who fooled this guy. Let him be. Anyway, the path to the 2nd floor is not easy to find, let alone the 7th floor underground. Maybe he will never reach it in this lifetime. Afterwards, Ivan announced that he would continue on his way. As they walked, strange creatures emerged from the magic stone mine one after another. Their bodies were like huge balls filled with gas, with dense eyes and spikes all over the balls. Those eyes silently watched them go away. Chapter 394. In the underground world, darkness is the main color, but you can often see glowing things, which may be strange plants, glowing stones, or even hunting traps. In such an unknown place, Ivan did not dare to be too reckless, and his forward speed was naturally not the fastest. Wizard Ivan, there were a lot of magical creatures there just now, right? Zayi said. I know, we can't dig now, so let them guard the magic stone mine, and deal with it when we have time. Ivan had noticed it just now, but he pretended not to notice it. He had no shortage of magic stones, so there was really no need to make a big fuss. Were there enemies hiding just now? That's a pity. The flame scorpion felt regretful when he heard it. It's nothing to regret, I leave it to you to deal with next time. Ivan smiled. Then we're settled, Wizard Ivan. The flame scorpion smiled happily. Ivan shook his head imperceptibly. If he had sensed it wrong just now, those creatures might know spiritual or mental means, and such creatures are often difficult to deal with. If the flame scorpion really had to face them, it would be unavoidable to be humiliated. The next day, they crossed the border from the east to the south. According to the data, they still need to advance for several days to reach the Yesong Plain, and then go deep into the territory of the Khmer Empire to reach the destination of this trip, UUS City. If nothing goes wrong, Ginny will be found in the temple of UUS City. Time flies, and it is a week later. The Yesong plain has fallen into the eyes of Ivan and others. What a great plain, with a wide area, high particle concentration, and fertile land. Standing on a certain high ground, Meg was full of praise for the vast plains in front of her. So what do you think about sneaking into the Comer Empire? Ivan couldn't help asking. Isn't it the same as before? Just go straight over? Meg was stunned for a moment, looking at him innocently. Forget it, you continue to sigh. Ivan's mouth twitched slightly. Knowing that he asked in vain, he glanced at the swamp ants and the fire scorpion again, and decided to make a decision himself. The Comer Empire has been able to gain a foothold in the Night Pine Plain for countless years, and has been the king for so long. The overall strength must not be underestimated. He was wondering whether he should go to the capital of the Night Elves. I wonder if Ginny has become a saint. If Ginny really becomes a saint of the Comer Empire, her status must be high, and it should not be a problem for her to protect a few alien races. He also thought that if he wanted to gain a foothold in the underground world, obtain resources from it, or even open up a human settlement, he would inevitably have to deal with other races, and contacting the Night Elves would be an opportunity. It's a matter of time, so there's no need to shrink back. Let's go, just as you said, Meg. Don't hide your identity, and go straight over. Oh, I thought it would be more convenient to go directly there. After making the decision, Ivan set foot on the land of the Night Pine Plains, and flew from high altitude with the swamp ants, heading straight for the location of UUS City. Of course, there is more than one reason why he did not hide his identity. Another more direct reason is that it is impossible to hide. Humans are different from Night Elves, and he doesn't know much about Night Elves, not to mention that there are swamp ants around him. Sooner or later, he will be discovered, so it is better to go there openly and learn more about the Night Elves on the way. UUS City Temple. Hearing the report from the guard leader Rosa, Kolobasi's nose was almost crooked with anger. That human man not only came to the Comer Empire, but also swaggered around under his own banner, fearing that others would not know that he was here to visit the saint. Your Majesty, do you want me to take people to capture that lowly man and put him in the heavily guarded thorn prison? Rosa noticed the strange look on the high priest's face, and volunteered. No need, if he wants to come, let him come. Tell them that he is a guest invited by me, and don't let the tribe stop him. Kolbash's heart moved. But thinking of the 4 dead secret guards, she rationally suppressed her inner impulse. That man is very powerful, and the guards will suffer heavy losses if they face him. Now is the critical moment, and it is not advisable to cause trouble. When that man comes to UUS City and the heartland of the Empire, he will be at my mercy. However, I need to take the saint's feelings into consideration at that time. No, when Ginny really becomes a saint, she will not care so much about the human man. Should we notify the saint? Rosa asked again. Tell her. Kolbash waved her hand, not wanting to talk about this topic anymore. She didn't know that as Ivan got closer, Ginny actually sensed that he had arrived at the Comer Empire. Another week passed, and Ivan appeared in front of UUS City. Wizard Ivan, the imperial capital UUS City is in front of us. How does it compare to the cities in your human kingdom? Not bad, not bad. Among the cities I have seen, there is only one that can compare to UUS City, and that is Dongan City where I live. No other city can compare. Haha, I didn't expect that Wizard Ivan, who is so smart, couldn't help bragging when talking about his hometown. At this time, he was followed by many beautiful women, all of whom were Night Elves with good looks. The Night Elves are a country where women are in power. Most of those who have some strength and can show their faces are women, and the status of men is extremely low. Perhaps because they have never seen outstanding men of other races, Ivan showed off his talents a little on the way, and 2 mistresses insisted on following him all the way to UUS City. Of course, this is just what it looks like on the surface. Behind the scenes, the 2 matrons named Lulu and Regina tried to get information from him, to find out the true relationship between him and the saint, and his relationship with the high priest. There was also someone with a more sinister intention. Lulu often teased him, trying to take him in as a guest. To be honest, this matron Lulu was indeed youthful and beautiful, and she could show a mature charm from time to time. Her figure was well proportioned, different from the calmness of most elves. However, Ivan could clearly sense it. These 2 matrons were full of contempt for men, and their condescending attitude towards the races above the ground would be revealed inadvertently. It really disgusted him. Ah, right. Who would want to say that their hometown is not good? Ivan answered casually, and his eyes fell on the city gate. The high priest is here. It seems that you have a close relationship. Regina speculated. Your lover is also here, chasing from the ground to the underground. I am really envious. Yi Lulu's eyes moved between the two, and she was angry and smiling. People who didn't know would think she was jealous. Ivan ignored the nonsense of the two people, took a few steps forward, and walked towards the high priest whose face was slightly black. Chapter 395. Wizard Ivan, I didn't expect you to be so popular in the Khmer Empire. No, it's because the great mistress of your night elves is too enthusiastic. When they heard that I was coming to US City to visit the high priest, they insisted on sending me here. The relationship between the two was like fire and water, so of course, it would not be a pleasant meeting. After a few bland greetings, the high priest's face became even worse. However, Kolbash noticed another problem. Jenny's reaction to the human wizard was too flat. She just nodded slightly, which made her a little confused. Could it be that the relationship between the two is not what he thought? Lulu and Regina also came over and bowed to the high priest very perfunctorily. Seeing her gloomy face, they thought she was coming for them, but they didn't care. Dear Ivan, don't forget to come to me. You can also come to me, Regina. I am happy to have more and deeper exchanges with you, the wizard. In front of everyone, the two did not forget to wink at Ivan, and then swayed away, taking away the accompanying Demon Bat Knight and Moon Wolf Knight. See, I told you that the Night Elves are hospitable. Ivan looked calm. Humph, go back to the temple. Kalbasi really didn't want to say anything more to this person, and immediately ordered to return to the temple. The sky above US City is very high, and more than one son of the sun has built a nest on it, and it is also inlaid with many glowing gems, forming exquisite patterns. It is equivalent to daytime at this time, and the light of the gems is mostly obscured by the light of the sun. Listening to Lulu's praise, US City is a recognized art capital. This is indeed true. The scenery along the way is magnificent and strange. The night elves seem to like exquisite and beautiful things, which is quite different from the pragmatic wizards. There are a certain number of other races in the city, such as spider people and bugbears, which are all vassal groups of the night elves. Ivan can also see that this high priest has a high reputation among the people, but it has not reached the point where everyone responds to his call. Soon, a palace filled with extraordinary divine aura appeared in front of him. It was the Night Temple. This way, please. No problem. Kalbasi didn't take Ivan to the main hall of the temple, but came to the living area nearby from the side. She was no longer pretending, and the disgust on her face was evident. After entering a reception room in the living area, she asked rudely, Human wizard, what are you doing in the Khmer Empire? Don't worry, High Priest, I'm not here to see you. What is your purpose? It's rare to come to the underground, so I have to look around and come to see Ginny. The saint will be taken care of by our night elves. She's fine. You, a human, don't need to worry about her. Leave immediately after you're done. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you won't have any problem staying here. Ivan didn't care about Kolbash's threatening words, but smiled nonchalantly. Speaking of this question, I have to ask you, what about your promise to be second to none and above 10,000 people? It seems that you can't do it yourself. All the way here, plus the information collected by Jenny, he is no longer completely ignorant of the Night Elves. I was fooled by the High Priest before. The Khmer Empire now has no queen at all, but a parliament composed of a group of great mistresses. These great mistresses are only level 3 creatures. Fortunately, he thought the Night Elves were so powerful before. Of course, as the ancient overlord of the southern border, this empire spanning 8 or 9,000 years must have its foundation, just like the Mother Night Goddess they believe in, who is probably the strongest person in a certain layer of the underground. After a preliminary understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of the Khmer Empire, Ivan felt more at ease. As long as he didn't waste time, there shouldn't be any big problems here. Ginny is different from me. She was appointed by the Mother Goddess, Kolabashi said with full confidence. Ivan rolled his eyes at this omnipotent answer. He knew that he couldn't reason with such a person. Don't be so sure. Ginny may not be able to become a saint. If not, you won't have to send Ginny back to the ground. She will go back with us. Human wizard, don't talk nonsense. Before the high priest said anything, Rosa, the chief guard standing on the side, couldn't help but said, with the oracle of our Lord and the high priest, Her Highness the saint will definitely be able to ascend to the position of the saint. There is absolutely no other possibility. In 2 days, Ginny will succeed the saint, and you can leave then. Kolabashi said. Let's talk about it later. What do you want? Don't forget that you took my things before. I heard that you human wizards follow the principle of equal exchange. Let's put it in perspective. That was the reward I gave you for persuading Ginny to come to the underground. It has nothing to do with my coming here. Besides, I plan to wait for Ginny to become the saint and mobilize the people in the temple to find the traces of the centaurs for me. How can I just leave after I come here? At least I need to have some clues first. Seeing Ivan acting like he didn't consider himself an outsider, Kolbash and Rosa's faces were very interesting, especially the latter, who stared at him with resentment. This man is really shameless. Why are you looking at me like this? If you want to volunteer, it's not impossible. When Ginny is elected as the saint, I will ask her to ask you to find her, or accompany us to find her. Do you think this is feasible? Ivan joked. In another seat beside him, Ginny nodded seriously. Listen, there's no need to bother the saint. I will mobilize all my strength to find it for you. Remember what you said? Leave as soon as you find a clue, otherwise don't blame me for not showing mercy to the saint. Kolabashi took a deep breath, stopped Rosa, who was about to be ignited by anger, and made a promise. After saying that, she glanced at Ginny and left quickly with Rosa. The reception room was a residence, which was temporarily arranged for Ivan and his party to live in. When the high priest took people away, Meg, Zei, and Yin Xie, who were guarding outside, entered the hall all at once. As the overlord of the south, the night elves must have more power than what they seem to have. Have you found anything? Ivan asked Ginny. Yes, I sensed a power far beyond the third level, hidden in a certain part of the temple, but this power is very ethereal, and I can't sense the specific situation. Ginny said in a heavy tone, Wizard Ivan, you shouldn't have risked your life to come here. I sensed it. Without waiting for Ivan to say anything, Meg said eagerly. Meg, what did you sense? Ivan asked in surprise. It's my kind. There are 3 of them in the temple. They are obviously level 4 tree people. I wanted to communicate with them, but I found that they all seemed to be in a deep sleep. The old tree man Meg did not hide anything. As soon as these words fell, everyone in the hall was stunned, even Ivan was no exception. He never thought that there was not only level 4 power hidden in the temple, but also 3 real masters. He didn't expect Meg to have such ability, even able to communicate with tree people who were 1 level higher in strength. Are you serious? Ivan quickly reacted and asked uncertainly. Yeah, really. Meg nodded heavily. What about other places? Did you sense it? Yes, there are more over there. The direction Meg pointed to should be the Imperial Court, which is not far from the temple. Anything else? Some of the tribes that pass by have one, some don't. The tribes of Yelyalu and Regina both have one. Why didn't you say it earlier? Should I have said this earlier? We tree people are always kind, and won't hurt people for no reason. Take me for example, I never kill. Also, tree people in deep sleep usually don't wake up easily unless something very important happens. Seeing Meg's serious explanation, Ivan didn't know what to say. He said that there was something strange about the Comer Empire, and Meg's words really gave him a big shock. Wizard Ivan, why don't we leave quickly? We killed 4 people from the temple in that wizard academy before. The old priest must want revenge, and it will be too late when she attacks. Zei interrupted, his words filled with worry. Those are the death warriors, they are just tools, they have no feelings. Ivan pondered for a moment, and did not agree with this. From the current situation, for Ginny's sake, the high priest will not tear his face for the time being. Ginny, you don't have to cause trouble for the high priest because of this. Let's just leave it like this for now. Wait until you pass the Dark Moon trial, and then make a long-term plan. Seeing Ginny's expression on the side, Ivan knew that she didn't like the death warrior sent by the high priest, so he quickly explained it. Faced with Ivan's emphasis, Ginny had no choice but to obey. Then, the two talked about the Dark Moon trial. The process of this trial is actually not complicated. It is to go to the forbidden area to get a holy weapon left by the Dark Knight Mother Goddess. Getting the holy weapon is equivalent to getting the approval of the Mother Goddess. However, due to physical reasons, Ginny was unable to practice the Temple Art Shadow Holy Wings and failed to cultivate the Shadow Holy Power. What will be the final result is really unpredictable. They can't be as stubborn as the High Priest and think that what the Dark Knight Mother Goddess appoints will definitely work. Chapter 396. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it is the day of the Dark Moon trial. The trial is held at night, and this night is called the Dark Moon Night by the Night Elves. The Dark Moon is called the waning moon in the wizarding world, which means that only a ray of the moon can be seen. The astronomical phenomenon is quite strange, and there are generally 3 to 4 such nights in a year. The trial location is located in the Dark Moon Forbidden Forest, not far behind the Imperial Court. Your Majesty Kolbash, do you mind if we bring people over to join in the fun? This is a grand event for our clan. I don't mind if you come to witness it, but you must not do anything rude. Otherwise, look at the gray shadow staff in my hand and see if you agree. Of course, everything we do will comply with the rules of the Empire, and will never be rude. When the high priest arrived with his men, he found that 7 or 8 great mistresses had already arrived, and it was obvious that they had come with bad intentions. After being reminded by her friends, Kolbashi also knew that she could not hide it from these people with ulterior motives, so she was not surprised at this time. In any case, Ginny must become a saint tonight. If anyone dares to jump out, she will let these people understand what the power of the Empire's high priest is. A group of people looked at each other with disgust, greeted each other a few times, and then stood aside. Judging from the number of people, of course, the high priest's side is weak. In the crowd, Ivan was amazed. Could it be that too many peaceful days have made these people in power fall into the vortex of power struggle, and can no longer extricate themselves? Ivan, of course, came with the high priest, and thought secretly when he saw this scene. He looked around and was dazzled. It must be said that most of the women of the Night Elves are outstanding in appearance and open-minded. He just glanced at them, and many of them responded ambiguously. Some people even pointed fingers at him. In fact, in just a few days, many people knew that a human from the ground had come to US City, especially the middle and high-level members of the Night Elves. Speaker Lelouchia is here. After a while, the most noble woman in the Empire arrived, and her pomp was greater than others. The Night Karana Palace carriage was surrounded by female knights riding night blade leopards. When she came to a group of people, Lelouchia came out of the palace carriage, and someone immediately took out a neat animal fur blanket and spread it on the ground for her to step on. Seeing this speaker, even though Ivan was knowledgeable, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. This Lelouchia seemed to be created by the gods to attract men. Her face was delicate and smooth, her figure was graceful, and her whole body was charming. It was unforgettable at first sight. A strange look suddenly flashed across Ivan's face, because he had amazing hearing ability, and clearly heard Yululu muttering "old woman" not far away, with a hint of jealousy in her voice. Indeed, in front of Lelouchia, Yululu seemed to be eclipsed. And Lelouchia seemed to have heard this, but she did not react too much. These great mistresses of the Night Elves are really interesting. High Priest, let's not waste time talking nonsense and get started. Okay. Lelouchia stepped on the fur blanket, and came to the front of the Forbidden Forest. Facing her invitation, Kolabashi stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with her. The two of them each took out a letter and muttered something. The next second, it seemed as if a layer of gray miasma was wiped off in front of them, and a corner of the dark night Forbidden Forest opened up. There were trees that were dry and black in the dark forest, and there was a path between the trees. The path was winding, and at the end was a lonely well. The well mouth was only 2 meters wide, and a nearly full moon was reflected from the well. Ivan could see it clearly, but he couldn't see any clues from the outside. The Forbidden Forest has been opened. Saint, please go in quickly, and bring back the holy artifact given by the Mother Goddess. Kolobasi declared. Wait! As expected, at this critical moment, someone jumped out to stop it. Kolobasi looked over with anger, and the gray shadow staff in her hand began to glow dimly, as if she would sweep over if she disagreed with him. Your high priest, please be patient. The Hausmra of the Bloodbow tribe said slowly. Hausmra, if you have anything to say it quickly. If you delay the opening of the Forbidden Forest, you will be a great sinner of the Empire. Lelouchia scolded. Speaker, you are too serious. I just have a small suggestion. Speak. There are also people from my Bloodbow tribe who are participating in the selection of the saint. They are here now. I believe the high priest is very familiar with them. Yolanda, come out and tell the high priest about your demands. As Hausmra spoke, a beautiful figure came out of the Bloodbow tribe. Of course, Kolbash was familiar with him. He was a very talented candidate for the saint, but his mind was a little impure, and he was never the next saint she wanted. Yolanda, what do you want to say? Your Highness Kolobasi, I am familiar with the teachings of the temple, and know that there is another way to perform the Dark Moon trial, a more brilliant way. I hope I can participate, and pave the way for the glory of the next saint with my blood. Please help me. Yolanda said some firm words in a soft voice. After hearing her words, Kolobasi's face suddenly became ugly, and she stared at her fiercely, as if she wanted to cut her apart. High Priest, this should be in line with the rules of the Empire and the temple. Hausmra said. Ginny is the one appointed by the Mother Goddess. You still don't give up, and try to promote the Blood Moon trial. Are you crazy? Kolbash looked at the many great mistresses with great sorrow. She knew that it was definitely not just the Blood Bow tribe that was involved in this. However, the Blood Moon trial will kill people, not just 1 or 2 people, but many, many talented people in the tribe. Everyone is unwilling to accept it. Why did we prepare for so long and practice so hard for so long, but let an outsider become the saint of our tribe openly? Please help us, High Priest. Your Majesty, you are a little out of control. High Priest, my Black Fox tribe supports it. Facing the High Priest's questioning, the great matriarchs spoke one by one. This time they were particularly united, and all showed their determination to change the Dark Moon trial to the Blood Moon trial. Kolabashi wanted to do something, but saw Lilicia winking at her, the general trend, advising her not to object anymore, lest the situation get worse, and it'd be difficult to end it. After a moment of silence, Kolabashi took a deep breath, turned around and walked to Jenny. Jenny, the Blood Moon trial is a trial conducted under the witness of the Blood Moon, which will trigger the blood-colored sucking force field contained in the Dark Moon well. At that time, many candidate saints will participate in the trial with you. The trial will become extremely cruel. Only one person can walk out of the Forbidden Forest, and the others will become the growth glory of the new saints. Ivan and Jenny suddenly realized that the situation would indeed become very bad. If nothing unexpected happens, once those candidate saints participate, Jenny, an outsider, will become the target of public criticism, and it is not ruled out that everyone will work together to kill her first. Chapter 397. To show sincerity, there is a rule in the Blood Moon trial. You cannot bring any weapons or magic items into the trial. You can only wear plain clothes and step into the Forbidden Forest barefoot. You must be mentally prepared. Kalbasi continued. Jenny nodded slightly. She didn't want to back down, but she had to listen to Ivan's opinion. What if the other candidates for the saint attack Jenny? 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Jenny will be in danger. Ivan frowned slightly. He knew that Jenny never used weapons in battle, and this rule was actually more advantageous, but it was no match for others who were well prepared. Any enemy should not be underestimated, let alone the Night Elf tribe with rich heritage. Did you see the trees in the Forbidden Forest? They are all sleeping tree guards, and also divine warriors bathed in divine light. When the blood-sucking force field appears, some of them will inevitably wake up. They are extremely sensitive, and can sense the amount of divine grace possessed by the candidate saint, and then guard her. Jenny is the one appointed by the Mother Goddess, and there will be divine warriors responding when she enters the Forbidden Forest. Kolbash said with certainty. She did not tell him that in the past records of the Blood Moon trial, there were very few tree guards who responded to the candidate saint. In her opinion, Jenny was certainly different from those people. Secondly, she knew Jenny's strength, and the same was true for those candidate saints. Really? Ivan looked back at Meg behind him, and Meg understood what he meant and nodded affirmatively. Outside tree people cannot enter. I know. Ivan just wanted to confirm the authenticity of the tree guard, but he didn't expect that there was such a force hidden in the Forbidden Forest of the Night Elves. The number of them was so large that it was impossible to see the end at a glance. This ancient race is really terrifying. He looked at the aggressive mistresses again. The other party didn't take what Kolbash said to heart at all, but was faintly trying to hold back a smile. He immediately realized that the tree guard was not so easy to respond. Ivan and Jenny looked at each other and exchanged opinions, and then he didn't say anything. High Priest, I am willing to participate in the Blood Moon trial. Jenny then expressed her choice. Okay, after the Blood Moon trial is over, I will take you to settle this account with him. Kalbasi said without hiding anything. High Priest, we can't pretend that we didn't hear this you. House Mora on the other side heard this, and suddenly felt unhappy and refuted. House Mora, since you are going to participate in the Blood Moon trial, hurry up and stop talking nonsense. Her words were interrupted by Lilexia, who then loudly asked the candidates for the saints. Let me ask you again, the Blood Moon trial is a life-or-death experience. Are you sure you want to participate? Sure. The first person to respond was Yolanda from the Bloodbow tribe. I'm sure. Songfu from the Black Fox tribe. I'm also willing to sacrifice my life to add a bit of glory to the saint. After hearing the words of the speaker, a large number of people responded, almost accounting for half of the original candidates for the saints, a total of 26 people, all of whom came from various tribes. At this moment, the face of the temple was completely destroyed. Seeing this scene, Kolabashi tightly grasped the gray shadow staff in her hand, and her finger bones were squeezed so hard that they made a crackling sound, which showed her inner unrest. What about you? Do you all agree that they will participate in the Blood Moon trial, and not cause trouble afterwards? Lilexia asked again, asking the matriarchs of each tribe. Of course. Agree. This matter was originally promoted by the matriarchs of each tribe, so of course, they would not disagree. After Liluxia finished her usual questioning, she announced the start of the Blood Moon trial in public, and asked the candidate saints to enter the Dark Moon Forest as soon as possible. Ginny knew that she would attract attention if she was a big tree, so she handed a space ring to Ivan and flew to the Forbidden Forest first. Others were unwilling to lag behind, and stepped into it one by one. In just 2 or 3 minutes, there were more graceful figures in the Dark Moon Forest, and a layer of diaphragm outside the Forbidden Forest. The Dark Moon well changed accordingly, and the Dark Moon in the well was changing, quickly changing from dark color to blood color. In a flash, a blood moon took shape. Blood-red light burst out from the well, spreading around, covering the nearby Forbidden Forest, covering the sky and the earth, and also covering the candidate saints. That blood-red light was undoubtedly the blood-sucking force field. Under the blood-red light, the Forbidden Forest seemed to have become a slaughterhouse. Ah! Some people exclaimed, because something strange happened to a certain part of their body, causing their strength to rapidly dissipate. These idiots, they were told not to carry magic items, but they still dared to take chances. Kolobasi saw what was going on at a glance, and said with a cold face. One of the great mistresses reacted and immediately gestured towards the Forbidden Forest. The candidate saint who hid the magic items also reacted, and quickly took out the items, and threw them away. The strong feeling of discomfort slowly dissipated, leaving only the pretty faces with lingering fear. Ah, you sneak attack? The next second, one of the pretty faces turned pale, and saw a strange tree root piercing her body, killing her. It turned out that when she was in a state of instability, Jenny, who was not far away from her, took action, and the timing was just right. After the night elf died, her body on the ground began to melt rapidly under the effect of the blood-red light, and soon disappeared completely, turning into a brighter blood-red light that fell into Jenny's body. Jenny's body had a strange power that nourished her body, and the shadow holy wings that she couldn't practice before should be able to practice. Others saw this scene, and truly understood the true meaning of the Blood Moon trial. Let's go together, and kill this outsider first. Yolanda, Songfu and the others looked at each other, and reached a tacit understanding in the blink of an eye to eliminate the person who posed the greatest threat first. It must be said that the 4 words appointed by the Mother Goddess put too much pressure on them, allowing them to temporarily ignore the sneak attacks of the people around them. Most of the night elves practiced the power of shadow, but the ways of using it were different. Some turned into spells to attack, some condensed long swords and long bows with bare hands, some materialized armor and dark beasts, some turned their arms into 4 arms, and a pair of wings appeared behind them, and some turned into shadows alone, and so on. Various methods were used in the Forbidden Forest, and many great mistresses outside the forest nodded their heads, satisfied with their children. Ivan also saw clearly that they used special elemental patterns as the medium when they used their methods, which was very similar to the Thunder Clan. They probably had their own talents, but they were not good enough in front of Ginny. He was relieved for the time being. Swoosh, swoosh. In the Forbidden Forest, Ginny was not reckless. She first relied on her speed, and quickly retreated a distance, and circled around the Dark Moon well with everyone for a while. After the other candidate saints dispersed, she showed her fangs. A large number of Pan-Tegans spread out, hard and fast, breaking through the air, and attacking other people. Pan-Tegan was originally indestructible, and it was also attached with the power of the earth, which had the effect of shattering armor, and immediately revealed its deadly edge, and the candidate saints, who dared to approach, were in great trouble. Whether it was the means of attack or defense, all were pierced. Pan-Tegan continued to stab the candidate saint herself, and 5 people died on the spot at once, leaving 21 people in the Forbidden Forest. Boom. However, Ginny's move gave the people behind her a chance, and various attacks enveloped them, and the energy was so violent that it exploded and instantly submerged Ginny. Looking again, Ginny was gone, and it was unknown whether she was annihilated into ashes by the violent energy. In response, some people made other unusual reactions, and attacked the candidate saints next to them. There were quite a few of them, but only one of them was not careful, and died at that time. The rest were 20 people. Stop! That person is not dead yet, she escaped from the underground. Didn't you find that there was no power feedback? Yolanda was the first to notice something was wrong, and hurriedly stopped the others, who were about to fight each other, and told a cruel fact. The other candidates for the saints then slowly stopped, but they had already shed blood, and their vigilance was planted. It was impossible to make them ignore the sneak attacks of the people around them. Yolanda also knew this, but she was helpless. The same thing, get rid of that terrifying foreign woman first, otherwise, With her around, we definitely have no chance of becoming saints," she emphasized in a deep voice. Others reacted differently, and they tacitly agreed with this statement. Before they started looking for the foreign woman, strange noises frequently came from the surrounding forbidden forests. A dry and black tree on the ground shook, followed by another, the third and the fourth. In a flash, the dead trees came back to life, and many tree people with strong auras woke up. "Does any one of you have any special inspiration?" Yolanda's face became particularly ugly. Hearing her question, the other candidates for saints reacted more quickly this time. They obviously thought of something and gave negative answers. "Don't hide it. Use whatever means you have and prepare to fight to the death," Sang Fu of the Black Fox tribe said with a sullen face. No matter whether the answers of others were true or false, she herself had no inspiration. For her, the situation was more serious than ever. She had heard of the Forbidden Forest Guards, and none of them were easy to deal with, let alone a large group. In fact, this time, no candidate saint lied, which confirmed the firm belief in the High Priest's heart that Jinny was the person appointed by the Dark Knight Mother Goddess, and the Treeman Guards were summoned by Jinny's aura. You shameless people who engraved blood patterns and implanted beast cores on the candidate saint dare to cheat even in such a sacred ritual as the Blood Moon Trial. At this moment, Kolbash finally let go of her hanging heart. Before she could be happy for long, she saw the mean tactics displayed by other candidates for saints, and she was so angry that she cursed at the great mistresses standing on the other side. The great mistresses of each tribe ignored her, frowning and staring at the dark moon forest with dark faces. "Your high priest, that's enough, your saint is fine." Seeing that she was still not satisfied, Luluxia walked over and pulled Kolobasi, asking her to look at the forbidden forest quickly. If she didn't look, the battle would be over soon. In the dark night forest, the tree guards responded to the call in waves, more than the remaining candidate saints. With the strong assistance of the tree guards, Jinny launched a massacre, and the candidate saints died one after another. At this moment, no preparation was worth it. Chapter 398. The Dark Night Mother is too partial. Looking at the one-sided fighting in the Forbidden Forest, House Mola and the others were like being fed a mouthful of demon bat shit, and they were all very bitter. Of course, the mistresses only dared to think about this in their hearts, and they dared not say it out loud. "What? I've said that Jinny is the saint appointed by the Mother Goddess, but you just don't want to believe it. Now you have nothing to say," Kalbasi said proudly. Over the years, the Dark Night Mother Goddess has not appeared for a long time, and the tribes have other things to rely on, so they are getting less and less concerned about the temple. She saw it all and was anxious, but she had no good solution. Now she finally felt proud. "This is the wish of Yolanda and others. I just helped them." "Your Highness, why should you be so aggressive?" Hausmara said calmly. "Yes, Sanfu from my tribe begged me many times, otherwise, I would not have ignored the instructions of the High Priest." The headmistress of the Black Fox tribe agreed. "Humph, you know the specific situation." Kolbash didn't bother to listen to the arguments, and put her attention back to the Dark Moon Forest. At this moment, under the cover of the blood-sucking force field, the power that many candidate saints exchanged for their lives returned to Jinny, and the tree guards returned to their original positions, and fell asleep again. The blood-colored force field dissipated, and the blood moon returned to a dark moon, emitting a cold and soft light. Jinny stood there alone, and after calming down the power in her body, she walked to the side of the Dark Moon Well. "Great Mother Goddess of Dark Night, Jinny also pays respects to you." She didn't say any fancy prayers, just bowed and jumped forward into the Dark Moon Well, landing on the almost full dark moon. This scene undoubtedly touched the emotions of many people, and they witnessed the figure disappearing on the moon. In a trance, Jinny had entered a seemingly illusory realm. This was another huge temple of the gods. She was standing on a wide square. In front of the square, there were steps from low to high. The steps climbed all the way up, and at the end of the steps was a statue of a god. There are sacred pillars on both sides of the steps, and different-looking instruments are suspended on the sacred pillars, which should be the so-called holy vessels. Jinny thought, "I am afraid that I need to worship all the way to the statue of the god to obtain a holy vessel." "You are here, Jinny Alsop." When she hesitated in her heart, a voice floated from a distant place, but it was difficult to distinguish the direction. Jinny looked around cautiously, and she was surprised to find that the illusion around her began to become unstable. The statue of the god at the end disappeared, and then the steps and the sacred pillars disappeared, followed by the square under her feet. Finally, only an area of 4 or 5 meters in diameter remained, like a full moon. The full moon is light, but it can't illuminate the darkness around it. "Don't be nervous. There is no need for these flashy things between you and me. It's easier to meet like this. A graceful figure walked out of the darkness. Her appearance was more like a night elf, but her temperament was very different, giving people a feeling of being indescribably precious. I am Lilibet Alsop. Nice to meet you, Ginny Alsop. I'm glad to see you too. Although the other party was kind, Ginny didn't dare to be presumptuous, because the man in front of her was extremely powerful, so powerful that a look from him might make her lose the ability to resist. She had a vague guess in her heart that this person might be the Dark Night Mother Goddess worshipped by the Night Elves. She never expected that such a great god would appear in person. Aren't you curious why we have the same last name? Lilibet continued. Curiosity. Ginny answered truthfully. The reason is simple, because we are all descendants of Claudia Alsop, and Claudia is revered as the mother of the earth by thousands of races. Hearing Lilibet's words, Ginny couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes. This was really shocking. The mother of the earth? That is the honorific name that human wizards and night elves often mention when they make a vow. It can be said that it is a great existence standing proudly at the top of the world. I am just an insignificant clone, but I am connected to such a great existence. You don't have to doubt it. I am called the Dark Night Mother Goddess. I won't lie. I discovered your existence earlier. It happened that the night elves were selecting saints. I ordered them to find you. I hope I didn't cause you any trouble. Lilibet added. Sure enough, the person in front of her was the Dark Night Mother Goddess, the strongest person who gave protection to the night elves. With the shock brought by the Mother of the Earth, Ginny didn't feel nervous when she heard this. Instead, her mood slowly calmed down with time. I believe it, but... Ginny thought of some of what Ivan the Wizard said. She should have been resurrected on the remains of a powerful person. Could it be that she really didn't dare to ask? To be honest, I am a little disappointed to see you at this moment. You are just a strange clone. The descendant of Claudia is a clone that exists for others? How can you make me believe it? The next sentence of the Dark Night Mother Goddess made Ginny's heart jump suddenly, and the biting cold spread all over her body in an instant. That's right. Such a strong man couldn't fail to see through her identity. She wanted to send a message to Evan to get away quickly, but this place was isolated from the outside world, so she couldn't do it. For a moment, Ginny was confused. Logically, I should be angry. Think about it carefully. If you are not the clone of that human wizard, it is impossible for you to be born with intelligence and become an intelligent life. Lilibet's voice was still unhurried. She waved her hand, and a light curtain immediately appeared beside her. In the light curtain, a figure outside the Forbidden Forest was reflected. Who else could it be but Evan? Ivan was looking forward to the Forbidden Forest, wanting to see what kind of holy artifact Ginny could pull out from the bottom of the well. He didn't realize that he was being watched, and he even commented, "What a unique human being, a being favored by wisdom, as if he is the earthly agent of wisdom. No wonder he can share the power of wisdom with you and make you wise." Lilibet's eyesight is not comparable to that of ordinary creatures. She can see through a lot of things at a glance. I don't know what wisdom favors him. I only know that Wizard Ivan is indeed a very wise person. Hearing this, Ginny felt much more at ease and responded softly. The descendant of Claudia should not be a clone. Your existence really makes me feel a little embarrassed. This is different from what I expected. The things I originally prepared for you are no longer useful. What do you think I should do with you and this human wizard? Lilibet still looked at Ivan in the light screen, but the tone of her mouth changed. Ginny's heart tightened. Chapter 399. In terms of identity, clones are certainly not as good as independent individuals. After all, clones need to rely on the original body to exist. Everything cannot be done without the original body, and the potential will be greatly reduced. Sorry, we know nothing about this. If you think I will affect the reputation of this lineage, I am willing to commit suicide. It's not that serious, dear Ginny. Hearing her words, Lilibet waved her hand and looked at the figure in the light curtain with even more displeasure. Outside the dark moon forest, Ivan's heart suddenly became cold for no reason. His face instantly became cautious, and he observed the movements around him calmly, but found nothing. He took a step back and signaled to the tree man Meg beside him, asking through voice transmission if he had noticed any unusual movements. Meg gave him an ambiguous answer, saying that there seemed to be unusual movements, and that a very powerful tree man of the same kind had appeared, but she didn't know where exactly, and the feeling was extremely unreal. He is still a lucky human. The two people outside were clearly using voice transmission, but Lilibet heard it clearly. The light curtain reflected the old tree man along with her thoughts, and she stayed on the old tree man for 2 or 3 seconds. Forget it, Only a lucky creature like him can create a unique existence like you. Speaking of which, it is also an opportunity for our lineage, that is. Lilibet's words finally relaxed a little, but she was still a little unhappy when she thought that Ginny would be controlled by others everywhere. Ginny felt that the Dark Knight Mother Goddess was a little moody, and she didn't dare to say anything more, so as not to bring disaster to Wizard Ivan. In our lineage, that is, Claudia's direct descendants, there are actually quite a few. You are the weakest. I wanted to help you, but now the plan is scrapped. You are worrying about the safety of the human wizard, but there is no need to worry. Most of our lineage is deep in the underground world, and it is difficult to meet him. The wizard race is not as simple as you think. In this era, the Great Will of Danera loves wizards. Otherwise, how could they rise so quickly, and be so conspicuous without being suppressed and enslaved by other top races? Everything has its reasons. Lilibet's next words are undoubtedly a big secret, involving the level of Danara's world, which shocked Ginny Zhang. It turns out that the rapid rise of human wizards in the past few thousand years is not without reason. So, you don't have to worry about what we really do to that human wizard. Lilibet didn't care much. She took it for granted that Claudia's descendants were qualified to hear these secrets. Then what should I do? Ginny felt relieved and asked proactively. She could vaguely feel that the Dark Knight Mother Goddess valued her more, loved her deeply, and criticized her severely, but she was only angry with Ivan because she disappointed the Mother Goddess. If it was an insignificant existence, the Mother Goddess, who was high above and looking down on the world, would definitely not even look at it. Last century, a large number of foreign enemies attacked Danila. They united 3 great worlds, and an unprecedentedly grand battle broke out. Our lineage boldly joined the war. It was just that the number of enemies was so large that Danila once fell into a precarious situation. At the critical moment, as the most loyal guardian of the Great Will, Claudia stepped forward and sacrificed herself to severely injure the leaders of the enemy, which saved the world from danger. Although the enemy retreated, Claudia could never come back. Countless people died in our lineage, and only 1 in 10 survived, and they all suffered severe backlash, including myself, and have not recovered yet. Lilibet described a world-shattering battle in just a few words. Ginny could feel the huge twists and turns of the battle in her heart, which must have been a world-shattering reversal, far from being explained in a few words. You are different from us. You were born in recent years, and are the only direct descendant of Claudia who has not suffered backlash. You are very special, Ginny, Lilibet continued. The Earth Mother is one of the strongest beings in Danera, and is at a similar level to the creature she fights. The backlash brought about is extremely terrifying. Even an existence like the Dark Knight Mother, after countless years, and taking various measures, has not been able to completely get rid of the predicament. Under the influence of the backlash, it is almost impossible for Claudia's direct descendants to be born. In this situation, Ginny appeared, and her appearance is particularly rare. Ivan facilitated the birth of Ginny. The Dark Knight Mother's feelings towards him were actually quite complicated. However, the fact that he used Claudia's offspring as his clone made the Dark Knight Mother unhappy. I am willing to follow your arrangements, and I think Ivan is the same, Ginny said. He is sensible. Lilibet could not deny this, and he did not dare to refuse. First of all, stay in the Dark Knight Elves for the time being, be a good saint, and do not leave the underground world. You should belong to the underground. Okay. Ginny had no objection to this. She was not stupid. If she did not agree to the request of the Dark Knight Mother, she would definitely find other ways to keep her in the underground world. Then it would be more difficult to talk to her. Ivan might also be implicated. Lilibet obviously had more than one request. After a pause, she continued to speak. Outside the dark moon forest, everyone seemed to be very quiet. Time passed by, but the saint did not come out. This made people think about it. Some of the mistresses even changed their expressions. After a while, the saint still did not come out of the dark moon well. Lilibet looked at the high priest with doubts, wanting to see what she thought. Is it normal for her to not come out for such a long time? Ginny is the one appointed by the Mother Goddess, and she is different from the previous saints. Kolbash reiterated. Perhaps, only this seemingly unreasonable reason can explain the current abnormal time period and keep her heart stable. Hearing the words of the high priest, Lilibet nodded slightly, not knowing whether she believed it or not. Although the matrons of other tribes had doubts, they held back and did not refute. After all, they all remembered the scene of the tree guard waking up. Lilibet then glanced at the human wizard. Ivan noticed her gaze and looked back, and their eyes met. Lilibet smiled, and everything around her suddenly became dim. Ivan muttered to himself, "Little goblin," but there was no change on his face. He just nodded, and turned his eyes to the forbidden forest. Compared to the beauty in front of him, he certainly cared more about Ginny's safety. Unfortunately, his sense of Ginny was blocked by something, and he could not sense anything. The only thing he could confirm was that Ginny was not in danger of life, and was still alive and well. As for the holy weapon, he believed that as long as the conditions were right, Ginny would not disappoint. There is movement! At this time, Kolobasi cried out, showing that she was not as calm as she seemed. There was movement in the dark moon well, not Ginny, but a silver light, which jumped out of the dark moon and flashed to the front of the forest path in just a flash. Another flash, flashing out of the forbidden forest. Many people saw clearly that it seemed to be a long crescent moon with a special edge. Be careful. Unlike the surprise of others, Ivan's face was particularly solemn at this moment. He found that this thing was coming for him, and had locked him tightly. He didn't have time to think too much, and could only go all out. On his left and right, Zae and Meg also reacted and rushed forward. Chapter 400. Instantly, two lights, one black and one green, burst out. Two figures stood in front of Ivan firmly, but the silver crescent moon was faster. Before Zae and Meg could set up all their defenses, they were hit by the silver crescent moon and flew back to the left and right. Ivan saw clearly that the two were simply knocked away, which meant that the enemy had left room for maneuver, and should not be trying to kill him. He felt a little more at ease. In any case, he could not avoid this attack, so he had to take it head-on. Multiple Ant King empty shields were stacked. The 3 layers of 3-color solidified witchcraft condensed shields blended. They blocked the silver crescent moon that was coming with great force. At this moment, the Ant King empty shield seemed to have encountered its nemesis, and was easily cut off layer by layer. Ivan's expression became more serious. He never thought that the silver crescent moon was also a space system, and the attack it launched was very clever. Boom! The silver crescent moon took advantage of the situation and attacked the 3-color witch shield. Ivan only had time to condense the space line to wrap around it, trying to move the surrounding space network in order to interfere with the silver crescent moon, and then increase the power output to ensure that the 3-color witch shield is more stable. Similarly, he was also knocked back, and his speed was even faster. What happened? Could it be that the human wizard angered the mother goddess, so that he was punished by the divine power? It is not impossible. The human wizard has an unclear relationship with the candidate saint. You must know that the saint is someone who serves the mother goddess, and must be an extremely holy person. Seeing this scene, the great mistresses of the night elves looked at each other, and then started talking. They didn't want to help the human wizard, and they couldn't react. Only the high priest Kolobasi recognized the strange silver crescent moon at a glance, and her eyebrows were filled with doubt. Your Majesty, the high priest? Leluxia reminded. Shut up, all of you, and see what you are saying. Is such dirty talk suitable for this occasion? Kolobasi came to her senses, took 2 steps forward, and rudely scolded the great mistress, who was chewing her tongue. The great mistress, who was scolded by her, was speechless. The forbidden forest guards the holy objects given by God, and the glory of the mother goddess is everywhere. In addition, she has shown miracles many times before, so the great mistresses of various tribes really dare not be too rash at this time. If I'm not blind, it's the famous holy weapon of our clan, the Silver Moon Blade. Kalbasi continued in a deep voice. High priest, shouldn't it be called the Dark Moon Blade? Yes, yes, the Dark Moon Blade is a sacred object that is feared by all. After she said this, one of the mistresses remembered something, and others echoed her. You are an ignorant person. The Dark Moon Blade is the Dark Moon Blade, and the Silver Moon Blade is the Silver Moon Blade. Don't confuse them. It is said that these 2 moon blades can be combined to form a full moon, and their power is even greater. They showed their supreme edge at the beginning of our tribe's rise. Kalbasi said again. In fact, she saw it from the temple books. Later, for some unknown reason, the Silver Moon Blade disappeared. On the other hand, the Dark Moon Blade appeared twice with the saints in different periods, and its reputation naturally resounded throughout the night elves and lasted for a long time. She still remembered clearly that the saints who possessed the Dark Moon Blade were all strong and truly became the crown tribe. Then why did the Silver Moon Blade attack the human wizard? Be patient, the saint hasn't come out yet. Kalbasi didn't answer this question. She also wanted to know why the Silver Moon Blade, which had disappeared, reappeared and why it went to the human wizard. Perhaps, when Ginny comes out with the Dark Moon Blade, this doubt can be answered. So this thing is called the Silver Moon Blade. Not bad, not bad. The name is very appropriate, so I will call it that from now on. When Kolbash heard this voice, her face was somewhat unchanged. Just as she was about to say something, she saw the human wizard who was just knocked away coming over, with a moon blade almost as tall as a person floating behind him. Seeing this situation, her face suddenly froze, her eyes full of disbelief. The silver moon blade actually recognized a foreign man as its master? This. Many great mistresses were struck by lightning, dumbfounded and unable to speak complete words. In the Night Elves, the meaning of the holy weapon could not be clearer. Only the saints who serve the Mother Goddess can hold the holy weapon, and the high priests, who are promoted from saints, which is of extraordinary significance. What happened before their eyes completely overturned their cognition? This is too absurd, of course. The great mistresses only dared to complain in their hearts, but they just let a foreign man get the tribe's sacred weapon. How could they feel? Oh! Look, the saint came out. She got the gift of the Mother Goddess, which is the dark moon blade that everyone knows. Your Highness the High Priest is indeed wise. He guessed it was the dark moon blade before. Her Highness Jenny is worthy of being the saint appointed by the Mother Goddess. Not only did she get the support of the Tree People's guardian, but she also got a sacred object that is as dark as the tribe's weapon. In the Forbidden Forest, Jenny jumped out of the dark moon well, with a dark moon blade floating behind her, following her like a well-behaved pet. Her appearance resolved the embarrassment of the great mistresses. For a time, she and the high priest became popular, while Ivan, who also had a moon blade behind him, was selectively forgotten by the great mistresses of all tribes. Kolobasi also chose to turn a blind eye. After all, in the long history of the Night Elves, no man had ever controlled the holy weapon, let alone a foreign man. This was unprecedented, and they needed some time to sort out the context. Ivan didn't care about this. You two aren't hurt, are you? No. I wasn't hurt either, I just fell down, and it seemed like I was treated differently. I fell harder than Zae, but I wasn't hurt at all. Zae and Meg were not hurt, but Ivan himself was knocked hundreds of meters away, his internal organs were almost dislocated, and the injury was not light but not serious. Ivan guessed that someone wanted to teach him a lesson, and it might be related to the dark night Mother Goddess worshipped in the temple. The opponent's tactics were clever and well managed, so he could only bear it. Fortunately, the opponent gave him a stick and then a date, so that he got a holy weapon to recognize the master. He guessed it was compensation, but what made people speechless was that the silver moon blade was half damaged. It's too much. When Ivan saw Jenny walking out of the Forbidden Forest, he realized that things were far from simple. He didn't know what method he used to imprison his close contact with Jenny. Jenny was undoubtedly his secret clone, but the harmony between the two seemed to have returned to the starting point, almost close to zero. The Trinity has 4 stages: the adaptive stage, the flesh and blood rotation, the soul rotation, and the symbiotic immortality. At this moment, Ivan couldn't even transfer a little flesh injury to Jenny, not to mention the other damage transfer of the clone to the original body, as well as the coming of consciousness, sharing of feelings, sharing of memory information, etc., were all stopped for no reason. This is too much. After taking so much from him, he only compensated with a broken weapon. Who has such a bad taste? Wizard Ivan, Jenny ignored the others, and walked to Ivan with a sense of shame. It's good that you came back safely. There's no need to say anything else. We talk about it slowly when we get back. Ivan waved his hand. Things had come to this point, and he could only accept the reality. However, this was obviously not the place to talk. He thought of the temple, which was not a good place either. If he had to choose between the two, it would be more reliable near the temple. Jenny nodded gently, and the two of them walked back on their own. Looking at the man and woman, with a pair of moon blades floating behind them, the matriarchs of all tribes were a little disgusted, especially the foreign man. They couldn't help but look at the high priest. This matter would probably spread soon. What should they do then? The tribesmen would not make a scene, would they? What are you looking at me for? Can't you see that the saint is tired? Those of you who should go back first. Those who don't want to go back can do as they please. Don't make any more trouble. It's already chaotic enough now. The high priest was in a mess. He emphasized and followed quickly. Lelugia smiled playfully, and walked away on her fur blanket. Seeing this, the other matrons left the Dark Moon Forest in 2s and 3s. If nothing unexpected happens, this day will undoubtedly be recorded in the history of the Night Elves. A foreign man obtained the holy weapon bestowed by the Mother Goddess? Chapter 401. A living area behind the temple, a residence. After returning from the Dark Moon Forest, Ivan began to listen to Jenny's report on the trial, especially the part after entering the Dark Moon Well. Mother Goddess of Dark Night? Mother of the Earth? World War. Even though Ivan was calm, He was stunned by the information Ginny said and had no other reaction for a long time. He never thought that he just found that Pantegan was very magical and just met the requirements of the Trinity doppelganger, and he took advantage of it, but ended up getting involved with the top boss of Danala. As a wizard, he often used the name of the Earth Mother when making contracts, just because the name of the Earth Mother was the most effective. It turned out that the Earth Mother was the most loyal guardian of the Great Will of Danila. She saved the world at the cost of her life, which was enough to prove this point. Otherwise, even if the world was destroyed, a powerful person like the Earth Mother would not die. Ginny may have inherited the loyal protection of the Earth Mother. I'm sorry, I took the initiative to agree to many conditions. It's okay. The Mother Goddess is willing to give you guidance. This is your destiny. You will stay in the underground world in the future. You don't have to come back to the surface with me, Ginny. Hearing Ginny's words, Ivan waved his hand. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess has come in person. It is estimated that all of them combined are not enough for her to pinch one finger. It is the wisest choice to do what she asked. Fortunately, Ginny is not a stubborn person, otherwise it is unknown how things will end. Ginny, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the moon blade brought back from the Dark Moon Well. This silver moon blade seems to be half damaged. Ivan continued. According to Her Excellency Lilibet, she once had a weapon called Dark Moon Wheel, which was later destroyed in the war, and could not be repaired. She used the fragments to refine a set of moon blades. This set of moon blades could originally be used together, and both possess shadow power and space power. The Dark Moon blade focused on shadow power, while the Silver Moon blade focused on space power. Later, the Silver Moon blade was severely damaged by the Night Elves. Her Excellency said that you, Wizard Ivan, should repair it yourself. Ginny did not hide anything and told him everything she knew. I see. Although Ivan had some complaints in his heart, he wisely did not say it out loud. He did not forget that this was the temple area, and he was still on someone else's territory. The holy weapon was equivalent to the magic weapon of the wizard, but the holy weapon was more special, and had lower requirements for use. Although he and Ginny's strength was not at the 4th level, they could use it easily, just like the saints in the temple in the past. One was intact, and the other was half damaged, and the value was not low. Ginny then showed him the unique ability of the Dark Moon blade. This holy weapon can be used for close combat and long-range attack, and can also be completely transformed into a shadow, suddenly disappearing from the opponent's sight, and the attack trajectory is elusive. There is also a botanical garden hidden inside the Dark Moon blade. There is a small team of tree guards in the garden, led by an ancient war tree. 9 level 3 tree guards, and a level 4 ancient war tree. Are you sure? Yes, they are all in deep sleep. After hearing Ginny's introduction, Ivan was a little bit unconvinced. Until he saw the tree man in the small space of the moon blade with his own eyes, including the ancient war tree with an obscure and unfathomable aura, he didn't know what to say for a while. The ancient tree in front of him was a powerful 4th level warrior. Could it be so shameless that it was willing to act as a bodyguard for the weak? If it were in the wizard world, he asserted that such a thing would never happen. After thinking it over again and again, he just thought that his knowledge was too shallow. He could only say that the direct descendants of the Mother of the Earth's core were amazing, and the Mother Goddess of Darkness was generous. The Silver Moon blade is totally incomparable. Ivan muttered in a low voice. He had carefully checked it before. The Silver Moon blade was now only equivalent to a space blade. It could be thrown out as a long-range weapon, or held in hand to defend against the enemy at close range. Its sharpness was undeniable. As for the space hidden inside, he re-explored it, and found that there was indeed one. It looked larger than the Dark Moon blade, but it was already in disarray. Although it was in disarray, it was confined within a certain range, and did not affect the outer blade of the Silver Moon blade. How about? No, what's yours is yours. I have never coveted your things. Seeing Ginny wanted to say something, Ivan knew what she was thinking, so he interrupted her directly to avoid unnecessary trouble. Have you thought about how to deal with the energy you obtain from the blood-sucking force field? Your Majesty said that as a descendant of Claudia, I don't need these miscellaneous powers. I can use them to nourish the Dark Moon blade. Very good, you can do it yourself. It is not difficult to see that the Dark Knight Mother Goddess cares about Ginny very much, and has made arrangements in all aspects. Even the relationship between the clone and the original body has been concealed. From then on, as long as the strength is not greater than that of the Mother Goddess, it is difficult to discover this relationship. What else can Ivan do? Let Ginny follow the arrangements of the boss. Anyway, Ginny is still his secret clone, so she will not suffer any loss. A new morning. After most of the night, The matriarchs of various tribes reluctantly accepted a reality that a foreign man had obtained the divine holy weapon. Next, they had to consider how to deal with this matter that would go down in history. In a meeting room of the imperial court, everyone gathered together, each with an extremely solemn look. Ahem, you all suddenly became so serious. I am not used to seeing you. After a pause, Leluxia, as the speaker, broke the silence. Leluxia, we are here to discuss that extremely serious matter. Please be cautious. Yi Lulu took the opportunity to preach. Oh yes, then you all tell me what you think. Leluxia was not annoyed, but the smile on her face was gone. If you ask me, we should just do it once and for all before the news spreads. Hausmara of the Bloodbow tribe gestured on his neck. After hearing this, the other matriarchs were stunned for a moment, and some immediately agreed. Shut up. Do you want to disobey the will of the Mother Goddess? As the high priest, although Kolbash didn't like the man, she had to rebuke him. The Mother Goddess gave the silver moon blade to the foreign man, which meant that she was willing to give him protection. If he was killed without any care, it would undoubtedly be a disregard for the Mother Goddess's will, and the consequences would be unpredictable. Then what do you think we should do, High Priest? Hausmara asked. The holder of the holy vessel is the saint, and Ginny is like that. Kalbasi thought about it all night, and after much entanglement, she actually had the answer in her heart. He is a man, so we could only add an extra son of the saint. Not appropriate, not appropriate. Our night elves have never had a precedent of men occupying a high position, let alone putting him on the same level as the saint. I strongly disagree. Once he becomes the son of the temple, do you know what impact it will have? The men who used to be obedient will have unrealistic thoughts in their hearts, which will cause a lot of trouble. Yes, if the news spreads, our tribe will be ridiculed and underestimated by others, and there will be endless chaos from then on. As soon as she said this, she was immediately strongly opposed by the matriarchs of various tribes. The night elves have always been ruled by women, and have always suppressed men. The matriarchs are of course disgusted with men in power. Even if it is an exception, they must prevent this from happening. If not, let him be a prince. The status is equally noble. Chapter 402. My clan doesn't have a queen, so where does the prince come from? It's almost enough. Are we, the great mistresses, not worthy of him? If you think it's inappropriate, let the human wizard choose a few more as compensation for him. I don't mind anyway. In the meeting room, you and I argued for a while, and someone actually put forward a more reliable suggestion, which was agreed by many great mistresses present. That is, let the human wizard act as the prince. In the Comer Empire, no matter how high the status of a prince is, he is just a vassal of a woman, more like a lucky guy who got lucky, and people will not think too much about it. This is a good idea. Let him come to my Twilight tribe. I, Yi Lulu, am willing to accept him. I agree, count me in as Regina. Everyone present had a sharp eye. The human wizard had good strength, could use space means, controlled the silver moon blade, and had 2 pseudolord-level guards. Most mistresses would not refuse such a man. The only thing that worries me is that the human wizard may not agree. After all, there is an essential difference between the prince of the queen and the pseudo-prince of the great mistress. The queen needs a 4th-level strong man to take the position. Someone has set his sights on Leluxia. Among all the great mistresses, Leluxia is the most noble in terms of bloodline and identity. There is also a fact that people have to admit. Leluxia's charm is indeed unparalleled. Men who have seen her will probably not refuse. Haha, are you serious? Can my charm really rank first in the empire? Someone recognized her charm. Leluxia's eyebrows curved, showing a bright smile. So what? As the Speaker of the Imperial Parliament, shouldn't you contribute to the empire? But what if someone says I'm an old woman? How is it possible? Speaker, you are not only beautiful, but also young. Haha, what about you? You all agree with this, say it one by one, take your time, there's no rush. Ah yes, yes. There is no first in literature, and no second in martial arts. In this country where women are the masters, the great mistresses usually care about their appearance and charm, and never admit that anyone is better than them. At this moment, Leluxia undoubtedly seized a good opportunity. Just when many people made up their minds, and were ready to pinch their noses to agree, the high priest stood up abruptly. She obviously had something else to say. Stop fooling around. With the character of that human wizard, it is impossible for him to be your prince, and the temple will never allow it. According to the teachings of the Mother Goddess, and the long-standing rules of our tribe, he can only be the son of the temple. This is indisputable. As for your concerns, I guarantee in the name of the high priest that I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Please listen to me in detail. In the meeting hall of the imperial court, Kolbashi's words from the simple to the complex finally convinced the other matriarchs, and made them willing to cooperate and solve the current major problem together. The matriarchs of various tribes reached a rare consensus. Time passed quickly. In less than 10 days, the temple made 2 unusual appointments. One was open and grand, facing the entire UUS city, and even the entire Comer Empire. After this appointment, the Night Elves had one more saint, which made the people excited. The other was kept secret, with only a few witnesses, including the High Priest Kolobasi, the Speaker Lelucia, the Saint Jenny, and the head of the temple's Dark Guard Norma. Son, since your duties need to be performed in secret, your identity cannot be publicly announced for the time being. Do you have any objection? High Priest, I completely agree with what you said. Seeing Ivan agree, Kolbash breathed a sigh of relief. She had spent a lot of effort to create a secret temple position, in which the Son of God was responsible for judging behind the scenes, judging the impious priests and priests of the temple, and judging the lawless people of the empire. The only requirement was to do it in secret. To show her sincerity, she also asked the Dark Guards to cooperate with the Son of God. Kolbash didn't seem to think that for Ivan's foreign men, they would attract attention wherever they went, and it would be difficult to judge anyone in secret. Of course, this could also be her original intention. For Ivan, he certainly wouldn't mind such a thing. Due to the face of the Dark Knight Mother Goddess, he couldn't refuse the position of the Holy Son, so everything went as it should. Everyone was happy with this appointment. Holy Son, come to the Imperial Court when you have time. Leluxia's eyes seemed to speak. My honor. This is the Speaker of the Empire, and the power he controls is not insignificant. Ivan certainly won't neglect it. You may not know that in the previous meeting, you almost became someone's prince. What a pity, it's a pity that the High Priest is too cruel. Lelucia blinked her eyes sparkling. Hearing this, Kolbashi's eyes twitched. She knew this old woman, and what she was brooding over was definitely not the prince, but the title of the most beautiful woman in the empire. She blamed her for ruining her good fortune, probably to make things difficult for herself. Prince, then you are wrong, I already have 2 wives at home, so I have no conditions to become anyone's prince. Ivan looked her up and down, and then said very honestly. Hearing his words, Leluxia's face showed obvious surprise. Obviously she didn't expect him to answer like this. Mr. Speaker, the testimony is over, you should return to the Imperial Court. Sorry I can't see you off. Kolbasi said with a smile. Son of Ivan, you are a very interesting person. Don't forget what you promised. Remember to come to the Imperial Court to find me. I'd be waiting for you anytime. Leluxia still maintained the demeanor of the speaker, left a word and left. After that, the others also dispersed. As the days passed, the appearance of the Son of God did not cause any waves. During this period, there was indeed news that a man had obtained the holy weapon bestowed by God. The High Priest obviously knew how to confuse people. With the cooperation of other High Mistresses, a lot of true and false news was released. With the popularity of the saint, the man who obtained the holy weapon was quickly regarded as a rumor, and everyone who heard it laughed it off. Ivan did not care much about this situation, and chose to let it go. However, he was not in a hurry to leave, nor was he in a hurry to do business. Instead, he studied the 2 moon blades while studying the Comer Empire. Such a large empire, a race that has existed for nearly 10,000 years, there are too many things worth exploring here. And the underground world where the empire is located is also worth spending time exploring. He will also try to complete the mission of the 5-leaf spear and try to open up an underground settlement for humans, just in time to use his current identity to collect information. Although the position of the Son of God is not powerful, the position is high enough, and he will not be in vain. Ivan was not in a hurry to leave, nor was he in a hurry to do anything, but someone was anxious, and that person was the High Priest. The High Priest was always looking forward to the departure of the Holy Son, but he became leisurely recently, pretending to stay for a long time. More than 2 months later, the High Priest finally couldn't hold back and took the initiative to find Ivan to talk. Your Highness, Holy Son, you are not busy now. No problem, the High Priest came to my residence in person. No matter how busy I am, I have to make time for it. At this time, Ivan was in a flower hall, which was part of the saint's palace. Seeing Kolobasi coming, he waved his hand, and the silver moon blade floating in front of him flew behind him and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After research, he found that the moon blade had a characteristic that it could turn into a pattern and attach to the back, which was very strange. Kolobasi's eyes flashed with a strange feeling. This was the holy weapon of the Night Elves, but now it was held by a foreign man. She sighed secretly, and hurriedly gathered her thoughts and prepared to talk about business in order to send the saint away. Chapter 403. Your Highness, didn't you come to the underground to find traces of the centaurs? I heard Norma report that there are already clues about that tribe. Kalbasi said. Yes, but not much. Ivan said truthfully, and then he changed his tone. Wait a little longer. I suddenly feel that there is no need to rush. I can eat and drink well here, and I can also exchange academic ideas with Jenny, which is good. Kalbasi didn't want this answer. It seems that the Holy Sun is dissatisfied with the temple. No. Ivan pretended to be confused, then suddenly realized. I understand. The High Priest is blaming me for not fulfilling my duties as a son of God, otherwise I will call Norma now, and let her go with me to other tribes. Kolabashi was speechless. She knew that the man in front of her was playing dumb. After a pause, she had to take the initiative to expose it. Wizard Ivan. High Priest, please speak. Then I will speak directly. You can put forward any demands you have. As long as it is not excessive, we will try our best to meet them. You can take the things and continue your journey. Don't stay in the Khmer Empire for too long. Now it was Ivan's turn to be speechless. It was the first time that he was so openly disliked, but he felt a little funny when he saw the High Priest's helpless look. It was true that the silver moon blade was half broken, but others didn't know that, and just thought it was a gift from the Night Mother. They were naturally restrained in dealing with it. They obviously didn't like it, but they couldn't take any tough measures. You can imagine how depressed it was. Does the High Priest really want this wizard to leave? Yes, the Night Elves really can't tolerate a male son. You stay here for too long, which will affect the original order of the Empire. You are the one who conferred the title of Holy Son. I have already told you my request, but you have fooled me with some specious information. I have no choice but to wait. We were negligent before. Now we have prepared everything. We are just waiting for the Holy Sun to call us. All the items will be delivered immediately, Kolabashi said in a deep voice. She was obviously well prepared. Ivan stretched out his hand to signal her to send the items quickly. Although he wanted to explore the Khmer Empire, the other party had already expressed his dislike to him, so he didn't have to stay. Kolabashi did not move, as if she had something else to say, but she didn't know where to start. Ginny will stay in the Khmer Empire. Ivan was a smart man. Of course he knew what the other party was thinking, and said lightly. Holy Son, wait a moment, the things will be delivered soon. A huge stone fell from Kolabashi's heart. This was the answer she wanted, and she even walked a little faster when she left the flower hall. As long as she sent this guy away, the saint's business would be successfully concluded. Within 2 hours, a large number of items and materials were carried to a secret room in the saint's palace. Various boxes of different sizes were delivered one after another, almost filling up the entire room. Ivan suspected that the Night Elves had robbed the centaurs. Kolabashi told him that these were all the things related to centaurs from various tribes, and they were all collected for him, and also told him a bad news. The centaurs have disappeared. More than 1,400 years ago, the centaurs were active in the Western Territory, but later they were attacked by multiple forces due to certain things. After this battle, there was no definite news about the centaurs. There were many rumors. Some said that the centaurs fled to the north, some said that the centaurs were kept in captivity, and some said that they went deeper underground, etc. As for where the centaurs are now, the Khmer Empire really doesn't know, because it has been too long and there is no way to find out. Ivan believed these words for the time being. After all, the terrain of the underground world is far more complicated than that of the surface. In addition to the main continent divided into 4 regions of east, west, south, and north, there are many areas that can only be entered through secret passages, and no one knows which mountain wall these areas are hidden behind. When the disaster struck, if the centaurs had found such a secret place to hide, and never left the main continent, it would have been difficult for others to find them. After a long time, they would have been forgotten, or even disappeared in a corner. In the underground world, many once prosperous races ended up like this, and the centaurs were just one of them. Caw-caw. After the others left, Ivan flicked his hand, and the box in front of him slowly opened, revealing the items inside. The first box contained a special book written in the centaur's language, and the centaur's language and the title language were in the same vein. The second box contained a set of rough-style armor, similar to the one Helen was wearing, but more than twice as large. The whole set of armor seemed to be a collection of some noble, well-maintained and shiny, and filled with a fragrance. The third box was larger and heavier, and inside was a stone chair that looked like a throne. I was wondering why the material looked so familiar. It turned out to be a magic binding stone, but the power of the magic binding stone was not as strong as the one Kolbash sent. Centaurs were equivalent to knights, and magic binding stones would not suppress fighting spirit, so a throne like this would complement each other. It seems that the night elves really participated in the extermination of the centaurs. I don't know if they are the main force, or they are just taking advantage of the situation. He opened the boxes one by one, and the things inside were varied, including knight spears, iron stone seals, black copper candlesticks, purple gems, crystal statues, etc., and many horse hoof carvings. Centaurs seemed to like to use their extra hoof horns as carving materials. What made Ivan more depressed was that these night elves didn't know how many times they cleaned the spoils. They cleaned everything that could be cleaned, and sprinkled fragrant flower dew from time to time. It was impossible for him to find any additional traces. After some investigation, he focused his attention on the books. With his reading speed, he finished reading a box of books very quickly. These were all miscellaneous notes, poems, chronicles, notes, etc. written by centaurs about the centaurs. Then he read the books in the next box. 7 Gods Mountain? The owners of these books were obviously not the same person, or even from the same period. Ivan found a noun that appeared frequently between the lines. 7 Gods Mountain. Some centaurs also called it the God Mountain, the Holy Mountain, the Golden Mountain, and the Mountain of Life. The classics hinted that only the centaurs, who climbed to the top of the 7 Gods Mountains, had the potential to become the Night King. Do the centaurs have an ancestral land underground? Aren't centaurs a surface race? Could it be that the centaurs are actually an underground race, but they migrated to the surface and then returned to the underground? Ivan's doubts were soon answered in the classics. The centaurs were indeed an underground race, but when the race was prosperous, an important branch failed in the struggle for power and had to leave for the surface. After several years, that branch returned to the underground. In fact, the centaurs did not like to migrate, but were always looking for a passage back to the underground. 3 days passed in a flash, and Ivan read all the books from beginning to end twice, and found clues about the 7 Gods Mountains in the complicated information, which pointed to a place in the west, Pandy Mountain. Chapter 404. Wizard Ivan, please take care. You should take care too, Ginny, and everyone else. At the gate of UUS City, Ivan was about to leave. Perhaps because they were worried that he would kidnap someone, the high priest came to see him off, as well as her guard leader Rosa. Unexpectedly, Leluxia also came after hearing the news. Ivan and Leluxia had only said a few words in total, and they were not familiar with each other, so naturally there was nothing to say before leaving. He gestured to a few people, and then he was carried by the ants on a new journey. The Scorpion and Meg were still with him, and soon disappeared into the distant sky. After he left, Leluxia invited the high priest and the saint to sit in her palace carriage, and prepared to send the two back to the temple. Leluxia, did you have a premonition of something? With your personality, you shouldn't pay so much attention to that man. In the palace on the carriage, Kolbash glanced at Ginny and asked Leluxia, why can't I pay attention to him? If you hadn't interrupted me last time, that man would have become my prince, Humph. Leluxia said angrily. You are not ashamed to say this. Don't try to get away with it. Kolbasi glared at her speechlessly, and said in a deep voice, you ruined my marriage. What else do you want me to say? Leluxia said with a little indignation. Are you serious? Kolbasi heard something different. It's just a possibility, but the relationship will be reversed next time, and he will no longer be my prince. Tell me, have you ruined my good fortune? Leluxia looked melancholy. Hearing this, Kolbasi fell silent, leaving only the clatter of the night unicorn's hooves pulling the cart. She knew her old friend's innate ability, and her premonition was so strong that it rarely deviated greatly, comparable to some prophetic abilities. She had a premonition of this possibility, and it was likely to happen. In other words, the Comer Empire would have in-depth interactions with that man in the future, so sending him away in the near future was not known whether it was good or bad, and how much impact it would have in the future. For a moment, Kolbasi thought of many things, and finally she looked at Ginny again, and her heart settled down. With the saint here, the situation can't get any worse. Ginny thought for a moment, and kept Leluxia's words in mind, and told Wizard Ivan the next time she saw him. Western Territory. Everything about the centaurs has long since become a thing of the past. Now, the Western Territory is dominated by a race called the Stone Tribe, who established the Hammerstone Empire here. Ivan came to the Western Territory from the South Territory, and did not go deep into the territory of the Hammerstone Empire, but took a detour to the far west. It is not difficult to guess from the Comer Empire that this Hammerstone Empire is probably not easy to mess with, so it is not advisable to cause trouble. Along the way, Ivan picked up a lot of valuable things. He analyzed that the reason should be that the resources needed by wizards and the underground races did not overlap, so what he picked up was what the underground races thought was worthless. This proves that for wizards, the underground is indeed a treasure land, and the five-leaf spear's retreat is wise. However, he did not find a safe passage or a safe method for wizards to enter the underground in large numbers. Ivan specifically asked the High Priest about this issue. In recent days, the High Priest has responded to every request and answered every question, and has not concealed the method of the Night Elves passing through the magma. He skipped the layers of the shell, and summarized two reasons. One is the secret method related to blood, which allows the Night Elves to deeply transform into shadows, and avoid the damage of the magma. The second is the face of the Night Mother, which makes some lava lords turn a blind eye, and pass the test as long as the Night Elves pay tribute to some items. This method only allows a small number of Night Elves to travel between the surface and underground, and not too frequently. Kolbash also said that the underground magma will rise and fall like the seawater. Every 400 or 500 years, the magma will have a severe ebb period, the withering period. At that time, some parts of the underground maze will not have any magma, and you can walk directly through it. However, the magma withering period will not last for a long time. This method has too long a cycle, and the time point cannot be accurately determined. Ivan naturally will not think of taking advantage of this loophole. What wizards need is a conventional method, a method that can be used to pass through the surface and underground on a daily basis. Wizard Ivan, there are strange people below. Don't pay attention to it, our destination is further ahead. After hearing what the Flame Scorpion said, Ivan glanced down and saw a relatively primitive village there, which should be the residence of a small tribe of the Stone Clan. Living in such a remote place, it is estimated that the bloodline of the Stone Clan is relatively rare. The arrival of the swamp had caused some commotion, but no one paid much attention to it. It continued to fly westward until it stopped at a bumpy place. Looking at the Panty Mountain in front of him, Ivan was suddenly stunned. This place is in a mess. Panty Mountain has been dug up by people, and there are deep pits and lonely pillars everywhere. There is no appearance of the sacred mountain described by the centaurs. The map he summarized is completely useless. Thousands of years have passed, and the world has changed dramatically. It is reasonable to have such changes. After looking at it silently for a while, he sighed helplessly. After all, countless years have passed since the centaurs disappeared, and those classics have long been outdated. Z, go look under the ground and see if you find anything, he then ordered. I go too. Meg felt ashamed that she hadn't contributed much on the way, so she offered to help. Go, everyone, look carefully, and report back if you find anything unusual. Ivan didn't refuse, and even sent the Fire Scorpion that was looking at him eagerly, and searched around the original Panty Mountain together. After listening to his instructions, the Z went directly into the ground, and Meg also went in her own way. The Fire Scorpion could only grow bigger and climb forward. It was not slow, leaving a trail of burnt marks wherever it passed. After a while, Ivan heard a noise coming from behind him. It turned out to be the Stone Clan from that village. He was moved, and stood there as if he didn't notice anything. Where did this white-faced man come from? He actually broke into my tribe's rock mining site without permission. Soon, this group of Stone Clan warriors came not far away, and the leader shouted at him loudly. Did your tribe dig this place out? Ivan turned around and looked over. The Stone tribe looked somewhat similar to humans, except that their skin was very rough, stone-like, and yellowish in color. They were all tall and strong, and could be called big guys per capita. Of course, this is our tribe's rock quarry, and it has been for generations. Don't even think about taking any rock away from here. Which tribe of the Stone tribe are you from? White-faced man, don't you have eyes? Don't you see that we have tails behind us? We are from the Stone Tail tribe. His words made the man on the opposite side a little irritable. Ivan looked behind them, and really found a lot of tails, thin and short, which did not match the size of the Stone tribe. Ivan knew that the Stone tribe was divided into the Stone Eye tribe, the Stone Skin tribe, the Stone Horn tribe, the Stone Armor tribe, etc., but he had never heard of the Stone Tail tribe. However, these Stone Tail tribes have lived here for generations, so they must be familiar with the surroundings. Chapter 405. So you are from the Stone Tail tribe. Don't worry. We are not here to mine stones but to... Shut up. You white-faced man really has bad intentions. It would have been fine if Ivan hadn't said anything. As soon as he spoke, he aroused the anger of the Stone Tail tribe. Everyone's faces turned fierce, which made him a little confused. What do you mean? How can this wizard have bad intentions? He was surprised. You dare to quibble? We heard it clearly. What did you say you were mining? The leading man seemed arrogant, but he was actually reasonable. He didn't rush to attack even in his rage. Quarrying. Ivan followed his words. Look, you know we are all from the Stone Clan, but you still dare to speak rudely and speak wildly. I think you, a white-faced man, are here to pick a fight. The man continued. Ivan was stunned. He didn't expect that the Stone Clan had such a taboo. It was unexpected. The strength of the Stone Tail clan in front of him was average. Only the leading man reached the 3rd level, but his aura was not strong. It was estimated that the Zay and could easily match a 3rd level and guard. However, since he had just arrived, there was no need to start a war. After all, the entire Stone tribe was not easy to mess with. First of all, I am not a white-faced man, but a human wizard from the surface, so I don't know the language taboos of your Stone tribe. Really? The man frowned. Of course, my name is Ivan. You can call me Ivan the Wizard. Ivan nodded affirmatively, and took the initiative to introduce himself. Finn Sherluka, I am the chief of the Stone Tail tribe. The man Finn replied subconsciously. Chief, you can't trust the words of outsiders. Who knows if what he said is true? In any case, he broke into my tribe's rock mining area without permission, and he must have some ulterior motives. Seeing that the chief believed the other party's words, an older Stone Tail warrior next to him hurriedly reminded him. This statement was echoed by other Stone Tail warriors. After listening to the words of the tribe members, Finn realized that he had been deceived. He saw that the face of the person opposite him became gradually unfriendly, and he was about to take action immediately. Ivan didn't feel sorry about this. It seemed that there was no way to end it peacefully. He could only take some time to clean up, and then look for information about Panty Mountain. The next second, when he was about to slap the person in front of him, he suddenly realized something and stopped his action. He saw a layer of black light on the ground on one side, and the rocks and soil rolled like waves, from far to near, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in the middle of them, and there was a majestic and extraordinary beast on the ground. The swamp ant came. The swamp ants blocked Ivan, and the rolling of the rock and soil did not stop there. It spread more fiercely, and directly spread to the ground, where the Stone Tail warriors were, making Finn and others unstable. Be careful. Spread out. Use the giant stone armored soldiers. Follow me to meet the enemy. Open. The enemy is strong. I will stop them. You retreat first. Surrounded by the aura of the Marsh King, the surroundings became particularly sticky, and there were various negative effects. The people of the Stone Tail tribe could not resist at all. They even used the giant stone armored soldiers that the Stone tribe relied on for survival, but still could not get rid of the suppression of the force field. After struggling hard, they soon fell. The Stone Tail tribe was planted in the ground one by one, leaving only a head exposed, like a few rows of statues. Wizard Ivan, I have taken down all these big guys who dared to disrespect you. The ants were very satisfied with their masterpiece. They seemed to be restrained by you. Ivan was not surprised. He walked forward and squatted down, knocking on the shell wrapped around the head with his fingers. This is the famous giant stone armor soldier of the Stone Tail tribe, which is equivalent to a full-body armor that can cover from the top of the head to the soles of the feet. Almost every member of the Stone tribe is one, which is condensed by their blood secrets. Their lives are connected. They usually collect rocks to feed the giant stone soldiers. It is said that if the giant stone soldiers are cultivated to a high depth, they can be transformed into something like a giant mecha. In the underground world, they are truly a towering existence. It is precisely because of the giant stone soldiers that the Stone tribe can stand out among the many races in the Western Territory. After learning about the information of the Stone tribe, Ivan is of course interested in this thing. One thing is that these Stone Tail tribe can also use the method of turning fossils into mud, but it is a little weak, and was easily suppressed by me. Zayi thought for a moment and said, I see. Ivan understood. You are mean, you sneak attack. Seeing the enemy chatting over his head, as if nothing had happened, Finn couldn't help but retort. You are not as stubborn as you are. Ivan tapped his fingers hard again, and then used several small tricks to test, and found that it had no effect on Finn, and his attacks were blocked by the giant stone armor. This giant stone armor does have many praises, but before it could be deployed, it was suppressed by Zayi with the power of the halo. If you have the guts, let me out. Finn was feeling aggrieved and shouted indignantly, Let's have another match. I will show you how powerful my Stone Tail tribe is. No problem. What if you lose? Ivan looked at him with amusement. What do you say? I came here to find a mountain. Since you have lived here for many years, help me find that mountain. Aren't you here to plot against my tribe's things? Finn asked in confusion. Don't worry about it, just say whether you agree or not. Ivan was too lazy to waste words with him. I promise you, let me out. At this point, Finn had no reason to refuse. Remember what you said, if you dare to break your promise, the consequences will definitely be something you don't want to bear. Ivan emphasized in a deep voice, and then gestured to Zae. Zae released the suppression as he said, and the rock and soil around Finn really became soft, and a huge stone-armored soldier that looked like a terracotta warrior rose from the ground and escaped from the predicament. I won't compete with him, I will compete with you, human wizard. Finn glanced at the beast ants that were staring at him, and his heart jumped, and he decisively changed his target. How dare you? You didn't cherish the opportunity you were given, and you dared to make such an impolite request. It seems that you haven't learned enough lessons. As a guard, the ant certainly couldn't tolerate his rampant behavior. It's okay, just a good opportunity to stretch my muscles. Ivan waved his hand. In fact, he had another idea, which was to test the strength of the giant stone armor. He hadn't had enough of the test just now. Finn was not annoyed after hearing this, and hurried to the other side to avoid hurting the tribesmen. The two men stood still, and the fighting spirit gradually rose. Finn shouted angrily, and the entire giant stone armor soldier quickly expanded, becoming taller and bigger, and instantly turned into a giant as tall as 15 or 16 meters. Behind the giant, there was a long tail piercing into the ground, and the nearby ground was like waves on the water. Then, a long-handled stone nail hammer condensed in the giant's hand. This was the complete form of the giant stone armor soldier, and its power increased greatly for a while, and its aura also rose to a higher level. Human wizard, let me teach you how powerful our giant armored soldiers are. He was full of enthusiasm, as if he had completely expressed his frustration. Okay. Ivan had not made a move yet, waiting to see the complete form of the giant stone armored soldiers. When he heard the shouting from the other side, he casually clapped his hands, and turned them into the hand of the Black Devil. A giant hand of gray-green flame with clear outlines emerged. This flame was activated by the solidified witchcraft Heart of Fire, which was very domineering. It could burn both vitality and the spiritual level. It turned into a palm and carried a tremendous force. As soon as the words fell, the giant flaming palm came to the giant and slapped him. Finn's eyes widened. Such an attack was unavoidable, and almost the same as a sneak attack. He had no choice but to hold the long-handled stone nail hammer tightly, and sweep it over. Bang! The stone nail hammer blocked the giant flaming palm, but not completely. Finn was hit, and retreated 2 or 3 steps. Before he could catch his breath, another giant flaming palm came, and appeared in front of him again. The timing and position were just right. With a bang, the giant retreated a few steps again. Then, the sound of hitting continued. The giant felt the fancy slaps from different directions, and other elemental forces were mixed in the slaps from time to time. This big guy is really making himself uncomfortable. Looking at the giant stone-armored soldiers retreating step by step, the ant shook his head with emotion. It could see that the big guy aroused the interest of the wizard. If he didn't become an experimental subject, what was the point? Chapter 406. Human wizard, stop fighting, I give up. After a while, the battle ended with Finn giving up. After both sides stopped fighting, the giant stone soldiers quickly retracted into his body, turning into complex patterns, and merging into his body. After the giant stone soldiers dispersed, the dusty stone tail tribe leader appeared. You win, Wizard Ivan. Finn didn't care about the injuries on his body. He shook his dizzy head, and stepped forward and said in a muffled voice, You haven't fallen yet? Ivan was a little regretful. If we lose, we lose. The Stonetail tribe always dares to admit what we have done. Finn was not stupid. He had been beaten from the beginning to the end. How could he win if he continued like this? What did you promise me? Ivan said. We will definitely help you find that mountain with the strength of our entire tribe. Finn said in a sonorous and powerful voice. Seeing the other party's satisfied expression, he took the opportunity to test. Do you think you can release my people? Ivan gestured to the ants, and the ants immediately understood. The remaining Stonetail warriors were able to escape. The strong are respected, and this is true everywhere. After seeing the opponent's tyrannical strength, even the strongest chief in the tribe had no power to fight back. The other Stonetail tribe warriors dared not question anything, and stood behind the chief with their heads down, silently waiting for orders. Ivan did not underestimate the Stone tribe, because this was just a small tribe in the far west. From the living village, it can be seen that there are probably only a few thousand people. Such a small village can cultivate a third-level strongman like Finn. By analogy, it can be seen that the Stone tribe is terrifying. The giant stone soldiers certainly have more than just the tricks that Finn has. At the moment, Ivan thought it would be best to avoid bloodshed. Chief Finn, fellow Stonetail warriors, have you ever heard of the name Panty Mountain? Panty Mountain? I haven't heard of it, have you? No. Faced with Ivan's question, Finn and the others were confused. Obviously they had never heard of such a mountain name. Ivan asked further and found out that there were indeed mountains connected to mountains where the rock mining site was located, but they had long been dug up by the Stone Clan, and a large part of it was the credit of the Stonetail clan. So what about the Seven Gods Mountain? What about the Holy Mountain? The Golden Mountain? The Mountain of Life? The names of the mountains were mentioned one by one, but Finn and others just shook their heads. When it came to the centaurs, they could only say a few words about the relevant information, but they didn't know that this place was once related to the centaurs, and they didn't know that this might be the ancestral land of the centaurs. In fact, before the Stonetail clan, other Stone Clan tribes occupied Panty Mountain, and the Stonetail clan moved here later. At this time, the old tree man Meg and the fire scorpion had returned one after another. Seeing two more creatures with strong auras, Finn and his group dared not act rashly. Many people just hoped that the other party would not take their anger out on their own tribe. What about you? Did you find anything? I walked around the area. There are no abnormal points worth noting on the ground or underground. Meg and the fire scorpion also did not bring any good news. Facts have proved that this is just an ordinary place. Due to the Stone Clan's random digging and modification, the environment is even worse than ordinary places. Abnormal? You want to find something abnormal? Bear, the old Stonetail warrior who had questioned Ivan earlier, said, "Do you have any information about this?" Ivan's heart moved, and his eyes were fixed on him. "No, but we can go back to the tribe and ask." For a moment, Bear felt a great pressure. He just hoped that the other party could see his sincerity, so as to ensure that the other party would not vent his anger as much as possible. As for the Hammerstone Empire behind him, there are countless stone tribes. If they were valued, they would not live in this remote place. Once they encounter disaster, it will be too late for the Empire to react. We are all warriors of the tribe. We don't often collect rocks ourselves, so we don't stay in the rock mining area for a long time, and we can't find any small abnormalities. You are a thoughtful person. Ivan agreed with his words, and agreed to go back to the tribe's residence with them. After a while, Ivan and Finn came to the village of the Stonetail tribe. This residence is indeed not big, mainly composed of various stone buildings, and the light sources used for lighting are all luminous strange stones. The village as a whole has an exotic flavor. Under Finn's call, all the members of the Stonetail tribe gathered in a small square. The Stonetail tribe, regardless of gender, age or young, all have a sturdy body, and the description of bare waist and tiger back is the most appropriate. In the tribe, Finn and Bear have great prestige, and there was no noise in the small square, even though there were some foreign tribes not far away. Bear asked the chief Finn for instructions, and after getting his approval, he stepped forward to explain the purpose of calling everyone here, and asked if anyone saw any abnormal situation in the quarrying area behind. No matter how big or small, you can say whatever you want, and I will never hold anyone responsible. When he finished speaking, Finn quickly stood up and said that the past would not be blamed, and whoever said it well would have a valuable reward and receive his careful guidance. "Chief, I dug up a strange stone more than 2 months ago. It looked red, but it turned black when I held it in my hand, and then turned into powder. I didn't report it. Chief, I found an unusual cave in the rock mining area. I went deeper into the cave and found an animal egg. I was a little hungry at the time, so I ate it. I was lazy one day and found a remote place to sleep. I don't know how long I slept. When I woke up and opened my eyes, I found a glowing mountain in front of me. I was shocked. There was no mountain in that place." While the members of the Stonetail tribe were talking, Ivan stood on the side of the small square and didn't say anything. About half a minute later, he heard an interesting news and couldn't help but take a few steps forward. "Little Debbie, why haven't we heard you mention it before?" Bear understood and asked carefully. "That mountain is made of colorful lights, floating in the air. It doesn't look real. It disappeared in a blink of an eye. I thought I was dazzled." The little girl shrank her neck and explained. If she had said it before, her laziness would have been known to others. Now the tribe leader said that he would not pursue it, and if it was good, he would teach her personally, so she said it on impulse. If she had known, she would not have said it. Come to think of it, I seem to have seen it more than 30 years ago. It was a mountain full of colorful lights. The peak was not high, and it disappeared in an instant. I remember seeing it too. I only saw a flight of stairs, and the color there was very bright. I walked a few steps forward, and I couldn't see it anymore. At the time, I thought it was an illusion from some kind of illumination. You wouldn't know it if you didn't tell me. After Debbie mentioned it, many people had seen similar visions. They were all fleeting. Some people thought they were dazzled, and some thought it was a reflection of light from somewhere. They didn't pay much attention to it, and they didn't mention it to anyone afterwards. Ivan heard everything. In this case, it is possible that the sacred mountain is hidden by itself, exerting a psychological influence on those who have seen it, making people involuntarily ignore it. Afterwards, he did not hesitate to ask in person, guided them in a proper way, and asked more carefully. The information he collected all showed that the fake mountain mentioned by the Stonetail tribe was the 7 sacred mountains, the Golden Mountain that the centaurs never forgot, the Mountain of Life, and the Sacred Mountain. Chapter 407. In the depths of the rock mining area of the Stonetail clan, looking around, there is nothing but empty space and no trees. Only a few weeds are growing out of the soil, greedily absorbing the dim light nearby. I can't sense anything. Wizard Ivan, could it be that they really saw it wrong? There is clearly nothing here. Bossy, what do you think? In this place, neither Meg nor the flame scorpion could sense anything unusual, which was puzzling. Hearing the words of the fire scorpion, the marsh ant that had just emerged from the ground shook his head to show that he had found nothing either. If it was so easy to find, we would have been wiped out by the stone tribe by the time we came. Ivan also failed to sense anything, but this was indeed the place where the Stonetail tribe saw the strange vision. One person may have seen it wrong, but a group of different people, at different time points, spanning several decades, can't all be dazzled. Perhaps there is some necessary condition missing. Bloodline? Key item? Time? Ivan didn't know. He had to explore it carefully. He had enough patience, and then tried various methods, including Helen's blood essence, the black crown of the Tide royal family, the throne of the centaurs, the ironstone seal, the secret language in the classics, his own fighting spirit, various attack tests, etc. There were many methods, but still nothing was obtained. However, after he stayed here for a few days, he had a feeling for no reason. His intuition told him that what he was looking for was in this place, and it must be right. As a wizard, he would not have a feeling without reason. He understood that this might be a kind of induction. Something was attracting him to come closer. It's more difficult than expected. I want to see what's going on. Ivan had explored many secret places in the past, and this difficult place was definitely the first time, which also aroused his competitive spirit. After carefully exploring for another half a month, he took out the identity symbol of the 5-leaf spear, the Book of Enlightenment. When he was promoted to the 4-leaf seat leader, the Book of Enlightenment was given a prophetic power, which could be used to perform the prophecy secret art twice. At this time, the help of the prophecy secret art is needed. Ivan held the Book of Enlightenment in his hand, and with hope in his heart, he activated one of the prophet's marks. A stream of light with a purple glow flew out, and the stream of light was particularly ethereal. It circled around him, and sank into the air in front of him, melting silently, as if nothing happened. In a trance, a group of pictures appeared in his mind. The starlight of the 9 Heavens River was shining, falling into a certain place on the earth, reflecting a sacred mountain composed entirely of colorful lights. The picture changed, and a centaur figure emerged, holding up a black crown, dripping blood to prove his identity, and came to the steps leading to the sacred mountain. So that's how it is. Climbing the 7 gods mountain really depends on the timing. We need to wait until the starry day. In the wizard world, there is a saying of the night of the waning moon. In contrast, there is also a saying of the night of the full moon, which is the night of the full moon. The starry day is similar to the full moon. The starry day is the day when the starlight is the brightest. The starlight here does not correspond to the stars, but the legendary astral world, which is said to be called the river of the astral world. The light emitted by the river of the astral world shines on the world of Danila. When the light is high, it is the right time to climb the 7 gods mountain. Ivan hadn't expected that the 7 gods mountain was actually related to the legendary star realm, which made him even more excited. From the picture, the 7 gods mountain is more like a kind of inheritance from a foreign land, not something that belongs to the centaurs. It was just discovered by the centaurs first, and then a layer of protection was added outside the mountain to prevent other races from entering. No wonder the perception is so vague. It's actually the protective layer set up by the centaurs that's causing the problem. From another perspective, he can have a certain perception, which shows that with the weakening of the centaurs, the power of the protective layer set up by the other party is also constantly declining, far less than the glorious period of the centaurs. This would undoubtedly be more beneficial to him. Maybe Helen's blood essence could get through, so he wouldn't have to force his way in. It's a predictive ability. It's very convenient to use it to find traces. Unfortunately, it only has one time left. Ivan put away the Book of Enlightenment. Next, he waited for the arrival of the star day. Deep in the rock mining area, under his instructions, Zae and Meg cooperated with each other to build a simple, but not simple temporary house, like a mountain courtyard. They stayed here. There is usually no fixed date for the day of the star. It may be half a month, half a year, or even a year. Anyway, Ivan couldn't calculate it himself, so he could only use the most practical method and wait slowly. This day will always come. Time passed day by day until one day more than a month later. The light of the star world began to become active. Where? You don't understand. You can go back and look up the advanced overview of astrology. Ivan felt that his luck was pretty good. He didn't have to wait for a year or two. After making a discovery, he immediately called on Zae and others to strengthen their perception to avoid missing any abnormalities. There is a centaur tribe protecting the sacred mountain, which is an extremely powerful isolating force. The reason why the 7 sacred mountains are little known is that they are isolated by this force. He did not act rashly, but watched from day to night, and from night to 3 in the morning. Finally, an abnormal light and shadow appeared not far ahead. The light and shadow were colorful, and one could see the upward steps leading to a sacred place. Go! When the light and shadow were about to disappear, Ivan seized the opportunity, and compared it with the picture he saw in the prophecy. He sent the black crown he got from Helen, wrapped in tidal fighting spirit. The black crown landed precisely in an empty space. This action caused a chain reaction. In the blink of an eye, a small golden door appeared there. The golden door swallowed the flying black crown and turned it into a pattern on the door. The golden door slowly opened. Wait for me here. Ivan jumped in front of the small golden door, left a word, and walked into the door alone. Inside the door was a golden passage, and in front of it was another small golden door. He ejected a drop of Helen's blood essence up there, and just like before, the blood essence instantly merged into the door. This time, the reaction was several beats slower, and there was no response. Ivan reached out casually, and a silver moon blade as tall as his height quietly emerged, with a sharp edge. Caw-caw. When he made up his mind to force his way in, the golden door in front of him slowly opened, and the gap between the doors was filled with strong colorful light. This golden door seemed to be forced open by the colorful light. At the same time, Ivan felt a strong call, calling him to move forward quickly. Seeing this strange situation, he did not hesitate at all, and immediately put away the silver moon blade, flashed through the half-open door, and crashed into the colorful light. In the rock mining area, as the golden gate in front disappeared, Ivan the wizard also disappeared. Only the marsh ant, Meg, and the flame scorpion were left looking at each other in bewilderment. What a pity, we didn't see any sacred mountain. The flame scorpion broke the silence. It's enough that Ivan the wizard can see him, we just need to wait here. The marsh ant didn't care, then its face changed, and it shouted behind him, Who, come out. Everyone, it's me, Finn. I just came to take a look, no harm. Finn, the chief of the Stonetail tribe, walked out of the darkness. Did you see it? The ant frowned and stared at him. Well, that's the 7 gods mountain that Wizard Ivan is looking for. I thought it didn't exist. Finn didn't hide anything and took a few big steps to get closer. Chief Sherluka, no matter what you saw, I advise you not to tell anyone. Once you let it slip and cause other trouble, it will only be your Stonetail tribe that will be implicated. The ant emphasized in a deep voice. The ant didn't think that the person who could be the head of a tribe was a simple person. No one knew whether the other party would be greedy. It had to say ugly words in advance and warn him not to be bold and reckless. Hearing this, Finn repeatedly said no, and his expression didn't seem to be false. Chapter 408. In a mysterious place, Ivan stood there steadily, and in front of him was the 7 gods mountain that he had been searching for. What a brilliant mountain with divine light! The mountain was filled with orderly colorful light, making it difficult for him to tell whether it was real or a phantom of light and shadow. There was fog around the mountain and flying clouds above, all of which were interwoven with colorful light. He looked back and saw the protective layer arranged by the centaurs, which contained a heavy power. The golden door just now disappeared, and it became a problem to get out. Never mind, let's go to the top of the mountain and take a look first. He looked at the top of the mountain again, where he could vaguely see a figure, as if it was a standing statue, calling him to go forward. He took a step forward and stepped on the steps leading to the top of the mountain. The steps were stable. The fighting spirit in his body became active. His mental power was suppressed a little, but his perception was severely suppressed. He understood in his heart, and took another step up to the second step. He couldn't help but cooperate with the knight's breathing method between his nose. After a slight pause of 1 or 2 seconds, he began to move forward step by step along the steps. The higher he went up the steps, the more severely his mental power was suppressed. On the other hand, his fighting spirit seemed to have some kind of resonance and became more and more vibrant. However, the steps of the sacred mountain looked like there were only 100 steps, but he had walked 300 steps and still could not reach the top. Ivan couldn't help but look back, and his position was just stuck halfway up the mountain. Test? He was not in a hurry, because any test must have some rules. Only by figuring out what the rules were, he could know which aspect of the sacred mountain steps would test. He simply threw away all distractions, and immersed his mind completely in the exploration of breathing methods. His current breathing method is still the eye of the bat, but it is much higher than the original one. He has also reached the level of perfection in the breathing method before the Night King stage. Soon, he discovered the subtle points. The steps of the sacred mountain seemed to be a test, but in fact they helped him adjust his breathing rhythm, causing the knight's breathing method to begin to change and move to a deeper level. Is that so? Then continue to appreciate it slowly. Time passed quietly. I don't know how long it had been. When Ivan came to his senses, he found that he had reached the top of the mountain without knowing it, and his mental suppression was gone. This is unexpected. What he lamented was not the passage of time, but the real situation on the top of the mountain. Surrounded by this colorful divine light, the top of the mountain looked far less beautiful than the scenery seen at the foot of the mountain, but rather appeared to be in a mess. It is not difficult to see that there were originally 7 statues on the top of the mountain, but now only one is intact. The statue is of an alien race, and does look similar to the centaurs, with a human upper body and a horse lower body. Unlike the centaurs, the statue has intact star patterns, which are a feature of astral creatures. The statue also has 4 wings and 8 arms, with an indomitable momentum, which is completely in line with the way of knights. However, there are many mottled marks on the statue, as if it has experienced countless years of baptism, making it look a little old. As for the other 6 statues, they have become very incomplete. Some of them only have 4 legs left, which is very miserable. Following the guidance in his heart, Ivan stood face to face in front of the only intact statue, raised his head, and looked at each other, and when their eyes met, he saw that a dark red halo suddenly appeared above the statue. The halo of light fell, covering the statue in him. The red light was like blood, but it gave people a sense of holiness. In Ivan's eyes, the statue seemed to come alive, and standing in front of him was a knight with superb strength. The 2 knights stood opposite each other, with their momentum confronting each other. Under the impact of the momentum of the opposite side, he was like being in a stormy sea, but he remained motionless and did not retreat even a step. At this moment, Ivan received a lot of information. It turned out that everything came from the star realm, from a native creature in the star realm. This creature was born with a strange life force, which he called the Light of Justice. He called himself the Star Ancestor of Justice. This Star Ancestor of Justice was so powerful that he was like a natural god in the star world. One day, the Star Ancestor of Justice divided his power into 7 parts, giving birth to 7 clones, which were named after humility, honesty, compassion, bravery, integrity, sacrifice, and honor. In the following years, the Star Ancestor of Justice led his 7 clones to fight against the strong and help the weak, and enjoy glory for several years. However, flowers do not bloom for 100 years. The Star Ancestor of Justice eventually encountered an unmatched enemy, and fell in the vast river of the star world. Before his death, the Star Ancestor of Justice could not bear to see his cultivation disappear, so he used up his last bit of strength to condense multiple sets of inheritance statues, and sent them to multiple nearby worlds. The world of Danila was just one of them. Countless years passed, and no one knew what happened in the middle. Now there is only one inheritance statue named Sacrifice, which retains a little power, and waits for the arrival of the inheritor. After many years, Ivan came to the statue and began to receive the inheritance of the Star Ancestor of Justice. After he received the message from the statue, he realized that the essence of the night breathing method was the star realm cultivation method. Once cultivated to the 4th level, the blood in the body would evolve into the star realm blood. The cultivation method and the star realm blood are undoubtedly one and the same. The 7 Gods Mountain not only contains the inheritance method from the star realm, but also contains the power to assist the blood to evolve into the star realm blood. If you cannot successfully reach the top of the Seven Gods Mountain, the blood in your body cannot be transformed into the Star Realm blood, and the promotion to the Night King will become nonsense. Thinking of this, Ivan broke out in a cold sweat. Isn't that blood transformation? No, the Star Realm River is the source of everything. It can be said that no matter which world, the creatures in it are derived from the Star Realm blood. Pure Star Realm blood should not bring adverse effects. At this moment, he only hated that he knew too little about the Star Realm. He forced himself to calm down and carefully sensed his spiritual ocean. After leaving the steps, the suppression eased. Now the suppression is not much, and there is no rejection phenomenon. There is indeed no adverse effect. Besides, blood transformation is not necessarily a bad thing, let alone pure Star Realm blood transformation. The inheritance of the Justice Star ancestor includes the Night King, Legendary Star Lord, and Immortal Star Lord, all covering the level of the 6th level throne. We can't give up because of a little concern. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Ivan's mind, and his mood became more and more determined over time. If you don't take it, you will be blamed, of course. He took the inheritance of this kind of Star Realm godlike figure. However, the complete inheritance cannot be obtained at once. There is a prerequisite. He must perceive the power of the domain halo from the statue. This is the minimum condition. Without the halo, he is not qualified to obtain the complete inheritance, and can only miss the cultivation path of the Justice Star ancestor. There is also a bad thing. In the past, there were clearly 7 kinds of inheritance, corresponding to 7 kinds of domain halos, and you can choose the one that suits you best. Now, Ivan has no choice but to comprehend from the only remaining statue. Chapter 409. At the intersection of the Western Territory and the Southern Territory, in a hidden area outside the polar region, there is a small basin. A sun bird lives above the basin, and the light emitted by the bird illuminates everything in the basin. In the basin, there are fruit trees, water sources, mulberry fields, and a small town where people live and work in peace and contentment. The town is inhabited by the centaurs, who have disappeared from the eyes of the world. Behind the town is an ancient castle, in which live a group of centaurs royals, who are also the rulers of the town. One day after Ivan touched the Seven Gods Mountain, the centaurs in the castle noticed something unusual. Soon, the centaur chief issued an order to gather the main members of the tribe to discuss this sudden event. "Father, mother, why did you call me here?" Leowin was the son of the chief. He was young and rushed into the meeting hall. He asked. He must have been called here while playing. His clothes were covered with dust and sweat. "Leowin, where are your manners? Why don't you change into clean clothes first?" Seeing him being so reckless, the clan leader's wife reminded him. "Okay, father, Elder Thor, I'll be back soon." Leowin smiled awkwardly. "No need, just listen to me." The clan leader stopped him, and said with a dark face. Seeing his serious expression, the clan leader's wife didn't dare to say anything more, but just gave her son a look, telling him not to talk nonsense for a while, so as not to be scolded. After a while, people arrived at the meeting hall one after another, including elders, guard leaders, affairs officers, and so on, old and young, a total of more than 30 people. They also included the other daughters of the patriarch. One was Liaoan's sister Angela, and the other was Liaoan's sister Jonah. Compared to Leowin, both the elder and younger sisters seemed much calmer. "Elder Saul, please tell us the whole story in detail," the patriarch said to the elders sitting below. "This morning, just half an hour ago, I went to the ancestral temple to worship my ancestors, and found that the sacred mountain monument inside had moved. I hurriedly reported to the patriarch, and then the patriarch summoned you to discuss. For knew that he had failed in his duty, so he dared not hide it, and recounted the whole story truthfully. Elder, do you know the exact time when the unusual movement occurred?" "I don't know." This was where he failed in his duty, guarding the ancestral temple, but failing to discover the movement in time. Elder Thor is old, so it is inevitable that he will be a little careless. Yes, the ancestral temple has remained the same for decades, and there will be no changes. No wonder, Elder Thor. What will happen if the sacred mountain monument changes? The others couldn't help but speak well of Elder Thor, and some young people didn't understand why, so they asked the elders about the inside story of the sacred mountain monument. All of this fell into the eyes of the clan leader Tonli, who frowned and hit the table next to him with his fist. The meeting hall was quiet again. "I believe you also know that the sacred mountain is related to our core heritage, and the hope for the rise of our centaurs. I don't need to emphasize the importance of the sacred mountain. No matter what, the sacred mountain must not be lost. There is something unusual happening on the sacred mountain now. We must arrange people to check it out, and ensure the safety of the inheritance. Who among you is willing to volunteer to go to the ancestral land? Seeing that the tribe members were somewhat hesitant, the tribe leader Tonley simply went straight to the point. After these words came out, the atmosphere in the hall became terribly quiet. Many people even lowered their heads, fearing that they would be called out by the tribe leader. The situation in the hall made the tribe leader Tonley's face even darker. Speak. After a moment, he had to speak again. Tribal leader, it's not that we don't want to, but there are centaur hunters outside. Once we leave, we will never come back. It's really embarrassing. Someone complained. He was also an old elder. Yes, so many of us went out before, and no one ever came back. Those bastards are so hateful that they blocked our way out. We live well here, why bother with the disturbances outside? If it were up to me, we should just destroy the monument of the sacred mountain, out of sight and out of mind. Someone took the lead in shirking responsibility, and the others were no longer silent, and one by one they talked about the dangers outside, as well as their own concerns and opinions. Some even proposed to destroy the stone tablet that was closely connected to the sacred mountain, and live a completely closed life from now on. The chief Tonley listened to the various things in the hall, and felt sad. He thought about how powerful the centaur tribe was in the past, and how many warriors there were in the tribe. Now, all he saw were cowards. He waved his hand weakly below. Seeing this, many centaurs felt relieved and quickly left the hall, wishing they had more legs. Some young people were unwilling, but were dragged away by their elders. In a flash, there were only 8 people left in the hall, including Tonley's family of 5. Elder Thor, why don't you go? After a pause, Tonley gathered his thoughts. My old bones have been immobile for a long time, and I'd like to go out for a walk. Sol said seriously with his wrinkled face. Father, I'm willing to go too. Angela, the eldest daughter of the patriarch, said immediately. Father, let me go. Leowyn said. Seeing that the youngest Jonah was also ready to join in the fun, Tonley waved his hand and asked everyone to follow him to the ancestral temple to take a look. The ancestral temple was brightly lit, and rows of jars could be seen inside. The jars were actually carved with the hoofs of the centaurs themselves, and they contained the ashes of the ancestors of the centaurs. A group of people came to the hall, and the youngest Jonah shuddered at the cold air in the hall. Angela, do you know why we burn the dead into ashes? Tonley asked. Isn't it the tradition of our tribe? The one who answered was Leowyn, who was glared at by Tonley after he finished speaking, which made him shrink his neck. Because if the bones are buried in the soil, there is a high probability that they will mutate and revive into centaur hunters, just like the cemetery of our tribe a long time ago. Angela said in a deep voice. How is this possible, Father? This can't be true. Hearing this, Leowyn's first reaction was disbelief. Leowyn, you have grown up. It's time to tell you the truth. Angela's words are the truth. Tonley said with a sigh. The reason why we blocked the way out is that there was a problem in the tribe outside. The corpses of the ancestors in the cemetery turned into hunters one after another, specifically hunting us centaurs. Since then, the deceased tribesmen can never return to the earth again. These words came from his father's mouth. Leowyn had to believe them, and his father's next words made him unacceptable. Angela, your father is seriously injured. Leowyn is the next patriarch, and Jonah is still young. I hope you can take on this important task, and lead the team to the ancestral land to properly handle the matter of the sacred mountain. I know, Father. Angela seemed to have expected it, and agreed calmly. If things can't be done, remember to come back safely. Okay. The lights in the ancestral temple flickered slightly. Tonley couldn't bear to look at his eldest daughter again, but he didn't see the excitement in Angela's eyes. 3 days later, the passage to the outside world was reopened. A team of 9 centaurs went out lightly, and left this paradise illuminated by the sun, with only a few people bidding farewell. The figure was quickly swallowed by the darkness. Chapter 410. On the top of the 7 Gods mountain, in front of the only intact statue, Ivan had been standing there for months, and had been shrouded by the dark red light there for months. He and the statue were like 2 brave knights fighting with each other, neither of them willing to yield to the other. Until one day, Ivan's body was filled with a light red light from the inside out, pushing the halo power from the outside back half a foot. It could be vaguely seen that there was a solid halo under his feet, weak but tenacious. Boom. At this moment, the dark red light seemed to be enraged, causing greater changes inside and outside, and golden thunder flashed around, and wisps of lightning struck from all directions, all falling on his body. Ivan suddenly felt as if his body was crushed, and it was kneaded repeatedly, making him feel pain deep in his bones. At the same time, Many inheritance contents were imprinted in his memory. He was in pain and happy. He could feel that his strength was further enhanced, and the domain aura he had just comprehended was also improved. Everything was moving in a good direction. After an unknown amount of time, the dark red light suddenly dissipated, and everything that had happened before returned to calm. Only the halo under his feet expanded, covering the entire top of the sacred mountain, adding a radiance to the top of the mountain. Swoosh! Ivan hurriedly put away his domain halo power, but found that something had fallen off the heritage statue and was falling to the ground. He dodged to the left, then to the right, and grabbed the fallen statue arms one by one. Fortunately, it didn't break. He whispered softly, and just as he finished speaking, the broken arms of the statue began to melt rapidly. After a while, all the broken arms disappeared, as if they were forcibly erased. Looking at the statue again, the original 4 wings and 8 arms turned into 2 arms and 4 wings, and the broken parts were clearly visible. Compared with before, the whole statue was obviously a little older. Seeing this, Ivan was helpless. The statue was actually transformed by the power of inheritance. The lack of power would inevitably damage the statue. I am afraid that it will collapse completely if it happens 1 or 2 more times. By then, it is unknown whether the 7 Gods Mountain will no longer exist. Your Excellency, Star Ancestor of Justice, today I have received your supreme inheritance. I will not dare to say that I will help the weak and suppress the strong like you in the future, but I will never act recklessly and kill innocent people. Ivan Marikaten sincerely thanks you. It is not difficult to find from the inheritance information that this Star Realm strongman, who calls himself Star Ancestor of Justice, is a very kind person. He has been believing in justice all his life, just like the title he gave himself. Ivan would never dare to learn from such a person, but it does not prevent him from sincerely admiring the Star Ancestor of Justice and worthy of his great gift. After thanking him, he did not stay in the 7 Gods Mountain for long, and went down the steps directly. In fact, there were exactly 100 steps leading to the 7 Gods Mountain, which led directly to the ground at the foot of the mountain, facing the exit of the inheritance land. It seems that we have to force our way in. Ivan explored the periphery of the 7 Gods Mountain, but could not find the key. He only obtained the inheritance of the 7 Gods Mountain, and he still had a vague understanding of the confinement power of the centaurs. As he spoke, a sharp moon blade flashed behind him, and a faint red light appeared under his feet, hitting the invisible barrier in front. There were ways ahead, and the golden door flickered, turning from virtual to real. He took the opportunity to flick a drop of Helen's blood essence over, and with a click, the golden door opened automatically, but it was only a palm away, and the door suddenly stopped. Ivan raised his fist without saying a word, and his fist was wrapped with thick red fighting spirit, and punched the golden door hard. The golden door opened half a palm away. There's hope. Let's try again. A moment later, deep in the rock mining area of the Stonetail clan, a golden door suddenly appeared in the air, and Ivan quickly flashed out of the door, with a black crown in his hand. Wizard Ivan, have you climbed the 7 Gods Mountain? As soon as he landed, the ants noticed the movement and rushed over. Of course, I also gained a great inheritance. Your insect-breathing method is expected to go further. Ivan smiled. The gains from this trip far exceeded his previous expectations. He calculated the time. It turned out that more than 4 months had passed since he entered. That's great. The ant's eyes lit up. It thought of something and continued. Wizard Ivan, 2 uninvited guests came not long ago and were captured by us. They are from the Centaur tribe. Oh, from the royal family? They are average in strength, and don't look like they are here to die. Ivan was quite interested in the centaur, so he called it and Meg and the flame scorpion, who came behind to go back. In a temporary house nearby, in a room with a strong smell of blood, Ivan saw the 2 people who were captured alive. 1 man and 1 woman, 1 old and 1 young, dressed simply, both with serious injuries on their bodies. They are definitely centaurs, and they are in a deep coma at this time. Not all of them were injured by us. They were already injured when they came. Zayi explained. I can see that they have the power of the undead, the power of curses, and the power of plague. They are injured like this and dare to come to cause trouble. They come for the 7 Gods Mountain. Ivan glanced at the places where the 2 were injured and understood why Zayi said that they were going to die. But you guessed wrong. These 2 people should be from the Centaur royal family. Can you see this? They all have the breath of golden blood. Seeing the doubts of several people, Ivan explained. The reason why he knew so clearly was because he also had golden blood, and there was a light golden substance in his blood, which was actually the evidence of the evolution into pure astral blood. The Centaur royal family will most likely inherit these, but their golden blood will become thinner from generation to generation. Do you want to wake them up? Zayi said again. No, I need to rest for a while. Ivan turned and walked out of the room. He asked casually, did anything else happen during this period? I guess. I feel that the Stonetail tribe seems to be a little sneaky. I don't know what it means, Zayi said after a pause. Is there? I feel that they are quite hospitable, especially Finn and Bear. Meg didn't think so. No, he just had bad intentions, just like what the ant boss said. Yenxia certainly supported the ant. Have other stone tribes come to the Stonetail tribe? Ivan looked at it and asked. Probably not, Zayi said. Then we see. Ivan thought it was not a big deal, and there was no need to deal with it in a hurry. He had been confronting the statue in the Seven Gods Mountain for more than 4 months. Now he seemed to be full of energy, but in fact his mind was exhausted, and he naturally needed to rest. After a day and a night, Ivan became radiant again, and his condition has been adjusted to the best. Strength, 28.7, Agility, 29.3, Constitution, 29.6, Spirit, 235. On the attribute panel, his physical data is clearly reflected, and all aspects have been improved from the original 20 scales to the current level, and even the mental power has increased by 8 scales. There is no doubt that the mental fatigue period brought by the promotion to the 3rd level wizard has passed, and the mental power can be improved normally again. In terms of knights, he has jumped out of the Flying Knight stage and entered a new level. According to the naming in the inheritance message, after comprehending the domain aura, there is a special title Knight Subking. In fact, Knight Subking and Pseudolord mean the same thing.